low because the shit's gonna be for sale in 24 hours. And I just want everybody to have it. That's all I'm after. So instead of me just getting on here to promote a song, which I'm not doing, I wanted y'all to know the backstory because I want y'all to listen to the original version and the remix and know what the fuck the song is about. There's enough shit out here that nobody understands. And I want y'all to really know the truth or what's my truth about what I lived, what I experienced, you know, and that's it, you know. I appreciate y'all being here. This is last minute clubhouse shit, and there's a lot of people in here. Some of y'all recording the call. I don't give a fuck. It's my truth. My truth will never change. So, do y'all see the link? Can y'all download it? Can y'all give us a thumb up? So I don't know how this clubhouse shit. Yeah, so the link is at the top, y'all. The link is at the top. Y'all can click it. Y'all can download it. They're giving thumbs up. Write it in the chat as well, all right? If you downloaded it, can you give me a thumbs up? So I can scroll down and see how many people have downloaded the record. And Kirash, why don't you just play that shit real quick? Play the remix. Less. Jeezy, 2 Chainz, remix. 2 Chainz.
Pick up yourself, Kush. Pick up yourself, Code. Yeah, man, you know. Just listening to Tyrese. He's had another relationship break. So we're learning how to, you know, listen to our men. And seemingly he's made a song regarding his breakup from his last lady. So this I listen till I come in. Big up yourself, Stu. And today, I've got more apologies to make. So yeah, man. Alright, let me just turn. So Tyrese has got a new song. He's heartbroken. This is the same Tyrese, if we remember, in his last breakup. He was online crying for about 7 minutes or something. You ready, Kushni? You're good. Alright, so I'm going to turn that down a bit. So this is, like I'm saying, we're just listening to Tyrese Gibson. I'm sure you all know who he be. No. Come on now, behave yourself, Kush. Behave yourself, behave yourself, behave yourself. Remember, you know, we're here to accommodate our men. You get me? So we have to listen to what them say. Yeah? And I think Tyrese is a good example of this because he's a guy that when he's ready, he can be, you know, very emotional and, you know, wear his heart on his sleeve, etc., etc. So it could be argued that he's a good case study in certain ways. But let me see if I'm done singing it. Man, I sing out, boy. Man, I sing out, boy. Just like that, it's all gone away. What's his ex-wife called again? I can't remember her name. Can you remember the ex-wife's name, Kushti? Because I remember he came on the internet and what did he? I'm sure it was another man trying to, you know, let me know. Without any warning or explanation, you decided for the both of us that you'd be better off without me. Oh no. Okay, so yeah, so he must sing about the woman when did marry, and if I remember correctly, he definitely bought her online, making. I'm sure he was trying to let the ladies know, say yo. No, come on, Nines. Sure. It's interesting though because okay, so I was okay. So my memory did not desert me then. See, so yes, we have a situation when he's done that. Yeah. Okay, you see what this actually leads nicely into really what I'm going to be speaking about today. She turned around and said, I'm not black. And this is what I'm trying to say to the man. Yeah. You can't make something black just because you say it's black or because you give something 1-2 stroke. You understand what I'm saying to you? It comes out black. It no gossip. But yeah, thanks for that, Christy. Alright, so I look like them. I'm gonna make the tune play, boy. But yeah, man, get me. Tried to call the young lady black, and she turned around and said, "No, babe, I'm not black." Do you know what I mean? Slightly embarrassing, I believe. But we move on. 7 minutes, fucking hell, he really put his heart into this.
Yo, that is super fire. I Don't Think You Ever Love Me remix from Tyrese featuring 2 Chainz and Jeezy. The link is exclusively at the top. It is an exclusive link just for Clubhouse. It will be deleted in less than an hour, y'all. Tyrese said I can give y'all the download link. This song does not exist anywhere except for that link above. So y'all got an opportunity now to download it, add it to your phone, upload it to platforms like SoundCloud, YouTube. The song is yours. Y'all getting it exclusively. Make sure y'all click that link. Everybody in this room right now, click that link and download it. Y'all need this new remix. All right, what did y'all think? We got Tyrese live in the room. Before y'all give y'all answers, I need y'all to share this room too, y'all. Share this room. Ping this room up. Tap that link.
All right. So yeah, man. So obviously with this, I eavesdrop into like I said, Tyrese's chattings, and yeah, he might talk about his most recent escapades. So I thought Sunday morning, let's just listen in.
You're going through the pain. I hate to say that, Tyrese, because to hear you talk about it, we can hear your pain, and I hate that you had to go through it. But I definitely appreciate that you're expressing it, and we all get to benefit from how talented you are. So it sounds amazing.
Thank you. Have y'all heard the original version yet? That's what I want.
I fucking love all of your songs. I've been a fan of you since you were born. I just love it here right now. I'm at the casino and I love it here.
Thank you, Diamond. Anybody heard the original I Don't Think You Ever Loved Me?
I actually heard it. I like this. I wanted to ask him because
listen, y'all know I don't normally sing on no up tempo. I probably got like 2 or 3 up tempo records. What is it? What you like? What do you like? I got Pulling Me Back, which ain't really a up tempo, but I don't really sing on up tempos, man.
I need a girl from the ghetto.
Oh yeah, bless up yourself. Happy Mother's Day, for real. God damn it.
Doing my thing. I'm in my Teddy Pendergrass bag at all times. So the original version is featuring Lenny Kravitz. And I got my girl Leandria, the gospel singer, at the end singing, going crazy. But what I would love to hear some more thoughts and feedback on the remix, man. If you hate it, you can tell me that too. But y'all better download that shit. The link is gonna be deleted in 1 hour. Kirash, you talked me into this crazy shit, so I'm taking your lead, the rundown.
Cotton Socks. I didn't even know it's Mother's Day. Boy, man, no, don't lie. I hear you still. Fucking hell. Yeah, man. So big up all the mothers. You know what? As you say that, blows not. As you said that. See if we can find my tone. My computer is moving very slow. Very, very, very slow. All right, hold on a second. Like I said, this was very impromptu, so you just have to forgive me. Can't believe I eavesdrop on the man.
Radio was going crazy over this song. So I got a call that there's a lot of radio stations that love the song, the fans, the call out, the call requests, all that shit that everybody wants for a song. In music, I'm irrelevant. I don't drop it every 10 years. I may have real music fans and supporters, and I love y'all. I do. But, and I disappoint my fans and supporters all the time because I don't drop music as often as they want me to. But I tell people that, I make a lot of money doing my movie thing. And I think if most artists that rap or sing actually had money, they probably wouldn't drop music as often as they do. Because when you got bills to pay, this thing is wait 3, 4, 5, 6 years to drop an album. You got to drop that shit to pay the bills, which means that a lot of people are not releasing music that's coming from a real place. They releasing that shit because they got bills to pay. And like I said, if I wasn't getting money from movies and all this other shit that I'm doing, I'd probably be like every other artist having to drop every other year. But I don't have to go through a heartbreak to drop an album. But I don't go to the studio unless I'm really feeling it. And I didn't want to release this song. I didn't want to go through no divorce. I didn't want to go through none of this shit that I'm going through. I didn't want to carry any of this shit I'm carrying. And so to release at 40 years old, 44 years old, grown-ass man, releasing a song entitled I Don't Think You Ever Loved Me is some bullshit. Nobody wants to release no shit like that, period. But it's my truth. And it's coming from a real place because it's something I feel. There's no way you could have left me that easy if you ever loved me. I don't give a fuck what your agenda and your goal was. I'm over here on the receiving end of what you decided to do, and it feels heartless. It feels like it was all like a fucking movie, like The Truman Show, and I was the only nigga that was really in it, because it's never that easy to leave. If I had a baby on the way, if I cheated, if you went in my phone and I was smashing 10 chicks, and I just completely devastated you, to leave and never come back is expected. But I don't really know what the fuck I did to this day. And I've pulled out my human calculator trying to add it all up, and it don't add up. So the song is entitled I Don't Think You Ever Loved Me for a reason. Now I want to play the original version. And I know this remix is real. Radio said, we love the song, we love the single, but we can't play the song day and night because the song is so slow and it's 7 minutes long, and radio wants a song that's maybe 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And I told them, I love you, but did y'all niggas tell Luther Vandross to edit his songs? Did y'all tell Marvin Gaye to edit his shit? Did y'all tell Teddy Pendergrass or Eddie Levert or Donny Hathaway when he said, I've been so many places in my life and time, sung a lot of songs, amazing bad. I mean, that song is so fucking long, And Donny Hathaway took his time. Did they tell Stevie Wonder to edit his shit into 2 minutes and 30 seconds? No, sir. So I told radio, I need your support. I need your love. I am very vulnerable. I'm almost, I hate to use this word, but I'm like desperate because I haven't dropped in damn near 10 years since Black Rose. And I need your love and I need your support. But I apologize. I don't have no radio edit. And so, being as that my song is 7 minutes long, there's certain radio stations that ain't playing it. So they said, if you got a remix, if you got some shit with some tempo, it's the 50-year anniversary of hip hop. If you can give us this song with any kind of tempo, Reese, we're gonna fuck with you. And I was like, a remix? The fuck is that? I just dropped. I just released my song. And then Funk Flex went on Hot 97. He had this producer he know to turn my record into a mid-tempo, up-tempo. And I was fucking with it, but not really. And I was like, all right, you know what? I'm going to go in the studio and I'm going to do a remix. And in 24 hours, I sent that shit to 2 Chainz and Jeezy. Both of them niggas jumped on it. They didn't charge me. They was like, yo, we fucking with you. And then I got another remix coming from Too Short and Snoop. And I got another remix coming out of some real New York niggas. I can't even tell y'all who jumping on it from New York. But they going to be able to play my song now day and night because if they want the slow version, they got it. If they want the remix, they got it. So I didn't want to release no remix, if I can be honest with y'all, because I'm super grown and I love my song the way it is originally. So with that being said, Kirash, can you the rundown? Can you play Tyrese featuring Lenny Kravitz and let them know what that feel like right there? I got you, Reese. Here we go. Make my mistakes. Honey, you made yours too. So I can't erase all the shit we put each other through. We were supposed to be together through the good and
Oh, Sepid, big up yourself. Thank you, Sepid. Always nice to see you, Bab. Big up yourself, Jacko Radio. Long time, long time. Come on. Hope you're well, Sepid. Hope you're well, Jack. We're just listening to a gentleman express himself. Oh, Sepid. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, Sepid, man. Come on, Sepid. You don't hear Nines be all gushy, man. Come on. Thank you. Tune sounds alright still, not like. Always nice to hear a man express himself. Oh, big up, Jack. Big up, big up, big up. Oh, the love, the love, the love. Yeah, I agree, Cotton. I agree. I'll send you the link. He wants it everywhere, so I downloaded it still. But yeah, family, man, happy Mother's Day, man. Give thanks and praises. Get me. All the lucky people, them. Make sure you tell your mother, say you love them. You not go already. Why me? That's what Balotelli said. Why me? Why me? Too nice still, not lying. Whiskey, you're hilarious.
All right, y'all. That was the original. I Don't Think You Ever Loved Me. Tyrese featuring Lenny Kravitz. What did y'all think about the original?
I felt like I was at church and Kim Burrell was there and I was going to fall out with them. That was beautiful.
I heard the original version before, and to be honest with you, Tyrese, I like the original better than the remix. Yeah, I like the
You hear the passion.
remix.
Man,
Like, I can hear the original.
You hear the
radio
passion
as
in
well.
the original more.
I just feel like the radio was sadder to me. It was kind of sad, somber. I enjoyed it, but I like the remix better.
I'm in the casino,
whatever version you love, I love it too. You know what I'm saying? I'm in no position to tell anybody to love the original over the remix or vice versa. So I'm just doing whatever it takes to make sure that my heart, my soul is on the airwaves, man. I love the original myself.
man wants his heart and soul on the airwaves, ladies. Come on.
But 2 Chainz and Jeezy definitely pulled up and changed my life. And Hot 97 and Funk Flex, like I can't, like I'm in disbelief about everything. Thank y'all.
Man, you deserve it. When I tell you 2 Chainz and Jeezy is some of my favorite artists that rap, but you my favorite singer because we both chocolate. And, you know, I ain't from Cali. I ain't never been because I used to be a felon at a young age. And I'm in a casino I ain't never been to in 10 years, and this shit look weird as hell. But I really love your music. I'm happy I finally made it when you're here because I never make it. And thank you, Rundown, so much. This room, I'm so happy. Like I'm drinking, but yeah.
OG Reese, man, when you gonna give him that Black Adam? Quit playing with him.
I don't even know who that is.
Original is definitely a vibe, and I feel like we need more music like that on the radio. So I feel like they should play both, you know?
Yeah, they playing both now, you know. It's only been 24 hours since the remix happened. But like I said, it's when somebody call you and they say we want to play your song, but it's too slow and it's too long, you know, you gotta, you know, pressure bust pipes or make diamonds. I make diamonds over here, you know. I did whatever I had to do. So radio is happy all across the board. So whatever version you fucking with, I love you to the end of the earth. It's all love. I'm not taking nothing personal. I'm just grateful to have a stage, to have a platform. I'm just happy to matter in any capacity after all these years in music, man. So I know a lot of y'all show up to the movies every time I drop something, but I'm just grateful, man. Music is my first and only love, just so we clear. It don't matter if I got 40 movies under my belt. I love music.
So if this momentum carries on, do you think you'll be beginning to release more music at this time?
I'm sorry, what'd you say? What'd you say?
Sorry, I was saying, if this momentum carries on, and this is obviously going to pick up rapidly, do you think, because of how much you love music so much, do you think you're going to be releasing a lot more music rather than going down the film route?
Yeah, well, you see, you just logged in. And for everybody that just logged in, I'm in the studio right now recording a double album, and it's entitled Beautiful Pain. And so that's the first single from Beautiful Pain. I don't know when I'm dropping my second single, but the next single is dedicated to my mom, who actually died last year on Valentine's Day of all days. Rest in peace to my moms. She had 4 kids,
to all moms out there, boy.
Girls, and I was the last one out. And you know, it's kind of crazy to be a motherless child. I'm sure a lot of people.
Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Say, I just buried my auntie, so I definitely understand that. And that's why I'm here, where I'm at right now at the casino. And my birthday in April, and I'm turned up, and I promise you, your mama's still here. She watching over you. She always here just because the flesh not here. Her spirit always here, so just know you protected. And my condolences, and it's very respectful.
I mean, your background really loud, though.
I'm sorry, y'all. The casino got this old school.
Mute up first, Queen. Mute up first. Thank you. All right, so just before Tyrese gets right back on, I just want y'all to know that the original I Don't Think You Ever Loved Me featuring Lenny Kravitz is on all streaming platforms. It is already out. As for the remix was just dropped 30 minutes ago in this room. The link is only going to be up for a temporary amount of time, a short amount of time. It features 2 Chainz and Jeezy. That link is at the top. I need y'all all to click that link. Get the remix ASAP. The original's on all streaming platforms, by the way. But that remix is brand new. We got Tyrese in the building. I need y'all to share this room. Blow this room up. Ping everybody you see online in here. Because Tyrese is telling all. Does anybody, Tyrese, which you want to go from? Where you want to go from here?
I was going to ask a big favor. I don't ask for much, but what I need is everybody who has a YouTube Everybody who's got a SoundCloud, anybody who can post this link in their IG bio with the remix, the original. Yeah, it's been a minute since I did anything in music. There's still a lot of people that don't know that I got a song or a single out. A lot of people don't even listen to radio. So unless you follow me on Instagram or you see somebody post about this, if you don't follow me or somebody on Instagram that's posting about the song, then you wouldn't know. And I'm not offended. I live under a rock, so unless you know, you know. But the version, as the rundown said, is on all streaming platforms like Apple, Spotify, whatever you have streaming wise. I would love for your support, and I want you to post about it. Y'all got them text chains with like 50, 60 people on it. You got your Facebook. This is real grassroots for me. So all of this energy in this room, I couldn't pay for this shit if I wanted to. So I just appreciate y'all being awake, being in this room, being willing to listen to whatever the fuck I'm talking about. But yeah, the album is entitled Beautiful Pain. And if I can be honest, it's the hardest shit I've ever done in my life.
What makes it so hard?
Because who wants to go to the studio and sing about this type of shit? Not me.
Yeah.
When I go to the studio and I sing a song, it takes me like 5-6 days to recover from each song that I'm singing. And, you know, it's also, it's really mentally taxing. Because not only am I not with her, I don't know why she left. And
but you've got a new girl though.
You know, it's almost like singing for me comes from a real place. So I can't go in the studio and go, okay, there's a microphone, be a robot, hit the button, sing the song, sing your ass off, and leave and go about the rest of your day like nothing ever happened. You know, you got to be very careful with what you do with your mental and your psyche and your emotional bandwidth. let's generalize. Let's get away from my ex. If you got a grandmother who raised you,
sorry about that, family.
let's generalize. Let's get away from my. If you talk about your
Big up yourself, Natty. Big up yourself. Yeah, sorry about that, people. So yeah, we're just listening to Tyrese Gibson give a little testimony in that, and I'm just hoping that it's a good sort of lesson for us ladies. You know what I mean? To to be able to, to be able to accommodate our men a bit, not even accommodate, but anyway, make her listen, man.
That really experienced some traumatic shit. And I'm also
will do, Sepid, will do, darling. Thank you, will do.
And I feel very lucky and blessed to have this woman, because it can't be easy to get in a relationship with a man or a woman that's fresh out of a marriage or fresh out of a relationship where she's got children with her baby daddy or her ex. And when you talk to these people that you're dating about somebody they used to be with, if the right topic and the right situation come up, it's going to invoke some real feelings and emotions. It doesn't mean you want them because you're singing about them. It just means that you're still carrying and festering certain traumas and triggers. And if you talk about it, it could really re-spark those traumas. Does anybody understand what I'm saying, or am
I do. It's important to know when to draw a line under, I think, what is negatively triggering for you. I hope you did get the explanation that you needed in the end, or maybe you never will, but I feel like you've got the right balance of like expressing your emotions but knowing when to call it a day, and I think that's commendable, especially as a man. I feel like it, like, not to be sexist, but I do feel like it's generally harder for a man to come out here and talk openly about his emotions like you have done today, and normally just people express it through song or art or whatever. So thank you for sharing it. I think you should be quite proud.
I'm trying my best to all of the fellas that's on there. A lot of people are in the audience. Listen, fellas, praise God. I want to take this moment to actually pray, because it's just on my heart to do so. There's a lot of people that's feeling everything that I'm talking about, whether you're a woman or a man. It doesn't matter if your relationship was 5-10 years ago. They got all of these goofy ass sayings. Let me give you a couple. If you're scared, go to church. Oh, you going to see a shrink? Yeah, motherfucker, I'm trying to shrink these problems. I'm trying to shrink the shit I'm carrying. Oh, you drinking, you smoking, you taking depression pills or antidepressants or anxiety. A lot of people are taking Molly, ecstasy, Percocet, mushrooms, all kind of shit. Drinking and don't even know why they're fucking drinking. Well, I'll tell you, I don't drink, I don't smoke. I've never had a drink in my life. I don't use drugs. I might take an Ambien here and there to go to sleep when I can't sleep at night. But I don't use no drugs. Molly, Perc, I've never done drugs ever in my life. And for those people that do, I don't judge. I don't go strong. My mother was an alcoholic for 27 years. My father's still a crackhead to this day. And so I grew up around drugs and substance abuse, and it completely fucked my life and my childhood up. And I think the reason that I don't drink and use drugs, well, not even think, I know I don't drink and use drugs because my life as a child was so out of control. I worked really hard to take control of my life. And if you think about what I'm saying, people can't say I'm successful because I'm talented. People can't say I'm successful because I can act and I can sing. You know how many people out here can sing circles around me? You know how people could act circles around me? The reason I'm successful is because I grew up in an environment that was so dark and dysfunctional and fucked up. Everything about me taking control of my life was me making the decision to be the opposite of everything that I grew up in and around. Murder, prostitution, every form of drugs, heroin, crack cocaine, alcohol, fucking just everything. Seen it. Too many of my niggas got killed right in front of me. I play basketball on a Wednesday. The homie get killed on the Thursday. We burying him by next Saturday. Doing fundraisers because most of my niggas don't have no insurance in place because nobody planned on dying this young. So everything about my life, throughout my life, as a child, made me work really hard to take control of my life as a grown-ass man. So I'm a huge fan. I'm a big supporter. I love your music. I love your acting. When I hear those words, what I need y'all to understand is there would have never been a singer. There would have never been an actor. There would have never been anything that you think of me. And I never claimed to be the biggest star, nor have I ever been interested, because I've been around the biggest stars in the world and I don't want their life. That level of isolation is a motherfucker. So I'm just letting y'all know that my little crumb, my little piece of who I am and what God has blessed me to become has happened because I decided, fuck my childhood, fuck everything about the environment that I grew up in. I am my own man. I am my own individual. God gave me my own fingerprints. There's billions and billions and billions of people in the world. And for God to decide to uniquely make me, just like everybody else on this call, nobody has your fingerprint. Look at your fingertip right now. Nobody has your fingerprint in the whole world. Do you have any idea how specifically beautiful that is? And so for you to be dressing like everybody else, crippin' in blood and gangster in and out of jail, whatever you doing, you don't drink because you love to drink. You drink because your mama was an alcoholic and you became an alcoholic. Your mama was on drugs. You on drugs. You crippin' in blood and in and out of jail because that's what all the homies did in the hood growing up. So I just decided to be my own man and be an individual and figure out what that is to be an individual. But it's also very scary to have that level of audacity to say, I'm going to be individually me. Because what is that? It's very easy. It's much easier to follow than it is to have the audacity to lead and be a bald eagle and fly on your own. Ducks and pigeons and seagulls fly in packs. When you're a bald eagle, pun intended, when you're a fucking eagle and you're by yourself, it is a lonely fucking road. Nobody in my life has ever been a millionaire in my family. Nobody in my family has ever owned a home. Nobody else has been a multi-millionaire since they were 16 years old. I'm 44. I've been getting money and been successful since I did that Coca-Cola commercial. People don't understand what it's like to grow up, bump your head, make mistakes, get married, get divorced, baby mama drama, all of this shit playing out for the world to see. This shit is real funny when you become a meme, unless you are the meme. What more do you want from me? Imagine the court system took my daughter from me, accused me of some shit I didn't do, took my daughter away from me for 100 days, no calls and no contact. I'm losing my fucking mind thinking that my career, my life, and everything I ever worked for is all over. And they took my daughter from me. And I may not ever get her back because of what her mother accused me of. I go and meet with a psychiatrist. He says to me, Mr. Drug-Free Tyrese, Mr. Non-Drinking Alcohol Tyrese, here's some psych meds that I'm going to give you, because I think if you take these psych meds, it's going to help to stabilize your mood, because you stress the fuck out. You're getting your ass beat all over the internet with everything you're accused of. And the only way for you to get some sleep and calm down is to take some psych meds called Rexulti. And when they gave me the psych meds, Mr. Drug-Free Gibson, it fucked me up.
You lot are funny, man.
Fucked me up. So here I am. I filmed this long-ass crying video making the ugliest faces ever.
I remember.
I put the shit up on the internet. It was on the internet for 3 whole months without me even knowing. Imagine being a meme. What more do you want from me? Congratulations, niggas clowning, your friends clowning you, comedians clowning you, you going viral, you all over there. And I'm a fly, handsome, sexy nigga. I don't give a fuck if I'm 44, but I'm still fly. Imagine uploading a video and having the whole world to see this shit, and I have no clue that I ever filmed myself, uploaded the video, and it was on the internet for 3-4 months. Imagine that. Now, y'all done some embarrassing shit in your life. Does anybody on this phone have a 12-minute video on the internet that became a famous meme with what more do you want from me? So I want y'all to know the fame, the glory, the praise, the accolades, the net worth, the mansions, the private chef, all that shit is great. I don't take any of it for granted. But when you have to grow up with the whole world watching you since you were 16 years old, see, I'm not the son of Gladys Knight. I'm not the son of Patti LaBelle. I'm not a basketball player that's the son of Michael Jordan. I'm the only one in my family to ever do this. I broke the generational curse. So when you break the generational curse and you separate yourself from all things South Central LA, family, hood, thinking, toxic environment, upbringing, cripping, blood, jail, 25 to life, murder, drugs, substance abuse, alcoholism. When you break yourself from all of that dysfunctional shit, you are alone. And when you are alone, you don't have mentors, you don't have guidance, you don't have anybody to say, hey, broke nigga, when you been in this corner, I'm a millionaire. You're about to become a millionaire. This is what you gotta do. When you're 16 years old and your mom and your daddy ain't famous and they can't give you the heads up on how to handle fame, you gotta bump your head and make mistakes and do some dumbass shit while the whole world is watching. You gotta get married publicly. You gotta date publicly. You gotta break up publicly. You gotta go through baby mama drama and accusation publicly. If a psychiatrist gives you psych meds, you gotta deal with the adverse effects of psych meds publicly. See, some of y'all niggas want this life, but y'all don't even understand what all comes with it. And I'm not complaining because I wouldn't want anybody else's life but mine. But I can tell you right now, this shit hurts sometimes. And you gotta pick your motherfucking big boy pants up and grow the fuck up and do whatever it takes to forge ahead. Other niggas that go through some controversy and they'll disappear. The Lord Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and I am a marked man. I'm clear about it. Some of y'all can't even deal with being embarrassed in your neighborhood.
That's true.
Imagine growing up for the whole world to see you grow up every step of the way, and you're making mistakes, bumping your head, dealing with all kind of highs and lows, career, money, fucking TMZ every other week. Like, this shit is crazy sometimes. And the fact that I still have a sane mind after all these years. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. My mother, rest in peace, she died on Valentine's Day. Of all the gifts that my mother gave me, my mother introduced me to the Lord Jesus Christ when I was a kid. And I had no idea how much I would rely and depend on Jesus intimately to help me to get through this unexpected eagle journey where I'm out here flying on my own. Cry me a river, right? Oh, so sad, Mr. Rich Nigga. I don't want nobody to feel sad for me. Don't feel sorry for me. Just pray for me. Put some good energy. When you add me to your prayer wall. At every orchestrated devil attack that's on the way, I just hope that it gets blocked in the name of Jesus and the blood of Jesus. I want it blocked, shut down, killed, sabotaged before it's even formed. Yes, I've been able to survive some shit, but I don't want to go through nothing else. So as much as I look forward to releasing this beautiful Pain album, this shit may not ever come out. If I can't mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and psychologically finish this album because it's so painful to do, this shit ain't never coming out. And I don't need the money. I'm doing this because I feel like this is the most important piece of art I've ever created in my life. I'm going to take 2 last questions, and I'm at my bandwidth. I have nothing else to say. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. I'm going to take 2 more questions, and I'm going to get off. And I appreciate everybody for being here. Did everybody click the link that's at the top of the page? Kiraj, can you do can you refresh real?
Yeah, I'll do a reset. So everybody welcome. First of all, thanks Tyrese for being here. Ladies only, you are in House of Baddies. So only the ladies, if y'all want to join this house, click the link at the top. Join this house for women only. Today we have Tyrese. He wanted to come and speak his truth today. If you guys don't know, Tyrese has a hit single. It's called I Don't Think You Ever Loved Me. It features Lenny Kravitz. It is available right now on all streaming platforms, Apple Music, Spotify, Tidal. Go and add that to your playlist. Send it to all your friends and loved ones. But today he dropped a special remix to his single. The remix features 2 Chainz and Jeezy. It is the I Don't Think You Ever Loved Me remix. That link is right now pinned at the top of the room. I need y'all right now to tap that link at the top of the room because Tyrese said he wanted to drop the link exclusively on Clubhouse. It is not available anywhere but here. Y'all can download it. Y'all can have it first. It features Jeezy. It features 2 Chainz. I Don't Think You Ever Loved Me remix. Shouts out Wack 100 in the building. What's up, Wack? Welcome, sir.
What up, bro?
What up? So Tyrese is in the building. He's been answering y'all questions.
That nigga be stealing my tech, man.
Yo.
Man, that nigga got the same tech now. We fight over the tech guy. What's going on, bro?
I'm feeling what?
My tech guy, Lewis, nigga. Don't be you be hijacking Lewis, bro.
Yo, man, first of all, you a real hood nigga because you took my tech, nigga.
I definitely did.
No, you took my tech, nigga. First of all, you a real rich nigga because you took my tech, nigga, and then you got the nigga working in all your cribs and all your states. Okay, so now when I get on the phone with Lewis, I'm like, yo, I need you. I just blah, blah, blah. He's like, yo, I need you to fly me out. I'm like, what you mean? Yeah, Wack flew me out here to Jersey. I'm out here working on this shit. I'll come back for 3 days, but you gotta fly me back. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? How the fuck am I borrowing my tech guy?
Hey, why that nigga was taking pictures of my in-ground fire pit, bro? What you got going on, Tyrese?
Oh, wow. So now you over there. You not only do you got my tech, nigga, but you stealing my shit.
Hey, yo, Wack, welcome to the room, man.
What up, bro?
Wack, so Tyrese just dropped a new remix to his single, I Don't Think You Ever Loved Me. Tyrese, I see some of the remix is crazy. It features Jeezy and 2 Chainz. And Tyrese, you've been having some of the ladies from the house. They had some questions for you, man. I know Mir had a question. Mir, did you want to get your question off now?
Oh yeah. What's up, guys? Hi.
What's up, Mir?
So thank you for sharing. It's good to hear you back on here. It's been a while. But my question is, when you're doing all this work, because it is work, when you're going through all this growth, what are you doing to fill yourself back up for your joy?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think if there's a such thing as algorithm, right? The only thing that fucks up the energy of my day is baby mama shit or getting another letter from a lawyer tied into the baby mama shit with people asking for tax returns, just whatever the fuck. It's like, you know, we ain't together no more. You decided to leave.
All right, family, I'm hearing it. I'm just washing up 2 dishes, man. So I'm gonna go and listen and go and chat. Yeah, big up yourselves. Happy Sunday. Happy Mother's Day. Keep it locked. You done know the rest.
My life with you.
But just wash up my 2 plate them.
It was all us. So if you gonna leave, what the fuck you trying to take my life with you for? I'm over here working hard. I've been working hard. I've been at it for all these years. I never said love me because of my net worth, what I drive, and what I live in. But if that's not who you married, if that's not what the goal and the agenda, the vile agenda is, then why are you working so hard to try and take my life with you? Now, we all know what it costs to take care of the needs, the actual needs of a 1-year-old, 4-year-old. I got a 15-year-old and a 4-year-old. I am superseding the needs of my angels. And I love them despite what I may feel about their mothers. They're still the mother of my children, irregardless of me being with them or not. So, I mean, I got a lot of teeth in my mouth. I love smiling. I love, you know, like Wack 100, this brother right here, he's a fucking social media king, and he represents every controversial nigga on human feet. And it just on a street level, we on the phone laughing. Wack 100 normally on Clubhouse going at niggas' head. So I laugh and have fun and fuck with anybody. I fuck with every street nigga, Shake Royal. It doesn't matter. I get along with everybody. Everything about my day-to-day life is happy, good vibes, good energy. I'm a Capricorn, so I'm always deep in thought. But when it comes to my day-to-day life, I don't look for problems. I ain't got nobody after me on the street level. Politics, I don't have lawsuits that's pending, and I thank God for all. Like, I don't have no problem. I don't fuck with nobody. Like, I drive what I drive, and I live in what I live in. Like, ain't nobody finna rob Denzel Washington, man. I don't bother nobody. I don't fuck with nobody. Like, I know every Crip, every Blood. I know every nigga. I can make 2 phone calls and fuck some shit up. I don't bother nobody. Nobody's after me, and I'm not after nobody. I just got lawyers and baby mama drama. That's it. When my day gets fucked up, it's normally something like that.
Can I ask you a question, Tyrese? I've noticed throughout the years you've been very vulnerable with your fans. And I always had a question as to where, did you ever feel like your vulnerability affected your career in any way, be it a good or a negative way?
No. This is what's crazy, right? I'm going to give y'all a little secret right now. Like I gave y'all a lot of secrets on this Clubhouse. I'm going to give y'all a real secret. One of the craziest formulas of success for me is I do what most people aren't willing to do. Do you know how many niggas out here are actually sad, vulnerable, fucked up, going through something for real and refuse to talk about it? Because they working so hard to show niggas the red bottoms, what they driving, 12 chains on their neck, and all of the goofy shit, putting money up to the side of their faces. Like, they want to show niggas the crib, the private plane. They want to paint that picture like, nigga, we good over here. Fuck that bitch, nigga. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Moving on. But for somebody that's willing to express what they're actually feeling, what they're actually carrying, what's actually on their mind, whether good, amazing, life-changing, or bad, I'm going to win every time. And I'm going to be honest with you. The old me used to always have a bunch of people around me. I barely had money, and I had at least 15, 20 niggas around me at all times. I got more money now than I've ever had in my life, then I have no one around me. And it ain't got nothing to do with being rich, famous, thinking I'm too big. Like, I don't need the constant validation around me. So when you see me posting as much as I do on Instagram, here's the translation. Stay the fuck away from me. But I want everybody to know exactly what I'm thinking and feeling. But don't come to my house.
Thank
I
you.
don't want to see nobody.
I have another question.
I don't want to see nobody. I know every celebrity and star there is in the world. I know where all the TMZs and the restaurants and the paparazzis. I know how to call paparazzi on myself. I don't give a fuck about none of that.
That's true. That's true. I have another question though. We talk about colorism on the app a lot, and I always wondered like how colorism affected dark-skinned singers or actors like yourself, and if it affected you in any way in the industry. Because I actually adore dark-skinned Black men, but I'm just trying to figure out like, did it ever affect you?
Of course it did. I mean, listen, right now, you know, we got to think of it like an algorithm or a trend, you know. It's always going to be something trending every other year. And right now, everything about this dark skin that I've been in my whole life is the hottest shit moving. When I was a kid, and I talked about this in a recent interview, talk about colorism. Like, look, man, I've heard every black joke there is Shaka Zulu, black tarp, all teeth and eyes, black and blue blurple, every fucking dark joke there is. And, you know, I also seen all the light-skinned niggas with the green and hazel eyes with the baby hairs, basketball athletes on the basketball team in junior high, high school. I seen it all. I also seen how in Hollywood they was only hiring light-skinned niggas and the dark-skinned ones was just on standby. And then now it seems like this shift in colorism has went to Lupita and Viola Davis and Tyrese and Morris Chestnut and the black of the Blackberry, you know, the rest of the saying. So at the end of the day, I don't really let white people or anybody, black or white people, create the value or non-value of me and my complexion. Because you can go from dark skin to, oh, you too heavy, you too this, you too that. It could be anything, man. Listen, I'm me. If I feel like eating Chick-fil-A for the next 6 months and I end up growing a big-ass stomach with gorilla titties, then that's what the fuck it is. You ain't got to hire the fat nigga. But if you want me to lose some weight for your role, cut the check. We hit the gym 5 days a week. Bring it down to the level you want me to bring it to so I can show up and do my job. But you just got to always move and function from a place of confidence, self-love, and not allow, you know, oh, you're irrelevant. I've never been irrelevant to me. I've never not loved me. I've never, ever allowed somebody to say, you matter. Or, you know, niggas is checking for you, Reese. Motherfucker, I've been checking for me this whole time. And it ain't arrogance. It's just a matter of like, my integrity, my personal integrity and moral compass has never allowed me to place self-worth or self-value based on what they think of me or what people think of me.
Are these people that look like you?
Let me finish, please. So, yo, you're annoying. You're trolling. You're cringeworthy. What more do you want from me? Shut the fuck up. I mean, people online are as bold as they supposed to be. But I say this all the time, and Wack 100 will tell you, because he's always pulling out receipts. It's like most niggas that will go online and tear your life down or try to, but yet they under a username and an alias, and they probably have somebody else's picture and the emoji. So you're not really about that life if you're not gonna be under your real name while talking shit about my name.
Yeah, but you an open book though, bro. You ain't never gave a fuck. And you come tell us about our bullshit when we on some bullshit. So, like, so that's why you just, you'll pull right up on a nigga driveway and be like, get in for a minute. What's this? What's this shit right here? And niggas like, that's just you, bro. Like, and then ask a nigga if he want to roll to Vegas with you, one of them damn gadget cars you got.
Yeah, well, look, man, I listen. I appreciate that, man. I'm my own version of gangster. I ain't never claimed to be a gangster, but I'm my own. But I'm definitely one of them niggas. I'll go at you on social media for sure. But if it ever gets real and it ever feels like, oh, so this nigga got a problem. So let's pull up and have a conversation. Let me know where you at. I'm not showing up with no guns and no goons. I'm just gonna really try and figure out, like, where is this all landing? Like, how far are we going with this? Because we can definitely figure this out. And if it goes to that level, I got big homies from Watts from the hood right now. They'll say to me, I never forget. I'm sure you'll appreciate this, big homie. I had a nigga from Watts tell me, this shit was like 15 years ago. I'll never forget it. The big homies still alive to this day. I ain't gonna say his name. He said, yo, look, Reese. He said, we do this gangster crip shit 24 hours, 7 days a week, my nigga. He's like, we do this for real. If any nigga ever come at you, try and pull up on you, try and get money out of you, anything on any level, we do this gangster shit 24 hours, 7 days a week. Don't ever jump out of character. Don't ever try and become.
Bro, nigga, you go wherever you want. Everybody love you, both sides. So
yeah, but
ain't
what I'm
gonna come out here playing with you like that.
I'm just saying that love right there is love that didn't come with something that I had to pay for. Like, there's a lot of niggas out here that's got niggas being protected on a street level. We from here, so we know what happens when niggas land. They come to LA, they gotta go pull up on a nigga to keep them safe while they in town. We already know what that is, but I praise God every day that I got real niggas out here that do this shit all day. They murdering, robbing, stealing, laying niggas down at the gas station. I'll never forget one time I was in a Bentley. And I'm not flashing on niggas. I'm just telling y'all my truth. If you jealous, fuck you. I was in a white Bentley. I was on La Cienega right by the Beverly Center. One of the big homies called me and he said, hey, Reese. I said, what's up? He said, are you on La Cienega? I said, yeah. He said, you at a light right now? I'm like, yeah. He said, make a right turn. Get out of that lane and make a right. I'm like, what the fuck? He said, make a right. I said, okay. He said, yeah, one of the homies recognized you through your tent and you was about to get laid down at the light. And he recognized you and he made a phone call to make sure that all is well. And he told me to make a right. And the nigga that was in front of me got robbed. I made a right turn and I was out. And whoever that was in front of me, they got laid down at the light. And those are guardian angels. That ain't some gangster shit. Those are guardian angels that say, I don't bother nobody. Ain't nobody after me. I don't owe nobody no money. I'm not out here promising hood niggas this and that. I'm going to put you on my song, nigga, put you in the movie. You can't be out here promising hood niggas nothing because they going to pull up on you. And I thank God for that every day, man. And I hope I'm not putting no bad energy in the universe because I don't welcome it. I don't invite it. I don't bother nobody. So, I didn't grow up in blood hood. Whack 100 is a blood. I know plenty of bloods. And I get along with everybody.
We're going to ride for you, boy. You know that?
Appreciate you. Appreciate you, big homie. Hey, ride for me and let me get my motherfucking tech guy back, though. How about that?
Listen, man.
That's where you being gangster. Now you being a bully. You being a bully.
I'm trying to hijack one more thing from you. That motherfucking generator you got in the A, the backup. Yeah, I just ordered that. Yeah, but you can hide that secret. Yeah, I need that in my life.
Hey, you the funny nigga right here. Hey, I gotta tell you, big homie, that shit came with the house.
Did it?
It came with the house. That motherfucker, 25,000 square
That's what I
feet.
know, nigga.
When all the fucking electric and power go out in my neighborhood, I'm the only nigga with power.
Yeah, I just ordered that bitch. I see y'all need that.
That shit. Hey, nigga, I don't know how much that shit costs. Nigga. That's a real number, though.
No, it's definitely a real number, but it worked. I said, Luke, bro, I know bro got some shit at that other spot. He said, yeah. I said, yo, get the motherfucking model number for the motherfucker.
Yo, you are fucking crazy, man. This nigga asked for the model number.
Hey, yo, he said, I told Tyrese that you put a roof on your fire pit. And he said, what?
Hey, man. Hey, so you stealing my tech, nigga. You and the game. Stole my tech, nigga. Now Chris Brown out here that stole my tech, nigga.
Yeah, Chris tried to steal it.
God damn, let me tell you how
you know I got him.
Hey,
I'll argue with a nigga like you.
Oh, man. The funniest shit ever. Lewis, we talking about Lewis. I told Lewis, the last argument I got in with Lewis, I said, Lewis, you know what, man? You should stop working for people.
Yeah, for real. It's great.
Hey, listen, man, he a real alpha, but that nigga's a genius, man.
Did you see, the nigga pulled up on me, bro, with a Tesla. Nigga, how are you in a Tesla with all the tools and you run around all day? Know what he said? It give me excuse to be late when I gotta charge the car up. I ain't fucking with this nigga right here.
Hey, man. Lewis is a real nigga. Hey, last time I seen this nigga, I said, damn, I know I've been living in the ATL for the last 6 years. I'm like, nigga, you weren't around here looking like, what's that nigga Tom Hanks when he was on that island and he grew all his hair out?
He grew all the hair out.
I said, yo, Lewis, what the fuck is going on, nigga? He was like, you know, I just don't want niggas to be counting my money, so I'm looking scruffy. I said, Lewis, you get money, nigga. I know.
Look at that nigga. He beat down there with the white folks for real. Down there. Yo, but listen, man. When you get time, you know I got the Orlando Anderson rights. I want to do that with you.
Orlando Anderson. Who is that?
That's the one that allegedly killed Pac. Baby Lang.
Hey, I love you. I don't want no parts of that, bro.
I told Lewis said, tell Tyrese, I said, he gonna be scared of it. He said, ask him. I said,
hey, man, listen. Hey, you know the last movie I turned down?
Which one?
Because again, when you from here, man, it's cool. Oh man, the nigga performing. Look, I can do a performance and have niggas looking at my work. But listen, bro, the last movie I turned down, what's that movie about Biggie Smalls' murder? LAPD?
Oh, yeah, Unsolved.
Nigga, where they had Forrest Whitaker. Johnny Depp and Forrest Whitaker.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. Listen,
that was a good
my best friend, 25 years. His name is Brad Furman from Philadelphia. He directed that bitch. So imagine him calling me, trying to put me in that movie. The full court press went down. I said, nigga, listen, let me tell you something. The LAPD ain't finna pull me over and accidentally have my black ass on the side of the road. Because I'm doing a movie exposing an unsolved murder about Biggie. I'm not doing that, nigga. Like, I love you, but somebody else is gonna do this role. Yeah, but they're offering you. I said, nigga, I don't give a fuck what they offer me. You think a nigga about to go do a movie about an unsolved murder with Biggie Smalls? Like, are you like, come on? Like, I can't do that.
You know, I heard a crazy story about you, Tyrese.
What's that?
Crazy Dubai story.
Yeah, bless up, people. Bless up, bless up. Back again, back again. Yeah, Divine, I see you. Happy Mother's Day, Fiona. I see you. Happy Mother's Day, ladies. Come on. Bless up the womb. Bless up the womb. Pack the room, ladies. Pack the power. Come on. Without this power, there'll be no world. I want to them.
Tyrese come to the meeting and said, y'all doing this all wrong. Y'all should use that vehicle, which had nothing to do with him, but he insisted that if we really wanted to do good by ourselves, forget what they wanted to do with him with this vehicle and use another vehicle. Did you do that, bro?
Yes, I did.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, you know, look, man, moms rest in peace.
Yeah.
Raised a man with integrity, you know. And all these niggas out here want to do movies. They not thinking about the consequences. They want to do things. I gotta go to sleep at night.
They was trying to give you a whole lot of money, and all you had to do was show up and say, all right, let's go. You looked at the situation and said, I like it, but what y'all want to do with me is not the best thing for you. You should use that vehicle over there. And I well,
use that vehicle and call this person. As a matter of fact, here's their number.
Hey, Tyrese.
Listen,
Did you?
Hey, Wack, I love you, man. Stay safe, bro. Keep your eyes on the swivel. It's real out here, you know what I mean? And listen, I want to close this room out with telling y'all once again, the new album is entitled Beautiful Pain. I hope that this album sees the light of day. It's the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life. The single is entitled. All right. Big up yourself, Tyrese. Big up yourself. Yeah, I think he's just gonna continue to plug his little thing. I don't think you ever. So all right, family. So yeah, man, you was just listening to Tyrese Gibson. Yeah, and he was I don't want to say bleeding out a bit because that might sound disrespectful, but you know, he was just really talking about the breakup with the lady that he tried to push on the community as being a no. All right, we'll leave that bit there still. But yeah. So yeah, man, you know what I mean? Look at early morning testimony. Again, ladies, I think we should try to use it as a what? Because he was saying, you know, that, you know, he was definitely sort of saying about how hard it is for a man to express himself, this, that, and the other. Obviously, he referred to the time when he was online crying for 7 minutes. Big up himself for that still. That took a lot. But, yeah, I guess a general question, you know, to the ladies is, do you think that we are accommodating enough to are we accommodating enough? Is it because of women that men don't talk or what? You know, we know that the suicide rate amongst men is quite high, although it's not spoken about. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's some of us that might even have boy children. How are we growing up the boy children? Are we growing them up to be able to express themselves, you know, freely and clearly, whereby when they become men, you know, if they come into certain situations, are we equipping them with the right tools to deal with it? I'm even questioning my own self as I say this. Do you know what I mean? You know, because I guess we're still in a world, or at least if you're of a certain age, whereby rightly or wrongly, you know what I mean, boys are seen to be, you know, tough and this and that, and girls, you know what I mean, the other. You know, stop cry boy and all them sitting there, you know what I mean? I'm sure that's something that we've all grown up hearing, man. But yeah, food for thought. They choose not to express themselves. We are stopping them, Sif. We are not. All right, Divine. I mean, this is sort of what I'm thinking myself. I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I don't know if I should say it, but I definitely remember saying to my people,
Oh, you know what I mean? Just talking, express yourself, man. Don't, you know what I mean? Get me all them type of thing there. And I'm not gonna lie, a whole heap of years later, I tell man, well, I'm not even saying it to him, but I'm like, oh my God, stop talking. But oh, God forgive me. God forgive me. But yeah, man, it's like, and then you might even be listening, so I could be fucking myself up. But like, I created a monster, you know what I'm saying to you? Like a man who never used to talk about his feelings, this, that, and the other. And by the time 9-9 done with him to stop. Sure. Listen to me, Buckley. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest though. Yeah, I can't. You know, oh dear. Yeah, I do like a quiet man. I can't lie, man. Yeah. I mean, this is slightly veering off a bit, but I remember I used to think, oh, I want a man that, you know what I mean, he's talkative like me, and you know what I mean, enough conversation, all of them thing there, you get me? And one time I buck up such a person, Bridget, and no, sir. Yeah, no, sir. So what I'm saying is, my man can't talk more than me. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And I'm noticing there's a lot of talkative men these days. Very, 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 very talkative. Can chat for days and hours. And yeah, I'm gonna know about that, Virgin. I'm gonna know about that. Oh, Stu. Hold on, Stu. Stu says, because women try and change a man into something else. I'm sure there's some truth to that still, man. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if it's changing him into something else, but you know what I mean? Yeah, little upgrades here and there. Yeah, definitely. And is it vice versa too? Nah, probably not to be. No, but I think some men do though, or some men may not. Yeah, yes, yeah, it is vice versa too. You know what I mean? I know a man that's definitely took the shine off of their women. You get me? Oh, good. Come on, Reanimator. You know the settings already, man. You know what I mean? Happy wife, happy life, innit? Get me? And some men just know how to zone out and even appear like they're listening. I rate them. You know what I mean? And every now give that cursory, yeah, baby boy. You know what I mean? And you know the scunt now you're a blood cleat, yeah, saying, but you know what I mean? That's what. Big up yourself, you animator. The man in a woman's mind doesn't exist. Oh, Stu's on one today. Ooh. The man in a woman's mind doesn't exist. Wow. Wow. Wow, that's almost poetic, Stu. The man in a woman's mind doesn't exist. The man in a woman's mind. I have to put the man in a woman's mind doesn't exist. I'm trying to process that one day, you know, Stu. The man in a woman's mind doesn't. So we say like you're just like, nah, that's not true, Stu. Come on, Stu. That's not true. Ooh, Lady Divine ain't having a bar. The men today are not men. They are more. They are more female than us. Real talk. Oh boy. The man that's in the woman's mind doesn't. Boy, Divine ain't on no. She ain't on it today. Oh, it's a shame you didn't hear Tyrese the call earlier, Divine. The men today are not. I'll tell you, we're getting a lot of poetry today, you know. Jeez, they are more female than us. Real talk. Well, I gotta say something about that. All right, so listen. In the meantime, whilst we all digest those little bits of poetry there, we Make we bless up the wombs. You get me? Bless up the mothers. You know what I'm saying to you? Big up all the mums out there, past, present, and future. Because without you, there is no world. You get me? Although the man them are steadily trying to done our dance. I can't lie. The man them are definitely trying to done our dance in terms of the necessity of having a woman to have a child. Oh, Divine, your husband drop in. Come on. This is why we love our men, man. This is why we love our men. Born Rich says, these hardback women are too masculine. Yeah, that's why we love our men. Is it? Call them tell we say we're too masculine. Yes, ladies. This is where we're at, man. Big up yourself, Born. Big up yourself. Yeah, buddy. Big up all the masculine women out there. You don't know, but don't know. You don't know, they don't know. Right, what's going on?
Sweet mother. Sweet mother, I never forget you for the suffer where you suffer for me.
Suffer for you.
Sweet mother, I never forget you for the suffer where you suffer for me.
Suffer. Come on, ladies. Big up yourself, man. Big up yourself. You understand?
When I dey cry, my mother go carry me. She go say my bikini, but you dey cry, yo. Stop. Make you no cry again,
Come on. Pick up the mommies out
When I
there.
want sleep,
Women without
my mother go text me. She go lie me well for bed. She cover me clouds, say make you sleep, my pikin no. When I dey hungry, my mother go run up and down. She go find me something where I go chop. Sweet mother, sweet mother, oh, I love you. When I dey sick, my mother go cry. She go say instead when I go down.
I've been using Spotify for 8 or 9 years, and it changed my game around because very soon I realized.
She died, she go beg God, God help me, God help me, my pikin, no. If you no sleep, my mother no go sleep. If you no chop, my mother no go chop. She no dey tire, sweet mother. I no go forget the suffer where you suffer for me, yeah. Sweet mother, sweet mother, oh, I love you.
Sweet mama, don't never forget you, man.
Sweet mother, je n'oublierai jamais cet amour que tu as su me donner. Sweet mother, je n'oublierai jamais, maman, cet amour que tu as su me donner. Quand je pleure, Sweet mother me prend dans ses bras et me dit mon bébé, oh pourquoi tu pleures, yo. Stop, et ne pleure plus mon bébé, oh. sommeil. Sweet mother me baisse, me borde bien dans mon lit. Elle me chante une chanson, fais dodo, mon bébé. Quand j'ai faim, sweet mother va un peu partout pour me trouver de quoi manger. Sweet mother, sweet mother, oh, je t'aime. Quand je suis malade, sweet mother pleure et dit mon Dieu, prenez soin de mon bébé. Elle prie toujours, Seigneur aidez mon bébé.
Yes.
Sweet mother ne dort pas. Si je ne mange pas, sweet mother ne mange pas. Elle n'est jamais fatiguée, sweet mother. Je n'oublierai jamais tout ce que tu as pu faire pour moi, sweet mother. Sweet mother, oh, je t'aime.
Yeah, man. What it's about, family.
I no go forget you.
Never.
My sweet mother will suffer for me. When I dey cry, my mother go cry. She don't know what you go do. You know well. Now wetin dey worry you, my pikin? You fit get another wife. You fit get another husband. But you fit get another mother. Oh no.
Y'all get another mother.
Ah, ma sweet mother, qui a tant souffert pour moi. Oh, quand je pleure, ma maman pleure aussi. Elle dit, qu'est-ce qui ne va pas, mon bébé? Tu as faim? T'es malade? Oh, tu peux avoir un autre mari. Tu peux avoir une autre femme.
Sweet mama,
Maman.
I'll never forget.
Oh non, impossible.
Yeah, man. Too bad.
Ma maman est la meilleure. Oh.
Never forget. Go on, auntie. Yes, sister, you mean.
Sweet mother, sweet mother, oh, I love you. Sweet mother, sweet mother,
Well, pick up your dad, JB, for Virgin. Pick up your papa, man.
sweet
The
mother,
dance days coming to her and her.
sweet mother, sweet mother, oh, je t'aime.
Yeah, man. That's sweet mother. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, like we say, big up all the mums out here. Now, I see John made a comment before where he said every day is Mother's Day, not a day they pick. Salute all mothers. And as much as I do like that sentiment, I actually have to disagree, man, because as far as I'm concerned, really and truly, women are not celebrated generally, especially as mothers. They're not celebrated. Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. They're definitely not. So as much as I hear you, you get me. I mean, you know, I do agree that it should be an everyday celebration, but I'm saying we are not celebrated. You know what I'm saying to you? Considering the work that women do, considering what women do, you know what I'm saying to you? They're not celebrated. You get me? So yeah, they must get one day out of the year whereby people remember, say, yeah, you know, women are the greatest, mothers are the greatest. Because really and truly, I don't think it's celebrated. Definitely not. I don't think it's been interwoven into the fabric of society as to how important women are. No way. No way. I mean, come on. You get me? No. Let's not. So yeah, man. And you know, if I was going to be honest, I think there's still a far way to go. I think there's still a far way to go when it comes to, you know, appreciating not just women, but especially mothers. I mean, if women aren't having children, there's no world. You know what I'm saying to you? But in saying that, though, yeah, they're definitely making strides to make it that way, whereby you do not need a woman to have a child. Like this is happening, where you can basically, they're incubating children in little pods. This is real shit. Remember, once they can do that, there is no need for women. And this is actually happening, unfortunately. Real talk. I'm going to see if I can pull up the thing. You get me? Last week, we spoke about how there's an Indian doctor that's trying to have men have uteruses. So, yeah. As much as I hear that, brethren, nah, they're trying to rub us out. I hear you, Nines, but my mother and wife are in my family renaissance report. Women are after losing the alpha. Yeah, I hear that still, JB4, and you get me. Give thanks for that, man. Do you know what I mean? But would you say that you're in the majority or the minority? You know what I mean? You know? But yeah, man, I'm saying that they're definitely trying to rub us out. Big up yourself, Code. Just in time or right on time.
No. We're not bigging up Code. We're not doing that.
Oops.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah, he's on the watch list right now.
Oh, boy.
Grand Rising. Happy Mother's Day and happy Womb Day to all the queens out there. He's on the watch list. Watch him.
Upon watch this. What you got to know, brethren? Lord of God. Did I hear the Sundown Doctor was Guyanese? I did hear say the Sundown Doctor was Guyanese. Who's the Sundown Doctor? Definitely. Well, there you go, John B. So yeah, you unfortunately you're in the minority, but big up yourselves and your household. Do you know what I mean? But what it is, Divine, I was just saying that still in 2023, the woman is not really celebrated as they should be, especially as mothers. You understand what I'm saying to you? And I'm saying that they are definitely trying to rub us out because they've got a thing now where they got a pod of sorts. I'll see if I can pull it up, where basically the pod can grow up the child. You know what I'm saying to you? Where you don't need the womb.
Yeah, that's mad. Some
you understand?
Synthetic lab babies or whatever they got going. Yeah, mad.
Right. And last week we spoke about the Indian doctor, that's trying to insert uteruses into men. And it's not even the first time this has been done before, but failed horribly. You see what I'm saying to you? So it just proves also that it's not just now they're trying to rub us out, brethren. You know,
it's crazy. I just don't understand how humanity is supposed to carry on like this is normal. Synthetic babies in a lab somewhere just being grown from putting an egg and a sperm together in a pod, and yeah, this is crazy. I don't understand.
This is what men want, isn't it? Men want to be, you know, maybe exactly like you actually said, sis. Some men actually want to be women whereby they can actually bring 4 children.
It looks
And
like that's what's happening for real. That actually is what's going on.
I mean, does that mean that there's a woman somewhere trying to make it whereby we can then inseminate these? You get me?
Yeah.
Are women gonna be able to fucking? You get me?
I don't think we will. I don't think
What's the
it's
shot on
even.
that? You understand?
It's crazy. It's crazy. You got men dressing up as us, pretending to be us, imitating us. Then now they're putting wombs in themselves and cutting off their peens to make clits. And it's like, how far? When is it gone too far at this point? Like, what point did we say, okay, this is absolute madness? Cut all of that out. Just cut it out. This is not the way the Most High intended it to be. What is going on?
They are trying to be the Most High. The men. Remember, it's a man's world. Yeah, it's a man's world. These are facts. And yeah, maybe some of them are now tired of being men and they want to know what it's like on the other side, and they're making that shit possible. But it's very frightening, obviously, and I'm saying it's frightening for women because, if they manage that, they're going to rub us out. There's no ifs or buts about it.
Yep. Because for a long time they've been saying, like, I've heard all them chatterings from the time I was little to now, saying that how there's more women on the earth than men and blah blah blah. And so it looks like, yeah, they're trying to dwindle out the numbers. I know that in certain countries on the other side of the world, like, they prefer their children to be firstborns, to be males. You know what I mean? They're seen as, and if they find out they're having female children, they try to abort them. Yeah, it's just like this has been going on for time, but now they just stepped it a whole new notch, talking babies in a lab. To what?
Yeah,
Somebody needs to talk some sense to me.
See if I can pull it up whilst you're there. But yeah, this is what's happening, man. And it's not even, and the thing is, once they've already told us about it, it's already got, when they say, oh, we got this in the pipeline, that means to them done did it already. You know what I mean? They're just trying to see like the response. Them ones like test out the waters and that. But yeah, let me see. Hold on a second. Yep. Fiona says, yep, like India, there's more men than there are women because of the male leadership.
Right. And see, that's what Fiona knows what's going on. Fiona knows what's going on. Like, who have eyes can see and who have ears can hear, in it. We can see what's going on, but at what point do we stand up as the people and say, yo, you're not going too far, stop the mess? Because I don't know what these governments or whoever's in control of this mess, we don't know what they've got planned in the next 100 years, 50 years from now. We don't know, but best believe it's already in the pipeline. That's all we do need to know. It's already, whatever they got planned for us, it's already in the making. We're just going to see the shift slowly happen. And it's already happening, as we can tell.
But is it slowly though, sis? Because if you think what we're seeing in our lifetime, in our little lifetime, and we're not even that old. You understand what I'm saying to you? In the last 10 years, even
yes, you're right. Even in the last 10 years, we've seen drastic changes. And there's no stopping it. It's just happening. Like all the rainbow stuff that we see going on, this LG, that's literally happened in the last 10 years when you think about it. The big push for it. When was Obama? When was Obama in president of the America? How long ago was that?
So that was like 13. I think he first got in about 13 years ago.
Okay, so let's say 10 to 15 years. Okay,
something like that.
Right. So we're going to just round it up to 10. In the last 10 to 15 years, a major shift has happened. And whoever's going to argue us down on that is ridiculous. A major push and a major shift happened at that point in time. And this is we're at where we're at now.
You know what I find interesting as we're even speaking about this year, that a lot of these things has happened under a conservative, quote unquote, government. Get me? Now,
I never thought about it like that,
historically, conservative is supposed to be, you understand what I'm saying to you?
I never thought about it. Actually, now you got me thinking.
You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah? You would expect more of that under Labour, it could be argued, or Liberal.
Because they're supposed to be leading to the left, right? So
Right.
you would expect it. Right. I hear what you're going with this. I see where
But
you're
a
going.
lot of this madness has actually happened under Conservative. Yeah. And obviously, a lot of it also happened under Republican in America. When my man was in, when him there, fucking hell, I can't remember his name now. The Maverick Trump.
You know, I didn't even think, now you've actually got my brain jerking, because I didn't even think of it like who was in power. I just thought of Obama. I didn't even think that far ahead. But actually, when we look across the world, even in the UK, everywhere, you're actually right. That's food for thought.
Even Jamaica.
The Caribbean
is our Conservative. Do you know what I mean? And PMP would be Labour, you get me? And yeah, JLP's been in charge. So yeah, man, I'm telling you, yo, they're coming for us, you know. It's not no joke, you know. This is a serious thing, man. So what I wanted to ask the family is, yeah, what do you think the world's gonna look like in 10 years, people?
I don't want to know, sis.
Please
To
do
be fair,
type
I'm scared. I don't want to
What
know.
do we think the world's gonna look like in 2033? That's 10 years from now. 2033. What do we think? And remember, you Divine, like it could be argued we've been on YouTube, say, for like 5 years. So
And look what we've seen in the 5 years that we've been on.
Right. So what do we think the world's gonna look like in 10 years?
Sis, remember last week we was talking about, was it last week we was on? Yeah. And we was talking about how they're slowly rolling in the electric powered this and the cars they're trying to get rid of, and they're putting up the limits of remember you was talking about the 15-minute cities.
Mm-hmm.
So now we'll have to equate all of that into perspective and actually think, what would the world look like in the next 10, not even 20, you know, not even 30, not even 50. We're talking 10 to 15 years. I'm crying already. Because it's going to look bad. And whatever's going on then is going to look even worse 15, 20 years after that. I'm scared. I'm scared for the kids.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because you understand. That's I tell you, boy. Stu said no cash. So you think we're going to be cashless within 10 years?
Yeah, definitely. That's a very good one. Yes, Stu. I do believe that. We see it happening. Look at the banks closing down literally right around us every time you go to the high street. Every single time. You just see another bank closed down.
Code says no genders.
Yep, that's another good one. Yep.
Well, you know, I tell you what as well, you know, it's so funny. When I was growing up here, I see, you know, you chat mad shit, and I say, oh, they should have man, woman, and an in-between. You get me? That's what I used to say.
Wait. Don't pause. What's the in-between?
No, exactly. But you know what I mean? I just remember I used to say that. I can't remember why I used to say it, man. But I just say, yeah, you should have man, woman, and in between. But obviously, very tongue in cheek. But it's actually happening now. Like, you might actually no. But remember, there's people out here trying to say that there's 72 genders. Yeah. I mean, you don't want to go down this slippery slope, because there's conversations.
We're already on the slippery slope. We're sliding. We're sliding.
They say there's 72 genders. You get me? So there's no longer just XX and XY. There's XX, XY, XBC. Because remember, the chattings is that gender is just a social construct, just like race. You get me? That just seems to be the get out clause now. It's a social construct. You get me? My thing is, everything is a social construct if you were to look at it like that.
But they do it with everything. They do it with race. They do it with genders. They do it with, you shouldn't call yourself black because it's man, shut up. I'm so sick of it.
But this is what I'm trying to say, man. But I think that this is a seed being planted just other seeds just to cause division, chaos, confusion, and whatever. Because I'm hearing a lot of confusion out there. A lot of confusion. Like, it's like the confusion is real, and I don't know if they're being sent out to come and confuse the people. or what, but it's very frightening, and it's people that look like me and you. You
They
understand?
seem to be the biggest mouths and the loudest flipping voices out here, and it bothers me that it's our own that are doing it. And when you point it out, they don't even see what the problem is. They don't get it. I'm like, man.
Kushti, you're an idiot, you know. You're an idiot, Kushti. Reanimator saying that this gender thing is just a fad and it won't last. That's interesting.
Reanimator, I think you're living in a different world from the rest of us. You know, I'm not even gonna lie. You need to come up here and explain this, Reanimator. This is mad. How could you even think that when you can literally see it happening?
You go on. My man said in 10 years' time, you're gonna want him back. So you're dashing with no, but in 10 years, you're gonna want him back. That code, I tell you. So, I don't know what you up on divine.
Listen, the man threw me out, put me out of the house, throw me out of the house, put me in the compound with Born, left me over there, so, and now talk about when am I coming home. Go long, you're on the watch list, yeah. I'll be in the business with you again.
I disagree, Reanimator, in terms of it being a fad. I disagree, because I think it's gone too far, bro. And it's gone too far. There's too much money involved. And I believe it's just part of the agenda to help fuck up the place, man. Rotted Kushti said in 10 years, Code's gonna be on Pitney number 33. Big up the fertile man, them. Yo, they got you out here like sperm donor Code. Blood clean, well gone. So you think of it. Hey. You think of it. Yo, Divine, sounds like you might be bringing forth more children, my girl.
Jesus, I can't even manage the one then when we have. Chaja.
It looked like if Code put him too high upon you. I not. He said I'm a push. Yo, you lot are too fucking funny, man. So he's saying, Reanimator saying it's an American thing being played by the demon rats, a political game. But if that's so, all right then. So even if you say that for American Reanimator, what do you say for England though?
And the rest of the world that is happening in? Come on. We're seeing people like Reanimator. I don't know if you caught last week's show, but we kind of touched on it a bit, yeah. And we was talking about you know, like how the girls them are running over to like places like the DR and then places to go and get all these like body ultimates and that. There's stuff that's happening in the Caribbean as well, you know, where they've got certain doctors that are being struck off in like England and America. They can't practice this, so they run and hide in like the deep parts of the Caribbean and perform these surgery to people for cheap cash and all of that. We was talking about it with the Mexico thing as well, because remember the girl went to Mexico to go and get the thing, and then they got snatched up by the cartel kind of thing. So these things are happening, you know, and it's not just happening it's happening worldwide. You just got to go into the trenches in the underworld and you will see these things are taking place. People are traveling to go and get their sexes altered, or it's just mad. Like this is actually a thing. And it's happening right now. I don't understand what Reanimator is saying. Let him say what he's saying there.
Oh, is that right? Reanimator, they've closed that clinic. Really? Oh, now that's interesting. But to be fair though, it's done its damage already though, Reanimator. Even if it is closed now, yeah, it's already done its damage, man. To be honest, if that is the case, I'm gonna look at that now still. But even if that were to be the case, Reanimator, it's done its damage, man. It's done its damage. It's already set the pace already, man. So they were sued. Oh, I'm gonna look it up now. But yeah, I hear that still, and that is a good thing still, Reanimator. But I'm saying it. I'm saying it's too late, innit? It done set, you know what I mean? Done set place already, man. You know? But hold on, I'm gonna look it up still. That'll be interesting to know. But yeah, they done bits, man. Surgeons are starting to be sued by a person who had the There's gonna be a lot of I'm getting tongue tied, man. But I'm telling you, man, that place there. Hold on. Okay, let me see. Okay, so it's Bell versus Tavistock. Okay. Oh, this is so this is quite recent. Oh, Tavistock trust whistleblower David Bell, I believe. Oh, so this has been going on for a couple years.
Read
then.
it out, like, I don't know nothing about none of this, so I'm learning as you're talking.
Okay, let me see if I can even bring it up on Thingy. So basically, the Tavistock Institute is like in fact, let me not even try and let me give you the proper thing. But it was like an institute where they dealt with gender changes and all them type of vibrations. You get me?
Okay.
Funded, and guess who funds? Let me see. Guess who funds the? Guess who funded that organization, family? Someone put it in the chat if you can take a guess.
Please do not say Black Lives Matter or some stupidness like that.
No.
Okay.
Right, so I'm just reading ADL. No, they are the leading fools. Raheem in the building. Woo! Long time, Raheem. Hope you're well.
No, another one on the watch list. That's two on the watch list right now. Yeah, there's two of them on the watch list.
So no,
big up, brother Raheem. Big up. You're on the watch list too.
So they are actually, they were actually funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. So from this already, you get me, there's supposed to be alarm bells. But under a question where it says what went wrong at the Tavistock Clinic, it says here, they were being asked for evidence that young people would be able to give consent and that they could understand the proposed treatment. But the Tavistock Clinic was unable to produce data on its practice or on safety. And without this, how could they adequately provide evidence-based recommendation to patients? All right, so, and I'm going to go into, this is interesting. Thanks for this, Reanimator, because I definitely did not know. And that is quite interesting still, considering even what we were speaking about last week, Divine, in terms of, you know, what was being taught in, was it here actually? What was being, it might not be, you know. Anyway, let me hold on a second. All right, Bell versus Tavistock. Let's see if we can just
find out a bit. Like, the brothers are confused. They're like, watch list? What watch list? This is the thing, brothers, right now we're doing an analysis of what's going down. I know Raheem's one of the biggest misogynists out here as a brother, yeah, so yeah, that's what got him on the watch list, yeah. So now we're doing this thing with this passport bros and that we have to watch and observe you lot first to see if you lot make the test. So yeah, all of you brothers are on the watch list. That's the watch list right now. We're watching and observing all the man them right now. You're all on the watch list, every last one of you. Big up. Hey, Buddha.
Morning. Hey there.
Another one on the watch list, sis. Another one added to the watch list. Yeah.
Yeah, keep fucking watching. Yeah, keep your beady eyes on it. Yeah, watch and learn.
Yo, Divine.
Sis, we have to work under it today. They're all on the watch list, yeah.
Say nothing. Right, I'm just trying to look for this thing. So
yeah, as I was saying, they try to send me to the Tavistock fucking clinic years ago. In fact, they tried me twice. Got referred there twice. It's a bit mad, and I ain't gonna lie. Like, it's a bit weird.
Why? Because you were misbehaving.
Well, it's so with my condition, there's not really much they can do about it, and there's only one kind of therapy. It's called psychotherapy, and they try to send me down there to do it, and I was like apprehensive to begin with, because you know me, like when they said, right, here's your referral, go to the Tavistock Clinic, they're gonna do psychotherapy with you. I was like, what is psychotherapy? And then they told me what it was, and I googled it, and the success rate ain't really that great, to be honest with you. So I thought, what's the fucking point?
Right. Nah, and that's interesting as well, because I think previously, I think the Tavistock was also just dealing with other sort of, you know what I mean? I don't want to say psycho things, but just, you know, things to do with the mind or whatever, more so than the whole gender thing. You get me? I think along the way, they became...
Imagine when I walked in, right? There's like a waiting room. You sit down, you wait in the room. And I'm seeing some odd people in the waiting room. I'm thinking, huh? What's going on here? But anyway, guy comes down, introduces himself, tells me to come up to his room, opens the door. You know what the first thing I see? A fucking couch. You know, like in the movies, they have the couch, and you lie down on the couch, and that's what the guy had in his room. I'm like, yo, in all the time I've been through all of these mad fucking places, I've never seen that. That's like a fallacy you see on TV. They don't really have those things in actual places. So when I saw that there, I was like, yeah, this ain't for me, for real. Like, judging by what I see in the waiting room and what I'm seeing here, I'll give this one a pass.
So even as a young person, it felt quite eerie to you. There was a vibration about it that was even sort of palpable to yourself.
This was in my 30s, you know. I was about, I don't know.
Okay.
But the first referral was, 30s, and then maybe 38 after, so 30, early 30s, late 30s.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for that share still, but yeah. Let me just, because I was trying to pull it up but my computer's just moving mad. So you don't have to just listen to my docile tones. You know how it go already. But it reads here, it says in October 2019, a legal complaint was lodged against the NHS Gender Identity Development Service as its satellite site in Leeds. The suit was brought by Mrs. A, the mother of a 15-year-old patient on the GIDS waiting list, and Sue Evans, a former nurse at the Leeds GIDS satellite. It's alleged that advice around hormone therapy was potentially misleading, quote unquote, and that true informed consent could not be given under such circumstances. The suit described hormone therapy as, quote unquote, experimental, and stated that there was robust evidence to show long-lasting medical effects of hormone therapy. The lawyer representing the claimant said the lawsuit would be pressing the case of Gillick to its breaking point. Sometime after January 2020, Evans passed on her role as complaint to Kira Bell, who was prescribed puberty blockers by GIDS. Remember, GIDS is Gender Identity Development Service, yeah? So, let me go back. So, sometime after January 2020, Evans passed on her role as complaint to Kira Bell, who was prescribed puberty blockers by GIDS when she was 16. So, this is where the Bell versus the Tavistock comes in, I take it. Bell had a double mastectomy age 20. Bombocly, take off she two titty them age 20. Sorry. And now regrets transitioning. Oh God, man, you can't make this shit up. Which has now left her with no breasts. a deep voice, body hair, a beard, and affected sexual function. She may well be infertile as a side effect of the drugs. Bell, in hindsight, described her transition as being related to rotted. Oh, God. I'm not laughing, family. I'm not even laughing, but I am. And this is such an interesting case, right? And it says, sorry, Bell, in hindsight, described her transition as being related to her mother's alcoholism, struggling with puberty, struggling with being a lesbian, social isolation, and depression. You see what I'm saying, she family? So that there is like the sort of summary or the outline of the case, I'm presuming, yeah. And that's what they was. Oh, sorry, 1 second. And that's what they're citing. I'm gonna read that again still, man, because I need to let that, as Ultra say, because then we can actually have a conversation about that, man. That's crazy. So let me just read the last bit again. It says, Bell, who was the person that went through the transition, in hindsight, described her transition as being related to her mother's alcoholism, struggling with puberty, struggling with being a lesbian, social isolation, and depression. In the judgment delivered on the 1st of December 2020, which has now been quashed on appeal, the judges said that it was highly unlikely that a child aged 13 or less would be competent to give consent to the administration of puberty blockers, and that it was doubtful that 14 or 15-year-olds could understand the long-term risks and consequences of this form of treatment. Where the person is 16 or over, we recognize that clinicians may well regard these as cases where the authorization of the court should be sought prior to commencing the clinical treatment. The court said, where the decision is significant and life-changing, then there is a greater onus to ensure that the child understands and is able to weigh the information, and concluded. So these are conclusions. A child under 16 may only consent to the use of medication intended to suppress puberty where he or she is competent to understand the nature of the treatment. That includes an understanding of the immediate and long-term consequence of the treatment, the limited evidence available as to its efficacy or purpose, the fact that the vast majority of patients proceed to use of cross-sex hormones and its potential life-changing consequences for a child. There will be enormous difficulties in a child under 16 understanding and weighing up this information and deciding whether to consent to the use of puberty-blocking medication. It is highly unlikely that a child aged 13 or under would be competent to give consent to the administration of puberty blockers. It is doubtful that a child aged 14 to 15 could understand and weigh the long-term risks and consequences of the administration of puberty blockers. So these, what I'm reading now, are conclusions, yeah. And the last one, it says, in respect of young persons aged 16 and over, the legal position is that there is a presumption that they have the ability to consent to medical treatment. Given the long-term consequence of the clinical interventions at issue in this case, and given that the treatment is as yet innovative and experimental, we recognize that clinicians may well regard these as cases where the authorization of the court should be sought prior to commencing the clinical treatment. So I know that was a bit of a mouthful, family. So you see, mate, because as I was reading that Reanimator, that's exactly who I was thinking about. Not necessarily if she regretted it or not, but certainly as someone who started that process when they were quite young, right? Because I think when they hit the park, and she went to the Tavistock, actually. Yeah. She went Tavistock, actually. Sorry. So, So yeah, so okay, so they've checked, but like I'm saying, man, it's too late, man. I wonder if there's actually any record as to how many gender thingamabobs they did. Hold on. How many gender changes did the Tavistock Institute do? Let me see. Let me see if it says. If it says. But in terms of it, it goes the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations. That is so funny. Of Human Relations is a not-for-profit organization that applies social science to contemporary issues and problems. Mad thing. It was initiated in 1946. Interesting, as the Second World War finished, when it was developed from the Tavistock Clinic and was formally established as a separate entity in September 1947. And the thing is as well, you know, family, if we remember, a lot of scientists from the Second World War, yeah, not a lot of them mad scientists that were doing mad shit, they came to England and America. Remember, a lot of them German ones, the Americans and the English basically fucking employed them, recruited them. You know what I mean? And that's when you go into, you know, again, we digress a bit, but that's when you go into them MK Ultra and Project Blue, whatever, and rare this and rare that, you know what I mean? When they're dealing with just basic mindfuck shit. Over the next 10 years, they'll be sued to high heaven. Boy, that's really, again, that is so, you see. So then, that is so mad, you know. That is so mad. So yeah, I mean, in 10 years' time, then maybe we'll be able to ask the question: how many of those persons that went through them thing there have regrets? And I'm sure there's testimonies if we actually went to look about, you know, people with regrets. Let me see if I just put in transgender regrets. And we're not trying to even, in fact, because it's Mother's Day today, so we're not even trying to thingy bobby, but it's only because man brought that up still. But yeah, that institute done bits, man. Right, how common is transgender regret? In a review of 27 studies involving almost 8,000 teens and adults who had transgender surgeries, mostly in Europe, the US, and Canada, 1% on average expressed regret. For some, regret was temporary, but a small number went on to have detransitioning or reversal surgeries. Okay, well, 1%, that's not too bad still. Like, if that is true, then, I mean, obviously, that's from their survey of 8,000. And what's 1%? I mean, that's not too bad still. I thought it was going to be higher. What is the... Oh, no. Hold on a minute. There's another stat here. What is the regret rate for surgery? Overall, 13% of patients reported treatment-related regret at 5 years. This included 6% of patients undergoing surgery, 11% undergoing radiotherapy, and 7% undergoing active surveillance. I don't know. Wait, let me stop because that might be related to something else. But I think that's the thing, and I think for myself, yeah, I think one of my biggest things regarding that situation there was, even if you get me, it had to go that way, then certainly allowing them to do it in their teens and all that was definitely wrong. Do you know what I mean? Definitely wrong. And I think that something like that, I think the minimum age for even just thinking about it should be like 21 or something. I'll be honest. I think probably even 18 is too. And I mean, maybe at 18, you can start having consultations and start having, you know, conversations about it, this, that, and the other, so that if you are actually going through something, you know what I mean, you don't feel like you're being, like, not listened to, this, that, and the other. Do you know what I mean? But in terms of actual, you know, allowing physical changes, you get me? Nah, man, we gotta, and to see that that's what the case basically is backing that up, and they're saying that but then at the same time, yeah, why have the courts allowed that shit to go on for so long in the first place? Why didn't the court just know what they were doing and just know from a legal standpoint that it shouldn't be happening anyway? Do you know what I mean? Why is it taking for someone to try to come and sue people for it to? And that's why I know that it's all nonsense, man. Get me? It's just nonsense. They knew exactly what they were doing. They know the fucked up shit what was going on, and they allowed them. All right, so think about having to face that reality after the fact. They just double down but still regret it. They only checked on them for up to 6 months to a year. Good morning, Ultra Ego Wisdom. And the detransitioners say medical professionals shun them after start stating regret. So yeah, man, it was too young, man. 13 and all of this, and now we're hearing they're allowing, people of 7 and 8 no, it's too young. The thing is, we know that adolescence is a mad time anyway for some people, just ups and downs and rounds, just generally. Yeah, and like I said, the person has cited adolescence in their thing, mum being an alcoholic, this, that, do you know what I mean? It's a lefty thing that promotes this shit. It's political, as I said. Yeah, but Reanimator, you keep trying to push it to all right, you know what? The thing is, though, Reanimator, the Rockefeller Institute, you would not say it's a lefty institute, would you, Bab? Reanimator is definitely trying to put this at the Labour door, boy. But like we're saying as well in Reanimator, a lot of the madness that's going on now has been happening under the Conservative government. Conservatives been in for like, what is it? I can't remember how long they've been in now. How long they been in? About 13 years, isn't it? I hear that, Ultra, but it no go so. Anyway, I don't want to spend too much time on this on fucking Mother's Day, but it's only because my man brought it up. But I should never have done this. Transgender patients reveal their regret over NHS sex change operations and why they detransitioned after they were rushed into life-changing. Oh dear. This is from the Daily Mail. Reanimator, you're funny, the Tories to the left. 2 transgender patients today revealed their regret at going through NHS sex change operations and claimed they were rushed into the life-changing procedures. In powerful testimony that will raise fresh fears that vulnerable young people are being rushed into invasive and unalterable surgery by zealous transgender activists. They spoke of the terrible impacts on their mental and physical health. After describing in graphic detail the nature of the surgery required to remove his male anatomy, 35-year-old Richie said, "This is not reversible. The experiment is over for me. There really isn't any turning back." Meanwhile, Amber, who had a mastectomy and took testosterone to transition from female to male, described the pain and health difficulties she had experienced since being rushed into surgery and said she wished she had been given therapy instead. There you go. You see, their brave testimony. You see, and that's how that institute there, boy, because that's how they started. But I digress. Their brave testimony in No Turning Back, a new film from Branded Film Studios that can be viewed in full on media platform, blah, 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 is a rare example of detransitioners coming forward to reveal their regret. When Mermaids and Stonewall always talk about the people who don't get the chance to transition, they don't talk about the people who regret the process of transitioning. Filmmaker Charlotte Fantelli told Mail Online, referring to 2 charities who have faced scrutiny for their stance on transgender issues. So we got, I'm just reading this from the Mail. the guy that's transitioned into a woman, I don't know what he's doing. You know, that's just an epic fail. Richie, a civil servant from the north of England, detransitioned after spending nearly a decade as a trans woman. After feeling different as a young boy, he discovered gender dysphoria while browsing online forums. Here we go. In his early 20s. When he explained his feelings to other forum users, he was told he was 100% trans and should act on it. Matting. In March 2014, Richie drove to a private clinic in Scotland where just after 3 appointments in 2 days, he obtained a diagnosis which would allow him to be prescribed cross-sex hormones on the NHS. He then went to an NHS gender clinic in Brighton. The first question I was asked when I saw the psychiatrist was whether I wanted gender reassignment surgery. Wow. He recalled on the film. I said to her, I'm not sure. I'd like some time, and I heard you could have therapy. But I felt they communicated to me that they weren't a mental health service. They were there to help people medically transition. They wanted me to have a surgery more than I wanted to have surgery. It was really bizarre. I refused it in 2015. I refused it in 2016. And in 2017, the psychiatrist said to me, you are established on your hormones. If you don't want surgery, we'll discharge you. But I was in the middle of that critical therapy, which was the anchor I needed in the world to keep me well. Then they told me I'd be discharged if I didn't go on this list. Richie described the surgery he went through to transition from male to female as extremely brutal. The first thing they do is they give you what's called a orchidectomy. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right. To remove your testicles, he said. Rotted. So that's basically like castration. Once they've done that, they essentially shave the skin off the penis for that to be removed. And then they start removing the erectile tissue. Mandem. If you imagine your knuckle losing your finger, you still have a knuckle. You can still twinge it. So unfortunately, you still have that phantom sensation. That is a madness. What they also do is re-angle the urethra, which causes a very common complication called urethral constriction. Me bomba fire brush. Rotted. He said, if you can imagine your knuckle. No, let me not. That's when you can't pass urine properly. It will either come up slowly, painfully, or in some cases, not at all. Some people have got catheters for the rest of their lives. Some have got really horrific complications. And for me, I lost a lot of blood in surgery. Yo, Reanimator. Oh, see, you men aren't having much sympathy for the young man to female. But I hear that still. So anyway, I read on. And for me, I lost a lot of blood in surgery because they drill right through your pelvis. Bombard. Just matting. The infections that you get after are just treated like it's a normal thing. They were like, you just get infections. Richie said he struggled mentally after surgery. Even if you're happy with it, it's tough. You lose energy, you become extremely fatigued and vulnerable in a way because you recognize you don't have that power in a sense. It's a very strange feeling. That is quite interesting, actually, because even if you transition, it's not like you'll lose. Well, I suppose that's what the hormone therapy is, I guess, isn't it? To reduce your testosterone. I was still involved in therapy at the gender clinic, and I said, I think I fucked up here. I think I've made a really mad decision. And their response was, you've just had this really major surgery. This is rumination. This is just your OCD. Bombard. This is just your OCD. Yeah, man. My thing. So I would go back every month, and every session I say I feel the same. This is fucking mental. I should have never done this. After feeling different as a young boy, he discovered. Oh, right, sorry. Hold on. Just got some pictures. He doesn't look too. The girl to guy looks better than the girl. The girl to guy looks better than the other way around. Anyway, I can definitely say that. Richie, who has since retransitioned to a man. Oh my good God. Okay. Richie, who has since retransitioned to a man, added, this is not reversible. The experiment is over for me. There really isn't any going back. Amber, who is in her early 30s, works in recruitment and lives in northwest of England with her wife. Amber, who is in her early 30s, works in recruitment and lives in northwest of England with her with her wife. Also bravely came forward to give her testimony to no turning back. So this is the opposite now. She also went to a private gender clinic where after just 2 appointments, she was diagnosed with gender dysmorphia and received cross-sex hormones. She then had surgery to remove her breast on the NHS. Mad thing. After 3 years on testosterone, she said she began to question her decision, but found the medics at her private clinic were not supportive. She told the film, it didn't stem from a question of my identity at the time. What happened was I started to experience a phenomena that does happen to a lot of people who have a transition that's transmasculine, where the testosterone therapy causes issues for their internal bodily functions from a female lens. Huh? All right. I didn't understand that, but I'll read on. So, my female reproductive organs started to have some issues. Huh? I haven't had any menstrual experiences since the onset of testosterone. And at the point where I got to about 2.5 years on testosterone, I started to experience a lot of severe pain in my genital region. That is mad, man. I'm actually confused, man. I think I regret the speed at which I approached transition, especially the medical side. I don't think seeking diagnosis was necessarily an issue, and I did experience gender dysphoria, but the rush to have surgical intervention and to have hormones is definitely something I wish I had taken more time over. I wish I had explored in therapy, so he's saying the same thing, the feelings I was having. So even if I had taken those medical steps, I'd at least, I'm about to get cramped, I'd at least have laid some groundwork to know I might not regret them, and I might feel more confident rather than rushing in as if it would solve all my problems. Describing the permanent effects of having taken male sex hormones, Amber said, I have facial and bodily hair. Female hormones don't remove the hair that we've grown. I'm confused, blood. Hold on. Describing the permanent effects of having taken male sex hormones, Amber said, I have facial and bodily hair. Female hormones don't remove the hair that we've grown on testosterone. I also have genital changes that are permanent, and of course, I had a double mastectomy. My breast was what was causing the predominant bulk of my dysphoria in the beginning, and I do still have mixed feelings on my flat chest. Whether I in some ways appreciate the neutrality it gives me, and I feel I'm less sexualized. Oh my God. By trying to
hold on, what are you reading? I just got back and I hear something about chest and what?
No, wait, I'm just reading a testimony of someone that transitioned, and they're just describing certain things in the process.
Yeah, them people there in well, you know, why are you following behind them?
Wait, say that again.
I said, them people there ain't well. Why are we following behind them?
No, we're not following behind them as such. It was just that some reanimator brought up something in the chat about the Tavistock Institute, which is very significant. You get me? And they're saying that it's closed down because they're being sued. And yeah, anyway, I soon done, man. My breasts were what was causing the predominant bulk of my dysphoria in the beginning, and I do still have mixed feelings on my flat chest. Whether I in some ways appreciate the neutrality it gives me, and I feel I'm less sexualized. By trying to avoid what was difficult about going through this surgery, in some ways I have denied myself of the opportunity to embrace my womanhood fully. Mad. Taking testosterone for a long period had caused her internal female organs to begin to atrophy. What does that mean? Right, who knows what atrophy means? If not, I've got to look it up because atrophy, body tissue or an organ. Okay. Amber said, okay, taking testosterone for a long period of time caused the internal female organ to begin to atrophy. Fuck that. Amber said the usual pathway at this point would have been full hysterectomy. Bombocly. This is a madness, man.
We're done out here.
But she refused and came off the testosterone. So what? It's like she's a male on the outside, but the inside is still doing it. Yo, female filmmaker Charlotte.
But sis, you know why that is, yeah? So I'm stuffing my face, but you know why that is, right?
Go on.
No matter how much surgery or anything that they do to try and transform, your body biology is going to do what it's meant and intended to do. So, to me, it's madness. That's all I'm hearing is madness.
No, well, it is madness, sis, but that's why, like I said, how we got onto this is because Reanimator let us know that the Tavistock Institute, which was like one of the leading places in England, you get me? Especially for young people to go and do them thing there. Do you remember that person from Speaker's Corner? What was her name?
The white woman, yeah.
Someone mentioned
the white woman, the one I think I know you're talking about. The woman that's supposed to be a man. I don't even know what the hell it is.
Yeah. She went there. And the thing is, what I'm saying is, she went there from young. Because remember, when she hit the park, she was still young. I don't even think she was 21 when she hit the park. I know
you're lying because that looked tough. That looked like it was all in his 40s. You're lying.
I think No, you're talking about a different one. No. You're talking about the one with pink hair and all that. No.
Yeah, that's the one.
I'm talking about Sophia Lewis is the one.
Oh.
Sophia Lewis is who I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And I think that Sophia Lewis, I think she was actually sent to the park to gauge the vibrations. You see what I'm saying to you? Because remember, she came to the park very bold, very out. Whoa. Apparently, you had a certain man was all trying to chirp her and that.
I'm done.
It's not even a joke, man. If you watch their videos, anyway, let me not even do that. But yeah, man, Modine definitely tried to chirp her. Yeah, there you go. Ultra saying Modine definitely tried. But yeah, man, like I said, I don't want to thingy bobby on it, but it's to me, it's a good thing that they've closed that place down anyway, man. And yeah, Reanimator says there's gonna be enough suing going on, and if that's the case, then good, man. You get me? Because my thing is, them thing there should not be being done to no one below the age of 21 before you even start even having a proper conversation, man. Definitely, you gotta wait for the child to at least come out of adolescence. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Because like I'm saying, for some, adolescence is a mad time anyway, you know, with all sorts of mad things happening, this, that, and the other. But it goes to show, yeah, man, the agenda was real, man. Because they're saying that therapy could have probably helped them. Yeah, but remember, you can have the surgeons that want to get involved with this new thing of doing what they're doing, you know what I mean? You get me? Just like these people that are making these pods at the moment. Big up yourself, Kushti, and I'm going to look for the pods.
Big up, Sissy. Bless up, bless up. Bless up, Queens. Happy Mother's Day or Womb Day.
Give thanks. Pack that power. Pack that blood clean.
No, we got to pack it quickly because they look like it's getting robbed from us. Sis.
Yeah,
what
listen, that's
saying?
what I just come on to say, like, your subject matter is literally appropriating our Women's Day. Like, that's enough discussion now.
Yeah, no, for real, man. No, my bad. Because my bad. It's just, anyway, you know how it go. So what do you want to talk about? Because, you know, enough things we can talk about. Well, what do you want to talk about, Bab? Divine's got man them on watch, suicide.
Yeah, I got watch list going on. Sorry, sis.
What do you want to talk about, Kush? You want to celebrate Women's Day whilst we can?
We need to rename it, you know. So I'm actually championing on to rename it to Womb's Day, because right now the way that the womb is becoming sacred, it's soon being non-existent. I'm actually putting out a petition today to change the day to Womb's Day. Allow the Mother's Day tinker. Right now, man can be mother, woman can be, anybody can be a mother, the tree can be a mother. I want to celebrate the womb, the actual thing that creates life. Yeah, can we do this?
No, I actually agree, man. I hear that still. So I'm going to try and, while you're talking, let's change that up. So we're going to say, no, I agree, man. It's a mad thing, man. Like, really, if we really deep it, it's a mad thing, man. It's just mad. And the mere fact that it's been allowed to happen is even madder, man. But yeah, I don't know if Kushti's there, but I was asking, and I think, yeah, I'm still want to go back to what we think the place is gonna
I wanted to
like
hear what she wanted to say.
in 10 years' time.
Oh yeah, that other thing, I want to hear her opinion on that. Like, sis, Kushti, I know you can hear us when you get back here. What do you see the world looking like in like 10 to 15 years from now? And what do you think is going to happen to us as natural born women? Like, how do you see it for us? I'm scared. That's what I can say so far.
All right, she'll be back. So, all right, then let's say 5 things that we think is gonna. Okay, let's look. 10 years time. Do you think? Let me think now, because I'm just trying to. Let me think now. Let me think. So in 10 years time, I'm gonna be bam, bam, bam.
Wait. Pause. Where's this Sosa? What's going on? Also, if you're listening, sis, let us know. Where's Sosa? I know she would have. Yeah, she would have killed it on this topic. Like 10 years from now, 50. Where is Sosa, man?
Man, she's probably doing something interesting. So, right, bam. So, that'll be 2033. So, one thing we know is that...
Wait. Happy Womb's Day, sis Melanated. Another sister. I beg you hit that link. Another sister in the building.
Yeah, we know that, Ultra. We covered it last week, but yo, Ultra, you're no good, you know? You're no good, virgin. You're like a fucking hammer, mate. You're no good. But yeah, we know that. Big up yourself, Mel. Get me? If it's not too early, jump on, sis. Come pat your power with us. Come pat up the womb day. Come pat up the womb. Is it?
Yeah, we have to
Yes,
celebrate the womb today, sis Melanated, because it looks like our wombs are getting robbed from us left, right, and centre. So today we're on Wombs Day. That's what we're on, yeah?
So one thing is, which and I think could lead on to other things, you get me, but by 2030, they're not going to be selling any more petrol cars. All right. So that's 7 years' time, they won't be selling any more petrol cars, right? Grand Rising, sis. Big up yourself.
Grand Rising,
Grand
sissy.
Rising. Happy Womb Day.
Come on,
Amen, amen. Ashe, ashe. Come on.
We part of the club. We part of the secret society.
What? Yo, imagine in years to come, real women will have to meet up in fucking in private.
For real.
It's gonna be listen. If you
Actually,
really
that's
take
a
this
food for thought, you know.
to
Do you think we
everything-
might have to end up meeting in private, sisters? Like, what's going to happen to us in 10, 15 years from now?
Men are going to have like period simulators and they're going to be like, oh, I have tummy cramps. It's my time. They're going to be simulating. Oh, man. These people want to call me cis. They ain't even black, man. What's up with that? I'm a cis woman. Man, you ain't my sister.
Our days are numbered, sis. We need to celebrate
Ultra
who the
wants us
hell
to
we are.
play a video that shows us getting robbed out. Imagine.
You said Ultra said what?
Oh, I don't trust Ultra right now. We don't trust him right now, sisters. We really don't trust him right now.
And I know that this video is just showing us as women getting robbed out.
Yeah, because we don't trust Ultra's on some next agenda right now. We got to watch him. Even the Raheem too. Watch him. He's another one because he backs them too secretly.
You gotta
Code.
be kidding me, Raheem.
Yeah, watch Code as well. Code will try to have us chained to the flipping sink and pregnant and barefooted. Like these men, they are different, you know. Watch them, brothers. Watch them.
Listen, at least they want us pregnant. Shoot, this is crazy. Nowadays dudes want to have babies and it's crazy.
Yeah,
Yo,
moving booty
happy
right now. We don't
Wednesday,
trust you.
melanated. Sorry, ladies. I'm literally
Big up, sis.
struggling. In 10 years' time, I think it'll be like Demolition Man, and black women will have an underground railroad to somewhere, which I won't disclose. That's what I think's gonna happen.
Yeah, you can't disclose the secret
location
online.
Yeah, like women just like head up to that underground railroad a few times a month. Do you understand? Till we just build it up and then we're just gone.
Listen, we'll just get pregnant and all of the non-women people that think they're women will be like, how will you keep getting pregnant and we have y'all in bondage? Like, we don't know. Magic semen just finding us.
But I thought actually you lot have just posed a question I want to put to you both actually, you know, and you Nine. So I'm gonna say like let's just take this a little bit seriouser at the moment. So say what Melanated's saying is factual. Do you think that they can eventually like bring in a law later on that would actually restrict us from naturally getting pregnant? And basically we're gonna need permission to get pregnant. Do you think that's something that could be a government can install, like limitation of pregnancies and babies and who
Yeah, they did it in China.
I didn't even think.
They did it in China. They put that they could only have one child for a long time, and then I think when their numbers started going down, and they was like, all right, y'all could go ahead and have babies regularly. But have you ever seen those videos of people trying to get on a train in China? That thing is crazy.
No.
Like how many people and they just like pushing on each other, and it's like it looks like it looks fake. but it's real. Like the subway system there.
All right, because I'm just trying to look at it like we're in England, yeah, Mel. So I know already that they got like laws or stuff that they're trying to restrict how much money you can receive for, I guess, a certain amount of kids. So I'm thinking, what happens if they step it up a notch now? And like in 10, 15 years from now, the next generation is going to be limited on the amount of children they can have, or if they're, because I know right now you're not allowed to find out. I think they're trying to instill right now that you can't no longer find out the gender of the baby. You know, like normally you can go and ask them, okay, can I find out
What
if I'm
you
having a boy or a
mean?
girl at a certain amount of weeks? Now
What you
apparently they're
mean?
trying to outlaw that.
How you
It's
mean?
crazy.
Oh Lord! Like what you? I don't understand.
like you
No,
can't, like you just can't find out. They're not allowed to disclose the sex of the baby until basically, surprise, when you're born.
nah,
That's when you
nah,
find
nah,
out.
nah. Listen, they should be able to tell you what their chromosomes are. Like if they are XX or XY. Like what the hell? Why are you keeping that a secret?
But this is
Like
what
you're
I'm
not,
saying. Do you
could you,
think it's
could
all
you?
part of the agenda? Like, I
Because
think
they
if you
don't
put
have
it
to
all
tell you the
together,
baby. Like so, their language, right, is gender identity, and so there is
here
a
we go.
so there's a
Yeah.
biological gender, and then there's your gender identity, and your gender identity can not coincide, can be different from your biological gender. So they can tell, it should be able to tell you the child's biological gender, and according to them, the child could have their own gender identity. But why are they keeping?
I think they're trying to make out though, sis. If I'm being from how I'm hearing them talking about it, 'cause it was on over on the G block, kind of, it was kind of just mentioned when we was up there on the panel, yeah. So how we heard it is kind of like they're trying to make it as though like it by them saying or telling the parents the gender of the baby, that can kind of oppress the baby, I guess, later on when it grows up to not
Oppress?
identify.
It's oppressive.
I guess so, sis. I don't know. I'm
Being a
confused.
woman, man, listen. Like, see, I, like all women aren't the same, right? So, like, every woman who, let's say, plays basketball had to deal with the realization that, hey, I'm not a ballerina. I'm not a opera singer. I'm a different type of woman. But that's not oppressive, right?
Right. So I don't
I
understand the
just don't get
logic.
it.
I don't get the logic.
I
I'm
don't get the
confused.
logic. Like whether you're a woman who sags her pants and has face tattoos and you know body bills and like I'm just trying to think of like masculine stuff. Like you ride a Harley and you chew chew tobacco. I don't know. You're still a freaking woman. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Biologically, you're a woman. You can't change your biological makeup. That's the way that you're intended to be, right?
Right.
Right.
And in essence, like you could still have the gender identity of a woman. You're just a different type of woman who likes to do stuff that guys like to do. That doesn't make you like you don't have to give up being a woman. You don't have to give up like I don't know. I don't really get it.
Me
And
neither. We're gonna try and figure it out today. I'm lost. I was lost from the beginning. I can't lie.
I'm gonna try to figure it out. I don't know if we could figure it out because we don't feel that way. Like, like I've always been active ever since I can remember my childhood. I was never the prissy, dainty teacup drinking, with the
Finger pointing up in the air.
yeah,
That's never
I've
been
never
me.
what
Never.
I was climbing, jumping, running, man. my shins used to be so scarred up from
Right.
falling.
I was getting cut up every 2 seconds, but I'm thinking I can do things that I actually can't. Yeah, those kind of trying to be Superwoman
Like,
off
you
the
know, when
flipping
you riding a bike,
playground.
you know, when you riding a bike and it got those like spiky things for your sneakers to stay on. That thing used to scratch up my damn legs so bad. Oh my god! But I don't know. I never in
I
my
don't really want to play it, Ultra. I'll be honest.
I told you,
uh-oh.
Ultra's on the watch list, sisters. Like, we
Well, what?
have to
It's
watch
bad,
him.
sis. It's bad.
I just know it's just something else to done our dance, man. But Ultra's just hell bent on us watching it today for some reason.
Oh, you
Let's
haven't
do you know what's this? Just to satisfy
watch
him,
it.
yeah? Because he's gonna
Yeah,
say that we're they're gonna say that we're oppressing them again, and they're gonna come up here crying. So let's just play it to be fair, and then we can just dun him afterwards, yeah?
All right, I'm trying to bring it up because he sent it on WhatsApp. So I
we
need
the men. This is crazy, man. All we do is love the men, and the men just want to complain. I just don't understand. So when was G Block on? Yesterday? Lady
Sis,
Divine?
we don't know what it is yet. But Ultra's on a mad thing lately. We don't know what's happened to our brother. Our good brother Ultra has gone to the other side, so we just don't trust him right now. I don't know what he's gonna show us.
No, Ultra ain't gone to no other
He
side because
gone to the other. Sis, we just say goodbye. Just
that
wipe your tears
Tanzania
away and say goodbye. He's gone. He's gone.
that Tanzanian wife of his whipping behind into shape. Okay, Ultra ain't gone nowhere. Did you watch? Did you watch the video? Wait, he? Oh my goodness, I know what video he's talking about. He's talking about the video of the freaking trans trans dude pushed out the baby and gave the baby to the trans woman who tried to breastfeed the baby. Like as soon as the baby came out, right? She tried to breastfeed the baby. But it's a freaking dude, and he didn't have no damn milk in his breast. And he was like, listen, and he's like, oh, the milk ain't come yet. What, the milk ain't coming? Yo, the dude's looking at the camera and said, oh, my milk hasn't come in yet. What delusional craziness. Listen, right now this thing is becoming a struggle for me because at work it is like every minute they want to train us on this and they want to tell us all these vocabulary words and how we need to talk. Oh, you try not to do things that divide students by gender. So you can't be like, boys sit over here, girls sit over there. Like, like to keep them from playing around and stuff, you can't do that. You can't say boys and
What
girls.
I'm saying is the world's gone crazy to the point that it's affecting the children so badly. Like, at what point do we as the people say enough's enough? Like, this is ridiculous. That's kind of the question what we was asking
Like, you
earlier.
cannot call, you have to say like children. You can't say like, when I'm calling a parent and man answers the phone, I can't be like, if I say this is the parent of, Michael Jackson. Yes, this is Michael's parent. Okay, sir. No, I can't say sir. I can't say.
What happens to Americans are accustomed to say ma'am.
You can't say ma'am. You can't ma'am and sir. Ma'am and sir. You can't say what's the like? Hey, dad. Like, oh, I saw your dad. None of that shit. Like, what the hell? We have to be like, I saw your parent. I saw your guardian. All of these gender neutral. I'm like, listen, unless they say I'm not his dad, I'm his parent, I'm gonna say what the hell I want to say. Shit. And I'm not no birthing person. I'm a mother. Okay.
This is question. You see, like because obviously we're not in America, so we can't understand how it works out there. But You see in America, like who's the one that puts these laws in place? Like I know over here in the UK, it's the government here. Like they just throw these rules down on us, and we the people have to accept it. Yeah, is it the same for America, or do you think there's organizations that are pushing these agendas? Do you
I
think it's
think
the government or
organizations.
organizations? Is what I'm
I
asking.
think organizations are petitioning the government on, and at this point, you know, I just don't think that the people who, like, I don't know the name of the government of the organization that's against this. Like, I don't know if this one's been formed, or like who the collective body to fight
Who's the
for
ones
the.
that goes against the alphabet people? That's what we want to know. Who are those
Yes,
orgs? Yeah, we need to
because
find out who these orgs are, if there
I'm,
are any.
I'm telling you, like I'm grateful that I haven't had to like deal with anyone who want to go, like a small child who want to go through the change, because I don't know what I would say, man. How do you know? Like, what the? I just don't know.
See, what I think is going on is, and I could be considered a conspiracy with this kind of concept, yeah, a conspiracist or whatever it's called, yeah. But I'm thinking, is this a way of indoctrinating and confusing the children from a young age? So by the time they reach their teenage years, where they start to figure themselves out and try to learn, start to learn about themselves and their bodies, they're two-way confused to even deal with just the normal everyday body problems, and mood swings and all these kind of things that normal children go through. Boys go through the wet dream stages and stuff like that. Do you think that they're deliberately trying to contaminate their mind from a kindergarten ages upwards, so by the time they get to teenagehood and stuff like that, trying to find themselves and learn about themselves, they're too gone, they're too confused to even know what the hell they are, or what their sexual preferences, or how to identify? They're just gone. Do you think it's
Yeah,
deliberate?
I think so.
Yeah, I think I agree. Yeah.
I think they're just trying to just have humans having an experience to like, and we won't be like how we were before, like literally the foundation of civilization. Like we were talking about all of this stuff yesterday on Clubhouse, right? And I was almost feeling like, yo, now I see what the religious people be talking about. Cause I would much rather somebody tell me about Jesus than a man telling me about him as a woman. I'm like, yo, I would much rather bring Moses, Abraham, and Isaac, Jacob, all of them jokers. I don't care.
Resurrect them all. Yeah, we'd rather deal with
Yes,
those.
this right here is like, I just, I don't know. I could probably deal with somebody telling me about their God, and the God is angry, and the God loves, and the God is mad, and the God did this and made the bush burn, and all of that stuff. Okay, that happened, but we can move on with our life. But that person knows that they're a man. Or like, I ain't even gonna lie to you, because they was like, fire burn that, da 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 da. But hear me out, Lady Divine. A, a homosexual man, a gay man who knows he's a man and knows he's attracted to other men, and realizes that the expression of his attraction to men is something that children should be exposed to later on in life, right? Let's say it's a gay person.
Right.
I
Don't
could
force it on
respect
them.
that
Yeah,
gay
yeah.
person, man. I respect that gay person. They not gonna be out here wearing a thong and stuff, walking around in a grocery store. No, they're gonna say this stuff is not for kids. Like, you know,
There's
they
some
they
morals about them where they're trying to.
yes,
Yeah, I get
but
it.
this stuff here is wanting to push. It's telling me I can't say I'm a mother because of their feeling. That doesn't even make any sense. They talking about You make me feel like a natural woman. They want to ban the song. Cookie barking downstairs. She want me to take her outside.
Cookie, chill out for a minute, yeah? Just chill.
I could hear her. I'm like, I'm in the bed still.
Oh, look, Reanimator said it well in the chat. Reanimator said that it's all about control, sis. That's a good thing. Like, do you think that, I mean, that's a good topic to talk about. Like, do you think the control of the masses is the real agenda? And as long as we're in a state of confusion and we don't know what's going on, is the easier it is, I guess, then for them to control. I guess
Wait,
that's what Reanimate is trying to say.
they want control over what?
I guess the people, the masses, sis, us, the civilians.
So now you're gonna be able to go to the store, right? A man that says he's a woman, he can go and pick out the baby, you know. Obviously everybody's gonna have black babies because if you could pick out your baby, they're gonna want the baby to be the stronger genes and all that stuff, which is so everyone's gonna get a black baby, but they didn't. Nine said 2 black parents can give a black baby, and people's gonna pick the height of their child, the eye color,
Yeah.
right?
So if you want, like, for instance, if you want somebody, like, if you want to have a baby and your desired baby's got green eyes and ginger hair and I don't know, freckles, then I guess that they're gonna just pick from whatever gene pool's more likely to produce that kind of child and just grow it in a lab.
All the black people are gonna pick
Just grow it in a lab.
all the black people are gonna pick white babies, and all the white people gonna pick
All
black
the
babies.
black men, sis, let's get it correct. We'll pick
Right, yes.
non-looking black women.
non-looking black babies. They gonna be like, they ain't got no Dominican eggs up in there. Let me get some Dominican. Let me get some German.
Throw
Yeah.
a bit of Hispanic in there. Throw a bit
Let me get a little.
they'll just mash it all out. Throw a bit of Asia in there. Yeah.
A little Asian, little Malaysian, something.
As long as it's biracial looking or non-African looking, we will accept it. That's what they're going to be on. We can see it already.
It's only gonna be a small group of people that be like, no, I want to have a regular child.
Yo, Divine, I see one of your man them are about, I don't know.
Bring them, man. I'm ready to slew all of them today, man. They can get that work.
Alright.
You make me feel like
oh my God!
Ting-a-ling-a-ling. Whoa.
Welcome to life. Welcome back to the real side. Come on.
Yo. It's the night. It's ether. It's space. It's dark matter. It's a dark night. Honestly, big up to his family. Big up family.
Big up yourself, go.
Yeah, big up. I just wanted to come up and say, don't you know you're my African queens? Ding-a-ling-a-ling, you make my heart go bling. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Woo, whoa.
Uh-oh.
You see what I'm saying? So
where's Salsa when I need her?
I just had to come.
Okay, we got serenaded on Mother's Day. That's what's up.
Hey, it's a Mother's Day thing, man. It's a Mother's Day. You know what I mean? I had to bless the sisters up on Mother's Day.
Oh, well. That's very nice of you. Gosh, my toes are twinkling.
Is the hair on the back of your neck like standing up? No, still, I like that. No, I'm just guessing they are. But people will say that I've got a big head. I'm big-headed, so I don't know. But big up. Now, I hope you enjoyed it. I think you lot were talking about this topic of this guy manipulating children, right? Trying to work on brains before they can compute and calculate and make informed decisions, right? That's weird. That's like manipulation. You know what I mean? It's like having an animal and performing fellatio on it. That animal can't pick whether it wants it or not. It doesn't know the difference. So it's almost like they're trying to treat kids like animals now. You know, and it's weird, but I think they really are. I think they really control the whole, you know, all the communities at this stage. Anti that stuff, and that's their last. I think this is their last roll of the dice. It's just try and troll people through immorality. That could just.
But is it trolling or is it is it a real thing that's taking place in Kingo? That's the question of the day. Because some are saying, you know, it's kind of an agenda, it's kind of a way, you know, of controlling the people. But is it something that really they are really trying to implement in society?
That's a problem, right? You know, I know they're definitely trolling. They're definitely trolling, and it's very childlike trolls as well. I've started to understand how they try to work on people, like, but obviously they implement it in some sort of new legislation or act, or you know, that's
right. That's the bit we're trying to get to.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? That's then we've got to beg the question to ask the question is now, are our intellectuals sound of mind? And are the people who deal with mental health, which are like psychiatrists, you know, these people there that run that, what's right and what's wrong, they finally become completely corrupt to the point where they can't distinguish what's right and wrong, right? They've got like a moral dilemma. It's called a moral dilemma, right? And their moral dilemma is what is correct and what's incorrect. I mean, that's fucking crazy. I mean, but I mean, they know what their plan is. But boy, I think people who are part of the army and military and part of politics will only know that we're definitely going to be left in the dark for that. But yeah, I like personally now, I think you go to America and having your kids go to kindergarten, that's like out of the question. That's like completely out of the question, because these gays can dress up like that and teach your kid, as long as they ain't showing it they're you know, too much flesh. They can dress up with a Cinderella hat thingy on their head with glitter all over their face. You know what I mean? Smell of the cologne, and they can teach your kid. And your kid doesn't want to be distracted by glitter, smell of cologne. It's just, you know what I mean? You want your kid to be focusing not on the man's cleavage, artificial cleavage. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yes.
But you can't. I don't think that the way things are now, you could. I don't think that if a teacher, like if we had a teacher who, you know, one school year was a man, and then over the summer break, they decided to go get surgery, and they came back and they have a name that they identify as, they definitely would not terminate that teacher. So we just gotta prepare and have a plan in case that happens to one of your kids. Are you gonna be prepared to take them out of school? Are you gonna be prepared to homeschool them? Are you gonna be like, what is gonna be your, well, I mean I don't mean anybody on the panel, but I mean the people. What is gonna be their response to that? How would they respond? Like, that's something to be thinking about.
It's like a solution, isn't it? Solution-based thinking, and boy, I don't even want to start to try and, you know,
because it's gonna happen. Like you guys got Costco's over there, right? The
Costas, yeah.
Costco's no, not a coffee shop. It's like where you buy things in bulk. It's called Costco's out here.
Wholesalers, nah, I don't think we have wholesalers. Nah.
Yeah, my Costco's.
Yeah, Costco's, man.
Oh, you got Costco's? My Costco's, we got a
I didn't know that.
It's a trans woman in there, and he got the comb over nines.
Martin.
Yo, he got the male balding joint, and he combing it over, and he wearing a dress or skirt. Like I seen a couple of outfits, a beard. Like I'm like, dude, I need you to get these outfits together because you know you can't say you a woman and you looking like that. That's not no. Don't do that.
Family, do
Don't
you
do
know
that.
what's interesting? Yeah, just quickly, yeah. You know, because we've brought up two topics, and you know, I'd rather get bun out, yeah, or feel awkward around my black people. And I know this because it sounds weird to get trolled by an individual white person on here, right? Because I see a lot of white people now, especially when they're being negative towards me. That's like my whole experience of living in London, isn't it? Not that I'm a victim and like I've been under attack, right? But I'd rather get screwed by the black community and just be there and not be fully accepted than have to suck up to a group of people that know that we need them. That's what I don't like, is the fact they know that we kind of need them, or we need to be in faith with them to get our very bare minimum as human beings. You know what I mean? Otherwise, we just get dashed in the bin. So I've had enough of sucking up to white people, and I'm not going to do it just to look like I'm integrated or I'm not racist. You know what I mean? I've had enough of doing that, and I'm not going to lie to you. I love the other side, but yeah, I'm just never going to be. I'm never going to be relaxed around there. It's just like
Never gonna be.
But anyway, sorry. Back to the back to the whole thing. That's why you probably asked me why I'm kind of here, because I do say some things, you know what I mean, some horrible things about people online, you know what I mean, and it gets people like, you know, backs up and stuff. But like I said, man, you know, people say that, even certain people that know me say, oh well, you revere black people. That's the people you love, and they're jealous. They don't like the fact that I like black people, like the white people in my life. Yeah, but I'm never going to change. I might look like a lackey or subordinate, right?
Yeah, you're like you have one white parent, right?
Yeah, she's Japanese and Jewish and English, so she's mixed. But she wouldn't say, "Oh well, I'm English or I'm white." She's completely aware that she's got a Japanese mother, so she's actually half Japanese. My mum, so
okay.
Yeah. So,
so she's not even like fully white. She's like white and Asian.
Yeah, no, she's not. And you know, I think it walks hand in hand with their power walks hand in hand with their condemnation or damnation, because you've got to be a racist type of warlike mentality that comes from the West. They pretty much propagate war and you know might is right and stuff. So and that's like I said, it walks hand in hand with their damnation, because people like me who demand respect is never going to really fall in line with that attitude of materialism, racism, us versus them, and all this bouginess. So yeah, man, and it's unfortunate because the women are just like they're not really clued up to the situation and relationship between black people and white people now, and how black people actually feel, and even mixed race people. So, you know, they love to acclimatize with the culture and the way we speak, but when it comes in terms of looking at the system and how the world treats us from our point of view, it's like they're mute. It's because they're scared to face what we're facing. Even though my mother wouldn't try and fully back me in my endeavors, because, you know, because she doesn't fully believe in blackness, or she doesn't now believe that, oh, well, because I'm with a black man, I'm going to have to drop everything I know and just completely support him thoroughly with whatever he's got, right? They're still going to protect.
But what do you mean she doesn't believe in blackness? Wasn't she with a black person?
She was, but you got certain women that go over to the blackness and completely embrace the blackness. So they'll even start speaking black, right? They'll start thinking, cooking, teaching their kids how to sort of think in a black type of way, so to embrace their heritage, etc. But you got a lot of white mums now that will want you to be able to sing the national anthem before you even know you to pronounce your own second name, or you know what I mean. They won't really want you to be pro-black at all, and they tell you actually whilst we're talking about it with them, this is all rubbish, just pure demonology, just pure, and they'll do it like not and just disregard the fact you're half black. Just because of their sentiment, just because of their experiences with black people. And, you know, so it's almost like they've got no empathy because of their experiences and, you know, and thinking that you've had sex with a black man just automatically puts you in fold. So now you can deal with black people however you want to deal with them, you know, be comfortable of how you're going to raise their children to be completely bountified, I call it, which will affect them. Trust me, it will always affect someone for them not to sort of disregard their blackness, right? It's going to affect them, definitely.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, so
that's what community's got a problem with at the moment, is that there's too many, they're having sex with too many proud white women, right? Who are going to always uphold and lean on the law, right? Even though they love that black phallus, they still a bit scared of how you could possibly treat them hadn't they got support network of the police, the state, ideally their parents if they're not racist. But I don't think a white woman will fully come over and disown her whiteness. So any white woman trying to go on like she will, when your kids get old enough and she wants money and she thinks she's not doing enough, she's going to get the law involved. Even if she smokes weed, got dreadlocks, and she spreads.
This dude says smoke weed and got dreadlocks. Like,
I'm saying if
there's more to blackness than smoking weed. You know what I'm saying? Like,
coming to the culture generally, if I see a white woman who stereotypically look like she come into the culture, you know, me personally in London, and when I say smoking weed, I wouldn't say that as a white thing. I say it's more of a Caribbean.
I don't know any. Y'all be on some different stuff over there, man. I don't know white people that's in the culture. I guess I don't know.
Don't you see white brothers out there with dreadlocks and you know what I mean, with the red, black, and green, and you know?
No.
Do you not see that? Yeah, we see that a lot here in London. I see that a lot.
White people with red, black, and green?
Yeah, like on little headbands, and they got little dreadlocks. You sometimes they got.
Nah, man, y'all got man. How they that comfortable? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Where Nines at? Nines. What's up with this white people with red, black, and green stuff? What's that?
But they accept it though.
Lady Divine, what's going on over there? Yo, where they go? Are
They
they
have a
still
conversation. They have a little conversation, a little private one.
there? Ultra probably sending her more videos of fake men having babies.
Oh, sugar. Oh, yeah. Listen, family. You know, look, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about my private life. What can someone say? Oh, well, you go on Tinder. I've gone on these dating websites. I'm a single man now at this stage, right? Come to my life where I just don't happen to have children. I don't have to have a spouse. But I've gone on Tinder, you know what I mean? Just seeing, you know, what's out there. Every other thing I click on, I'm looking close to the face. I'm like examining that shit. I'm bringing it to 4K. I'm running it through my other LCD screen because I'm like, is that a man? And I promise you, I swear, I promise you, every other click, there's a man. And the worrying thing these days is before you could tell, but apparently they shave down the neck bit, like the Adam's apple. And yeah, they look way more legit. So if, like, no disrespect, family, yeah. But there was a Ghanaian lady the other day. She messaged me, and I was like, she looked pretty big, and she had quite a big head, and She had hair, long hair, and I thought, yeah, but she looks like a dude, doesn't it? Right? And the dangerous thing is because the structure of African people is so varied.
Okay, mind yourself. Watch yourself, huh? Don't be calling the lady a man.
you got some big African women that look like men.
What you mean they like men? No, they not.
No, some of them do. So you can't tell. Some so you can't tell.
But what you mean they big like men?
No,
big like overweight big? What are you talking about?
No, I mean like this.
There's overweight people in all races. I'm not about to let you do that.
I'm saying
there's overweight.
The Orientals, some of them can transition. You don't know the difference, right?
This dude said Orientals. I haven't heard that term.
I don't really want to put down to races, but I'm saying some women look like men. I don't want to say it's black or white. I don't want to do that now. Forget about that.
Right, just like some men look like women. Okay, and I'm not going to point out one particular race. What you was just about to do is say black women look masculine. No, we don't.
Okay, so
the hell?
My point of view, my subjective opinion, the fact
that, and I'm having a reaction and a response to it. Are we both? So you have said it, and I've said something too. Okay.
Yeah, no, I agree, but but whose is more correct?
Well, it's an opinion. Opinion is not about correct. So
yeah,
I'm not
like
like
subjective opinion can be based upon objectivity, can it not? Like correct.
I mean, you can say a woman, look like. I think that's probably accurate if you're saying a woman look like a man. But to say Ghanaian women, like that's that's where you're wrong.
I'm not.
Or African women or whatever. Like no, because
I've got to be mindful.
I can show you some
to my family.
Very masculine European women. Like very strong jawed Asian women, like
right, and they get
and very feminine, soft Ghanaian women, and then that would destroy your argument. So I'm saying, like, if you're talking about just that you was on Tinder, you saw a woman, and what I'm saying, she might not have been a woman. That happens.
That would definitely, and I think it's every other person. So these guys have got from the money from benefits and taxes have got their things removed, which is about probably about 5,000.
But how do you know it's removed? Because a lot of them keep it because it's too expensive. So they have their penis, but they just take hormones. You don't have to get rid of your penis to take.
But a lot of them do. So now they're falling the masses, right? And this is
You say a lot of them do what? They have the whole surgery?
Yeah, from young, because you're allowed to do it from young as correction, like an operation. So you don't have to pay for it. It's not a private procedure.
Oh, so if you have it when you're young, the government pays for it?
Yeah,
that's crazy. The government is paying to take people's. Holy moly! That should be a private. That should be a private thing. The government should not be supporting that mess. Yo, what is the world coming to? The government paying for this.
It kind of reminds me how old I've got because I saw like an elder lady, basically giving her account of how he lost her the bits, but now they want them back, and they're sitting down like, why did my mum even consider trying to talk to me into changing my thing? And they're like big people now. So this has been happening for a good 20 years. Yeah, this has been happening 20 years now. It's called gender reassignment, but yeah. I think that's the biggest threat right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we've got nutters like what's his name, Biden and Trump and all these nutters. But on the ground level, on a community level, they're like demons, bro. Like demons.
Who are you talking about?
I saw an American guy who was promoting trying to if your family rejects you, then I'll raise you or something like that. So they were promoting actually children to leave their to leave their family, the confidence of their family, to listen to him, or I think even live with him, or be with him, or something along
So
them
he could,
lines.
if they want to transition themselves, that's why he want. I don't understand why
Yeah,
he
David,
would.
if your family rejects you, then I'll have, I will have you, will take you on, or some shit like that.
What the hell?
And it's yeah, I don't have much to say about that, to be honest. Not gonna lie, it's very weird, and you're just gonna get me angry. So put me off key. So definitely off key. And I know it's little things like that. That's why they're so effective, because what they work on is a black man's anger and his adrenaline and his testosterone, right? So they'll prod him and poke him, and then what they'll say is when he reacts and gets angry, oh well, you're getting emotional, you're feminine. So now they're even cutting the balls off of other warriors, yeah. So how you see all these warriors now letting white women stamp on their nutsacks and disrespect them and control them like their little boy, like little baby. This is what we see. I mean, it's a weird situation. It's a weird situation for me, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Yeah, man. And you know what the funny thing is? There's something else I've got to notice is that the mainstream media are sitting back and watching and just laughing, to be honest with you, because one thing they always say, these really intelligent people who are blatantly racist, is that if you leave black people or the community, the darker nations, they're just going to end up taking each other out because they're just savages anyway. And they're sitting back just kind of just laughing and like Smithers, while introducing homosexuality to a nation full of Muslim people and black people. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing, right? But you know what's quite interesting is that the frailty of the conscious woke people who want independence and freedom, and then they have the people who are part of society on the lower dregs of society who just want any type of break and haven't got to the position, and so immersed in the society, haven't got to the position where they can see past freedom. You know what I mean? They just want to get a raise. They just want to get some money. They just want to have a good year. Let alone have sort of independence to think. So yeah, man, it's not many people who are really up for this fight, and there's most likely going to be a civil war or a community-based problem between bougie black people or the middle class against the sort of quote unquote ghetto brothers, or the gangsters, or you want to call them. There's more likely to be a problem between the conscious, the activists, and the gangsters before there's an uprising about a police officer killing a brother in cold blood or sister in cold blood. And this is where we're at, right? You've got people who are willing to say, look, we've got names, and we've got addresses, and we can do more than protest. We can make this our generation where we fought back, right? But there's people now have got kids. You think they can listen to that when they've got kids? You think they listen to that when they're waiting for their payment, and it's the difference between their lights, their electric being off and on? They're calculating all of that, so they're just in a state of fear, right? That microbiome's all over the place. The fight and flight is just everywhere. It's all running through their veins, so they're not going to think coherently. And as long as you haven't been, or you're not under immediate threat of the guillotine, why are you going to try and dismantle that guillotine? You just say, I don't want to go anywhere near it. And if you're near it, my brother, all strength and power to you, and hope you can get yourself out of it, right? But they don't want to band together to try and dismantle the guillotine. They just see it drop, pop on the head, drop on the head, drop on the head, drop on the head. And why? Like, who am I as a person who feels like that they can stand up against the system, to draw them into pretty much probably something that's not going to really go well for them. But still, they made an impact, you know, and stuck their finger up to the system and the pressure system. But it's not going to be worth their while, isn't it? Because they're going to feel a lot of pain. The system's going to put them through all sorts of problems and fuck with their life. And people ain't ready for that, right? So they're cutting the balls off of our warriors, just by merely saying, "Oh, you're being too emotional," right?
Wait. I just come back. I can go. What are you talking about?
I'm saying that the people that you believe are warriors in your community are not, because they're going to grow old.
Hold on. People like who?
Thought leaders, people who talk about they're big activists and they're about to sort of try and start off a mini revolution, right? I know that at least 10%, 90% of them are just talking, want to be part of
I
something.
need like who? Like, I need an example. Like who would you think that I would consider a leader?
So I would say Tommy Sotomayor. And I'm going to use him.
Why would I consider him a leader?
No, I'm saying Oh, sorry. What questions you ask me, sis?
I was asking like, who would you think I would consider a leader that you think is not really a leader?
I think that's all down to what you really think is a leader. I'm not going to try and give what my representation of a leader is. I think it's for anybody who speaks and has influence and has something to say is pretty much deemed a leader in this community.
It doesn't mean that I personally deem that person as a leader and I'm following behind that person. So when you just said that a lot of the people that I would consider to be leaders are not leaders, I'm thinking, well, what people do you think I consider to be leaders? That's why I asked the question.
So when I say leaders, I say people who clearly hold influence, people that are at an age where they can hold sway over children's decision making and influence, and they can influence them.
Well, in that case, then everyone's a leader then, because a teacher in that case can be a leader. A support worker could be, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So that.
Well, why did you say Tommy Sotomayor?
That's what I'm confused. I got confused.
He's one of the biggest thought leaders, isn't it? He's quite a big thought. He's got influence. He's got an outlet. So he for me is a great example of, I'm going to try and create so much content and controversy about other topics, as opposed to look the problem in the face and see whether we can actually sort out, have a solution to the biggest problem of all, which is racism. So they'll create all different types of scenarios, talk about the black, go at this, go at that, just to create content. So they've come into the community not to really go up against and actually fight what is really being problematic to them, which is a system in more time. They'd rather they'd rather come into the community, talk to the black community, and get money. To their pre-plan, their premise was to come into the black community, knowing that if it comes to it, they're not about to try and start a revolution and get their hands dirty in any way, because they're scared. They've still got positions in society. So they come in, talk about a couple of black things, talk about a couple of black, something stereotypically black, talk about drop a couple Nephilims here, couple Kennets in there, and hopefully they'll see some money come back, right? And then when they get enough money...
So you're focused on the conscious community there, Kingo.
Their whole narrative kind of changes a bit, right?
So Kingo, is it right in saying? Hold on, Kingo. Is it right in saying that you're speaking in particular of the conscious community? That's what you're talking about right now.
So they always get rich and switch to the conformist side, though. They never get rich and switch and say, "Oh well, I've just now got money and I'm bringing it harder this year." They sometimes seem get a bit quiet, or they kind of just fall off a bit. It's because their money, their bank's got a couple zeros in it now. Right, they got an anonymous payment to say, look, be quiet. There's a couple zeros on this, right? And then and they even probably had a conversation with themselves, saying, "Fuck, this has got to be something. What? Who's giving me this much money?" And then they've gone quiet, and that's their payoff, right? And it's easy.
Kingo, what about the many of people that are in, I guess, the quote unquote conscious community that are doing the groundwork, that are putting out a message and they're not getting bought out or paid, and they've not switched? Have you considered those people?
Oh, they definitely
Or are you
exist.
just highlighting the ones that are the biggest mouths out here and have basically lost their minds?
No, they definitely exist. Sis. They definitely exist. Them ones that you were saying, who don't get recognized, they don't rich and switch, but they're still doing the work. Definitely exist. And I've got mad respect for them. Them people, even though they wouldn't stand up and say, well, we completely agree in integration, right? So I'm not possibly supporting someone who hasn't got the same values as me when it comes to integration, and so but I can still empathize and sympathize with the cause, and I'd support it. I'll definitely support it, because it's a good cause. We can never
what it is, King, I want you to just be mindful, because if you look at every single pocket of each community, you're always going to find people like that. And I noticed that it's particularly brothers that seem to want to highlight the madness that goes on within our community, but they don't seem to want to shine the light on the positive aspects of what goes on in that community. And I it really it grinds my goat, because it's like that's the only thing that they see. They don't see nothing beyond that. So they will focus on a young Pharaoh or one of those people, but not focus on another brother. Like, come on now. Do you know what I mean?
Where he going now?
I don't know, sis. But I just want to point that out. Yeah.
I feel like people like. I feel like YP was he had his problems with a female, and I feel like he was a bit over. You know, I think a lot of women just went over the top, like with their reactions.
All right, what have the women done? Tell us what us women, what are we responsible for?
When he had a problem with his missus, I think he was going through some problems with YP, with his missus, and I think there was police or whatever. But he fully showed it on his YouTube, so it's clear.
Wait. When you say people went overboard, what can you explain what you're talking about?
People went overboard. What do you mean?
What was you said? The women went overboard.
Okay, yeah. So I feel like their reaction to him and him bringing his problem drama online, domestic online, was
so women shouldn't have a reaction to domestic violence.
Yes, but I feel like the way he explained it, when he said his female was hitting him, right, and he held her or he pushed her or he controlled her or something like that. But because he's a fighter, he didn't beat her, right? He didn't have all bruises all over her face, right? So
I mean, I don't really know the story, so Lady Divine can take over with that. I just know that I think he did hit her and leave a mark, but
okay. Well, from what I've heard, apparently it was like both of them were both like going out anyway. But the feedback he got, because he's an influencer, from the females, I feel like this was the opportunity for the females to fall in line and conform. And if it meant shots at a thought leader like Pharaoh, that was their opportunity to sort of conform.
To conform to what?
Conform to the government saying black men are just abusive to women.
So
that was there.
So the women made him be abusive, or they were supposed to be quiet about the abuse. I'm trying to understand what would have been the
so much for the community already.
What do you mean? What did he do? What did he do for the community? What did he do for the community? No. Answer my question. No. What did he do for the community? What can you list one thing that Pharaoh has done for the community besides making YouTube videos that he gets views from and he gets paid? What has he done?
I'll tell you what he's done. Okay, so from what I've seen, when the conscious community were forming together to debate and obviously
no, what has he done? Not a debate, not a video. What has he done? Actions. What has he done?
So if you just let me finish, yeah. So when the conscious community reawakening of Kemet was at its peak, he came on the front line and he defended his people by teaching what they're trying to. So already he's putting his life on the line. So yeah, to teach blackness. To teach blackness.
Teach blackness. We were already black before Pharaoh. What are you talking about,
Doesn't matter,
man?
but
Like,
did you know half the things you knew? Because I know I've learned a lot from Pharaoh. Have you learned everything that you need?
he
So
teach the most pseudo shit you ever
all right.
heard. Are you
Okay,
kidding me?
so not only that, excuse me, I just want to finish. You asked me 3 things, and let me just finish.
All right, go ahead.
So that
Learn.
he when the politics was really getting out ahead in America, he attempted to try and insert himself in the political scene as well, trying to deal with Trump and seeing whether he could get his people a good deal and his network.
So he met with Trump. Are you saying that young Pharaoh met with Donald Trump?
No, he definitely had conversations with political groups and organizations.
Well, I'm gonna need you to know what you're talking about before you say it. Like he had meetings with a political group. What does that mean?
He
did a video. He talked about Donald Trump on YouTube. That's not doing anything. He didn't do.
Okay,
you
so
said
you
he
don't
did so much for the community.
An influential person like him. See, you don't know what's going in the background. You think that
You said he did so much for the community, but you have not listed anything he's actually done for the community. He just talked about the community with the community.
Excuse me. He is at this stage, from what I've seen, one of the most influential. Because what I see is influential.
One of the most.
Excuse me. You're being rude now. You're being rude because I'll finish. I'll let you speak and let me finish, please. Right? Because he's had a lot of followers. He's got the most followers in America in terms of black people. Just one black person. He had so many people in his life. So in terms of organic activism, he was the man. He was him. And
No. You can't throw the word activism out, but you haven't listed what his activism has done. You cannot do that.
1 second. You're not. You see, you're sliding past. You're butt dancing because you haven't answered the question. Was he the most influential?
No.
One of the most influential.
No.
So are you going to try and put?
He's a YouTuber. He's a YouTuber.
Above him as
bruh.
Good for black.
I'm calling the dude a YouTuber, and you are not listing how he's more than a YouTuber. You're not putting. Oprah Winfrey has a talk show, right? Oprah Winfrey physically, she's gone to Africa and built a school there. Can you list one thing that young Pharaoh has done? Not a video on YouTube, but something that he has done.
They can't, sis, because they don't. They know he ain't done nothing.
He's a damn fanboy. He's a young Pharaoh fanboy.
They just use young Pharaoh as a beating stick for the conscious community. That's what they do. That's just a perfect example. This is what they do.
See, now this is what I'm saying. See, now
you sound like a person giving drug dealers. Oh, they put in work. They do stuff for the community. What they do? Oh, they gave out turkeys. What? Like that's how ridiculous you sound right now. You're not even able to say anything that young Pharaoh has done.
I think it's just mad disrespectful. If you look, let's be honest, family. Sorry, someone's come on the panel. I don't want to overspeak. Go on. I don't know if someone just came in.
Is that Kushti?
Best up, fam. Yes, me.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gold. You're on the roll.
You know what? Yeah. No, listen to this, family, because I feel it's sad. It disheartens me. It disheartens me because if I come and click onto Umar Johnson, I click up the YP, I click on Sarasota City, I click on all these other different Brother Rich, all these other different thought leaders in America, right? Earn Your Leisure is an entity, and I think it's pretty system based. It's centralized. It's almost like it's like a urban. It's almost like a breakfast club. Yeah. So Earn Your Leisure is a YouTube outlet which deals with the black community. It's got loads of numbers, but that's a whole group of people, right? That to me it looks very corporate, right? So I mean,
it's actually two brothers. It's actually two brothers that.
No, it's not. It's a whole it's a whole group of people pushing that whole.
Okay, so it's two brothers who have guests on their show. They have lots of topics, and they do have some of the same guests come back and share information. But Earn Your Leisure is a business that's two people, very handsome black dudes, by the way. Like,
Mel, can I ask? Is one of them the 12 Keys guy?
no, he's the 12 Keys guy. He's a guest on their show. Like, but he's definitely recurring. So like, their show has a theme. Like on Mondays, it's money market Mondays or something like that. So
Yeah,
it's more
stocks and shares and stuff.
stocks and stuff like that on Mondays. So I think 19 Keys has a day or a few days out the week that are like dedicated to him because
Okay.
he's into the crypto. So they like or maybe he's part of them now. But I know that initially he wasn't. But
Okay.
it would be a decent merger. It makes sense.
So what about Gold's claim that they're corporate?
Corporate, like what? What does that mean?
I don't know. Just,
I don't know what he means.
Do you think there's anything corporate about them?
I don't know. I don't really want to tarnish it like that.
I don't think it's. I mean, they just seem like people who like content creators,
Yeah.
and they found a niche. They people want the information. They got the urban vibe, and they're getting views.
Yeah, well, you know how it goes, sis. Like when black people perform group economics, some people get nervous, man. But slander the team.
100%. And then sis, then they walk
Next
around,
thing
and then they
they're
walk around,
corporate
sis,
led.
and they talk about how they've been bought out and they sold out, and that's what they do, sis.
No.
Learn the patterns.
Hold on. Family. Can you tell me that you look at Earn Your Leisure and then you look at YP and say YP hasn't done nothing for people on the time say
No. Earn Your Leisure gives people
You sound
tools.
like a hater, Gold, to be honest with you. I don't understand the problem.
Earn Your Leisure has given black people, right? Because you're talking about our community, so I'm focused on black people. So I'm not bringing up race for no reason. But Earn Your Leisure has helped black people, giving them tools, tangible tools, that they could start businesses, they can improve their credit, they can buy a home, invest in real estate. Like,
excuse me, that's all void if you're going to their website, you're going to their manufacturers, and if you're bolstering their finances.
No, I think they should be compensated for the information that they gave me. Yeah, I don't mind doing that.
It's the corporation. Where's the money's going to? With the administration behind them, where their loyalties lie. And I can tell you, I'm not
YouTube. Like I haven't even seen do they have a website? Do they have products? I don't even. I don't know.
Who are you gonna throw your fist up for? Black Power, or are you gonna say?
What is wrong with you, Kingo? What is wrong with you?
They're not gonna represent Black Power like that, though.
And so Young Pharaoh represents Black Power.
The spiritual thing. They're gonna represent their nation first.
If Young Pharaoh represents Black Power, the black community.
We're finished. If this is who he says that we represents us.
Who keeps mentioning Young Pharaoh?
Oh, Kingo.
Kingo, go. Yes. Your brother.
The lady up here.
We should have known something was going to come after the serenade. We should have known after the serenade it was going to be some crazy
What's
shit.
Young Pharaoh done for the community, Gold?
What's he done? He's unified people on one front in terms of his platform. So he unified people with conscious thought stream. He represents Black women's God. He preaches it. He preaches Kemet.
Wait. What tenses are you using currently, Gold?
Excuse me?
When you're saying this, what tenses are you using?
Are you using present tense or past tense?
Past tense. Okay, obviously present tense. I don't know exactly what he's doing because he hasn't really updated us.
Well, what I would suggest, Gold, is that before you come up here putting your hand in fire for man, go and see what he's up to in today's sentence, bruv. Okay.
Maybe. Yeah, no, I've tried to look at content on what and keep my eye tapped in to his content.
Black women are bitches. He's a bit like you when you spazzed out certain times.
No.
You man, yeah, he's one of you lot, man. And he spaz out and right now, black women are the bane of the earth. Very this, very that. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, he drank some of Sarah's syrup, magical syrup.
What's up? There's a special chalice making its rounds. That's a definite. You know what I mean?
Boy, ain't nothing like a man scoring, boy. We getting some hurt men lately, man. What's going on? What
Well,
these
this
ladies
is the
doing?
question, sis. Like, are we too tough? That was what Nanifa kind of asked earlier. Is it a case of like, are we to blame? Like, we are the ones that are suppressing these men and causing them to be the way they
Y'all
are?
hurting their feelings.
Or are we rearing these men to be or are they just not men anymore? They're just a whole load of bitches crying in these social media streets. That is a question that we have to really look at.
Y'all really hurting.
Did you hear that he shot up his baby mother's yard goat?
He shot up his baby mum's yard.
Yeah,
I'll be back, guys.
You don't know about this young fella of these days, but the one that you're talking about, he dead. He gone. He dead.
Yeah, all that black women is God stuff.
Who else? There's a few people that we used to know, and them ones are dead and gone, you know.
Yeah, wait, which one? No, which one? Oh, okay.
Remember when you used to have man like Sarah Garvey coming up and talk, and now, boy, man.
Yeah, boy, he used to talk about Africa, our people, our history, and now he like these hoes ain't loyal. Oh. This dude is like a woman hater. It's crazy.
I'm telling you, boy.
Well, when you've got sis, when you've got a number of females in a community saying, well, it might not be about systematic slavery, and it's the way how you are dealing with it. And
it's our fault again. Kushti, you got this one, sis. You got this.
There's so many. I've heard it here in the UK. Oh well, it might not be a thing, a system thing. It might be a you thing.
Again, found a way to blame the black woman. It's always our
you don't even hear men saying that. I'm telling you, yeah. In fact, let me not even bother, man.
Well, the only thing people I'm hearing saying is Shani and MJ on that side.
Wait, what are they gonna do with us?
A couple of other them before you time. Yes, that's their.
Hold on.
They completely lock themselves off to systematic racism.
Kingo. What does a MJ or a Shani got to do with us? I'm trying to understand.
Because I'm talking about the voice of women.
Bro. Wait. I just want to know how you made the correlation between them and us.
It's women.
Because they're women. Hello, they're women.
I'm trying not to do this whole racial thing, you know, because you set that bar mark. You put that line in the sand that I shouldn't try and whittle it down to a race of people. So I
didn't say nothing of the sort. I'm just trying to ask you, what do they have to do? Let's look at them. Yes, they're women. But look at their cultures, look at their backgrounds, look at their identities, look how they were brought up, and how do you equate that to us? That's the question I'm asking you. We're not the same. That's what I'm trying to highlight to you, Akingo. We are not the same.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. So whatever they
because their culture doesn't even focus on blackness.
Not even that though, sis. What I'm trying to show him is whatever they said or done over there, you got to remember that's coming from their world, their perspective, how they live. That has absolutely nothing to do with how we live and how we view things. Do you see what I'm saying? So yes, culture, your background, your identity, your race, all of that plays a part in how you think and how you see things. I don't think you men understand this. You just see women and blanket us all. It's ridiculous.
I am arranging my closet. You guys are keeping my company.
Yeah. No, I hear you guys.
I can't believe you really was like jumping out the window for this dude. And I would just like to add that you still have not told me or not either one thing that young Pharaoh has done for the community.
Okay, he's got a whole university based on correct information for black people to discover who's created what, who did what historically.
Correct information of that women. Do you
I
know
think
that Young Pharaoh teaches that women used to get themselves pregnant, which is has been proven to be untrue.
Yeah, but I mean that's like science,
That's
pseudoscience.
fake. Yeah, pseudoscience. Exactly. Made up science. You know.
But that won't affect the black community, will it? That won't affect your standing in society.
Well, I think them kind of teachings affected black man and black woman relations, because there was a time where we was literally saying, yeah, that the man was a defective woman and y'all came from us and all of this stuff. Do you know that at conception, a man has an X and a Y? Like as soon as the sperm hits the egg, that's when you give your chromosomes. So from conception, that's when you know if it's a male or female. You don't start off as female and become a male. But that's the stupid shit that Pharaoh was
Hey,
teaching.
whoa, easy, Tiger. Easy, Tiger.
No, it's the truth.
No, it's a
Yeah. No. At birth, at conception, when the sperm hits the egg, you develop and it multiplies, and so the chromosomes are there. You have your male chromosomes and female chromosomes. It's already there at conception. When you're talking about development, when we develop, we appear to be the same, but we are not. They're not female. They have their masculine.
Oh, no,
exactly. But I'm saying that the way that it was taught was that they were female, and later on in development they became male. And what I'm saying is that was dangerous the way that it was taught, because it kind of will put, so like men were never women.
But
see what I'm saying? They were men.
That is correct, though. You do know that.
Wait, biologically, what are you saying? That is what is that?
Everyone starts off as female.
No.
Yes, sis.
What makes you a female, Nines? Having 2 X chromosomes, not having an ovary. That's later. That's after you develop. I'm talking about before you start to form. Your gender is determined because of your chromosomes. You having the XX. So you got an X from your mom and you got an X from your dad. That's why you're female, right? When the egg hits the sperm, the man gives up either an X or a Y, and that determines the sex at conception.
See, sis, I didn't learn it that way. I learned it another way. I learned it is that we all start off as female, and eventually the male something kicks in, and that determines what separates the female egg and makes it now into a male egg.
So
I learned it that way.
So when you say female, so you're saying that men at some point had 2 X and they became a Y?
No, the eggs turn into testicles. It's the ovaries. Is it the ovaries?
No, right. That's developed. That's okay.
Right.
So before there were ovaries, testicles, all of that. The ovum or the zygote, or zygote, however you say it, was still masculine. That's what I'm trying to say. It was still a male zygote. It wasn't neutral and it wasn't female. It was, so the development of your eyes, your nose, your spine, your heart, all of that happens, but your gender your sex is already determined. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I hear you. I heard what you're saying, sis. I just learned it a different way. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, when does it?
When?
When does what?
When do you believe it's determined, the gender?
At conception.
Yeah, I disagree.
I think I don't think at conception your sexual organs are developed then, right? So yes, our sexual organs are similar, but they weren't ever. What makes us female is not having a vagina. What makes us female is we XX. That's why a trans person could get a vagina and they're still not women. That's what my whole point.
I hear you. But I'm just saying scientifically, right? And this, I'm gonna try and pull it up. In fact,
maybe I'm not just explaining it correctly. Anybody in the chat?
I'm saying it. That's why I always say to the man, them, go in. You used to be a girl anyway. because all of us started off as girls. Then there's a certain time, then a certain chemical reaction takes place, something takes place that then determines if you're going to remain female or become a male.
And that's why they can only do the scans after a certain amount of weeks.
Exactly.
No, but they weren't female. It's that their sex organs
wasn't
before
visible.
it wasn't. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. They weren't female. That their sexual organs aren't developed yet, and while they're developing, they develop in a very similar way, like the testes and ovaries, fallopian tubes, the uterus, all that stuff. Not that men have a uterus, but while things are developing, their body goes in one direction, our body develops in a different direction. However, the sex, our gender, is determined when the chromosome is chromosomal. The chromosomes is what directs the change. It's kind of like a what do you call it?
Listen. And I'll get different sources as well, but I'm just pulling one up quick time. Geneticists have discovered that all human embryos start life as females, as do all embryos of mammals. About the second month, the fetal tests elaborate enough androgens to offset the maternal estrogens, and maleness develops. This is what I'm saying.
When they say female, what do they mean by female? I need to know. Are they saying that all embryos have eggs? Because I need to understand what determines a female.
That we have to do a bit more digging, since we can't really just go off the bat and say it's this and that, because
because female, they're saying that we start off as
you're going to go
female.
We develop those things. I get where you're going. Don't get me wrong. I hear everything you're saying, but I guess this is going to be we're going to need to do a bit more digging to find out how they've come to the conclusion that we were all females. But so far, this is how I learned.
Yeah,
is what I'm
because
saying.
once you're born, you're already assigned your chromosomes. So
pay no attention to that man behind the curtain is saying that they're agreeing with me. They're saying it can't be changed. It's determined at conception. It's random because, that's why, like, if you ever met those guys and they have like 5 daughters, the mother be like, yeah, it's his fault because only thing she could give is an X. That's all we have is X's. So the man, every time he contributed an X to make it a girl. If he contributes a Y, he's going to have a son. It's not. It's literally chromosomal. It has nothing to do with you. It's like a person who's what they call intersex now. That's the correct terminology. But if everyone doesn't know what intersex means, it's what the old term is hermaphrodite, right? Hermaphrodites have issues with their chromosomes. Guess what? When they develop with different abnormalities because of what happened at conception. They might have a elongated clitoris that's kind of like a penis, but it's not a penis. It's too small to be a penis. It's chromosomal.
All right, so the perfect example. I'm glad you brought that up. So obviously those hermaphrodite, I've seen the rotted name, but you know what I mean, yeah.
Intersex, just say intersex.
The intersexed people there, yeah, them ones, yeah. Have they been assigned a sex from birth, but the development is what's went wrong with the? How did they?
Well, they develop. They assign them
to decide.
Yeah, they decide, or sometimes the parents. Sometimes, and then they make a choice. They choose one sex, and sometimes the person will grow up and not feel like the sex that their parents picked. I feel like people who are intersex, those people, like, I feel like they should have a choice. I feel like let them stay with what they got until they start going through puberty, because a lot of them, it's not until they go through puberty and it's like, oh, I like girls. I feel like being, their testosterone gets activated, but their parents already made the choice that they're going to be a boy. So now they end up, or their parents made the choice they're going to be a girl, but they like girls because they really feel like a boy. So they end up kind of being a lesbian, and maybe later on in life they end up being trans.
Sorry
Yeah,
to cut you,
and
sis. I know
sometimes
what
it's
you. I
like
know you're
more
answering.
what they've
Sorry.
got when they were born as well. Like if the baby came out with, you know, with what the ovaries and a set amount of eggs and stuff like that, but then something that resembles a penis on top, they'll just probably lean towards her being that individual being a female because it's got the reproduction
Of a female.
it's just this
But
extra.
you know, I was going to ask those this Kushti and melanated actually, because it's kind of, you lot kind of hit it, but you didn't quite hit the question. I don't think I asked it right. So what I'm trying to say is not those who determines, as in the human, the mother, the parent, the nurse, the doctor, whoever. I mean, like from birth, as in conception. Is there sex? Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
I think that's like a I hate to use, I don't want to use that word because somebody could get offended, but it's like an abnormality. I think it's kind of like the cells didn't replicate properly or something, or what they call it, multiply, or like something ain't happen right.
Yeah, because I think it's the same. I think it's like what's the word that you said?
Let's just say they born different.
Yeah, I think
Because
the correct
it
word to
feels
say
it's
it
not
though.
their
I do
fault.
think that's the
Yeah.
correct way to say that though, Mel.
Oh.
How much do we get? Is it 23 chromosomes each side that we get, or something
Yeah.
like that? Anyway,
I think it's 20. I think it's 23.
Yeah, so if you get one that's, you know, a bit more and a bit less on one, then that's going to cause. You can see how that can happen, right? If you've got more of a male, but then your females are just like 3 or 4 below. You've got the ovaries, but because you've got 1 or 2 more chromosomes on the male, this little thing starts growing on top. Because when they come out, they don't come out with like a full-blown penis and a full-blown vagina. One of them looks off. Do you understand? So I don't know why I'm talking like I know this. But I just remember this from.
No, but I mean, like I think Oprah had an interview with a hermaphrodite.
Yeah.
I don't know,
We did it in
and
school actually. I remember our teachers talking about it. That's why I was so interested because, and I remember he made it towards the chromosomes amount. If it's not even and leveled off, then something's going to happen during that 9 months of developing. But yeah,
and
well, not famous, but there's a YouTuber that's a hermaphrodite, Pretty Don, Jamaican YouTuber.
Wow. And they still got all of their both pieces, or no?
No, they turned her into a girl.
Okay.
And did she want to be a girl?
She didn't have a choice.
Can she have babies?
No, I'm just saying.
No, I'm
Does
saying.
She have babies?
Say that again.
Does she have children?
I think so. I think she sees her menstrual cycle and that, so I think so.
Well, there you go. That's probably because she was born with all of the bits for women, so they're like.
Sometimes they have a vagina and no ovaries. Like if something's missing, yeah, it's not like all the pieces is there.
She's had to have operations to remove, because she called her penis Tumper.
Oh my god.
And I think she said she's still got a little bit of Tumper left.
Damn Jamaican joke. They gotta make a joke out of everything, yeah. Like how she made a joke about that?
You know what I'm talking about, Mel?
No.
Do you know I'm talking about, Kushti?
Mel's like, no.
I'm like, should I?
Kushti.
Sorry?
You do, right?
No, sis.
You don't?
No, sis. I would have known that one, where Jamaican hermaphrodite that still.
Are you being serious or are you trolling me?
No, I'm for real.
You don't know Pretty Don?
No.
Oh, let me introduce you.
How could you not know Pretty Don, sis?
I don't know. Introduce me, man. That's against
you know
the code.
Who Pretty Don
you know
is.
my videos are filtered through a certain code. It must be against the code. YouTube said that was unsynchronized.
Yeah, unsynchronized. Oh God.
Trust me, sis. If that's the case, your code of conduct is working perfectly because you don't want to know who Pretty Don is. You don't. Yeah.
Listen, I got a bone to pick with that Kel.
When I first did buck her up, my computer is running mad. She was presenting as a female. When I first saw her, she was in a dress and she was giving a story time as our one man was trying to check her, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And then steadily over the years,
yeah,
and it's only been about 3 years, maybe 4 years, and you can see what I go on now.
Wait, so she's turning into it like a turning into a dude?
Not through any meditation or nothing. She's just the dude,
masculine.
innit?
She's
masculine.
Like was it butch or hench? What's the word for the masculine?
So she's into women, or she?
Yeah, she's definitely ABC and proud.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, she's married, but to be fair,
to who?
A woman.
My wife. What happened to you?
What happened to me? Like I'm supposed to know that. What happened to you?
Well, I figured that when she said she into women, I'm like, well, she said she ain't about that shacking up life. You know what I'm saying? She put a ring on it.
My mind's
Hold
about
on a
to
minute.
explode.
I do part 2. What's that? What's in my feed? What's this?
So she got married to a woman, but she still has a bit of a dangly bit. Okay.
No, I think no. Like,
Sis, just cover your ears. Just get ready to hear some BCs, RCs, and all kind of C's going wrong. Yeah, that's all you need to know.
No, we might not get to see it because my computer is really moving funny.
I told you, I'm always protected through these things there. They just don't come my way.
I'm hearing you because nothing's not moving on that page, boy.
Oh, yeah, that's funny.
But yeah, her thing was, like I said, she's because she does a video about it where basically she had to go to the Jamaica Children's Hospital X amount of times and have X amount of operations because they decided to make her a female. And but there was a piece of like I said, whatever, but she calls it tumpa. There was a piece left. She's funny though. She's definitely helped to make. Oh, why isn't her thing coming up?
So happy Mother's Day, man, to the females.
You used to have
out there.
I was going to
Yeah,
ask,
happy Mother's Day.
I did wanted to ask if you had anything to say to the beautiful black mothers on the panel. I can go, girls. So
yeah, no respect. Shout out to the ladies out there, that have got children, and came to the planet to do what they had to do. And this is the day that the world says thank you for doing, for doing what job you're meant to do, which is have children.
Wow.
Right.
Thanks for being a good employee.
You know what I mean? I just yet to have a lady enroll on my course, or
to grant you such a pleasure.
What are you teaching the women for them to want to come to your course? What
Yeah,
are you
no,
providing for us?
Boy, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'd have to unteach a lot of women at this stage. I don't think I've got the energy for that. That's why I'm single. But yeah, just all of them
There's
ladies.
nothing wrong with being a bachelor, girl.
Right, I know, and no one's going to convince me otherwise. But I'm saying anybody that actually took the decision not to get rid of it when your mum tell you to get rid of it, when your dad, your boyfriends, your brothers.
Kind of whose episode is that? This is not a chapter in my life. What kind of everyone?
Yeah, but a lot of women do that,
No,
a lot of
women do that around it.
A lot of women just mums get them to get rid of it. They're mums.
Jesus.
Yeah. So you can imagine, innit?
Man's describing any Hollyoaks script and just
but it happens, because I feel like a lot of women now support the system with abortion, and to me that's counterproductive because you want grandchildren, innit? You need help when you get old. No, I'm saying anybody. So when your children are at work, your grandchildren are going to help you after they come out of school. That's if you told your child not to get rid of it. right? So anybody that's had their kids and not felt the pressure and you know the joy of your life is in Zion, then that's all good.
That was
You know,
a Mother's Day appreciation announcement, ladies and gentlemen, from
right?
Kindo Gold.
And that is reference from Lauryn Hill as well. You know, when she says, "Now the joy of my world is in Zion." That's the one.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Gold.
And I love her for that. That's why I love Lauryn Hill. You know, you can never.
Lauryn, do you love Lauryn Hill?
Lauryn Hill, because I'll tell you why.
Lauryn,
because
what is it about Lauryn Hill?
Because I'll tell you why. At the time when my sister was pregnant, and she was young, and she must have listened to Laura, because Lauryn Hill was what we heard when growing up.
She pulled out that Lauryn Hill boy.
So she listened to Lauryn Hill and said, "Yeah, I'm not getting rid of Zion, of her child, right? Because Zion was in her child, and that was what set her, you know what I mean, gave her that happiness of Zion, and that's what that song meant, you know what I mean." So, and that was a tribute song to all the women that actually kept their children when society told them get rid of it from this. I don't know what her name is, Madame Lebowski. I don't know who the hell it was that deals with you know, population control, children control, and all them things there. But they kept it. They kept it real. And trust me, bro, it's hard to do.
That shot there. Don't go that much. Why be dunking in your face one day, you know?
Make it big.
Watch it now. Watch your people. I'm telling you this.
Make it big, man.
Don't go like something that says me a trim down and a slim down. Someone come and me on a belly. You know want it too. Pray now. Whenever you drink your tea, you say 3-4 times a day. Any time of day you want to drink, you drink. You never have a flat blast. I tell you that I'm a meal replacer. After I drink this in the morning, I feel hungry because I boom one meal replacer. I tell you, boom, capsule them. Remember, say me go pin the link right just right now. So stop saying, Dan, how do I find it? How do you find it? Look in my caption, me go put it there. Look in my comments, me go pin it there. Me love on the life. Yes! Once more! Jamaica win. Oh, pick up yourself in a YouTube. You know you're on the way to the 100K. No. Facebook, pick up yourself. Thanks for the 100K Facebook. You understand me? I say, it's been a long time coming, and I know Facebook was gonna come. You understand me? Facebook, give yourself a round of applause for that one day. You understand me? I say, yes, Instagram, pick up yourself. You understand me? Bop! Once again, Jamaica system fail us. Enough time me there, so Mr. Anjo. I say, all heap of things are going on, my father. Me never see one justice and the peace come out yet. I'm beg for nobody can call the lie. Me I tell fam. Yeah, about a picnic will get raped on them.
So yeah, man, that is pretty done, X.
Lady Devania was absolutely right. That was not for my eyes at all.
Was that a man trying to act like a woman, or a woman trying to act like a man?
You ain't seen nothing yet. She's just warming up. Just let you know, she's just warming up.
No, but it's a serious thing though, and you know it is something that she has sort of spoken about because again she was born intersex, yeah, and they made a decision early before she had any say in the matter or whatever. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying to you, to make her a female. I can't remember what they based it upon. You know what I'm saying to you, because obviously she did have both organs, as she has spoken about. Now it's a mad thing in it because obviously we can see her now, and obviously she's very, very, very masculine, this, that, and the other. Yeah. And that's why she's got a bit of an excuse to go in a certain way, because physically and even probably mentally, she probably acts the way that she presents. Do you know what I mean? If I was trying to look at it from a subjectively or whatever. How the girl them gone quiet, so what happened to her now?
I just wanted to ask Gold a question, but that if anyone else wants to comment on this.
All right, go on. And I'm going to try and find her in a different way as well. Go on.
Yeah. Gold, did you say that you came on because, you know, you've been deciding not to kiss, what did you say? You're not kissing us anymore on the other side of your family. It felt like you wanted to Let off some steam, brother. We're here for you,
No,
man.
not at all. No,
What's going on?
I don't think it was based on the reason why I jumped on was because I've had enough of that.
Well, that's what you said, didn't it? You came on saying that. What happened? You're gonna stop kissing us on the other side. What's happened?
No, I didn't really say. I don't think that was the main reason why I jumped up. I think it's something that I added, where I said I'm not going to suck up to.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll clarify it then, didn't it? If I said I'd rather not suck up to people who are going to overlook your experiences with the system, and then try and tell you, oh well, it could have been a you thing, even though they know that their immediate friends and circle have been affected by it. But the reason why they're telling me, oh well, it's a you thing, and they kind of dismiss other people that have gone through experiences they've got in because they're competition. They don't give a shit. Yeah, you're going.
I totally understand it now.
You see what I'm saying? So if you're in a position where you're seen as someone who is not fit to be around or cool to be around, or they're not going to see, oh well, you're a black person who's pretty much a casualty of the system of NHS, and we're going to try and sort of like treat you like that. It's more of a stain on their product, yeah, or what they promote. You know what I mean? So and that's what the West is about. They sweep away shit and they prop up what they deem as presentable, right? And if you're talking blackness, that's not presentable. If you got Afro, that's not presentable. So it's all about how you present yourself. And if you're actively online on one of their platforms which censor you, and you're telling your same fellow people, "Oh, suck it up," or "It was a you thing," and racism, I don't know. It's almost like they're shutting their eyes off to racism. To me, I'm not going to try and be around people like that and try and blend in with them when they ain't got no empathy. They don't give a shit about you. They just want your money.
What did you just say? Afro isn't presentable?
Yeah.
Well, that's what the white people say. They say so if you go to an interview or you go anywhere, if you got dreads or you got Afro, a lot of the time you can't even wear that. So in certain schools now, they were telling black people, a black brother, that he had to cut his dreads, or he had to get rid of his Afro or something.
That law's changed now. They can't do
that. Something like that.
So you're saying that that's wrong.
Something else to laugh about.
Is this the same person?
No, I'll turn my back on.
That's the same person?
Yeah.
Oh, I laugh.
What?
Y'all nice here, man. Y'all nice here. Oh, y'all nice, sir.
Wait, what's the year difference between them?
Yeah.
About 3 years, 5 years.
But I love it, like. Hey, babes.
But she look like she's not accustomed to seeing herself that way.
What's up? What good as none of this? Not today. I have a bombard topic today.
That is not the same person.
I have no dress. I have no dress. Today I got nice people. Cause I don't know, you know. When me come and always niceness. Wanna tell me evening first. Wait.
Oh,
I love it. I swear.
You plug in my phone, the people will learn.
Yeah, man. So anyway, I see that, man.
Wait. So she's twerking her butt.
The pink, mama. That's here, that my one.
You mean,
man? Right, yes, so.
She might also your temper.
Girl, you ask me here for girl. You see somebody there right here, so girl, you ask me here for girl. If you miss her, you don't ask for her. If you don't see me, you come out here.
So
Here's the thing, though, and this is what growing problem, because I don't know how Sis Mel has not put Nynaeve onto Kevon yet. Why have you not done this yet, sis? And you know what Kevon I'm talking about, right? Why have you not put her on game?
So what?
Yeah, Mel.
Come on, Mel.
Who's Kevin?
Kevon, the Trini one, the Trini version of her.
I don't watch that kind of stuff.
Wait, she got blonde hair.
Yes, you see what I'm still in Kushti's line. My algorithm is got the Holy Ghost on my algorithm. I got Christian residue up on there, you know.
That's right.
Yes.
My girl said there's Christian residue for fear like here.
We plug on out like fridge, you know. We plug on. And ask me for a dirty girl.
Oh, yeah, man. Pretty blood, man.
I don't look like a dirty girl. I look like Ling Ling. I look like Ling Ling.
No, we cannot hear you between you and this
Get
one.
it right, girl. Get it right. Get it right. Get it right. Me not look like no girl. Me a 27, girl a 33. Me not all. Me look good. Right here.
Wait, so they telling her that she look
like me?
That she look like somebody else?
A liar. I know my forehead not big so.
They're not used to her looking like this, isn't it? So they might ask which part.
Yeah, the blood clot bad twin.
So yeah, she's a bit of an entertainer as well.
Twin was there. What the fuck
yeah, man, but like I said, she is actually intersect in a real life.
You blind girl, I need glasses. What do you girl? I'm not a blood clot. Bad
does she still have breasts now?
See, why you ask me?
Oh, she still have her breasts.
You gonna see somebody where you look for.
Like I'm saying, she hasn't. I don't think she's done any changes and all of them thing there. But
she's just like living like a lesbian, pretty much.
No, she is a lesbian. She's married.
She's not a lesbian, so she's a whole stud, a whole proper stud.
That's a lesbian.
Yeah, but she's a stud. She's a manly stud, not a feminine lesbian. She's a stud.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Should be a wife. Yes, American papers. She born with it. To show me a comparison.
Yes, that's what my mother chose to do. She chose to leave Jamaica because she wanted a better life for herself and for the kids that she knew she was going to have. So she did what she did. You know what I'm saying? My dad used to work on Carnival Cruise. You know, I could go down the whole line.
Yes,
but you know,
no, because the person is just the writers from there.
Benji.
Well, I the what the difference? Good here. You think to me go why you overshoot? She have an American accent. She's Jamaican enough for me. Her parents is Jamaican and she eats is Jamaican food. She's Jamaican. So good, we ain't that good. Let's address that girl. Like a good look like you have a problem. I don't want your girl. I don't ask you. Good enough for a Jamaican girl wicked to we as Jamaican. My girl, somehow no more blood clot love other race now.
Right.
So yeah,
come on, that's facts.
You don't get a race, you know?
What's that?
Don't you watch that because she have to. My mother and father-in-law will love me. Big up my mother Benji. Love you. Big up my mother Cheryl.
Right, so again, yeah. So try to.
Nine, we can't hear you, sis. Nine, we can't hear you.
I want to hear that shit. More one time me have dip my tongue.
So Nine, she's that's her wife?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's her wife, man. So. But that's pretty done still, but
Big up for Wombs Day. We got intersex on the Wombs Day. Okay? That wasn't the kind of sex I was hoping for, but I mean it, it's whatever.
No, I don't even know why. What boy, maybe it's a thing will be of the future, boy, because every time we try to go, we'll get pulled back. What a thing. But nah, man. But
But sis, I wanted to go back to Kinga because I wanted him to address that bit that he was saying when he was talking to Kushti.
Yes.
I noticed him saying something about how he will have to unteach the women. So what is it I want to know that we have to be untaught, Kinga? Because I can't get off that. I'm sorry.
Well, I think much like people say, well, where's the men gone these days? Which is just pretty much saying, oh well, they've changed and they've learned things, or they're not doing things that they used to do. I've heard a lot of women saying they only want a brother from an R&B brother. Yeah, they don't want this modern day drilling type of person. Yeah, they want some love, they want some romance and whatnot. So I think that's a traditional man implemented romance, or he was a bit more in touch with the female, yeah, that's the only problem. Is women now these days, they've gone onto the manosphere, and the manosphere is very demanding. It's very I'm gonna debate with you, I'm gonna argue with you, and I'm gonna try and become independent, and overlook a lot of men. And, you know, I had a lot of abortions, put my work first, however you want to put it. But that's not the stereotypical woman. That's not the traditional woman. And they want to be classed as and treated traditionally with the whole romance and marriage and all the rest of it. But they want to become on the manosphere and then try and say that, oh, well, we can sleep with loads of men and not be called hoes anymore. Or it be seen as a derogatory thing. So you can't have best of both worlds. And that's the thing. I wouldn't want my female to be a modern day sort of liberal woman where she goes on Tinder and it's a fuck fest for her, right? Or she just feels like she at any stage can not tell you that she's got a kid, put her work first, or tell you that she's got a kid and she doesn't want it and she's getting rid of it, you know, and or you know, or women who want to go on holiday with all their females and what stays where you know they're doing the man thing. And
well, why are the men doing that?
No, please, I got a better question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I'm like, he's like, they doing the man thing. I'm like, wait, that sounds good.
That's the modern day woman.
I want him to answer your question too, though, sis. But I want to also ask you this. So, Kingo, I heard of the list of things that you're saying about the women trying to be this and trying to do that and want all these, you know, manly pleasures, but they still expect the romance and the feminine part too, right? Who do you think is implementing these laws to allow women then, Kingo, to want to be in the man's role? Is it men putting these laws in place, or is it women?
Give me 10 minutes, ladies. Yeah, I'm missing the back, but I'm doing something.
Okay, sis.
Yeah, no, you could say it's men implementing it, but don't forget, women control the world. I think Beyonce had a very You made something very clear. Why did she say? Why did she make that song? Women control the world.
I couldn't even get to where I'm going.
I'm gonna hand the baton over to sis Melanated. Yeah,
women run the world.
No, what'd she say? What did Beyonce say? Are you telling me Beyonce's stupid? Is she?
You're trolling.
Yes.
No, I'm not. Come on,
listen. All right, let me ask you a question. Does Beyonce run her life?
She doesn't control her finances, but she controls who has a child through her, which is ultimately what controls.
She controls what?
Women control the world because they control who comes out of their you know.
No. We're high IQ over here, okay? So look where you are, Bab. Right? Let's raise the IQ, okay?
All right. Okay.
Do you believe that Beyonce runs her life, Bab?
No, that's true. That's
okay.
True to power.
So now, if Beyonce, who's the baddest bitch out here, got money like that, she can't even run her own life. How are women running the world, bro?
Yeah, but look, what running the world with 2 keys and a nuclear bomb is not running the world. We've established that now, and that's what they tried. That's
what does running the world mean then?
So running the world means to me having influence over the community, and women have that, and that's their best.
We do
power.
We have influence.
Yeah, definitely, and that's why they're using a lot of women in the first point of contact for all these major corporations. You have a woman on the front desk. But in terms of women
Yeah, they have
running,
women at the front desk.
choosing who is morally correct usually falls on the woman, on what women say, and who they're going to have children with, what they see as sexy, tall, dark, and handsome is still in, and I don't think it will ever go out. So women have this thing; they control it in that sense. Because you see a lot of rich boys now got everything out there. They got mum's car, money, but they can't get a woman, right? They can't get a girl, right? So that's what it is. That's why women rule the world. So that's my argument.
So there's wealthy men who can't find women. That's not what Kevin Samuels says. That's not what the Manosphere says. According to the red pill, when you have money, you can pick, choose, and refuse the women. So what are you talking about?
But see, men that want traditional feeling of love and a household don't really want to pay for women. Right? So you get these men who've got a lot of money that can get loads of women, thousands of women, but they wanted that high school chick that went with that black because he was way bigger and more manly. Yeah. So he does a high school shooting, even though his mum, dad are loaded. And it's just an isolated incident, and it reflects on the whole society and how they think. So no matter how much really money you've got, if you're good with your words, you're attractive, you know how to turn a woman on and off. That's it. You're more likely going to have kids with her at this stage. When the women get older, they're going to be more materialistic based. So yeah, but like I said, man, I think look, women definitely run the world in that regard.
I ain't hear no regard. I still don't understand what the hell you talking about. I don't hear no regard where we run the world, except for you just saying women run the world. Like, I don't see how we run the world, but.
Kingo, is it women? Again, I'm going to try again. Is it women that are making all these laws and acts and all of these things? Is it women that are running the government? Is it women that are running these big, massive change that are the headliners behind all these massive changes? Is it women that are changing the world front today, or is it men?
Men have the ultimate sort of seal of approval, you could call it. They give the go-ahead. They co-sign pretty much every law that goes, what happens in our societies. But, like I said, man, in a community base, in a community is your nation. Your government is set up of a number of people, but the community ultimately shapes what your country, how it functions. And women in the community will determine what color and where your allegiances will lie. So if a white woman goes with an African man, that's no longer a white woman, because she's got just the name enough is push him onto the black side. So in that sense, that woman determined whether there was an African man in that vessel or a white man. So therefore, she controlled whether there was, it makes sense. It kind of makes sense, doesn't it? And that's a big choice, and that's a big impact. Has a bigger impact on society. So if you can't see that as a major power, then I suppose you're not really seeing what power you possess in that. Saying that, and women have got a lot of power.
I wonder if anyone's seen that thing trending on TikTok that's happening a lot with people of biracial heritage, since we're talking about mothers, and the feud that's gone back and forth with them. I don't think it's necessarily a feud anymore, but it looked like it. But it's been going on for a while now with people who are I forgot what the right term is. I literally had a blank. Is mixed race all right, or is that not okay anymore? I forgot. But you know what I'm talking about. And the battle is between the mums. So those who have been raised by black mums but have a white dad, and then those who are raised with white mums and have a black dad. I hope I said that right, or if not, either, yeah. And they were saying that basically their whole upbringing, and these are like mixed race people talking amongst themselves, right? And they're basically with an alignment saying that if you were raised by a black mum, you're way different. Your whole approach, everything's different compared to if you're raised by a white mum. Have you seen that?
That's been researched. That's actually been researched. That is a fact, a whole fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I must admit, like, even in my, like, when I look at my past, it's the truth. Like, you can tell, or not, you can tell by looking, but when they start talking, you're like, oh, so where's your mum from? And they tell you, like, you kind of do that, oh, do you know what I mean? It kind of makes more sense, kind of thing.
So you can almost see who's got a black mum before you even ask them. Kind of, you just in a general vibe.
Yeah, you can feel their energy. You can definitely
not by the way they look,
a different energy. Yeah,
not by the way they look, but by the time they've opened their mouth, more time you can, you get a sense of energy by the way they talk.
So can we just say, without you pretty much directly saying it, that the people with white mums are pretty much more sellout-ish from what you've seen?
Oh, we don't mind saying it. Yeah, they're whole queens out here. 100%. 100%.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think I might even agree with you there, because I haven't really tried to look at it properly from that angle. When they said, oh, well, if you've got a white mum, you can't consider that person to be black or to be even safe, because they're always going to go back to their nurture, their mother, innit? They're always going to have allegiance.
Well, actually, a lot of them are actually disgruntled. They're saying that how they had to grow up with a lot of racism.
Yeah.
The anti-black sentiment was real. The fact that many of they'd see their mums looking at black men just like as black meat, but no real respect. As soon as they get they'll do derogatory things like, don't go there, don't do that. That's your dad's side of people. You don't really want to get involved in that. That's a bit ghetto.
Demonization.
Like, there's a lot of that. So they're not even talking about that. I think it's more of them, because this is their lives and they're being honest. They're just talking about the difference. Whereas a child who's got a black mum is saying that how, she sat down, she helped me with my hair, she told me about the dynamics of colorism, she told me about the interactions with black women compared to herself, and they started told them a bit more about a black woman's worth, if she's going to be facing as a black woman the trials and tribulations, and set them up right. Whereas the ones with white mums kind of was just more of abuse, underlining racism and stuff like that. So that's what it was mainly about. It literally isn't what like the rhetoric that most men talk about relationships. It's actually more deeper than that. So it's quite interesting, because this ain't anyone else
and you
talking.
got to also consider as well, sis, that you got to understand it from another point of view as well, Kingo. So if you're going to look at it, and remember, we're out on the outside looking in, we don't know what it's like to have biracial children. You got to look at it as if you're a black woman and you've been raised, grown, everything about you is black, yeah? And then you have a baby with a white man, you're going to be in that child's life all your life, 100%. You're going to be rearing that child. You're going to infuse everything that you knew, grew up with, learned as a child coming up into adulthood into your child, right? So there's a natural instinct to instill your identity, your culture, and that into the child. Whereas when we look on the other side, when it comes to white women with black men, 99% of the time, the black men don't even stick around to even be there to put their culture into the children. So it's normally tends to be the white woman that's raising that child and trying to give that child some form of identity that she herself doesn't even understand or can't comprehend. So therefore, that child's going to be less likely to have a black infused in sense in itself.
That's true. That's
than
true.
a
That's totally
child
true.
grew up with a black. Do you see what I mean? There's a more.
I mean, completely
dynamics.
withdrawn from the culture. I mean, they get completely, especially when the dad's not around. I've seen it. They completely get controlled, and they go white. They want to get a white woman. They like, you'll not see them with a black woman. Yeah, if they're a white mum, dad left the house, they probably even say some derogatory things about black people, right? And I've seen that mixed race person, and I ain't that. That's definitely, I've seen that. I don't like that, innit? Like I've banned that out. I can't ban that out in their face straight away. But
do you guys have an issue with the mixed race person? A person who's mixed with black choosing a white partner or a non-black partner? I
Not
think it's
really.
kind of
Not at
natural for them.
all. Not at all. That's up to them.
Yeah,
Remember,
it's up to them.
they're half mixed. They are mixed. That's what they are. That's why I don't call them
Right.
black and I don't call them white. I call them what they are. They're mixed. Therefore, whichever side of they lean towards, it's up to them. We have no business getting involved in
Yeah,
what
it's
they do.
almost natural, I feel.
Yeah, it's natural for them to just gravitate to what they. So I don't have a problem with it. I just have a problem with the brothers that are out here just making these mixed race children willy-nilly and bounce it. I ain't got time for that. That's who I'm on. The shifters of this world. I'm going to leave.
Wait, I swear that's like gold, man. That's gold.
But you got to remember that's not always the formula, because you got someone like look at Meghan Merkel, whatever, and I know of a girl who has a black mum, and she's one of the only ones that I know that have all like the ones who got black mum who's literally all on the white side. Because you got to remember, well, up to a point, I think both of them had their, like with my friend I'm talking about, one of them, both of them had their white dads in their life at that point. So I do think there's something to say where what Ladies D is saying, it's definitely more effective, like, you know, when the black mum is maybe on her own, or sometimes though, like I said, majority of the ones who got black mums, they're not like that. But I know probably two. One's a polarized public figure, Meghan. I don't think she doesn't call herself black, she calls herself mixed race, right? So that's that. And I know one other, but all the others, no. So I'm not saying they're all sellouts. I'm just saying the ones who happen to be sellout, when you look at their mums, they're all white.
What do you lot think of Mark and Meghan? Meghan? What's her name? Meghan Markle.
Yeah,
she just talked about her.
Yeah,
literally.
but what do you think of her as in terms of her stance? Does she seem like she's empathetic to the cause, or?
I don't expect, like, I think she made her stance very clear. She said that she's a mixed race person. That's how she wants to be referred to. That's how she sees herself. So I think she's leading the movement for her people.
Is she Kaepernick? Is she Kaepernick, or is she more sort of conformist? Is she sort of, you know what I mean? Like, but is she would you? Because personally, I think I've heard her speak about problems in society, racism and systemic racism. So on the front of it,
you've heard her talk about racism?
I think I've heard, yeah, because don't
she
forget,
talks about woman empowerment. That's what she talks about, and that's all women across the board. She's definitely like media friendly. She's not like she's definitely not for no pro cause.
Yeah,
I think
no,
she just started getting into black people when she got treated like a black person. That's when she started, and the only person who saved her was a black man in America, Tyler Perry, who had the means and the monies and the powers to get her out of what she couldn't get out of for how long. She realized she was black when she got treated like she was black, which happens in most cases. She don't talk about no black issues. She talks about woman empowerment. She's a feminist.
But there's a good opportunity to reinforce their sentiment towards black people and mixed race people. So that was, you know, I think that was a good way to sort of let us know what they're really thinking. No, that's interesting, though. That's interesting because I feel like she came from she got a white dad and a black mum, Meghan Markle.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
And the mum is around, you know. The mum looks like a decent mum.
Wait, Meghan has a white mom?
No, black Jamaican mum. And the most beautiful thing about that documentary, that I liked is when she did the little 3-day documentary, whatever. One of the things that really stood out to me, she goes, I know that they wanted it to be from my mum's side that brought all the disappointment and embarrassment. But it was on the other side. My mum held herself with respect. She had dignity. She held herself so well. And I hated the fact that it was from my other side, the white side. Because it's the dad.
It's the dad and the sister, isn't it? That was out here doing the press
the
tours
sister,
and all of
the
those
aunt,
things.
or whatever. They all went low
What's her name?
grade,
Samantha. I think her name was
stories,
Samantha.
everything else of them.
Yeah.
These times then the mums just kept regal, just silent. And no one likes to mention that part ever. They always avoid that part. So that's the one thing I did rate her for saying and mentioning, because it's so.
So wait, what did her father's side of the family do?
Since they were out here doing a whole circus for like about 6 months straight, leading up to the wedding, it was a mad thing across the UK at one point. It was every day. The sister was
dad
making
sold
stories.
papers. She wrote a letter, a heartfelt 4-page, literally a Leah old school 4-page letter to her dad. Yeah, the dad aired out the letter.
No.
Yep. He sold a amount of stories on her, talking about a whole heap of nonsense. They started at one point they said Meghan, what was it? Straight out of Compton or something. They were going in, yeah, because of the dad. He was just slewing her. And then the aunt or something like that, or the sister, an older sister that's literally is a stepsister. So the dad's first daughter ran bare stories on her, sold stories on her, everything. Like, it was so bad that in the documentary they were saying that literally they were coming to Meghan and Harry like, this has to stop. Like, how do we stop them? They're like, this is becoming damaging. That's how bad they were. These times, you see the Jamaican woman just minding her business.
Low key as hell, kept her mouth quiet and she just stayed in the cut. That's all she did, sis.
Just there for her daughter in the background.
That's it. But yet, but they like to make out that it's always us. We're the problem and we're the issue, and we're messing up the royal family. No. It's your same people, yeah, on the American side. Don't try it.
It was like, what are you marrying, bruh?
Literally. And Fiona's right, it was for publicity. They were he wanted like, it was just a joke. Like, when he never got invited to the wedding, I know he was making a big deal about that. Like, it was
Sis, he was in and out of hospital saying that Meghan's not even tried to contact him. Meghan's not. Why would she? You're out here selling stories on her every single day. Why would she? You're embarrassing her future king husband, her future prince husband. What are you doing?
Literally,
mad.
It was mad. And then when you see the interview, you could see the embarrassment. Like, you realize, like, raw, like, this is her dad. Could you imagine going to just being normal, going to your in-laws, and this crap is constantly happening? Like, she was like, he just kept like. And the mum is just there regal. And I was just like, rah, look at that. Look at that. That's something we already know. We know how we go on. We know we have to be in our P's and Q's. That mum knew exactly how to handle it. For Meghan to talk about, I don't know, I had the courtesy. I knew nothing about the royal family. Your mum sure knew Wagwan. Your mum knew how to handle the press. So, yeah. Big up the Jamaican mama there, boy. Yeah, where's everyone gone? Oh, it might be me again.
No, since I'm here,
No,
I'm sorry.
here.
I'm
I'm
in
here.
between the
Cookie
kitchen
was
and the
barking.
bedroom, yes. I keep running back and forth, checking on my pot, yeah. Sorry, I'm here.
Just managed to turn off the pot, man. Folding clothes.
Yeah, you don't know. I'm just, I'm in the back, so I might try to do something.
Yeah, but literally, if you sort of see any of the videos, watch them, especially when they collate the videos on YouTube. They'll collate them, so you'll see one side and another side. It's very interesting listening to them having these kind of conversations.
Yeah, that's what you mentioned about the mixed race children speaking on their experience with their parents.
Yeah,
that sounds very interesting.
It proper is. Like, first of all, I was like, oh, here it goes, like another. I thought it was going to be another story, but when I saw that it was literally them talking about the experiences, like the one with the black mums and the white mums, it was wild.
Bushti, send me a TikTok link and I can try and play it.
1 sec.
That is interesting, actually, to see how people have dealt with relationships between mixed relationships. I don't know, I'm echoing a bit. I don't know who that is. That's probably
Just a
me.
little, but I think maybe one of the
me.
sisters might need to mute, yeah. But what it is, Kingo, it's interesting if Nanifa can pull it up, because obviously you know that experience, you know how it feels. We don't know, You can then give us some insight onto how you see it after you've heard the way that they're speaking, or if you've experienced similarities to what they're saying. That will help us understand what it. Because remember, we don't know about the mixed race thing, We only know what it is to be black women. We don't know anything else outside of that. So when it comes to hearing them talking about their experiences and how it is to be brought up by, I guess, a white mum or a black mum with a white dad, or whichever way it may go, is it literally that in the household? Is this what you know, maybe you might have experienced, or if there was an absent father or absent mother, does that have a negative impact on how you know you're accepted into the black world? Like, we want to know, like, give us some intel, man. Come, do your FBI thing on them. Come, infiltrate.
Well, you know, like, the one thing I will say about mixed race relationships in as a summary is if you have a child as a black man and black woman, you're going to face historical pressures. But if you go into a mixed race relationship, you might be alleviated of some of these historical pressures. Like, you might be lighter, you might feel like it's a bit easier for you to live in this society. But there's pros and cons. They're taking away a lot. Your community, to be able to identify with one particular group of people. You're split now. You're pretty much a nobody. So you feel like you have to do an extra yard with your personality. So you have to be extra intelligent or extra nice, you know, just to, you know what I mean? Feel like you're fulfilling your role, right? It's almost like pushing you into this sense of neutrality or mutual. Like, it's almost like if you've got a movement going on, put that black man with a white woman, and that alleviates any type of possible help or assistance that person could have had towards your inner circle. And what they'll do is they say, well, okay, well, I'll give that all away, right? I'll give up my community, my what's it called? Identification. Yeah, my genetics. I'll give all of that up just so I can blend in, right? And I can reap the rewards of the system. And I think that's nuts, boy. That's nuts. I think that's selfish. It's very selfish. Because then what you're using is you're using your semen as your way up or way out, right? Of a certain situation. And yeah, you're sacrificing a lot. Like, you're definitely sacrificing a lot. So I don't know why people, opposites attract, yeah, but man, if you're trying to actually have kids, you're definitely trying to put your kids in a worse situation. And if mixed race people, if they're really true to themselves, that's what they've experienced. That's what they feel like. Like, their dad couldn't keep his dick in his pants, and he's just a fuckboy, right? And they'll try and make out that, oh, well, this is normal, but really they were just fucking about, right? And they just, you know, they weren't serious about their life. They were having flings, random flings, and you popped out, right? And I think a lot of black people, especially if they're proud and you know, they have someone pops out, they're not always happy with the result. And they won't admit it to themselves. That's why a lot of them just run out, because well, with a white woman already, she's kept the kids. She's a headache, and you know what? The kids are, you know, he kind of don't really look like me too much, you know. So, stick all the black men that stick in there to the end. They know they've downgraded. They've downgraded going with a white woman. They have. They know they have in their heart of hearts. But I think just the reinforcing fact that there's a nice home, they ain't going to get much resistance, and money will create their life. And they don't care about all the rest of the things like love and, you know, community and, you know, reality. They just want money so they can eat when they need to eat, shit when they need to, you know what I mean? And have their shelter, right? That's it. That's more important to the man now than his own genetics. And it's sad that we're in a position like that, right? But That's what it is, man. And they'll say, "Oh well, the black woman's too much of a headache." When this one, that one, they want to make millions of excuses. But they want to feel bougie. You see the way they're dressed. They always dress crisp and cream and proper. They look alpha. But they say, "Oh well, the white woman and white society is look. They've got gold. Everything's running. They've got time. Everything's structured. This is what I want in it." Their subconscious is telling them that. No matter how much they want to tell themselves that they're an activist and they're about, running up on a system or we're it's us and them, and that's their alter ego.
Wait a minute. I'm listening to what you're saying, Kingo Gold. Didn't young Pharaoh get a white lady? Like, yo, your homeboy is looking really bad, like right now. Didn't young Pharaoh get a white lady? Am I not? Where's Lady Divine? Lady Divine. Then young Pharaoh.
Yep. He got that.
Okay.
That tick, yeah.
So he decided to get an upgrade,
sis.
right?
Sorry, sis. Just quickly, 9. Are you there? Can you send the link into the chat, please, so I can come on my lappy, so I can send you the link. Sorry, Mel. Go ahead. 9, did you get that?
No problem. 9, she wants you to drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, sorry. Oh my gosh.
Just drop the link now.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Mel. Sorry, sis.
But ultimately, family, I'm not gonna lie.
Wait! Don't squeeze away! Don't run away! Pharaoh, your savior Pharaoh, YP, he upgraded, left the sister after he procreated with her, and
Wait, not one sister, sis, 2 sisters.
Don't say
he got 2 baby mamas?
Of course. He's got Haru's mum and then he's got the little one's mum, innit? Come on now.
Oh, so I thought he was getting married. I thought he was, having a strong black family. But no, I mean, he just out here being a YouTube baby daddy. And then he gonna get him a white lady, like,
Not only just a white lady, but the ex-nanny of the children.
Oh, what did you say? She said she's not white. She's what?
She's mixed race.
How you know she's mixed race?
I've seen his new the one he was sitting in, and there's a mixed race woman behind him. So he's with a white woman now? Wait, did I hear that properly? 1 second. I don't know if you lot are trying to throw shade on my brother YP.
You know what? Okay, go. Take your YP and stick him where the sun don't shine. Yeah, that's
She said, I don't know if y'all trying to throw shade on my brother the white.
Say to you, Kingo. That's just the nicest way I can say it to you. Just take
That's
your
hilarious.
YP and shove him where the sun don't shine. Yeah, that's what I can say.
All right, 9. Go to that link and press play. Sorry, I couldn't get the YouTube, but this one's a good one because it's a coloration, like it's a collection of all of the TikTokers talking about the experience. So if 9's there, she can press play, then we can see it.
Hey,
I
listen,
wish brother Kel would jump on as well.
Family?
Because we'd like to hear from a black man as well regarding this conversation.
Do you know what, family?
Come up here, Kel, because I still want to talk to him about the NOI and how he was basically minimizing old men sleeping with little girls. And yeah, I never got a chance to address Kel about his unsynchronized position around the protection.
Brother Cal, welcome, my brother. Click the link. When was this, Mel?
Yo, we was in another environment and they was talking about the NOI and people were saying, oh, why are they talking bad about the honorable prophet Muhammad, or the Elijah Muhammad, peace be upon him, and such and such. And when the brother it was a brother who was talking about a documentary, where they had interviewed the women who had children by Elijah Muhammad when they were teenagers and stuff like that. Kale was like, yeah, basically he's done a lot for the community. Like he wasn't even he said it was wrong to even talk about it. I'm like, what? Like so much stuff. Like if our men aren't protecting us, what do we don't stand a chance.
Hold on. Let the brother come and explain himself. This
Come on and
sounds
talk
like a
about.
very synchronized
Because he was highlighting the economic advancement that Elijah Muhammad brought. Okay, ain't nobody did more
Like
economic
who?
advancements than the white man. White man paying everybody bills right now, so I guess we should be happy with him too. I just don't get it. Like I just don't get it.
Wow, look at Ultra already. So you good work.
Ultra's
Okay,
ready
so
for the
these
smoke.
young girls. Let's
Ultra's
just
on trial day himself.
down.
Ultra's on trial himself, so we can't pay him no mind.
What Ultra did? Ultra did something too?
Ultra supporting the passport process where you're there.
No, Ultra not supporting that. Ultra, say it ain't so, Ultra.
Oh, where's 9? Press the video 9. And Cal, click the link.
Yo, I know this ain't I know, you know, people come and go from here, but I'm definitely going to be hanging out my boots within the next couple of weeks or months, family. So I'm just going to let you know that I'm not probably going to tell anybody else but you lot. Love you guys, but definitely not going to be here for much longer.
Pick up a Kindle. Why?
It's been entertaining. I might jump on now and then. I'll see you lot go live, but I don't want to get beaten up in these streets. And
why are you going to get? Hold on, who's trying to beat you up? Who's beating you up?
Nah, you know what it is. When you say something go wrong online, though, sis, you can get, you're putting you're taking a roll of the dice, and I've taken so many. You know what I mean? All them chambers are right now. There's only one chamber that's got not one bullet. There's only one chamber that ain't got a bullet in it. So I can't.
Yo. King of Gold is hilarious. He said, "Yeah, I'm taking too many beatings, man. I'm good." He said, "I'm good on this one."
All right. Well, let us hear your analysis of. Yeah, she's pressing play now.
I have biracial kids.
Oh, so fabulous. Hi guys, welcome back to my channel once again. My name is Tumebilia. If this is your first time coming across my video, you're welcome. Please subscribe and join the happy family. And if you are a returning subscriber, you guys know that I love you. Welcome back. So I was just scrolling through TikTok and I saw a video by a biracial girl, and she was talking about how her experience is different because she has a white mom and her experience is different from a biracial child that has a black mom. And I was curious and I'm like, okay, I could see how it could be different, but I really wanted to know what she and other biracial kids had to say. So I went ahead to just, check for more biracial kids with white moms to hear what they had to say about their white moms and their experience growing up with a white mom as a person of color. So let me just play some videos from biracial kids and I'll be right back to tell you guys what I think.
I don't know what mixed baby needs to hear this, but it's okay if you drop your white mom. It is. There are so many white mothers who sit here and they have mixed babies and then they literally destroy us. My mom, ever since I was little, has been calling Black women disgusting and loud and dirty and arrogant and ghetto. And for some reason, she
sounds all too familiar already.
Woman she is talking about. She fails to realize that there's no difference between us. The only difference is the slightly lighter complexion. That's it. Y'all sit here as white women and you have Black and brown and Asian children, and then you literally talk about us like we can't hear you. You talk about how we're disgusting and how we leech off the government and how we're not even from America, and how we don't even need to have protests for things because everyone's created equal in the first place, but then you date white supremacists and bring them into our own houses. And you expect us to be comfortable. I don't get how y'all can pretend that your kids don't hear you and then be absolutely baffled when they finally do. And they finally don't want to be around you.
Hey, black moms, I got you for a minute. Sit this one out. Hey, yo, white moms, stop having biracial kids. You was funny as fuck to run your mouth all over this app talking about that. Knee slapper, can we talk about how my granddaddy disowned my mom after she had the first of us? Can we talk about how my own mother called me racist towards white people because of Breonna Taylor? At least the black mother would have known how to do my hair properly and given a shit. I am definitely not the prize to the skin fetish you had with my father. You know, at least the black mother would not have invalidated any experiences I had in school with being bullied for my skin color or for looking the way I look. I feel like my black mama would have come up and beat a fourth grader when they called me the N-word. Stop worrying about black moms. They are not failing with the biracial kids as much as you are, okay?
So I grew up with a white mom who did not care. Like, she'll let me run around, like, looking musty, dirty, did not help me with my hair, did not do none of that, did not discipline me, nothing like that. She let my white side of the family put relaxers in my hair, straighten my hair whenever they wanted to make it look better. Told me that I could not go to the high school that I worked so hard to get into because the black girls there would be jealous of me and want to fight me all the time. She'll say things like, oh, it's so ghetto there now because of those people. Oh, those black people make that restaurant so ghetto. Da, da, da. Like, seriously? She also makes very passive aggressive, like, racist stereotype comments about black people. And honestly, it just, like, it hurts my heart because it's like, how could you have raised 8 black children and then have a biracial child and you proceed to still have these notions on black people and you proceed to talk like this and act like this? It's crazy to me. And 9 times out of 10, it's always those white moms who are like, oh, I am not racist. It's not me. I'm not one of those white people. I have black children. That are the racist ones.
Us biracial kids with the white moms are the most problematic.
No, but can we talk about how us biracial folks, that's me, with white moms can be the most problematic because a lot of times our white mothers will expect us to take on identities that reflect their own because the sacrifice of motherhood is so severe that they kind of want their biracial black presenting children to reflect their white experience. And I think a lot of folks like me, frankly, are just unwilling to challenge their mothers and say, like, I love you, but you are wrong. I love you, but my experience is different. And I love you, but I refuse to carry beliefs that are going to be violent towards other members of the Black community because I love my Blackness too much to hold those beliefs, right? And that will cause like a rift with some family members and has for me, but I would never take it back because I don't want to be one of those people who holds us back.
So I also have a white mom, and whether or not you other half-breeds want to digest it and understand it and take accountability for it is the fact that having a white mom is different than having a black mom, socially and psychologically. When people say that mixed kids with black moms are different than mixed kids with white moms, they're talking about the fact that mixed kids with black moms typically tend to not grow up to be coons and colorists. And where do coon and colorist ideologies derive from? These ideologies didn't just come from nowhere. Who's teaching these kids these things? I'm so tired of saying it, but there are more racist white moms than y'all want to believe.
So you guys have heard it. I definitely feel like when it comes to a mom, you know, because of the responsibilities of motherhood, children usually lean more to their mom's side. They spend more time with their mom and stuff like that. So the mom generally has a greater impact on the kids than the dad, in my opinion, especially in a situation where the father is not even around as much. So the mothers tend to always have a stronger influence on their kids. So now, one thing that I got to realize is that some of those white women go ahead and lay with colored men and have these kids. Some do it out of love, but a lot of them don't really do it because they love these people. A lot of people just want to be able to be like, oh, I am not in quote the R word because I have black kids. I am not in quote the R word because I've been with a black man. That doesn't really mean.
Does this video talk to mixed race people who have black moms?
That's what I would ask.
mean that you're not racist, in my
But that
opinion.
was
Because you can have
totally interesting.
see race, you loving man that's going to have to the world, thinking
You
that
know
child
what
is
I
going to
found
navigate
interesting?
Oh, wait,
to
there's a
upset
party
their
here.
family because they maybe they are rebels or whatever. I'm just saying, or
No,
just
that was
because you
it.
can, or just because you do.
But the rest of it is her commentary.
Yeah.
Right. So what I was going to say this, yes, is what I found interesting is everything we've been saying as Black women from the observation of looking on the outside in, we're literally hearing from these kids them directly themselves.
Exactly.
They are literally saying that is the experience that we perceive to be the experience, literally is their experience. So we're not far off the mark. In fact, we're 100% correct in what we say.
And the thing is, from what I've seen, because I've not seen many of these, I didn't even see this all the way to its end. I just saw a bit of it and just like, you know. But yeah, from what I've seen, I've not really seen mixed biracial people with Black mums talk about it, right? Because if you ain't got an issue, you ain't talking about it. I think it's even more like it's more obvious now that it's more of those with white mums who are taking it upon themselves. No, ask them. Do you know what I mean? They're saying this, and then they're looking at other mixed race people with Black mums, and they're noticing a difference. Do you know what I mean? Because when you're happy, you ain't got nothing to complain about. These lot are talking about what they're seeing, and they're seeing the difference. So, and like what Lady D said, everything that Lady D said, everything I saw in there was not surprising. It was more surprising of how the depths that they go in. I mean, the beginning where they're like, yo, white women, stop having biracial kids, and she's biracial, like that was deep.
Yeah,
So,
that was harsh. That was harsh.
so you could tell how deep it is. I mean, look at some of the stuff that got said. I mean, if we're going to use the word harsh, it's just a harsh environment that these kids were subjected to. Not doing their hair, getting told that their people were like, listen to it. You know what I mean? These are like testimonies from these girls, and they're women as well. Can you imagine the men?
So, but sis, we experience this all the time, every day on YouTube. We see, we go toe to toe with these people. They will sit up here and tell you they're not racist. We're the problem. We're the Black supremacists. We're this, we're that. Meanwhile, telling us that you Black women this, you Black women that. I'm trans Black woman. I'm an angry Black woman. Meanwhile, forgetting they got biracial kids. They are literally these are the kids. This is the result. This is what
Can
we
I just
see.
say, in defense,
Let me just throw a shot real quick, just a shot. Did any of them say that they was Israelites? I'm just saying. All right, I'm on mute.
Yeah, but don't forget, even the ones with the Black mum, I'm not going to say they're Israelite. But
no, I'm saying you didn't understand the joke. The joke is you are what your father is.
Oh,
so those people, their dads were Black. Clearly, they're not what their father is. They're saying the impression that they're speaking of the influence of the mother. So that mentality is basically saying the father has the most influence. Clearly,
we got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't forget, you know, a woman who didn't ever do the girl's hair, left them to do what they want. Is that a woman who wasn't too sure about parenthood and thought, I don't want to discipline her. I kind of want her just to, you know, I don't want any adults.
Yeah, definitely.
So I don't think that's. I don't really
if that
think
was
you can
just
use
one
that one.
off, but when it becomes the constant narrative from one after the other, after the other, after the other, the after, and they've all reached adulthood. Somehow she was being able to be a mother enough to raise the kids so the kid didn't die. These kids look like they're, you know, they can hold a conversation. They're recollecting their history. They're communicating it well. So no, I wouldn't say that this rhetoric of not doing her hair is just the odd waste white women. No, I think it's constantly coming up with different biracial women from different states. We hear it over here. We hear it everywhere. No, I don't think that that's quite
And you
fair
know
to
what?
say that about all the white women.
My God, isn't that funny that I said that sometimes white women, they give the impression that they're not actually really that nurturing, and their parenthood skills aren't that of a Black woman, because we see now that discipline is what makes a kid respectful and all the rest of it. So if you're leaving your kids, which is a general attitude with white people, they don't really want to, you know what I mean, have to try and, it feels like there's more emphasis put onto the development and growth of Black kids than there is from, you know, a white woman towards her mixed race child. And you know, and you know, I see black women are very regimented, quite strict with behavior and etiquette. Whereas white kids are just not like, they're not really like that. They let their kids run around, jump up on the bus, bogey everywhere, loud noise most of the time. But now they're maybe changing up a bit, but especially the English. Irish are a bit more got control of their kids. By English, their kids are just everywhere. So that's how they believe they should bring their kids up. It's not an isolated incident. What I wanted to do as a focus on the collective sort of shared experience, which is there's a common thing in it that, you know, white women are kind of sometimes more likely failing than the black side, right? And it's usually white women as opposed to white men and black women. But the main thing that I want to just part and say on this topic is what stops men, or what encourages this mixed relationships, or stops black men from actually wanting to go with black women and feeling it's comfortable for them to do so, is, guess what? Acceptance. You see that the ugly duckling? That's the most powerful form of social psychology, and it comes to social interaction, right? Is you don't want to be the odd one out. You want to be accepted. So when it comes to black men, they want to be accepted. And acceptance is why we see they really want to be accepted. We all want to be accepted. So no matter how you look at it, take that from what you want of that, but every part of their decision making is based on acceptance. Acceptance. And the biggest, strongest one will tell you the otherwise. But in his heart of heart, he knows it's acceptance. He wants to be a white woman because, oh my God, that a white woman likes me. And there are white women out there that have families that will allow their white woman to go with a black man like me.
Wait
now. Stop now. Yeah, we have to stop in your tracks now. So I want to correct you from a black woman's point of view in a few things, yeah, Kinga, because I know how you might see it, listen to these idiots talk on the internet, but I'm going to have to stop and correct you. So I would say black men ain't chasing down white women for acceptance. I would say they are chasing down white women because they can't compete with their white male counterparts no other way. They can't compete. They can't compete economically. They can't compete in power. They can't compete. The only way that they can compete is by taking their white women.
There's that as well, but
now it's got to the point that white women have realized they are getting the same black man. They're not getting a better version of the black man that the black woman was getting. They're getting the same. They don't even want them no more. Now they're taking their partners going abroad, trying to get continentals, trying to fool them with the American and English pound and the American dollar, and that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna last long. Notice all these manosphere brothers. They're no longer screaming white women. That's not they've forgotten about white. They don't want white women no more. Now they want the ones that they can use their power. Remember, it's about power. So now the only way they can get power, they can't get power in England. They can't get power in America. They can't get power in these Western countries. They can't get power. So the only power they can get is using their English pound and their American dollar, where it has value in places like Thailand, in places like the DR, where they can buy respect. That's the only way they're going to get respect, is by buying it. So they're going to try and buy respect by trying to buy out these women in these third world countries and think that equivalents to power.
No, one second. No, sis, I've got to stop. I need to rebuke what you're saying, because not every man are so foresighted. No one has got that long-term plan. They're out with their
Incorrect.
No, they're out in a nightclub. They're having fun. There's a nice woman with shaky legs. She's smelling nice. She's with a bunch of girls. They got a bit of money. They're all going to the same club. That's when mixtures happen, because they want to bust a nut. That's I'd say 90% of men that have children with mixed race people. It's a white woman that's keeping a child because she's just wanted anything, she wanted a cute kid. So we can't put that down to just economic gain. You can't say that, but it's mostly accepted.
History shows us what it is. When somebody shows you who they are, what is the answer to do?
Yeah, but a lot of men, no, because that's not fair. Because a lot of men, a lot of men will go with a white woman and be on benefits,
I'm going on, Ben. I'm going baby steps with you to help you to comprehend what I'm trying to get through to you. So I'm going in, take your time. If black women were being single mothers from out of the flipping plantation, we've always been single mothers. Let's be clear. I need you to understand the black woman's experience. We've always been single black mothers. And it just took the other day for me to watch a couple of research videos to understand that this is not something that just started happening in the 50s. This is not something that just started happening in the 60s. It's been happening for generations, from the plantation till now. Yeah? Now, black men are doing it with white women, going out there, breeding them up and abandoning ship. They realize they've got the same black man. They're no longer having it no more. Yeah? So now that they're running out of options with those women, guess what they're doing? It's the new wave is what? Passport bros. Thinking that's the new solution. I'll give it 10 years from now, that fad is going to run out. They're going to need a new way. They're going to run out of that one. Now they're no longer screaming. Look at them now. They know you won't hear none of them screaming about the white woman or the Beckys of the world. No, they're not screaming. Now it's passport bros they're screaming. It changed. Listen, there's a time and a season for everything. Give it 10 years from now. Not even 10. I'll give it 3 years, the tops. Tops, I'm giving it 3 years. It won't be passport bros no more. It'll be a new thing. I guarantee you it. But they're running out of options because they cannot compete. They can't compete. And it is what it is, bro. We got to accept it for what it is. History has shown us this. Go and look in your research. You're going to see sisters talking about they're single. Their mothers were single. Their grandmothers were single. And we're just talking about from the... No. It's going all the way back. And I'm going to get Nine to play the... Nine, you know the video I'm talking about? I think we should start hitting on that one now. I think it's that... We got to that section of the show where we need to hit on the facts and start introducing black men to the mirror that they need to start looking into.
Can you put the link in the back, bub? Because
okay, I'll do it. I'll do it now. Yeah.
Yep. Big up everybody. Welcome. You don't know we're celebrating our men over here because we love you. Hey, can't do without you. We won't go nowhere else. We so loyal. Yeah, man. Right. What am I doing? All right. Ugly is subjective. I'm not going to call anyone. All right. Yeah, but big up for that still. Gold. I'm in the kitchen listening to you still. And I think you make some very interesting points. And I think, obviously, it's always good to hear from the horse itself, as it were. You know what I mean? Because as Divine saying. So, can I ask you a question, Gold?
Yeah, go for it, sis. I'm here.
So, obviously, if you... Okay, knowing what you know now, if you was to say if you came back as a black man, yeah? Would you have a child with a non-black woman? Knowing
it all depends, Sitter Nine. Even with me like now,
because I guess what I'm really asking is the trade-off worth it? Do you think the trade-off is worth it?
I feel like it's not really as impactful on your life as unless you make it. So you can choose to be a white woman and play by the rules in the game, and it'd be a cool. I can imagine a really good life for you.
The rules? So, what are the rules? What do you mean?
Like the rules, as in, don't really want to represent anything too Africanized. You don't want to. You want to have the kids at a very conformist type of level, and acceptance. And maybe you might even lie to them about certain things, just to keep them sort of not having any type of negative energies or outlook towards them. So you can, like, personally, I would love to be with an African woman, right, and have my children with an African. And as a youngster, I didn't really mind. You know what I mean? I was like, all right, because I had a thing for blonde girls. I like blonde girls, innit? I kind of thought, all right, there's not many of them there. They look quite sweet. They always promote them on TV. You know what I mean? To be the sort of this lovely, You know what I mean? Like
No, I hear you. Programming is real. I get
flawless,
that.
yeah, this flawless entity. You know what I mean? So everybody kind of warms towards that white woman when they're a young man. No matter how they try and, you know.
No, I get that. I definitely get that.
But black women now, knowing that the name, my name, will resonate and ring better with black skin. That's what I'd be depending my choice on. That's enough for me to say, yeah, well, I want to be with a black woman now. That's what I'm kind of looking for. Whereas when you're young, you're not going to really, you don't know.
Did you say because of your surname?
Because of my surname, because of I understand how the history,
Right.
the love I have for the culture. I don't know. I just feel like genetics as well. I just feel like I wanted to come first in my races at school. I didn't really want to come second and third. I got a couple bronzes and silvers, sis. So obviously there's that part in it. Like I want to be the most. Everybody wants to be the strongest and quickest human being on a biological level, right? No matter what you see. That's why white women go with black men so often. So yeah, but no, a lot of decisions based on your later years will be with a black woman. So a lot of these brothers that have got kids from when they had them from when they're 20, 30, they probably silently regret it.
Right. Because
I wasn't. My opinion.
Right. Sorry, but go on, Bab. My bad. Go on.
Yeah, no. So it's a good question to answer, and I think that, as I said, the later stages, I think they regret it, but they won't tell you. They won't admit it.
Right.
They won't admit it. Especially if you're coming at them.
Yeah, go on, Bab. Sorry, my bad.
Especially if you're coming at them with this, well, you know, you should have love for your black people, because if you're alpha male or you feel like you are, you don't want anybody to try and influence you. If anything, you're pushing them away towards the side that they, you know, that they're going. Right. So it's a bit of a weird situation for me. But if you know what I know, with an illustrious surname, history, culture, land, people, you'll want to definitely try and possibly keep it within the family, you know, within a tribe, right? Especially with the Caribbean, I can imagine, because that's a huge illustrious history, you know. So they're not going to be really quick to throw away their genetics. You know, people love the cultures, you know. And that's the main thing that you're going to be basing your decision on, not just because you want to bust a nut and, you know, feel the experience of having a mixed race relationship in the UK. I don't think that's really attractive. That's not super attractive, you know. I'm telling you, nothing's attractive about that, right?
About
really.
what?
About the prospect of living your life out in a mixed race relationship. The prospect of you being, you know, being with a white woman.
Statistics don't don't thingy bobby what you're saying, because apparently it's only increasing, that sort of thing. So there's definitely seen some purchasing doing it, because more of them are doing it.
Right.
Well, there's more. Those statistics are about babies being born. So there's more. If that statistics is a true statistic, then there's more of their babies being born. But whether or not that, when you look at the statistics of relationships, it doesn't fare too well. And the lasting of relationships, divorcing, how much of the dads are in the house. Those statistics are not high at all. So if you look at the statistics where it's saying to you, yeah, more babies are being made, but the relationship's broken down and the dad's not around. Do you know what I mean? You got to weigh up.
So that goes in line with what Gold is saying then.
Yeah.
In terms of
I wasn't really listening, I was just came in now.
Duck in and duck out.
This is what I'm trying to say. They're getting the same black man. Remember, they thought they were going to get better treatment. They thought that they were, because of their white skin and their blonde hair and their blue eyes. Yeah, they thought they were going to get treated better. But they're now realizing that the black men are coming in, impregnating them, abandoning ship and leaving them as single mothers to these biracial kids. They've got the same black man. They didn't get a better version. He's just a black. He's just doing what he's been doing for centuries. He ain't doing nothing different.
I was just answering Fiona. Yeah, you're half West African, aren't you? Gold.
Yes, yes, yeah. This is just saying. Is go on. Did you want to say something? Because Lady D said that. Well, you know, I think black women, they seem to be a bit more calm or happy when they're with white men,
Really?
or less combative.
That's very interesting.
That's
That's
interesting, actually. We can probably look into that.
Why would you say that black women, from your perspective, seem more happier with, or would you say more relaxed?
More relaxed, or yeah.
What other things would you say that you've noticed about black women when they're with white men?
White men, and I think because I feel like this is this whole thing about opposites attract, but there seems to be less conflict.
So there's less conflict within their relationship, and the black women seem to be more relaxed.
This is I maybe it's because there's not so many relationships going on between white men and black women, but from what I've seen, maybe it's because the black women that they get and the white men have got money in it, and black women are just getting the white.
So you're saying because they got a comfortable life and they're probably living good, they got less complaints, which makes a happier relationship. It's what basically what you're saying. Yeah,
it might be, but yeah, I feel like I think that's something that I've seen that's quite a little bit common.
Timestamp, sis, because you know that's a long video. So
sis, go into where she gets into the bit where she starts showing the history of the people on the program. To show, just to drive in my point that it's the same black man.
They're not getting not getting anything different.
Not do that right now, but
that's interesting. But you're right, though. I think you're right. They expect the black man to treat them any better because they're white women, but no. And that what the system has realized now is that because the black man is moving out of the household like early, quickly, white women are just keeping kids without the black men there, then they're getting ousted out by the sort of the parents. What does that leave the kids? No dad, no community, no family. So now they're having to really look at that seriously, and they're making it easier. And I feel this is what the ceremonial thing. It's a very ceremonial thing with Mark and Meggle and his brother Harry, because they realize that actually mixed race people haven't really had it that great here. So then they overlooked it. They didn't even really prepare for it, right? They don't want to host. They weren't expecting to host a whole new group of people, or they were, but they just didn't put things in place. And they're starting to do that now. I believe they're starting to do that now because, it's definitely a problem. Like you said, are you really upgrading, and are you really getting a better black man, or is that white woman going to have a better life after she met that black man? And I don't think so. It's not.
I wanted to go back to a point that you made, Okingo, like about acceptance. You know, I think you were basically saying that black women reject black men, I guess, because they don't have money or something like that, and white women embrace them or accept them or something like that, or if they're not attractive, or like basically like the undesirable person who develops like resentment, and they go to college and they're like, oh, I can't get no women. Don't worry, when I blow up, y'all gonna want me. Like, dude. So, but that's not a good reason why black men stay outside their race, because like they're undesirable black women. What do they do? They might be black women incels. They might be sexless black women out there. They're not saying, oh, not saying that none of them do, because clearly there are black women who go with white men, but to make like a movement, it's not a thing for us.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say so.
So how does that go with your argument about this acceptance thing? You remember you saying that?
Well, I think for a lot of black people in the West, I find like the men definitely, I feel like, want to be accepted a little bit more. I think the black women know that they've got a black man there, So they kind of feel like they don't really need to be accepted. They've got their own type of their own nation there, right? But
What you mean accepted? Then maybe you should explain what you mean.
well, because
Maybe I
acceptance for me, because like a black woman not really want to be accepted. If she's got a black man there, she will want to be accepted in terms of getting jobs and not being treated unequal in our society. But with a black man, he knows he's got an opportunity to get into and black women can as well.
He has an opportunity by dating a white person.
Huh?
I'm gonna understand. He has an opportunity because he's with a white woman. You're saying, like being with a white woman gives him advantage in getting a job.
Well, black man, it gives him well. I think the black man has an idea when he's going with a white woman and he's integrated himself into that white life or white area is what there's couple of things. I think the main propelling factor is you wanted to be accepted, or you
accepted by blacks, accepted by whites, accepted
by whites. Now,
okay,
by accepted by where you're living, right? Where you're living in your society, right? And not accepted. Oh, you're destined to be. You really want to be accepted. It's a case of okay, well, on the surface, white people hate black people. So if this white woman's all over me, surely that means that the family and the dad isn't racist. So wait. So let me have sex with this girl because she's nice, and then she'll tell you, well, you know what? Yeah, my dad don't mind black people, and then that's what I was like, oh, really cool. So that's all dopamine. That's so much dopamine, and that's why I like Kale, because he actually presented something that is very interesting, very fucking interesting. He brought on a science biological level, and actually acceptance will give you so much cortisol and good feelings and dopamine, oxytocin, acceptance, embrace. You know, when someone embraces you, oxytocin is a feel good feeling that comes out of your body physically. Yeah. So when you kiss someone, you get good feeling. So when someone embraces you, it's the same as things acceptance, but it's a spiritual acceptance, isn't it? Right? Acceptance can be from like, yeah, well, you can come in the door. I like you because I like your culture. That's acceptance, isn't it? So black people want to be accepted. Black men, right? And they don't want to seem racist as well because that's what the white man is. So they'll have sex with a white woman, because it don't make them look racist. They get accepted. They ain't got the pressures of us against them, and it just makes them function and feel better in their environment. So
you think it goes away? You think it goes away? Us versus them having a white partner?
But I don't know if there's something wrong with me. But I think what he's saying is making sense.
No, it makes sense.
Listen, what we would probably disregard as like someone who's self-hating. Akingo Gold is actually breaking down.
He's giving game. He's giving the game, because I'm sitting there as a mother of a son. You see what I'm saying to you? So I'm here in a minute, and that's why we've been saying enough of these man them that are coons. They come out from us, innit? So somewhere along the line, what is making them coon out?
Right.
So now my man.
So wait.
Huh?
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna listen.
He's taking it down to certain levels where he's saying, and that's very interesting, isn't it, Carl? Do you know what? I nearly started to cry to Bomba Clark. Hey, you hear me, Kushti?
I hear you, man.
Yo,
because what we would just dismiss as self-hate, he's giving real kind of breakdowns to what that actually is, right? So like when he's saying things about, okay, the black man in a Western environment understands what they appeal like. So before I've even spoke whatever, I understand what I have to stand up to. Yeah, he's talking about a particular type of black man. Yeah, as I'm saying this. Yeah, and he understands what he's standing up to. So you don't want to, what he's saying, you don't want to come across racist, right? So you're the happy-go-lucky, I'm calm. We see it. Those of us who've been in work and stuff like that, we see it, right? And when he's saying about, say if you do go, because even with our partners who are black, yeah, they say some things when they've come back from like they're going for what a different job or stuff like that. You know, they get told certain things when they find out that, you know, you've got a black woman and black children, you're in a family. Everything changes. So they ask a lot about these men about their family lives and things like that. So I think the first thing you'd probably say if you're that type of black man is, yeah, you know, I've got a white woman. Like, you're making them know that I'm the good black guy. Do you understand? Like, if this is their perception, right? Remember what he's saying is about to make their life easier. Do you understand? So in that kind of frame, he's kind of describing, you know, you don't want to present yourself as aggressive. You don't want to seem racist. So, you know, yeah, I'll be the first one in. What are you saying, Anne?
I want to seem as a threat.
Exactly. And to some black man, this is the easiest way to go down to have an easier life.
What's up with this easier life business? Because that's what they were saying about the men.
That's the fact, because we've seen what it results into. But it's what I think Okin Gold is doing is he's delving into the mentality, the psyche of that thinking, of the reasoning behind it. Yeah, the psychology of it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it works. We see it don't work. But what he's saying is
it works temporarily. That's what we do know. It works temporarily. Yeah.
How so? It works until they realize they're still getting no respect. Is what it is. Yeah. It's the respect that they're trying to gain. They're getting no respect because they don't display anything to gain them respect. And remember, what is the respect? The only respect they've got left is money. Hence why they're taking it to these third world countries thinking they're going to get it. It's not happening. It's not working. That's why it never works.
So what point would you say, ladies, to the ones that, sorry, now 1 second, I got a question on what you said. So hold on to that next point. But you said that it worked to a point, and Mel, and I'm asking as well, like, to where are you seeing where it worked? To what point? Pardon?
Who's that question to, Bob?
You, Nine, because you remember you said, yeah, because you know when you were saying it worked to a point, because I'm saying it like,
it works to a certain extent because and it's so interesting the way in which he actually described it, because chronologically I see how it actually goes. You get me? Because what he's saying is that basically persons outside of their reflection, of your reflection, obviously I'm trying to be very PC, is what I'm saying to you, but gives them that vibe. Right. The reason why I'm saying it works is because obviously certain of them, they go over, right, for a period of time, okay, and like we've already heard people say, then not regret, I don't know what the right word is, but they come, I don't even say they come to their senses, still that don't sound right, but they level off, you get me?
And then they realize
once they have their own self-esteem, maybe they become a little bit more established in the world, this, that, and the other. You understand me? Somebody, I'm saying it in a very bad way, but I know what I'm trying to say in my head. So therefore, they don't need that crux again. You get me? Because initially, it's like a crutch to get in.
So I think in that scenario, I'd probably say in a scenario like a footballer, someone who wants to gain ranks in that kind of environment. Do you understand?
He's actually he's actually the worst type of thing, Bobby, because he don't even need to do that. He's doing it. So
where are you? Because I'm trying to figure out where you're saying that he gets to a certain point. Because all I'm seeing is that they just got to the point of being a sellout. I don't see the games.
Yeah,
where's the games? They don't have games, real games.
Because when someone needs to mute up. When they go over there, innit? You heard him even in his description. He spoke about endorphins and all the rest of it. Yeah. So over Dessa now, they're getting a different vibration from what is normal, right?
Okay.
So it's a different sort of acceptance.
I hear you. So a different exposure and feeling exposed and accepted in a world or an environment where you've never been able to even think of. Okay, I hear you on that.
A power base there, because remember you heard him talk about introduced to the family, this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you? You know them ones. So now you're in, especially if you haven't got very good self-esteem yourself. You get me? It's mad.
Yeah, but you know that you saying that it's all on the best scenario, innit? Because more times out of 10, then you know they're not accepted in all the families. We hear all of them stories.
But that may be the case, but they still go. So that's what I'm trying to say. They even think they'd rather even go into a family that don't even check for them.
But this is what I'm saying. It's their perception that it works, but we know it don't. You understand? But
No,
the
of course
psyche's
it's their
interesting.
perception. Yeah, yeah. Obviously it's their perception, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely their perception. 100.
Boy, and that's the great thing you said there. They'll walk into a scenario where they know that their children won't have any grandparents, and they're still willing to take that dive. Yeah.
To know that that one day down the line, no one's gonna know that granddad, whatever, was a big old strong Zulu to blood cleat. I get you. It's a mad thing.
And that's the thing, and that's a sad thing. That's the and that is literally where the position I'm in now, Mike. I need to pull you up on that point you made. It was very prominent because that's the position I'm in. Like, I look at my dad now, and I think you are a good, protege. Well, not protege. Like good representation of a strong black man, like physically, yeah, and his mentality and everything. But he is a person who made a decision with a woman, and he doesn't really hold much allegiance. He's such an alpha that he feels like he's better than every white man in England, and he's stronger and he's gonna have more going on in his future. Then he feels like he's above anybody here. So if he has your white women, he should be happy about it, right? But he's always gonna have his mindset. But I always see him, I say, well, no matter how you are pro-black dad having mixed race kids, your genetics are going to turn into someone who just looks like, I don't even know what that fucking is. It's not the same person. It's a what we see is a Latino now. Latino, what are they? A lot of them are fighting against the new black imports. Well, I don't want to say that. But
Gold,
black,
can I ask you a question?
So they originally were black. Go on.
Gold, can I ask you a question? If it's too personal, just say, yeah, I'm not going to answer it, yeah? It's just because you mentioned it. Right. But you know when you were saying about how your dad is pro-black, has he, how many, okay, so I'm assuming he has more than you as a child, right? So he's got a few kids. Yes. Okay, so how many, and is there a few boys? Yeah, there's about 5 boys, four boys. Wow, okay, and you've got sisters as well? Yeah, 4 sisters. Okay, wow, okay. So how, does your pro-black dad, did he ever enforce, did he ever show some sort of persuasion to you dating black or any of his kids? Did he ever say that to you? Did he ever say No. My dad played an interesting role in my life. He didn't really encourage us to do much, but when we asked, he would tell us his honest opinion, and that's why I love him. And I see the same thing in certain brothers I've met on here. Where they won't try and directly towards or try and manipulate you, but they'll tell you what it is in truth, and you've got to make your decision based on his experience. And his experience would be try and be honest, because he doesn't want to try and tell you a lie, right? Because you want to reveal your dad and say, okay, well, everything you told me was the truth. Because ultimately, if you tell them the truth, they're always going to come back to you. But if you manipulate them and turn their life around, and you feel like you've made an impact on their life and their decisions, and it's turned out wrong, they're going to come back to you for it. But if you're honest, and then they can't really have a go at you because you've been honest. So my dad is kind of he loves and embraces his blackness, and he's aware of systemic racism, and he'd always fight my corner, and he's always skeptical. He's always like, it's probably a fucking race.
Go. All of your siblings mixed, or some of your siblings fully black or fully white?
Yeah, I've got a black brother, but but the rest of them are mixed. So I've got a black brother, so we ain't met, but I know he's there. So that's what it is.
Do you have? Well, I guess you wouldn't have any fully. Do you have any fully white siblings, like with your mom?
No, I don't actually. No. Where white women don't have white kids and black kids, that's very rare. That's very, very rare. That's super
Jupiter
rare.
does. No, my bad. Yeah, Jupiter does. That's why I asked, because
sis.
No, I'm just
refrain from that word.
My bad. But I was just thinking of a white woman who had children with a white man and a. Sorry, it's just.
We're on code. Can we stick to the word gummy, please?
Oh my goodness.
You say that word sacrilegious? Fucking oh shit.
No, I was just thinking of a white woman who had children with both like white men and black men. So I was like, when he's, I just didn't know if his mom was like, oh, I'm gonna have children with a black man now, like I'm gonna switch and, hope it wasn't an offensive question. I wasn't trying to be offensive.
But since you also got to look into it deeper, and I hear what the point you're making, but look into it deeper. When you do normally see a white woman with white children and mixed race children, always notice the white children are always the first ones, and the mixed race comes after the fact. Have you not noticed that? Look it up.
I met someone who her white siblings came after her, like she was first, and then and she described her upbringing as being very white because her mom married a white man, so she had a white father figure and white siblings. She was the only person in the house that had a black parent. She ain't know nothing about black culture at all.
Yeah. And then it also happens as well if you look in the adoptions, their kind of their numbers as well. A lot of the people that have like white children normally tend to be biological as well. When they tend to adopt mixed race as well, because obviously I guess there's more need for black and mixed race adoptive parents. So that could also make the numbers go up as well. So if they're putting those in the statistics.
Y'all still there?
Yep.
Yeah. Mr. Riggs, welcome, bro. We're chopping black men today on the Passport Bros and the coons and the sellouts. No, we're celebrating them.
Happy Mother's Evolution.
Thank you.
500 years of struggle.
Big up, King. Come on. I'm just waiting for Kel to hit that link now as well,
Kel need to hit that link.
No, but I know he's going to get the black men. He's going to get the black men together.
Yeah. King Gold, you see your black brother? He's the eldest.
Oh shit. Yo, bro. How do you know that? Yo.
You know why? Because as you said, your dad's Igbo. He would have had a relationship before he came into the Western world.
So wait, pause there, brothers. I've got to address something. Sorry to cut you lot, and I know it's rude, but you see, if you're gonna chat that shit in the fucking chat, Trilla, I beg you, come here, let me just cook you nice and slowly, then I can dash your clout to the side. You go and tell your fucking Asian fucking mountain woman them that, yeah? The ones that are getting breed out by the blood clot black men.
Wait, what he's saying?
Go suck out yourself, you little pussy. I don't rap to cook you up here today, Don't pass your place. Go look back your blood clot mountain girl them and allow us in it. Go on.
Anyway. Yeah, King Gold, go on.
Yeah, like nobody want to have your little funky ass child. Shit.
Right, yeah. But I think what's interesting is that that's been like very, and it's like a need to know basis. Yeah. So when it comes to, I don't know if you experience the same thing, but I have to feel like with the African family, the children they're not going to be ones that are sitting up whilst you're speaking about big. That's when you got to go upstairs to your room and clean up, and it better be spotless. But the thing is that when he's had his children, he had a black child first. So I don't know. Maybe it was just that's what he had
in the time because once he came to the Western world, he was here for a period of time, so he had to create a new family because the distance of him not going back at that precise time.
Oh no! He's here though. He's here.
That's what I'm talking about. He's here, so he has a new pool to play with. In the fact that
but I'm saying that the brother is here. My brother's
here.
Yes,
he was born over there.
No, he was. My dad was born in Manchester. He wasn't born.
Oh,
in
your dad was born in Manchester.
Yeah, so he had his black child. I assume.
Oh, so his parents were. So your grandparents were over here.
Yeah, they were from Africa. My grandparents, my nan.
And then he first dated a black woman, then he dated your mum after.
Yes, from what I've heard, and he's even now I'm 40. He still hasn't really told us the full details.
The relationship didn't work out, so he moved on.
Yeah, and that's generally what we see is the brothers. Then they move on from this one to that one to this one, and then finally, when the actual wife woman he wants, he'll want to have a couple people to pick out, so he picks the best one basically.
So would what kind of age group? Mind me asking, what kind of age group would you say your dad is in?
Oh, me, he's like 60, 70, 70 range, yeah, 60, 70.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
you got to look at the differences between the people back then who dated white women and the people that date white women now. They're two different kettle of fish.
Yeah, and I feel like my brother. Good point. Now,
what's the difference? What's the difference you think?
Can I categorize one difference?
They tend the ones now tend to go for that slightly like a Latino white look. Then they will go for a pale white.
Yeah, but don't forget. I don't know if this was a common thing, but I feel like the brothers back then they were a bit more English.
But it was to fit. But back then it was to fit in.
Yeah.
Because they knew that if I wanted to maneuver, I needed to do that. But now it's getting their prick wet.
T, also to add to that point as well, and also as well back then as well, King, you've got to take into account prior to that, remember, white women were restricted off black men. They were not allowed to go near black men or whatever. So once they got the pass where they could, white women became accessible to them, they took it to a whole nother level. But notice, like I said earlier, now they're no longer screaming the Beckys and the Snow Bunnies anymore like they once was. Now it's Oriental and all these non-black women, meaning they want them to have some form of blackish in them, but not black. So to look, what's the word? Racially ambiguous. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah.
Because if you look at the 1700s, the ones that went to Sierra Leone and that time period, you will find that most of the black people that dated white women, the black trait doesn't exist. It has disappeared because they had to keep on marrying into the white society. So they have no trace of blackness.
And that's the thing, yeah.
Yeah, but that will be England in about 50 years time.
What do you mean? It's England now? They're ready. The mixed races are already outnumbering the blacks. Come on now.
For real? They got more mixed race people than blacks? No,
it's not. We're not totally. They're very much. Our numbers are dwindling, sis, and their numbers are growing. Yeah,
they're about 1% behind.
Whoa.
The pool. How can I say the pool is
the great replacement is taking place. Yeah, the great replacement has officially taken place. That's what's going on.
So the multicultural
that is bananas.
All beginning to marry into each other until it becomes one race.
Right. So then we've got like a new Jamaica or a new Egypt in the UK, and that's what they've been trying to stop.
They will have Indian blood. They will have Caribbean blood. They will have African blood. They will have American blood. They will have every single blood that they can find.
Basically, it's imagining. Right, look at it like this. Here's the best way to look at it. Like, you see, like how we're doing the people are doing DNA tests now, and they're trying to find out who their lineage are and whatever. Imagine that in 30 years from now in the UK, doing your lineage test, they're gonna have like a bag of things in their gene pool and their DNAs because a lot of mixing is happening. And now we're hearing black women talking about, well, F it. They're
Because
doing the same thing too.
You got to remember, England is very small, and I keep on mentioning this to people. So the contact is very easy. So you're gonna get someone that's gonna go and marry some Scottish one, that one's gonna marry Irish one, that one's gonna marry an Indian one, and then their children will probably intermix again. The only way we can sustain ourselves is going home.
I guess, but I guess it's not a popular
because
idea to say sustain yourself. People think like mixing is good. Like you shouldn't have a pure people. You shouldn't, like that's offensive to desire pureness.
Because what would you call a child that has two parents that have been raised by white women and they have a child? What would you cast that child?
Wait, what you mean? Two children? What? A child with two mothers?
Two parents that are mixed race, that are raised by white women. They come together, they have a child.
And they have a child. What is that child?
What is that child?
Remember, the one parent is mixed race, another parent's mixed race. Their parents were white women with black men. What is that child, sis? Let us know. How does that child identify?
The child is mixed.
That's the great replacement. That's the new black. That's what you need to know.
No, that's not black. That's mixed.
Sis, your brothers told
I
you.
ain't mean to say it.
Sis, listen to me. Hold on, listen to me, sis. Understand what's actually happening. I don't think you're catching it. Understand, your brothers tell you this every day you go on the panels with them. Their children are black. They tell you.
No, you're talking about a mixed race, like a mixed race man. And a mixed race woman coming together.
But it's their perception.
No, Shush Kingo, 1 second. Yeah. Baby steps. Sis, listen to what I'm saying to you. And I'm going to go baby steps with you to make you drive it in, yeah? Your brothers tell you all day, every day. You hear a Shifa. You hear them telling you their kids are black. You are what
No, I don't listen to them.
Listen. Don't answer. Just listen. He tells you all the time his kids are black. You are what your father is. Now, that child is raised by a white woman or a non-black woman, let's just say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say, for instance, that woman now gets with another non-mixed race, another mixed race person or a person that has dual heritage, yeah? They now have a child. That child member's been told all this time. Remember, that child's been saying they've been identifying as black because that's what their dad told them they were. They're black, even though they're actually mixed race. But their dad's been pushing in their head all these years that they're black, so they identify as black. Now, she's identified as black, and now the other person, I guess, is going to identify as black because their father's probably going to teach them the same thing, that they're black because they were black, because their father's black, right? That they now have a child. That child definitely even more bred into mixed race. You think that child's not going to be told that you're black because those parents were told they were black? That's the great replacement, sis. Understand what's taking place in front of you. That's the black great replacement. The brothers don't realize what they're doing by calling these children black. Hence why I come up here every time and drive it home. You're not black. You are mixed fucking race. Stop it.
And that's the thing, family. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is why. Now, when Shifa said that about me, I was sitting there looking. I was saying, I love you, brother. You're really trying to do this. We're all one. Kumbaya. But bro, that just sounds corny. A mixed race person is a mixed race person, and if we start to believe that, okay, because he's got a bit of black skin, we can call him black. That is literally the replacement there. So you're right. I got to agree with you there. And you can say it how you want to say it, sis. Black mixed race is not black.
And that's all it is. Okay? It's not even that to say I'm trying to take away their blackness from them. It's literally setting the flipping line. I'm black. You're mixed race. Yes, you are part of the black family. Yes, we welcome. We don't have a problem with that. But do not try to replace me. So if you're black, then what am I? The nigger? No, I'm black. You're mixed.
No, I know what you are. But
you see,
you're cis black. You're cis black.
But you see, the craziest part is no mixed race has been called white.
But that's why I keep driving it home. Met the white women, they're not my problem. And it comes across
we're cis women and we're cis black.
But it is what it is. I'm not creating these babies. I'm not out here running around pushing in their head that they're black. That's not me. That's these black men doing this shit.
Listen, Lady Divine, you're a cis woman and you're cis black. They're trans black
Mel,
and lit.
that one finished me. That one finished me. You gone too far. You gone too far.
That's too much, man.
Listen,
the gender role is evolving, and we ain't gonna like what's coming next.
listen. As long as the roles can't evolve too much more. I'm sorry, the roles can't, the titles can't, because they ain't gonna like.
Yeah, I know.
The files are coming.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, same gender loving. No, not the same gender. What is they? What are they called? The ones that love children? They attracted to children. They got a name. I forgot what the hell. Children
And
loving people or something.
you know what that be
Shit like
based
that.
off? They'll be getting their children from places that need it as well. You know, oppressed places.
Yeah, but I don't even think it's really our issue. Is it really like a black family issue?
What? Listen. You already know they're gonna start jumping in on it.
It's a war already taking place. It's just that we the brothers don't realize what kind of war they're pushing, what kind of generations to come this is gonna affect. And us black women are up here screaming, no, we're not gonna allow you to keep doing this. Meanwhile, we're getting called the black supremacist, the black racist, the black this, the black. They don't read
Black
the bigger
feminist.
picture. Yeah, we're everything
We
but
feminist now.
a child of God. We're everything but the child of God. But they think they're out here doing greatness. I guarantee you, since in 50 years' time, the black race will be the black race as we know it in the West. We're out of here. We're done. We're finished. We are being replaced literally every single day.
We called a black supremacist. We should have control of how we live our life. You know, that's what I class a black supremacist. So if I'm called that, thank you very much. You know, we have to have control of our lives.
Bless up, brother Cal, as well. Bless up, brother.
Greetings, King.
I'm good,
Greetings.
Black best man.
Black Womb, Sun Sisters Day, all for you, only you, because of the legendary skills.
So, I forgot what I was going to say. I was going to say
Pure
something.
blood has come to an end.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you for bringing me back on track. Mr. Riggs. So those who actually care about that, right, in regards to West, because when I hear it, it sounds a certain way, but because of my beliefs, it's like, it's not our country, right? So what is it for us who care about that, yeah? Those few blacks that care about that, who are in the West, who are even fewer. What is the deal? Do you still feel about building here? Or do you start paying attention about what's happening back in the continent and in the Caribbean?
We should have been looking back home, sis. That was always our story, though.
Can I just say
it was never for us to be here still.
Please.
Because look at places like, when I heard you sort of going back and forth about the mixing and what it'll be like and things like that, all I was thinking about is Brazil or Argentina. You know, like this has happened before, where they have breed them generation by generation. It was systematic until they are what they are now, where you can't really put a color on a Brazilian. You know, so right. So, you know, this is what I'm saying. Like this, it's not like this is something new. We've seen this happen. If we look at their history, we've seen it. So if we know that this can happen, and we're such small numbers here, and most of the men are already gone anyway, like. This is probably a real reality, but what do the black people who care about?
Let me just say this, family.
Well, we don't do anything.
I need to finish. No, please. Sorry, lady. Please.
Go on.
Now, when you have a group of people that have been demonized, which you've seen due to the Arab Spring and the Arab people, when they come together on common cause and say, well, this is racism, right? What that does is they can now cast that particular narrative on any type of joint enterprise you do. And the people will have this thing in their subconscious saying, well, we try to join just based on us keeping our genetics and to build a nation. So now if we start off a business, so now you're not, so if they make you feel inadequate about coming together for Black Pound Day, how is anybody going to work to build up an enterprise to rival any of these corporations? Already they don't even want to join up because they won't want to see you out there racist and acceptance, all the rest of it, right? Now we see now what the problem is that when I look at these white people, You go on their YouTube, you go on their Google, they're starting up all their little nations based on selling something, based on pushing philosophy, based on pushing racism, whatever. But we will not do it because they've stamped down on black people so much that they don't even want to create a nation within a nation that they're in. So forget about joint enterprise and starting off these little cool little white, these white people start off all these little cool little movements. Yeah, they got the time to sit down because they're not scared to join together because they're already together. Right? So this is what it is. So that's why black people ain't got much GDP. Because they can't even come together as a nation, let alone a business front. So that's how I'm going to say.
But,
so
ask yourself, but ask yourself this question: who cares about GDP? Because that is we're trying to fit ourselves back into their system.
It's true.
Where we should be trying to get out of the system and breaking free.
Because one thing that I know is nature does its work, and nature is actually bringing people together, and they're not even realizing it. Just say, for instance, the UK, for instance, the black people that live in the UK are, I don't like to use the word British, black British. We're unifying by even just looking at, you see the Caribbean people marrying into the African people marrying into the Caribbean people. It's happening. But what we're not seeing is what's on the top of the surface. We still think we're separated, but really and truly, nature's already joining us up. Our music is combining. We're seeing ourselves in the sports. We're all coming together, but we just don't notice it yet.
Sometimes I believe that as well. It's the same with the black statistics as well about fathers, where people are still saying the same rhetoric, but in the UK, like I think black fathers are the most present in their kids' lives. They help with school pickups, this, that, and the other. Even they're not together, they're the ones that have always got like a certain day where they're taking the kids and stuff like that.
Yes.
So actually, black fathers in the UK are really like present.
They're good. They're good.
Even they're brilliant. They're not just good. They're brilliant. They're brilliant. They show up.
You got to look at the statistics, because are we actually answering them questions?
Yeah, who are the black people that are filling in these data quotes?
Exactly.
These numbers.
And my mum's been saying that since I was a pitney before I even knew what that meant. She always says, to this day, nobody in our family has had one letter, one person come up to me and ask me nothing. And she's like, in your whole generation. So you're going up to your nana, your auntie, your cousins, me, your dad. Do you understand? So there's a lot of generations there to miss, a lot of people there to miss. So no one.
I don't even do things like census and that. So I don't think I'm even recognized. I don't think I'm even recognized as a black family in the UK. That's how bad it is. I don't think I am recognized because I don't do none of these things like fill up census and when they ask you to tick boxes like what's your identity. I don't tick none of those things. So I know for a fact I'm definitely not on any of these so-called percentages that they keep coming up with.
And that's why I just roll my eyes when these black men come out of these dead-out statistics. I'm just like, are you serious?
Like, it will say single mothers, but yet how do they know that person's a single mother?
Exactly. They could be cohabitating. They could be partners, civil relationships. And this is what I mean. But people will take that, run with it and paint a narrative. And that's what's worrying. So I do believe what you say, though. There's something in me that does believe that, where I think, as per usual, we have survived things as a people we were not meant to survive. Like there's been other collective communities who have been wiped away. Like, so yeah, I believe that somehow it'll come. And I've said that before. I've said to Nanifa that I think that the reason why black women are so much more like pro-black and powerful and in these things, because they're supposed to, like, the ancestors saw Wild One was like, we've got to plant this in the women because they're going to push out the next ones. Like, I do think that it's going to be like that. I do think it's going to work itself out.
Like, for instance, look how many black children that are going into university now. Do they talk about that?
Or the fact that the youngest kid who keeps smashing the GCSEs is consistently either from Jamaican or African descent at a young age. That's like a constant record that they keep doing every year. No one talks about that.
Can I ask you a question? Is black joint enterprise and people coming together a necessity right now, or is it because it's not a necessity, an essential, that we still see people kind of thinking that they've got a way in this world? Because I don't think it's.
It's more for awareness. We need to. That's why they will say you need to wake the people up, because they're not aware of what's going on around them.
All right, and more when. All right, fair enough. All right, yeah, that makes sense.
I think.
Brother, where you been, man? You got a very good dynamic brain, bro. You got good. I don't know why you've been away from the stream, but good to see you back, man. Good to see you back, my brother.
Yeah.
Brother Kel, welcome. What was you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's very important, man, that we do out of necessity, because I'm at the country, I'm in Africa and that, right? And our people look heavily in UK and America. It's phenomenal. Whatever we do, it really does affect them, which is very strange. And we have to kind of all the time synchronize. We have to always do it. You know, I hear where the brother was saying about we're doing it naturally, but we've got to understand that sometimes as human beings, we will kind of have difference of opinion. And if that difference of opinion makes us come out of that natural code of conduct, then it would destroy everything. So we do have to have something that's tangible, you know, subconsciously code of conduct, consciously code of conduct. But, you know, it's at a necessity. We do have to keep doing it, man.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying this. It's the surface. The surface is tribalism. The background is that's unifying us without us even realizing, because as in the UK, we look at it as like, we don't look at it as the British black people. We're trying to bring tribalism within the UK itself on the surface, but behind the scenes, people are joining up. There's a lot of relationships where everyone's going back to the source. That's what nature does.
So you're saying that there's really not anything to worry about, like it's not a thing that is. I thought the numbers were increasing. Nine said the numbers were
Yeah,
increasing.
no,
now.
definitely. I wouldn't be like I am now to the point where I do believe that I'm just like resolved to the fact that black people will be less and less in here. Like full black people are gonna be,
because like even like if I look at Nigeria,
and when I
right?
talk about less, I'm like looking like Brazil. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not talking about like we'll still have pockets. Like what we have now is probably the best it's gonna get. And
But sis,
like,
it's
for
not
someone
just
like
happening
you,
in the
Mel,
UK.
that's
That's the
nothing.
problem. No, but it's not just happening. Listen. It's not happening just. And this is what I was trying to say
That's
earlier
what I
before
mean. It's the
I
whole
interrupted
England.
Kingo. It's happening in the Caribbean. I was in Trinidad. I've seen it with my own two eyes.
Yeah, but Trinidad,
Literally,
boy,
the Asians outnumbered the Africans.
Yeah.
Literally.
Guyana,
But
Don't
boy,
even talk.
in
Don't even
50
talk.
years, Nigeria will quadruple their youth.
yeah, black.
That's what I'm trying to explain. There's more youth coming.
Yeah.
So,
but this is why I said I understood where you come from. That's why I was talking about the West. Because if we're talking about
the
Africa,
West
they
is
don't
just-
have
is
these
a
worries.
facade. This is what's brainwashed. We're looking at the West, and but we're not even up to the numbers, because they can still wash us out of the West, because we're not equal in numbers. But if the people from the continent come out, it's peak.
But that's why we have this and they know that. That's why we have this problem with immigration, because they're shook.
Yeah, that's
shook.
right. Yeah.
Do
So
they
that's
know
the thing,
this?
like
The powers that
tribal.
be know this.
Yeah, that's why they try to force the tribal situation onto all of us, that we don't connect. But they can't stop that connection, because as people grow, people are going to multiply.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't really
Okay,
have
so
that.
what's the option then? So while you're in the UK, say for example, or in the West, right, as black people, do you just conform and understand that the
No.
inevitable? Because you're not gonna get a bigger stronghold than you got right now, and if we're all honest, it's not that strong right now.
No, but it's setting a foundation to receive
what?
whatever comes from the continent, or whatever comes from the Caribbean, whatever.
Yeah, but what
the
I'm
right
saying to you, do you think that right now, my girl is in Rwanda right now? the Home Secretary, correct?
Yeah,
The
go on.
Asian woman,
Yeah.
right? So clearly they are pushing this immigration.
They are.
But
So
are they listening
I
to her?
don't think
Are
that
they
it's
listening to her
easy
though?
for them to. Pardon?
Are they actually listening to her?
No, I hear you, bro. I'm not going to say it happens. I'm saying to you, I'm
Yeah.
painting a picture, right? The climate we're at now, right? You're saying about welcoming, preparing them to come. But when I'm looking at the West and over what we just said and seeing how they're seeing it, where they understand that right now we've got the numbers really good on these blacks. They're just killing off themselves. We cannot afford, as white supremacy, as an institution, as white supremacy, cannot afford them coming in. I'm saying to you, I don't think it's going to be as easy for them to come in because the powers that be can see why that's a problem.
But what's stopping me from going to the continent and having children on the continent and bringing my children back?
Wouldn't it be better, bro?
That's that Nigerian man ticking out. See, I ain't got nothing to say on that. I was just saying it on the other way. Do you know what I mean? But I hear you.
Because I know a lot of guys now, they have children back home. And what they're doing is they're bringing their children to come and do their education over here.
But wouldn't it be better to use UK and America as like a training ground?
Yeah.
So when you go to Africa, you're already in that routine and not bring them back over here, because that's the ultimate goal, really. We can't really stay in UK, America too long, you know?
I call like the UK, because even Americans do it. It's free advertisement. UK has always been known for free advertisement.
Right.
It's a promotional media hub.
Right.
Whatever we're doing, we can use that as a beacon to promote what needs to be promoted. So and that's why I said it's building a foundation to receiving. And if we gatekeep within the UK as black people gatekeep, then the Europeans or whoever has to come through us than them trying to reach out, because we know the people much more better than anyone else, because we're in the actual lines then.
But it's like what you were saying, the tribalism. It's although yes, you know, nature is taking its course, but it needs to be a bit more tangible, because there is still, you know, I mean, you can go places in Europe, particular Switzerland, and there's certain African tribes that only cater for that particular tribe. So if another African tribe that's not from the tribe comes over now, there's still discrimination. So that's what I said, the code consciously needs to be aware, so we can say, okay, you're not from a tribe, we don't have to like each other, but we're going through the same thing. So, you know, you can take a bit of this part of this area, put into the community, and vice versa, you know, instead of it being naturally, no disrespect, because we're not there yet, King, for that. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, we're not there. As I said, is that things, once we've gone through that educational loop where we've done so much, we've got so many professors, so many doctors, so many things, what do we do next? And then because remember, everything takes time. It might not happen in our time, but 50 years, 100 years from now, something might evolve, and then just that spark plug will just go and hit his head. Because if you look at it 50 years ago, you would never say that there was a black man that was a millionaire. Look at it now, we've just evolved. But the only thing is, if you notice, most of the Europeans are integrating into our society by the mixed race.
Right.
Because the new white person will be the mixed race.
The same with the new black person. It's the same with the new black person. Will be the next and I say that outside of the continent and outside of like Brazil, because Brazil still has a high percentage of Africans outside of Africa. Yeah. But as in the UK and Americas as we know it, we will be replaced. And believe that, especially if they keep running around here identifying them these biracial kids as black, we're definitely going to be replaced.
Because the first.
Hold on, did you just hear what Mr. Rick said though? He said, what did you say, Mr. X? Let me not twist your words. What did you just say?
Go on.
He said the mixed race will be the next white man.
Yeah.
That's a strong statement and a very compromising issue for.
Remember, if you've got the white mum is the one that's talking into your ears, isn't it?
I can understand where he's going with this, because if you look at it historically, if you are of a light tone, that was classed as white. You know, that's just what we used to call white. A light-skinned black person with a yellow tone or some form of a golden tone next to a dark-skinned person, we'll call that as white. So I can see where he's coming through with this. It will naturally evolve into that, because that's what they were. You know, if you had that complexion, that's what you was called, white. You know, in African culture. And,
they're all tanning themselves and doing all sorts. Because if you actually look at who are the first mixed race people,
I would say it's the Europeans. You know,
or would you say it's the Arabs?
That's going to be tricky, because are we referring to the ancient Arabs?
What the Europeans is mixed with? Who the Europeans mixed with?
They're mixed with us. They're different shades of brown. You understand? All of them are.
They are different shades of brown.
Yes, that's how they got to that complexion.
I mean, the Arabs in Tunisia are mixed, bro. Like,
because if you
the
look
ones
at it,
who are
in
literally
history,
taking the land, the African land right now, and telling Africans to not come onto the land, those are mixed race. They are not of.
I'd have
Those
thought that they'd
Arabs
been
are.
European. I'd have thought more that they've been European.
but the true mixed race, you will look at it and you will look at, like, for instance, you will have an Arab man that has Turkish blood and Egyptian blood.
Right.
There's no mix more than that. If we start from black and white.
Right.
And they have had their own, but they've become rebellious.
But wouldn't they do okay, those in Tunisia, they would more look like Europeans, Southern Europeans. So wouldn't they just be classed as that? You know.
I hear what you're saying, and to be honest with you, I just know they're not of me. But the whole, the conversation of, what they are in the mix and all that, that's just beyond my realm.
Because you got to remember, even in the fact, you got to look at the Romans. What were the Romans doing when they went to Egypt?
Yeah, they were pre-creating with the original ones. That's what they were doing.
So we doing blackology right now. Like everybody was black. Everybody's black. Everybody was black. Black. Blacks did everything.
Did anyone
Oh my
see
gosh.
Did anyone see the white man at any
Did
point?
anyone see the new series of Queen
We're
Nzinga?
not going to do that black thing. We're just going to say the mixed race thing.
Right.
Where is it? Where is the mix? How are these people getting themselves into situations? Because, like, as I said, like, when I look at the history of the 1700s, and I say to myself, where's all these 10,000 black people gone? They've actually disappeared. And then now they've said, oh, black people only came at the time of Windrush.
Right.
And only about 1,000 black people went to Sierra Leone.
Right.
And on that ship, there was about 200 white women.
Right.
That went to Sierra Leone.
Yeah, but we know what happened in Britain. They just breed it out.
Exactly.
That's why
But
you've
they
got
will
these
have that
people who
tone
are in
of black
wealthy
within
mansions
them.
and manors, and then they find out that they've got an ancestor way back
Yeah.
that's a slave, so or whatever,
Exactly.
a servant. So we know that they breed it out.
Yeah.
So
So
could
it
we
gives
say,
them a claim,
right?
doesn't it?
Right. Right.
It gives them
So
a
you know
claim.
when it's supposed to, I mean, it's the connect. Is the connection playing up? Is it?
It gives them a what, Mr. Red?
Go on, brother.
I said it gives them a claim.
Oh, a
to
claim.
blackness.
There you go. Yeah. No, definitely. That's why I said that. The whole what's it called? Reparations is gonna be. They're gonna try it. Do you know what I mean? Because one of them
They
can turn around and
are.
say, yeah, because especially in Britain, most of them are all white now. their descendants.
All you gotta do, sis, is just go on TikTok and just do your little just do a quick little scan on TikTok. You're gonna see what they tell you. These mixed race ones, they're gonna tell you what it is, and you're gonna hear them with the whole pat one down, pat everything to the T. It literally is happening in our faces, and I don't think people understand what's going on.
Because social media has become the new place of venting. I can now speak my truths and still hide behind something.
So how do we tackle, because remember, this label mixed race now is being used. So we understand that the black man, you know, is being unsynchronized. So now we have these, you see, it's very tricky, you know, because as a Pan-Africanist, we don't go by, we go by the gene. So as long as you have like an African descendant father or mother, right, you're classed as an African descendant. That's the rules of it. But if you kind of, for example, like the Tunisians, they don't have that. Their parents, that's not there. So automatically they will be classed as Europeans. But if we're talking about,
but what happens to, once again, what happens to the white man that has a slave descendant?
The white
exactly. Like you cannot be that strict with your definition.
Come on.
Okay,
That's
so
what
I was saying. That's
let's
what's
break
happening
it down then.
currently with those peoples
Right.
in rich house manners. These are
So let's
wealthy
break it.
people
Right.
saying it.
Right.
But Brother Kel,
So-
this is why I
Yeah,
was
you
saying
can't just.
I was just going to say this quickly. Brother Kel, this is why we have a problem with when it comes to, I guess, the quote unquote conscious Pan-African community, because we don't all
Right.
feel the same. I will blatantly come up here, chest up,
Mm.
everything, let you know they are not
Right.
black. Where you're going to come
Right.
and try and tell me now, say, well, as long as they got African descent, no, they're not. And this is where the
No,
civil war starts. Do you
Mm.
see what I mean?
But sis, also what I was referring to, we're just talking about like gene and biology, right? I'm referring to mindset.
No.
But hold
We.
on, sister,
So are you?
sister
I was going to
Melanie.
ask you a question.
But I haven't finished the
No, but
statement.
it's literally about what you're saying now. So you're going to be repeating yourself. But go ahead.
No. You can't assume, sister. You're not the oracle from the Matrix.
I said, go ahead. What part of go ahead? You don't understand?
What I was referring to is that you could be like biologically African, but it doesn't mean that you're synchronized towards that. So that's how we can say, okay, because you're not synchronized towards that, we're gonna have to be careful of you. But you can't outrule their Africanness. That's something where like the non-Africans do, and then they tell us that, oh, you're African now. Like for example, a King Gold and those who have that light hue, right? These mans are getting called the N-word. You understand? Right? So now it's like, as what Riggs was saying, why ain't they called white? But they're always referred to the N-word. So you cannot exclude that genetical dominant that they have, right? But then we have to base it on how they think psychologically. Now that makes sense from the Pan-Africanist mindset of how to kind of group everyone together. But if you're going to go,
you know what, brother? I hear loud and clear, and I receive everything you're saying, because it's all about the mindset. So basically, they can be biracial all they want to be, as long as they've got the black agenda and the black fight as their forefront, as their plight, and they're doing it by side of us. Then okay, I get it. Welcome with all hands. My part is what happens when they come and play that, and then they have that switch, and then they're ready to go back to their white side and get their privileges. Now, for me, you just wasted my time, my effort, and you just tried to derail my thing. And now you're going to carry all the information back to the other side. I ain't got time for that. I ain't taking risks.
But Lady D, we already know already who is synchronized and who is not. We know this, you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, right, the actions will tell you. You understand? This is why sometimes, and that, right, is that me, myself, I'm very shy and very lenient towards when we talk to our people. And I don't like dialoguing with them, because we have that thing where we can be unsynchronized. But the non-Africans, I'll go toe to toe with them. I don't have a problem with that. But you can tell by how we think and what we say.
What
right?
agenda we're on. I get it. But bro, we've got so many examples though in history of our own people done in our own dance, and that's case in point of what I'm saying. And half of them weren't even mixed. They weren't born. So why would I even trust the mix? Do you see what I'm saying?
So what's the issue with the word mixed? If they're mixed, if a person is actually mixed. Why are we? Yes, mixed means you have African descendancy, but you're calling them an African is ignoring the fact that there's a part of them that isn't African. So that's why the term mixed is most appropriate. Mixed race, mixed heritage, biracial, pick one, but saying the person is just black is deceptive and untrue.
Well, here's the thing, sis, right? Whenever the non-Africans label us, we have to codify it. Do you understand? Because we can kind of lean towards what they say due to our dopamines of validating what they say. And then we can destroy our own movement, which is why I always say, right, and many other Pan-Africans, is that if we remove what they say and class it as African, right, and then you can go by the mindset and get rid of these ridiculous labels, because non-African people understand, right, there's no such thing as mixed race. They don't even call themselves mixed race. The white man doesn't. The brown man, the yellow man, and the red man, they don't use these names. In fact, there's no such thing as a mixed race land. You cannot name me on the planet a country called mixed race. Do you understand? But all these people, right, that are calling us mixed race or these labels, they don't even identify themselves. They identify by a land or a tribe. This is very interesting. So what we want to do is exclude, right, the foolishness, what the non-Africans label us, codify it, control it, and then go, okay, you're biologically African. Now the mindset. Go on.
But you're literally rejecting. That's what we're trying to codify what we want, and we're literally saying we don't want to use the white man's framework that your label has to be tied to a land. That is their framework. We're literally trying to codify internally our own code, and you're saying that no, we need to go with theirs. I don't know if you're peeping
sis,
that.
Bro, I don't think you're understanding what to say it again one more time. I don't think you caught what it is that the point you're
Okay,
trying to make home.
what we're trying to say is, as African descendants, as Black people, we want to have a category internally, right? We get that mixed race people get treated like they're Black, but internally we have classifications, Black and mixed. And you're saying that we no land called mixed, and the white man and the Chinese man and the white man and the Chinese man, they're Chinese because they're connected to China, and we're Black. Ain't nothing wrong with the term Black. If I say Black people, if you're proud, say that's right, they gonna say that's right. We come together and organize under that name. And what you're saying is that no, why do we have another name? Everybody, if I speak to a Panamanian, a Colombian, a Ghanaian, a New Yorker, a person in the UK, and I'm like, say it loud, they're going to say, I'm Black and I'm proud. See? We can unify. I don't have to say, you're Yoruba, you're this. I have to remember what do you call yourself this? You're a descendant.
Yeah, but sis,
There's nothing wrong with us coming together under Black. There's nothing wrong. Marcus Garvey called us Negro. Today we acknowledge Black. There's nothing wrong with the language about Black. If you want to say African, somebody else want to say ADOS, FBA, as long as we understand that we all Black, then there ain't no problem. And then we also, within Black, we have mixed Black people who are mixed with Black. I don't hear why that's we unsynchronize or that's bad that we want to make this distinction. Because if someone says we want a Black woman on the cover of this product, why does it have to be a mixed race person? Mixed race and Black is different.
We're not saying that, sis. I don't believe, I've always said, right, growing up, that any form of model, it should be a dark-skinned woman and a dark-skinned man. I've always said that. But what I'm saying is that we have to tackle this very carefully, because I've said this before, and Lady D knows about this, but I've already said it. Sometimes things that are against you, you still have to warn our people, right? Because you have to go for the best interests of our people. I know that the biracial Africans, right, are very they get used.
They're fickled.
Do you understand? I know this very well, and we should warn, even if it's against us. But what I'm saying is that we have to use strategies, right, that although they are from that product, right? They have to mix back in with black people to call it blackening instead of whitening. That's all I'm saying. To increase the numbers, but we don't outrule them, but we keep them because they are our people as long as they're synchronized. But you can't just say, oh, you're mixed race, because what's going to happen is
So
the
calling
power
them mixed up
dynamic. Right. Go on.
I was saying that means that if you call them mixed, that's excluding them from us.
That's
How?
what I told you, sis. Their brothers tell you this all the time. I'm not joking.
How is that excluded? They are mixed with us. That's what the mix means. But you see what I'm saying? Like, I've had a conversation with the brother, and the brother told me that he ain't just gonna call himself black, because he more than just black. So I had to where I never met a black person like that before in my life. So I had to adjust to that psychology that he felt that calling himself just black would be denying the white, the Asian, the Indian, whatever. And he's all of those things. So he's still he's still a part of the community. He's a mixed race black man, a mixed black man, well, however you want to call it. How does that exclude him? If he want to be, but you know what? For him, he says, I can have children with the black women. I can have children with the white women. I can have children with the Asian women. You know why? Because that's all a part of who he is. What are we supposed to say to those people, Carol?
I'm just saying that, when it comes to the Pan-Africanist elders, Garvey made it perfectly clear. He was asked, is he a Jamaican or an African? He said, I will never give up a continent for an island. Also, in his philosophy, he didn't even want to call us Negro or the term black. But because of that, we identify with that to organize us. He used that, but he says we have to lean towards calling us as African, because Africa is a continent backed by resources and culture and history. So what I'm saying is, when it comes to the biracial Africans, right, is that whether we like it or not, right, the creator has made it possible that we are genetically dominant. So no non-African person, white people are not going to call them white and all these things. They're going to look at them and say, this is an African. They're going to say these things. So we have to use that model, codify it, understand that if they call themselves mixed race, we can't trust that anyway, because psychologically, whatever you call yourself and whatever you're training yourself to be, whatever name in that, it will implement on your actions. You understand?
But bro,
So,
of course it's going to implement on their actions, King. And I'm going to tell you this, because it is genetically what they are mixed. They are obviously genetically and scientifically mixed with an African and mixed with the European. They are what it is, bro. They are mixed. They are not Africans. They are mixed.
what about psychologically with the code of conduct, sis? That's all I'm saying. If the code of conduct is above this label, then they could codify and unite with us. But if that comes before that, that's problematic.
Okay.
What do you think had the most impact, the label or having a non-black parent? Which one do you think having more of an impact? Because I think you just really reaching. Like, bro, if a kid wakes up every day and has a non-black parent in the household, that is going to have way more of an impact on their outlook on life than if they're called mixed race.
Okay, talking about mixed race and lighter hues, what's this thing about Elijah Muhammad? Because what's really going on here? What's going
Elijah
on?
Muhammad.
Yeah.
Elijah Muhammad.
Yes, Kale was in support of the economic. He felt it was unsynchronized of me. He felt it was unsynchronized of me to say fire bun him. If he really did what he did, and Kale was like, regardless if he did it, he did a lot of good things. And I'm like, what? That's crazy. So did Dr. York. Is Dr. York a good person too? Like, yeah, he had black men, took them off of drugs and stuff. Does that mean that because he gave little kids herpes, he's a good person? No. What the hell? Like, I'm sorry, but that is it. It makes me emotional to hear, like, you doubling down on not protecting black women. That makes me that's a trigger.
Okay. Now I can remember now. This was on I know what channel that was on, right? But beloved sister, you've misquoted me again. You see, I am a student of political science. You understand, right? So when it comes to our ancestors, I get it. Some things which they did, right, is questionable, but I'm not going to remove the tactics, what they did to unify us, and focus on what they did, which would be perceived as negative, and don't keep striving to liberate our people. So that's why I said he made it marketable to let black people know. He articulated very well that the white man is the devil. You see, when you understand that word, it's meaning what? Coming from Abrahamic belief, majority of us black people back then and even now, is this, oh, the devil's evil. Okay, that means don't be around the devils. Don't spend with the devils. Don't marry with the devils. Don't live with the devils. It was very clear. So that there can be used today. Do you understand? Of, okay, you know what? They haven't changed. So why am I going to unify with them economically, etc.? No, they're bad. They're evil, right? And then making it possible for the unification of black people, the economics. I salute that. That's what I was saying, right? And then you've taken that content and said, well, I'm supporting that he was mistreating black women because he apparently he was marrying young women, even though in his religion, right, it prescribes for him to do that. I don't question people's religion, beloved sister, because when you start doing that, it becomes unsynchronized. It has nothing to do with liberating that people. That's his religion. His religion promotes that. What I'm interested in, how you unify black people economically and secure them. And I've always been that way. You could be a Muslim, a Christian, you could practice Ifa, as long as you have strategies to help my people, right? That I can learn up and say, you know what, this is how we can codify. I don't have an issue with it. I'll take that and live long and prosper.
Yeah.
It's relegated.
So
Oh.
are you not gonna address Elijah Muhammad's actions? Are we just gonna talk about liberating the people? I wasn't talking about liberating the people. Was talking about Elijah Muhammad getting impregnating teenagers. That is, their religion doesn't say to impregnate a teenager. Okay, a person's lustful desires drives them to be attracted. It's called hebephilia. Hebephilia. It's not pedophilia. Hebephilia. It's the whole thing. Like a R. Kelly, a person who is not attracted to adult women. Adult women. They're attracted to pubescent young girls, and he impregnated them. So I don't care if he built the
Sounds a bit like
freaking.
Dr. York, to be fair.
I don't care if he built the freaking Twin Towers. I don't care if he got did whatever. When do we stand? Like, you talking about liberating? What about the girls? What about their liberation? That we don't care about that, right? We don't care about the lives that are impacted because he helped some people later on or whatever. Miss me with that, man.
Sister,
Let me just ask a question, Mel.
yeah.
If the philosophy was good for our people, regardless of the what that person did, right? We can condemn him. But if that philosophy is good for the people, should we use it?
That wasn't what the discussion was about. So if you want, I'm answering, and I'm going to answer you. I was going to answer you. But I want to make a point is that what triggered me in that day and what's triggering me now is that it's being tap danced around, right? So I could say if they have a philosophy, people are still Muslims though. Elijah Muhammad was a weirdo and a perv. People are still Muslims. I'm not saying people shouldn't be Muslims. What I'm saying is that when the conversation comes up about him, how can you just talk about him like he's such a great man? A man saying a man who harmed women is a great man is not good optics for our community. I don't know how else to spell that out. That is unsynchronized. Okay, you are saying that you
Basically,
were uplived. Yeah, thank you,
so
sis.
basically, brothers, what sis is saying is what she is bothering not only her but many of us, and it's actually damaging to our communities. The fact that they're going to overlook it, and that's brother Terry tried to just drop in neatly, tried to think he's smart, about if the message is good, do we still take it? Well, okay, the philosophy goes, well, don't shoot the don't judge the messenger, judge the message. Okay, cool. But the fact of the matter is that person has done dirty, horrible, just disgusting stuff within the community, but we're going to overlook it because he delivered a good damn message.
Okay,
No.
But the reason why I asked that question is that means we have to condemn every single ancestor that has brought us here today.
So what we're gonna do then? We're just gonna go out here and say, okay.
I'm just asking.
That's like when white, right? For instance, it's like when white people come on the panel, they say, and we're talking about Marcus Garvey, or we're talking about Bob Marley, and they wouldn't say, but he had a white woman. So
Yeah, no, but
the
reason why I say that is that
we know this, and
I'm not saying that you can't condemn.
You know what? Cynthia G is a wonderful person. She has done a lot for the Black community. Even though she promoted to abort Black male babies, even though big up sis Cynthia G. That's fuck it. Big up Cynthia G.
Can I say one thing? Well, can I say one thing in that, right? I don't have a problem with Cynthia G, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, good.
What I like about Cynthia G, right? What I like about Cynthia G in that is that she, one way or another, exposes.
She uplifts Black women.
That can I finish? Respect.
No, I'm just.
Okay, can I finish though? Right.
I'm trying to keep some, but go ahead.
Okay. What I like about Cynthia G, right? She exposes the unsynchronized Black men. She puts light to it. I don't have an issue with that. You understand? In fact, we can even use certain of her blueprints. What she uses, I'll take the good from her, and the negative, it has nothing to do with me. Why?
All right,
because
pause right there, brother Cal. I'm glad you said it. I just wanted to pause on that note there because guess what? For a little while now, I've put a link in the back for Nanifa to click on, and it's about Cynthia G. And the reason why I had to pause you, I don't mean to be rude, brother Cal. Please don't think I'm being rude, because I want you to stick on that note that you just said there. Like, you will praise her for the good that she's done, and you will obviously condemn the bits that you don't agree with. Okay, I get that. But there's a video that she's playing, and it's kind of stressing to the point I made much earlier in the show. And I want to just play this bit here. Nanifa, did you find that bit that we can play about her showing the history of us and basically the same Black man? And I want to see how the brothers. No, I got to go there, sis. I'm sorry, I got to go there. I want to see if Brother Kel and Brother Riggs decides that Cynthia's right in what she's saying, or do you condemn this? That's why I paused you on that point.
Okay, beloved. All right then.
But I wanted to.
All right, give me a sec now, please. I'll let you come in, please. We could do that, what Lady D says when 9 comes in it. But on the point that they're talking now, because she's got a good, she's got 2 men on here, so that would be a good point.
Yo, you don't have to find the timestamp. Sorry.
Yeah, for real.
Let me get it early.
Lady D can find the time, but I'm not on. Yeah, like, what I'm just focusing on what's happening now, because Mel's just said that, like, do you know what I mean? This is a serious thing for her, and like what Lady D said, this is a big thing for most Black women. And I think that there's a bigger conversation about conducting the code, isn't it? This Black code that we're supposed to adhere to, but some people be able to sneak under the radar. So I just want to put this on context. So the conversation where you lot were a part of, you and Sis Mel were a part of, how did the conversation go? So was it a matter of, okay, you was using Elijah Muhammad as an example of what he and said that he created this or he designed this and that was it? Or was you saying Elijah Muhammad is such a great man and just giving him pure like reverence and accolades? What was the kind of conversation? Mel or Cal can come in on that, so I could get an understanding.
This is what it was, right? We were both on Brother Garfield's show, and big up to Brother Garfield, and the show was about Elijah Muhammad, the claims of him marrying underage women, right? And there were a lot of people on the panel and they were saying things like, well, some of the claims were false. The women were pushed to say it. Some women were saying that it never happened, and then they changed their statement. And then it got onto the subject of, well, he did this for the community. Should we demonize all the good things because of these claims, etc.? And I says, right, as a student of political science, right, who understands certain of our ancestors, the downfall is that we should take the good what he did, use it, right, and then the negative, we leave it alone. Do you understand? Leave that alone.
All right,
Because
I hear you on that.
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
I hear where you was coming from on that. So Mel, what was you getting from that? Are you still there, sis?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't hear I didn't hear like total dismissal about the claim about the young girls. It was more like, well, I felt like I was listening to some Sunni Muslims condemn talk about the age of Aisha is appropriate. Like they was like, well, clearly it was okay because he didn't get arrested. Oh, okay. So if they just lowered the age of consent right now to 13, all of y'all about to impregnate 13-year-olds because it's legal. That's basically what you're saying, because you're not trying to say that even if it was allowable, the motherfucker was an old man with old like that. I don't understand. It was disturbing to hear more than one man take this thing of marrying, right? Because I'm going to be appropriate, because people were saying worse things on that panel that he was effing little girls, right?
Yeah.
So he wanted to be married to adolescents.
Do we know
we
the
supposed
age
to talk about
roughly? Do we know what age we're talking about?
from 14 and up.
Right.
14.
Okay.
Okay.
14, 15, 16, 17, right? So now they're like, once it's like 17, they're like, I mean, it's 17. Like, everybody's like, okay, just, you could be 50, be with a 17-year-old. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but the thing is,
And I'm telling you, we're talking about this, Terry. I know it's uncomfortable because that's what the show was about. That's why we're talking about it. It's not the show was about these specific claims, right?
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that I heard men sweep it under the rug and they wanted to talk about how many businesses he started and how many such and such and what his economic model was. And I'm saying that Brother Kale, this is why they're feminists. Because when opportunities for men to talk about shit that affects women, they don't care. That's why they're feminists. Because feminists are saying, where's the platform? Our men aren't talking about our issues, right? They're not. So the women have to talk about it.
Okay.
So if you want to get rid of black feminism, start when you have those moments as a Garveyite, throw women agendas in there too. Stand up for us.
So, sister, I remember what I was saying right now. Here's the thing, and I tried to explain this in the beginning. Elijah Muhammad follows what religion? Islam. You understand? So, for example, although it is difference of opinion according to the Abrahamic faith of him being a messenger or not, it returns back to the Prophet Muhammad, right? Peace be upon him. So, for example, right, this is where he's getting it from. So, when we go on to the understanding of marriage in his time, I'm just going to bring up some evidence, right? Because we have to clarify things. Well, I don't like to go down this section, right? He married Aisha, right, at the age of 6. Now, in that society back then, right, it was normal to marry a 6-year-old up until 9-year-old. Why? Because when you read up, right, on Muhammad, right, the people that was going against him, they never said this. He was a pedophile. He was all these things, right? They never said them things. They had a problem with him doing what? Taking us away from our God, coming up with this new system. You will not hear nothing to do with marrying young because it was norm at that time. You understand? And the parents gave the approval to do it. When we go into England, beloved sister, Isabella, right? She was married at the age of 6 by Richard II. You understand? No one was attacking that. Nobody. When you go into the Indian marriages in ancient India, the Brahmin, they used to do ceremonies at the age of 8 years old, You understand? The Vayas, you have to excuse my pronunciation, and Kesharia, they were also marrying young. You see what I'm saying? This was
Not
normal,
claiming to be prophets,
right?
though.
Yeah. But the point is, beloved, what I'm saying is that I understand
Did you
when
hear
we
me?
go down the religious. What was that, beloved? What was that? See?
I'm saying,
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but
Yeah.
all the others that you've mentioned did not claim to be prophets, right? So
No, but
obviously,
yeah. Go on, sis.
doesn't that have to be taken with a little bit more of a grain of salt, as you're claiming to be a prophet for the world? You're the standard to be lived upon, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't that make it a little bit more significant than the other examples you're bringing in?
Well, the thing is, sis, is that when I try to explain to our beloved sister Melanie Goddess, right, I don't focus down that avenue because it's going to lead to unsynchronization, because that's part of the religion. It's got nothing to do with taking the economics, taking the
So it's
things.
unsynchronized. It's unsynchronized to point out maltreatment of members of the community that also need liberation. So they should get liberated in a oppressive way, or maybe when it's a woman being oppressed because of her religion, it's okay, and we can talk about that. But let something happen to men. See, I don't like talking like this, Kale. But you have a very mild manner. You say sister and brother and all that stuff, but you real unsynchronized right now. You real unsynchronized right now because you pushing a male Pan African agenda right now, where with the focus and the emphasis on the men. Women are part of this community too.
Sister
And what I'm telling you that Black young girls were not protected by their mas, by their moms, by their dads, and they were violated by an elderly religious leader. And all you could say is that's part of their religion. He did a lot of good things. That is why so many Black girls are molested by their uncles and their dads. And you know what? That man is paying bills. He bought you a present. He do such and such. And those girls have to keep their mouth closed. You are perpetuating the same bullshit right now.
Melanie,
and that's why my respect is like, it's almost not there for you.
Okay. Melanie Goddess, right? All due respect to her. I've been on platforms and also off platforms. A question was brought to me many times. The Black women who abort the boys in the womb, right? Is it her fault? And I says, right, why are we blaming the Black women for aborting the little boys when the Black woman is not protected, right, at all? There's no security economics for her. So she sees that. Hold on, sister, allow me to finish, right? She sees that as her way option. I was attacked. I was called all these types of names. But when you look at it politically, right, there's nothing secured for her. Of course, I don't want the Black woman to abort any child because I'm about the survival of the Black race. But I understand why she's doing it. Do you understand? Just like, for example, when we're going to the Elijah Muhammad, right, there were claims that they were underage, etc. We was going through the show, and there was disagreement. Some says it was not true, etc. Brother Garfield broke it down. But it's that part of the religion, though. I don't want to go towards the religion because it leads to unsynchronization. I take the political side, what it did, use that. Okay, I'm going to copy that strategy, you know. I'm going to copy what Shaka Zulu did. I'm going to copy what Idi Amin did when he told the Indians, get out of Uganda, because you had a treaty of providing for the Ugandians and you gave it to the white people. I can use that strategy. Do you understand? But Idi Amin is known for certain things. I'm going to take the good beloved and the strategy and use it. Right? But I'm not advocating for Black women to be oppressed. I don't believe in that. But we got to be political and use certain things so it doesn't sever the whole movement, because we're a people, as soon as something negative on our leaders or our collective custodians, we lose hope and we destroy the whole movement. This is a fact.
Let me come in, family, please. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I think this is what I'm saying before. I think there's hear me out, right? Cal, I think Brother Cal comes from an old guard of Pan-Africanism, right? Where you don't publicly shut down another person, especially if he's in a realm of leadership, which Elijah was, right? And I think we're now here and we have a big issue regarding certain people who claim that they're for the cause, but they're manipulating and doing bad stuff to our women. But under the veil of code, it doesn't really get expressed. And so this has been a continuous thing. I mean, even Angela Davis said that there was problems within the Black Panther, right? So when we're in this game now, and we've spoken before, Cal, like with Raven, about certain things, it's going to have to be a new order, right? And all I'm hearing Mel saying is, I'm not hearing, and Mel, if I'm wrong, come in, but I'm not hearing Mel saying, let's disregard any achievements that he has done. I think what she's saying is, I'm not hearing anything about condemning what he had done. And I think that kind of conflicts with Cal, because Cal's on the old guard of, I'm not going to publicly bring down the man. And I think with him explaining the aspect of him coming from it from an Islamic side, perhaps he's saying the mentality of that individual at that time under that kind of guide of Islam, and to him thinking that it's okay. And I think Mel understands that. I think Mel understands that through his culture, his religion at that time, and what he was into, that was deemed okay. What Mel is saying, that the women that had gone through what they had gone to, their voices still have not been heard. They've still not, as a culture, we've not said, to me, a better way moving forward with these things is to be the first to say it before any of these racist white people, whatever, say it. Right? So to me, I would have said, okay, Elijah Muhammad done da 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 da. From that we can take da 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 da. We've got the evidence that it helped da 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 da. But what we have to learn, especially for the brothers, is this what he did to our women. We have to hold our hands up and be honest about it. It's not helpful, and going forward, that's not what would be tolerated. And I don't think we get that roundedness from people who's supposed to be speaking on the Black family. It's more of the Elijah did da 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 da. And if a woman's in there turn around and said, well, yeah, he did all of that, but we're here, you're telling about that, but before you're talking about Black family, and for me, he didn't really do it, then women kind of get condemned, or that voice of truth kind of gets condemned, or it gets hushed up. And we've seen, even present, with certain people's quote unquote want to call themselves leaders, who've manipulated certain things like that. So I just think it's about listening. Like, you both want the same thing ultimately, Black man, Black family, but Black women are tired, and I think they are so tired now that they don't even feel the need to properly articulate it out to the brothers anymore. Because I feel that sisters they've been trying. If you look at Angela Davis, you see other women who've been in the cause, who are still down for the cause, who still love their brothers, then that does not mean that I'm going to be blind to things that needs to be fixed or issues. And I think now we're at the point where Black women are just, I'm done giving you the explanation. I'm just, I'm shutting it down. And I do think that if people, especially Black men, and the kind of Pan-African pro-Black, Black betterment kind of thing, I've said this before, if they do not acknowledge what we are falling short on, it gives room for people like Cynthia G to sweep up the good ones. I always say that Cynthia G started pro-Black. Imagine for her as a force of good with how she can run things. But she got pushed away. Because why? She says that things that was happening was I'm noticing not getting acknowledged. I'm seeing certain things that is looking a bit hypocritical. I'm seeing and some sisters can say they've seen that. And if we're not acknowledging that and letting it happen generation after generation, Black women will give up, because you're telling me one thing, yet you're fiddling around with a 14-year-old now in 2023 because you said Elijah Muhammad said it was okay in the 60s. So the rhetoric needs to catch up with the time. The brother did good things when he did this. Like what Mr. Riggs is saying, a lot of our ancestors, we would not, some stuff, I won't say all of it, some stuff we might be like, oh, that's a bit harsh now. But we're not going to condemn everything that they did. We're going to acknowledge that. We're going to acknowledge the thing that they did. And we're going to say, you know what, at this time, we've realised it's not really helpful. And I think that's the thing. Because when you're hearing Mel, she's saying, but where was... All I want to hear is him getting condemned. We're getting told, oh, it's because he's a Muslim. Oh, he did this. Oh, he did that. We need to hear. We appreciate what he did, but what he did there, we cannot tolerate.
Sister Empress Kushti, right? You are right in regards to how I think, and that you're spot on. You understand? I'm more, and there's a lot, because the way how we think, we're gonna, okay, you've done that one bad thing, so we'll destroy everything, right? I've been pulled up many times when I was younger on Queen Erewalo from Somalia, who used to castrate black men in her time because they were oppressing the women. You understand? She was articulating to them, you know, I have rights, and Portuguese are trying to come over there, so we need to stick together. And the black men weren't listening. So I made it perfectly clear, I get it, and I support what she did, because you have to synchronize in order for the best interest of our people, right? But when we're going down religion and things like that, Sister Kushti, right, I'm kind of very tactful when it comes to that, because when me and Mal was on the Brother Garfield's channel and that, the women were witnesses, and they were saying that no, it never went that way. Do you understand? We knew what was happening, and it's part of the religion that, you know, to get married at that time, etc. That's their religion. You understand what I'm saying? And that the religious Muslims, they need to sit down and discuss them things, you see? But when we're dealing with what he did for our people, right, that's where I lean towards, because it was political. I can separate political and religion. That's how I was raised. And that's how Garvey understood it. Separate political, and don't put them together, because when you put them together, you'll dissever the political strategies. And I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? But you are spot on, though.
And I hear you.
Yeah, let's just move on, because he's, you know, he has the script, and that's all you're gonna get is the script, right? No openness, no understanding. You know, like he only sees his point of view. But I recognize this is YouTube, so what I had to say wasn't trying to change his mind. It was because I'm telling the other men who are listening, this stuff right here, like what's happening right now, this is the reason why your women will turn it back on you. Because I don't got no loyalty to no Elijah Muhammad. I don't say peace be upon him. Peace be upon Cynthia G. Yep.
Come on.
Peace be upon her then. Peace be upon every woman who's done something offensive, horrible, or deplorable. Yep. Peace be upon them too. Because they women. You're going to be on bro code, I'm going to be on woman code. Just
Bro
straight
code.
like that.
You see,
Straight like that.
This is the problem.
I don't know if this is the problem. This is the problem. I was still speaking. This is the problem. Is I was still speaking. That's what the problem is I was still speaking, because I was quiet. I was on mute while you were talking yourself in circles.
You're right.
Because so far I put in the chat, you said he did one bad thing. If minimization was a statement, or dismissal, if you wanted to know what dismissal looked like, or if you want to know what it sounded like what come out of your mouth. Dismiss all what happened to those girls. I don't know why I'm so bothered that a man don't care about what happens to women. I don't know. I don't know why. Because you're saying no, but he has opportunities to express that he cares, and he's not. Sis.
I hear you. Sis.
I'm just saying he's not expressing it. So I'm not twisting his words. I'm calling a spade a spade. That's what I do. I'm just being.
No, I hear you, sis. No, okay, sorry. Go ahead. Let me not interrupt. Go ahead.
I just
But
feel
that sis, you know
like
what, I'm loving this conversation between sis melanated and Brother Kel, and I like the way the demeanor that the conversation is happening as well. Like, and I'm very much behind you, sis melanated, but you've got this, so you don't need no help from the rest of us. Yeah, the thing is, Brother Kel, what she's trying to drive home is the reason Black women are now listening to the likes of the Cynthia G's of the world and whatever, because you're literally magnifying, without realizing it, what she points out to our sisters. And without realizing it, you not being able to say to cis melanated, No, we need to shun that we need to call it out. I know he said a good message or whatever, but we are not going to praise this behavior and think it's acceptable and just overlook it because he delivered a good message. Like, you're literally showing us saying
Okay,
you don't
brother
have
Cal,
our best
brother Cal, can
interests.
you do that? Can you do that then, brother Cal?
Right.
Okay, can you do that? So the main thing is, yeah, can you acknowledge whatever achievements that man had done while always also acknowledging what he had done to young black women? Can you do that?
Yeah, I can, sis. I can.
And do you promote that going forward?
The what?
The treatment
In
that he
the
done to young black women.
I don't promote that at all. I'm not a follower of Elijah Muhammad.
So
I don't believe
what
in that.
I'm bro, but what I'm saying
Right.
to you is
Yeah.
that going forward, those are the
Mhm.
key things that to listen out to, because that's what
Mhm.
Mel was saying. If I'm wrong, Mel, let me know.
No,
Because
you're right. On point.
right, so
Right.
going forward, when we have these discussions, this is what I'm trying to say. Like,
Mhm.
what brothers need to do is come out of that old guard and start acknowledging it and realizing that even though you're acknowledging it, it doesn't mean you're slamming him down, because you can still acknowledge the achievements, but acknowledging, especially when it comes to black women, knowing the climate that we are, I think it has to be recognized to black men, because that's what I was saying before. If I'm not hearing it here where it's supposed to be black family and black woman first, and Cynthia G is talking about everything I'm bloody seeing, yeah, and she ain't pissing on my head and telling me it's raining, then I'm gonna go over there. So I think that what we have to do is start acknowledging it, and I think that's what Mel wants to hear, because this is what I'm saying. I'm hearing Mel because Mel's like, she just wants to hear it straight. And I think because you have not outright said, I'm hearing what you're saying, sis. Let me clarify. That's why I'm asking you to clarify. I don't talk for you, so maybe you should clarify whether or not you think black men going forward, that was a good representation of how we should be going forward with our young black women, and whether you can acknowledge that although he did achievements, that stuff that he did there you would not condone. I think that's what she wants to hear directly.
Okay. What he was doing to the young women, right, was not accordance to how we need to be as a people, right? Here's the thing, Sister Kushti, right? I'm going to be very, very candid about this. Do you know, as Pan-Africanists, right, there are certain individuals, even in our community, whether it be in Birmingham, London, America, do you know that we've seen certain things, sister? We've seen a lot of stuff, right? And if we would have opened our mouth, right, it would have mashed up certain movements for our people. We have to understand, right, some things we need to keep it indoors and not make it public, because we're a people, sister, that give up hope easily. We do it so easily. This is why we
I
haven't got
acknowledge
anywhere.
that, brother Cal. I
Right.
100% acknowledge that, and I understand the point.
One second,
sis.
because he gave that back to me, to the question up. So I just want to say that I do agree with what you're saying there, but this ain't undercover. Everybody knows at this point. It's publicized. So while you keep saying that it's not happening and everyone else knows it is, that's the thing that's most frustrating. That's what
right.
she's
One
saying
second.
about
I just want to hit on his actual point he was making. 1 second. So what I'm saying is this, yeah, Kel. I understand what you're saying. I get it. But also, can we also then, in that case, acknowledge if we had spoke out and we did not keep it in house, certain other movements could have been easily shut down before it even got to the state that it got to, i.e. the Nawapians. Perfect example. We did not need that. We never needed that, and we still don't need it. And look what it's done to the community today. Have you seen the state of the babies of Mr. York? Have you seen what's going on with them right now?
And
this is what he actually contaminated and damaged our community. So the same could
No,
be
but
said
Kale
of
is going to
reverse.
say he did good things for the community, and he helped people, and he sold books, and he wrote books, and he was the first person in America. He built a whole little town, and they had pyramids there, and he gave black people a sense of identity. He taught them about ancient Egypt, and he used it. And what did he do to children? How many lives did he affect? Fuck Dr. York. I don't give a damn what damn pyramid in Atlanta. Don't give a shit about, like, this is what I'm trying to, that's sick to be able to say I live by a code that I wouldn't say fuck a man who passed on STDs to children. No, I'm gonna uphold a man that did something like that. But these same men want submission from women that you're not even protecting. Listen here, what group of men you think is scared to do anything to a black woman? Black men ain't gonna come in to defend no black woman. Look, she could get molested. They'd be like, well, the religion says we can molest you. That's what the religion says. We're not going to protect you. Well, you weren't covered up. If you were covered up, you should have known not to wear that. That's what black women get from they men.
But that's
crazy.
That's differences because it's to do.
No,
with,
you're doing. I'm putting you in that position. I don't know if you heard if you noticed if you noticed me saying it, but I'm putting you in that boat. What you're saying is that those young women, their liberation, their oppression was insignificant for the larger movement that you keep talking about, right? You got to think about the movement. And Marcus Garvey said this, and the ancestors is this. But the people that's here now, they could kick rocks. You don't even care about their liberation. But then those women are supposed to feel protected by this community that allows them Elijah Muhammad girls ain't the last or the first girls that ever something like that happens to. Where is the protection for us? And all you could do is say with your mouth zip for your Pan-African code. So maybe part of the code is to just be corrupt and become a Pan-African. And you can exploit, because if I was a crook and I wanted to exploit people, all I got to do is say some pro-black shit, because I know the brothers is not going to check me. They're not going to check me at all. So Pan-Africanism is a hub to get exploited, to exploit women. Because the men won't stand up.
Not that, just that, you're taking things out of content. Pan-Africanism does not promote the exploitation of women, right? But I will say this though, for the women on the panel and those who are listening, the black women, if you felt what I was saying was incorrect, I'll apologize. That wasn't my intention. For you son sisters, I apologize. I'm all for protecting black women. I've been doing it when I was young, and I still do it now. So I apologize if my information was a little bit vague or blur. My apologies.
Thank you, bro.
Much love, brother Kel. We know, don't get me
thank
wrong,
you.
it's not even a case of what you're saying was wrong or offended us or nothing, but we're just trying to highlight a problem that we see happening in many of our black brothers. Like, if we highlight right now, we can go to any pocket we can go to right now, any one of them. If we go to the Hebrew Israelites, they've got dramas going over there with the sisters. If we go to the conscious community, they've got dramas going on over there. We've got all these different cults popping up left, right, and center with all these women, all in these entanglements, all in these crazy I don't know what kind of relationships they got going on. Sisters are getting pregnant, diseases are being spreaded, and none of the brothers are stepping up and saying, shut this shit down. Instead, the women are just getting passed around and abused constantly. And these are all babies of Malachi Z. York. Every last one of these.
Can I be controversial?
Go on, brother.
Nines Ultra wants the link.
I want to be controversial. Can we hold ourselves for double standards?
Definitely. Go on. We're gonna call out the sisters too. Let's go.
No, I'm just asking. That's all. In the fact that, as I said, in the past, a lot of leaders have gone through certain things at a certain period of time, and this is why I say that we need to create departments. What is economical is economical. What is abuse is abuse. Calling it abuse in its own category, whether it's a female, whether it's a male, it's abuse. But putting it into that category and exposing it for what it is, because there's a lot of things that happened back then that we would dismiss or cover up now.
This is what I'm saying. I think, do you know what it is? I don't think that it's catched up to the times in the like. I know, for what I've seen thus far with Cal, yeah, he's been consistent enough for me to see that he's definitely stepped up when it's not been popular around the men and said for women. But I think it's just an exact example that to talk about like the kind of rhetoric needing to catch up with the thoughts of what black women now. I put a name in the back chat. Don't say it out loud, yeah. So when I this is why I was listening, and I go between Mel and Cal, because that name in the back chat, right? If we talk about what now we know the real truth of what she had to put up with and what he was doing. If she went off code and started talking the thing, that whole movement would have been destroyed.
Of course, because we're going into the
right,
time.
and that person, right, and we know that person was like, we can say he's pretty influential, right? Especially in regards to mainstream, right? So on that guard, I can see what Cal is saying for then. But what I'm saying is for now, what happened to that person in back chat, it just should not be tolerated. Do you understand? So this is what I'm saying. We don't want, like, when I want, I'm not going to lie, when I went on mute, when I heard Mel, you know what I mean? Because 9, then Lady D, then Mel. I was like, yo, we don't want to lose these kind of women, you know. We do not want to lose these kind of women. And it's like sometimes I'm there bashing my head again with you brothers, honestly, because I see it. And I don't know if you've got a see in it, yeah. And what?
Go on.
So what I'm saying is, right, I understand where Cal is coming from in regards to that example with the name that I'm saying, because if she had went off code, everything would have been destroyed. But that is the testimony of what kind of woman that she is and what she went through. And on top of that, what she must have had to have gone through. Yeah. Black women don't want that no more. And that's okay. And that should be encouraged, because men have daughters and they want their daughters going through that same crap.
But that's
so now, when you're talking from a breath or a stance or anything about pro-blackness, I'm pleading from my heart to the brothers, especially the ones that I feel that are true to it. Like, understand. Do you know what I mean? Like, here to listen when women are talking, especially ones who blatantly have said that they love the man, they want black family. If they're saying it, if we ignore them, example A, Cynthia G. Do you understand? Like, there's ways of saying that I can still acknowledge what he did, but I'm going to condemn what he did to young women because our young black women are going through enough, and I don't want to hear about that. And if you have any doubt, just think what he did to that young girl or whoever you're talking about, whatever leader, whatever they did to that particular woman, would you want them to do that to your daughter? If not, you're probably on the right track and you know what to say in regards to talking to that leader. Because the biggest war right now is gender wars. We can't escape it. If we're talking about whatever, we're still going to go back to gender. So if you're representing black family, you have to have that in mind and understand that when you talk with insight in regards to protecting black women first.
But this is where the divide and conquer comes into it, because this is the same name that you put in there. People from the other side of things have put information to create division.
Yeah, I understand the FBI clips and stuff like that, right? And that's what I was saying.
And why does it come out now? Why didn't it come out then?
Sorry?
That's what I said is, why does it come out now when it should have come out back then?
Because
the release date was always for 2023.
She denied
wasn't
it. She was on code.
Yeah, but that's
the
what
release date was
they were
always for
fake.
2023,
If
though,
you look
right?
at her biography, she says that she knows her husband. She knew those ones were fake. But subsequently, the others were real. And we only know that now. I mean, talk about being on code as a black woman. Like, this is what I'm saying. Do you know what?
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to explain to you. The conversation amongst them behind the scenes has probably gone. They've probably gone through that. It's that we're not privy to it as the general public, because
because she stayed on code. This is what I'm saying. She didn't speak out. This is what I mean. Yeah.
But we have to be very careful how we put things into public, because we're going through a cancellation culture in that we're cancelling all our past. And when we do that,
bro, but that's what Cal said to Mel, but we're not talking about stuff that's in the vault. These things are already out.
No. I'm not denying. No. it's conversations that we need to spread amongst ourselves. We need to talk about it. Yes, 100%. But what was happening is it goes with a certain set of people, but those certain set of people do not spread the word amongst our own.
Bro, let me tell you something.
I don't know what y'all talking about.
Maybe once upon a time, but in this climate now, where people try and say, oh, you know, this one, like what Lady D said, this one married a white woman, your one did this, your one did that. I'd rather go to someone, knowing that that information is getting chucked around, going to someone who's going to now say, okay, listen, I'm going to lead you Pan-Africanism, and then they just totally disregard it, like it's a big elephant in the room. I'm not going to respect that. That's what Mel was saying about being real.
Yeah, but
and
we got to be very careful, because you see, this is why when we talk about Pan-Africanism, right, we have to be very, very careful, because Pan-Africanism is just an ideology. Yeah, it's a group of people, wherever you stand, coming as a collective. That's all what it is. Because a lot of people will start using their Pan-African from Marcus Garvey, but Marcus Garvey is a UINA. The true Pan-African comes from Sylvester Williams, who was a Trinidadian, which was developed from the beginning get-go of a collective of the diasporans coming together as one.
I'm familiar with that man. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I've heard. Yes.
Yeah, and that ideology, we need to separate that and understand that's what that ideology is. I could take that ideology and do madness. It doesn't mean that it's Pan-Africanism. But what we got to understand is that there's certain people that have created organizations that have misled a lot of people. These are the situations that we're falling into. So, in liberating...
Terry, I got a question.
Go on.
You said we could take the ideology and do a madness. So, are we wrong for calling it a madness, though? Because, like, I guess when the madness happens, it seems like we can't talk about it because then we'd be unsynchronized.
But that's why I said it is that we need to educate people and spread that word to making people understand, because what we're doing a lot of the time is we're running with the top service of a name and running with it. The ideology hasn't done no harm to nobody, because it's just an ideology, it's just words. But what I'm saying is that a group that has made an organization is what needs to be blamed. So even though the UINA probably might run with the Pan-African ideology, but it's the UINA that's caused the problem.
Yeah, but Mr. Riggs, we cannot disagree that Garvey brought back nationalism. That's one of the things that we applaud with him. Hold on, brother, all due respect to beloved, right? This is why we take the different forms like Henry Sylvester and Alexander Cromwell and the rest of them. But what Garvey did, brother, it can be used today and until the earth is gone.
Who's Marcus Garvey's teacher? Who's Marcus Garvey's teacher? Huh?
So what?
Who's Marcus Garvey's teacher?
We know who Marcus Garvey, Robert Love, when you met him in
it was Hubert Harrison.
No, brother.
It was
Robert
Hubert Harrison, because Hubert Harrison brought the Hubert Harrison is the first to bring the black nationalism.
Robert Love taught Garvey about Pan-Africanism when he was in the Caribbean. That's where he taught. If you read up, that's where he learned it from, right? And that's what made him go to the Americas.
You're not getting it. His ideology is black nationalism. He's the one. Marcus Garvey brought the back to Africa. Pan-Africanism doesn't mean going back to Africa. It means developing wherever you are as a black people who have been oppressed.
I'm not saying that, brother. What I'm saying is nationalize your culture, nationalize your economics, and nationalize your political agenda for black people only. Garvey.
And that black nationalism,
I respect that.
Black nationalism. That's black nationalism. And who's the founder of that? Who's the father?
I'm not disagreeing who the father. I'm just saying, right? We can use that blueprint, brother, of nationalizing. Every culture nationalizes everything they do. If they use us, they still have their agenda to nationalize for their culture only. All I'm saying is Garvey made that marketable. It doesn't mean that he's the creator of Pan-Africanism,
Yeah,
but we can definitely use that today.
Garvey went to the United States and was taught. I've got canon of Hubert Harrison, and they sat together and he taught him this.
I'm not disagreeing, brother. I'm just saying though, it made it marketable. That's all I'm saying. He just made it marketable.
No,
right?
but what I'm saying is that we have to look at the concept, that
Right.
ideology concept, what that is, because I can now transfer that ideology and do madness, because I know that it will bring an interest of what people want. People want to come together because they're tired. So when someone is doing something, they're using it as a magnet. Some people use groups as a magnet to draw in women. These are a problem. No, didn't Malachi York do the same thing? These are the problem, and this is where the women are saying that they have issues.
But that's when the person becomes unsynchronized. It has nothing to do with the ideology and the blueprint. And that's what I was saying, brother, is that although I've apologized, right, and I can now see where the sisters are coming from, but we have to be very tactful, because we're a people that will associate the ideology with the unsynchronized mindset of what some of us did, and that's problematic. And me as an elder, you understand, I want to preserve that for my kids and the rest, that separate politics and separate things, don't mix it together, you know what I mean? But as I said, I apologize, but I'm very strict when it comes to that, brother.
But let me ask you this, as someone that would have knowledge, right, but has been traumatized, will the information come out correct?
It won't come out correct, no. It won't.
Say that again, Terry.
If someone is coming with a great information but has been traumatized, would the information come out correct?
So I'm talking, when you say great information, you're talking about like bad information about an individual, like damage.
Yeah, no, even if it's coming out with good information, even if it's coming out with good information, I have a machine that could be good on paper, but because I'm traumatized, there's gonna be issues within that system, isn't there? Because I'm going to put my opinion of how I see things upon the ideology that is in front of me.
But that's the whole part of the code of conduct, though.
But that's what I'm trying to say. That we're trauma.
Yeah, but that's why I say stick to the facts, right?
Yeah.
This Elijah Muhammad did A, B, C, D. These things benefited us. A, B, C, D.
That's why.
Although he did this A, B, C, D to black women, we do.
That's why I said talking about. But this is what I was saying about talking about the ideology. Once we're talking about the ideology, I don't have to people name.
You don't have to what? People name.
People name. I don't have to make.
Man.
So I'm not going to mention Elijah Muhammad. I ain't going to mention Marcus Garvey because there is a rule.
Bro, in other incidences, we're happy to name names, you know. Come on, bro.
I agree with what, as I said, you know what I mean? We do need to do more and condemn, and I'm all for that, you know what I mean? And as I said, I'm going to say it again. If the information I said lend towards me advocating for abusing women, then I apologize for that. But nevertheless, we have to stay on code. And I'm thanking the sisters for their patience with me and reminding me and keeping me back to synchronize with them. And I'm very grateful for that.
Much love, Kel, bro.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it boils down to man, woman, and child. So at the end of the day, if that family structure is not being fomented, then the whole thing collapses.
And that, you know, that's a funny thing, Brother Terry, because that's what I said last week. You know, I was very clear. Like what I said, my thing can't change in it. My blackness is my religion. My thing is the black man, the black woman, and the black child. Now, where my own motto and my own way of life will fail me is if the black man does not get back to his rightful place and does what he's supposed to do as a black man and get back in his right, we're done out here. My religion done gone out the window now, you know. Now I might as well just join with the divestors and say, yeah, me I look at European ass and this now run.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I'm trying to say? Because without that, if the black men ain't doing their due diligence and their duty as black men, they're not upholding us, they're not getting respect out here, they're not respecting us, they're too busy trying to go and do whatever they do. I might as well go on with Cynthia G, you know, because my girl's on point right now.
Yeah, because what we're realizing is that we're reversing our cultures. We're now taking the like, for instance, we're living in England. We're now taking that English culture instead of taking
exactly
culture.
But it's a shame the black man didn't realize that when they started becoming incels and manosphere and all of that stuff. It's a shame they never realized by then that this ain't of us. It's only now that women have started, the black women being divested. It's like, oh, hold on, where you going? This ain't of us. Come back. And that's the problem.
The black man accepts not washing his skin. When I heard you say, yeah, I haven't had a bath since last week, like it's okay.
This is what I mean. They're just walking around with tans, some of them, literally.
They're becoming the white man, so when they see the white woman, it's normal. Yeah, but you see, some of our traditions and some of our ways we need to take, and some of them that needs to be dropped, and some needs to be exposed. It's as simple as that. But to push in the narrative,
you know what, bro? Though I will say the black man has to get used to actually naming names and talking truth, because when they want to talk about Cynthia Power, it's Cynthia G. It's not that woman over there or a particular person. It's straight the devil, Cynthia G. They name names. Yes. Yeah, so,
yeah. No, I hear that.
And if you want respect, and not you, you know, I don't even have to do that to say on you. But if respect is wanted, right, and you're preaching on the behalf of a pro-black thing or a pro-black family, if you're not talking with chest to condemn those who are doing the opposite of that, you're gonna get side-eyed. Because now's the time. You don't win a war by sitting on a fence. If there is a gender war infiltrating something that you're supposed to be standing on, you should be the loudest voice. We should be having some Khalid Mohammeds up in here. But
the issue that we're gonna find is that we're not the majority, and we got to understand that within these Western worlds, the gender thing is going to increase because it creates the division. Most of even these LGBT are being pushed by the system. They're pushing it through the educational system. They're pushing it because it's to trigger and for us to able to fight one another, that we don't have an identity.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with me saying that you sort of got to speak up about the ones who are clearly
but we need to speak as a collective. Yes, 100%. But
yeah, but women can't speak to men, right, about these kind of stuff, because I will easily bruise an ego. So that's why a brother man should talk to another man and sit him down and reason with him, right? But if the good brother man's not opening up his mouth, then there's a problem. It's just like what people always say about racism. Even if you don't talk up against the racism, then you're just as bad.
Yeah, you're basically a complicit to it. There's a bad echo. Let me refresh. It's a bad echo.
Wait, that might be me.
Is that? I can't see who that is.
Wait, it's me. It's Ultra.
Oh, hey, Ultra.
You're right. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can't see it. I still need to refresh. I can't see anything. Yeah, no, sorry. Is it not me? Oh, right. Okay. Okay, I thought it was me. No, listen, big up everyone. Oh shit! No,
it is you. That's what I was saying. I don't think it's Lady D.
Do you know what? It's because I connected you to the car. Hold on. Let me disconnect you. One sec.
But yeah,
wait, is that any better? No. Okay, never mind.
No, everyone mute and then to see how it comes.
Yeah, just tell me, is it still badly echoing?
No, you're fine now. I think it was me. That's why I refreshed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So just quickly, right? I'm trying to piece together what the convo was, because I missed a lot of it. Before I left, Terry wasn't even on the panel. So first of all, happy Mother's Day, ladies. We love you. Big up the mothers, big up the grandmas, the aunties.
Thank you.
Big up. I hope you had a good day.
That's not good enough. You owe us all hugs for 1,000 hugs
Do
each.
you know what?
Otherwise, get
I'm
off
not
the
even
panel.
gonna lie.
Just go. Just go away.
I'm a good hugger, to be fair. But no, just quick. I just wanted to speak to Kel quickly, right? Wait, Lady D, is that you again?
Oh, let me go on mute. I'm watching this.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So just quickly, yeah. I was saying to Kel earlier that you have to dash fire on anyone, right? That's screaming pro-black, but then Tutu's behind the scenes. You find that they're nasty pieces of shit. For instance, like I'm still, it still beggars belief that people turn a blind eye to Elijah Muhammad and his child brides. It beggars belief that people turn a blind eye to when Farrakhan was chatting shit about black women's hair. Now I'm thinking, all right, don't get me wrong, I understand, appreciate, acknowledge the significance of the Black American Muslim movement and what it did. Yes. However, in the end, did it not cost Malcolm X his life? Say what you want about the FBI and the infiltrators and the cognitive dissonance in the community for the sake of quote unquote code is sickening. I'm tired of it.
True. That is, I'll have to, and I'm a part of that community, and I would agree with that 100%.
It's just, and
it needs to be condemned and called the hell out. The ones that we want to do are not doing it. They're saying, they're saying a good message, so we just should keep quiet and keep behind the scenes. No.
But do you know what, Lady? This is why, if I'm going to be pro-black, I'm just going to live it. I don't feel like I have to come out and say, I'm pro-black, I'm pro-black. I'm just going to live. I'm going to live pro-black. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have my quiet little black family, my little black children, my little black business. I'm going to shop black. Terry, you're costing me too much money, you know, bro. You have to sort that out. I'm just going to live it, right? Because all this whole pro-black thing, and then when you attach yourself to a label, it means certain times you have to turn off your brain or turn off your morality. And I'm like,
I understand.
No.
I just wanted to remind you that there's some of us out here that are definitely 100%. You will hear the Kushtis, you will hear the me and whatever. And when we see things within the community, we're willing to call it out. The problem is if we've got a brother like Kel that will step up now and say that we've got to be mindful of what we're saying, and then that makes us now question: do we call it out? Do we not? Like, are we on code? Are we unsynchronized? Are we synchronized? No, but we can know this is going on in the
this is
community.
the thing. But Lady Divine, do you not see that? That's like don't get me wrong. I know what Kel's on, and I rate the brother. But from my opinion, that to me sounds like emotional manipulation, right? Now it might even be coming from a good place, right? Because I'm not necessarily saying it's bad and it's wrong. About the problem is, like, if something rotten is going in, and you're not allowed to talk about it, that means essentially you're gonna have to turn a blind eye to all kind of fuckery for the sake of the quote unquote written mission statement.
I'm not prepared to do it though, Ultra. I'm not prepared.
You're not supposed to, because it's madness. That's why I'm telling you the truth. This is why me and Raspet clashed. It's because I just wasn't prepared to sit by while him and these little dirty minions were just chatting shit. And then behind the scenes, they're keeping up all kind of fuckery. I'm like, well, actually, no, that's an idiot thing. That's an idiot thing. This is an idiot thing. And then I'm just like, so wait a minute. Okay. And like I said, for me personally, you any movement that you attach yourself to, you could be pure of heart. You need to find out if you matter, if your opinion matters, and if something needs changing. Do you have the relevant influence, or do you know the right people to get change done? If the answer is no, what are you doing there?
Brother Ultra, big up to
sir.
you.
Big up, Kel. Big up your mumsy. Big up mumsy. Big up the wife. Big up the daughters. Big up grandma. Big up aunties. Come on.
And Ultra, have more girls, yeah?
Yeah. You see when we dealing, brother, with Malcolm and Elijah Muhammad, brother.
Yeah.
You have to take this to political science, brother. And one of the strategies is, brother, we have to choose our enemy very carefully, brother, when we're dealing with non-African people. Because, brother, we have forgotten that the white supremacist was telling Malcolm things, Elijah Muhammad things, just like they were doing to Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale. You see, brother, choose the enemy wisely when you're up against a powerful enemy. So what we believe in, brother, this old saying that let sleeping dogs lie. You see, brother? Then when we sort out a situation, we go and hold our people accountable. So if Elijah Muhammad was doing those things, brother, it's the black community indoors, right? That's supposed to say, do this and do this, blah, blah, blah. But not everyone should know.
So when was he held accountable? When was he held accountable?
Wait. Kale, brother. You know what? I do understand the sentiment, but my thing is, and I hope you can hear me, is Elijah Muhammad was never brought to account. He was never held. His feet were never held to the fire. Neither was Hitler's. Neither was King Leopold, that Belgian prick who fucking ran up into Africa and murdered, what was it, 60 million of us? Not all of these things, all of these atrocities, they never get their feet held to the fire. So essentially what you're saying is, we're gonna have to sacrifice some of our young girls for the sake of the greater good. And essentially, you need to be okay with that, and some of us ain't.
Brother,
especially, I'm just saying. Look, internally, like dealing with our community internally is great when it works. Show me one occasion where it's easy for me to just have a look and say, right, this person fucked up, did this, and this, and this specific organization held X person to account. Show me that where that happens.
Can we
no, in fact, don't.
Can we talk about
brother, this is where affiliations comes involved, brother, because we know, brother, that affiliation has always, the ones that were synchronized used to back the black movements, right? So if you've seen something that is unsynchronized, that's abusing our women or abusing them, etc., and that, then it's for you to contact affiliation people to sort that out undercoverly so it doesn't disturb the movement, because you can't get the non-Africans, brother, because they'll exploit that and destroy the movement. You understand? So that has to lead towards that way, brother. Your affiliations, a lot of us are affiliated. You understand? A lot of us, whether it's London, Birmingham, you know what I mean? We know our people, etc. So this is where we call upon, but I'm related to this man and that man. So they're going to back me because we want our black people to flourish with the movement, and you're moving on synchronous. This is where affiliation comes in, bro. But what we want to do, we want to use our affiliation on each other, but we don't want to use it when it comes to the best interest of our people. That's all I'm saying. For me, brother, it's affiliation. They need to sort it out. You know what I mean? Not we need
no. I hear that. I hear that, Kel, but it's not happening. And then essentially. So say it again.
I said, what about the Pink Panther? The Pink Panther.
I don't know. Talk to me about it.
Someone used to play with their Pink Panther.
Well, I'm definitely lost. Where did we go?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Terry. I'm not really affiliated like that, so I'm not really sure, to be honest, my bro.
Okay. So
I'm kind of baffled.
If you're gonna call out the Pink Panther, just Google up Pink Panther Malachi York.
Oh boy!
I hear that name attached to it.
I know about it.
It's nothing.
I know
if I hear that name.
I know about it. You want me to just say what it is, Terry?
Please, sis, because I don't have a clue.
So Pink Panther became relevant during the trial because to kind of substantiate how the children were being factual, that at the time, I guess, they did a description of like Malachi Z. York's bedroom and so forth, and they documented what was in his bedroom at the time of like when they went to the compound and seized everything, right? And there was a big pig pen. Shit, I just hit my freaking knee. You know when you hit your knee and it's like a funny bone.
As well.
Oh yes, yes. That joint is so painful. Oh my god. So anyway, when it was time for the trial, and the youth who were like a little bit older then were testifying about what happened to them when they were children, and they were very explicit in the different acts that were done upon them. They would say that a few of the victims all mentioned that like they were freaked out by the Pink Panther doll, and it's like if these kids ain't never been in your bedroom, how they know you got a Pink Panther doll? And I think this Pink Panther doll had something sexual about it, didn't it, Terry?
It had a penis.
The penis. Look at that. See?
What the hell? I should have known it was some sick shit when it had Malachi York. That man's sick.
Yeah, but you see, this is the thing: melanated, and kale. Let me ask you guys a question. You two specifically, right?
Rick,
If
what was the
Malachi
point
York
of
has
even
done,
introducing that?
wait,
That
hold
did
on,
not
Lady D,
support
go on
the
mute for me,
argument at
please.
all.
The feedback, Lady D, the feedback, please. 1 second.
I'm not on mute. I'm not on mute. I was on mute the whole time, bro. That was Kushti.
Maybe it's Kushti then. Sorry, sis. I apologize. So melanated and kale. It could be argued that Malachi York has done some incredible good and encouraged a lot of black people in the community to do good things and better their lives. Now that these types of allegations have come out, do we just turn a blind eye, or do we say fire and lava for them fuckery there?
Fire and
lava,
and
fire and lava,
stone and fire and all them things.
Yeah, the hottest fire. And this is the thing. For me, I'm not prepared to turn a blind eye just because the person is popular.
Can we hear Kale say fire? So Kale, what do you? Is it fire for him? I want to hear your answer.
Gotta rate beloved sister, melanated goddess. She's on fire today. We understand, right? It's lava. We understand these things, right?
Can somebody mute, please?
Right.
It's not. None of us are unmuted, sis. I don't understand how that echo's still there.
That was me. I got a little package in my hand. I'm sorry.
Right. We understand it's lava upon that. However, we got to codify it because remember, is helping us to learn things, study, etc. And that. Let's not get rid of that, but we get rid of what the allegation and what he did wrong, allegedly. That's what we get rid of. You understand what I'm saying, brother Ultra? Right? But it shouldn't make us be unsynchronized and say, you know what, because he's that, I'm not going to take his blueprint because it's associated with him. This is what I'm afraid of. This is what a lot of us are skeptical about.
Wait, Kale, are you saying to compartmentalize the person from the crimes?
No, he's saying what we've all been saying is acknowledge if he's done any achievement, factually say the achievements, but don't disregard the bad things that he has done. And now we finally got there.
But there's some things you can't forgive, Kushti. If you're fucking with kids,
this is what I'm saying about comprehension, though. But this is what I'm saying about comprehension. We need to listen. He's not talking about forgiving, and that kind of ties into what he says that he's worried about. I was about to say, "Come on, give us more credit," but that's a kind of an example, right? He's not saying forgiving. He's saying he's acknowledged that, but what Mel was saying is acknowledge what is not good. Yeah, acknowledge that we cannot do that. We're not going to tuck it under the carpet. We're going to acknowledge it and then condemn it. But then what Cal just said on a pushback to that was, I don't want to say that because then it will get misconstrued. And then just now you came in and said that about forgiveness. Do you understand? And I'm saying to Cal, do you know what I mean, sis?
No,
and this is what I'm saying.
Can I reverse it?
At this point in the game, I think we need to use a
let me
little
just
bit.
try this way for Ultra's sake, because I think Ultra's kind of getting a bit misled as well. I mean, not misread as well. So I'll say distances. You see, when I hear the point you're making, don't get it twisted, but I want to just be like the opposing view here and say this, yeah. You see, when I hear you and Kel speaking like this, yeah, Sis Kushti, it sounds to me like when we confront the Muslims about their treacherous ancestors' past, about slavery and all that, and they say, yeah, but look at the good Islam's brought, and look at this is literally what it sounds like, but coming from our own. I don't know if you recognize that.
Let me talk on that because you put me in the same.
Yes, Lady D, that's exactly how I feel. That is exactly how I feel.
Can you mute now, please, darling? We all understand that's how you feel with a 1,000 amp background. But what I'm saying is, I didn't agree with the term. So I was actually agreeing with melanated. I was just seeing that there was a miscommunication. Like just that example that I just gave then, again, another miscommunication. I've not said, I wasn't even in this conversation, right, that they're talking about initially. So I went in that audience talking about, yeah, Islam Muhammad is the great, yeah. I didn't come on here today and said that I condone him, but somehow I'm in the same category as that. This is what I'm saying.
No,
what
you're
I was
not,
saying,
sis. You're not,
because you said that we see you and Kale like, well,
no,
how
I
we
was
see
just
the
putting at that
Muslims.
one point, since I don't need to get it misconstrued. This is why I'm trying to stop you, but I want you to make sure you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, you see the last bit of what you said, because I'm not talking about anything you said in between that. Yeah, you know when you said like, yeah, okay, it's basically you're saying like, okay, we're not stupid enough to not acknowledge the good that they done. Yeah. But at the same time, we're not gonna, disregard the bad. That's literally what the Muslims say when we confront them about slavery. Yeah, they kind of brush off the slavery part, but then talk about what Elijah Muhammad brought and what Islam brought and how Islam benefited the people and the It literally is that, though. Sis.
I agree, but that's what I was saying to you. I've been saying the whole time that because the person I put into the name, because if we're gonna have this as a code or a rule, it has to go across the board. And like what Rick said, if we're going to be honest, our truth is not going to be too pretty. Yeah. So what I'm going to say is that when I say acknowledge the good, if that person, because I don't really know, I can't say that what he's done is necessarily influenced me. I can't speak for Elijah. I'm just talking about, to me, this is a good conversation because this is about us as code and our leaders. Like we're using him as an example to me. Do you understand? Yeah. So to me, whatever good that this man had did, list it out. But what I'm saying is what we're seeing is what you've just said. I agree with you. We're not hearing the brothers ever acknowledge the badness that he had done to black women. And so when someone like Mel wants to even talk about or something, they get brushed down. Oh, you're off code. They don't even talk about it. And that is gaslighting black women. Right? So I'm agreeing with you on that. What I'm saying and what Brother Kelt can't catch up to saying now is that although he can do a bit better, but it was his first try, I'm sure he'll be able to brush it up. But what he's saying now, what I'm saying is, if these people, like the person in the chat, for example, we're not going to just disregard everything that he did, right? So what I'm saying is, what we're going to say is acknowledge the good things, but if they had done something bad, which is already out there, because that's what I was saying to Mr. Riggs, not like something that we all know but no one knows and we're exposing it or snitching. If this stuff is already out there, you have to say it. You have to talk up to it, say, look, we acknowledge that so-and-so did this wrong. We're not about that going forward. That stuff cannot be tolerated. It needs to be, didn't you hear me say that they need to be the biggest Khalid Mohammeds? They have to be shouting it down. That's why, so before Ultra come in, you were the one who corrected my thing, because that was a good thing that was going to move on to when I said to them, I feel like it's complicit. So they're saying, okay, well, we don't want to say it. And we was at the point where we're saying, okay, well, it's complicit to Riggs and Cal that if you're not going to say anything, because to me, that's what's needed, isn't it? They need to pinpoint the names and say, what Sarah said here is not for the cause. We're not for that. What this individual did here, we're not for the cause. We're not going to do that. Because when they don't like something else on other settings, they'll call out another brother's name. If they don't like something that a black woman calls, they always call out Cynthia G's name. We need the same realness that we expect in every other part of our culture.
If it's going to work right, if we're going to listen to the good, then we're going to have to call out the bad. We need duality, bro. That's what we're basically saying.
I agree on that. Yeah, it's true. I totally agree.
So and I wanted to say with like the positive things that Dr. York did. I mean, there's other people that
positive. I'm sorry.
There's other. I'm just saying there's other things. There's other people who have done the same exact positive thing, right? So to me, you don't have to speak on it. You see what I'm saying? I guess it's if somebody came in and robbed my house, or abused my child or something like that, and then my next door neighbor, I say, you know what, Tommy did this or whatever. For real, Tommy robbed your house? That's what I mean. Tommy is a real good person. He came and helped me move, and I don't want to hear that shit if he just robbed me. You see what I'm saying? Even if he did help you move, why are you telling me that? See what I'm saying? That should be like, oh, we talking to it's women here. We know this dude done violated. It's public. We shouldn't be lifting up because it's almost flying in the person's face who he, you know, like Garfield don't know if one of his child wives will ever watch that show, and she got to watch it. They talking about him like he's some great man, knowing what he did to her, knowing her childhood was her innocence. Her parents failed to protect her, right? Like all of this kind of stuff. See, when you think of it that way, then what's more important, being synchronized to Elijah or being synchronized to her? Because you're not synchronized to both. You got to understand that you're not. So maybe it's more to be synchronized to a supposed leader. But just know that the supposed leader is also a supposed. And I peeped that you said allegedly, right? But when dudes is complaining about their baby mama and the child support, nobody be like, "Hold on, bruh, that's allegedly. Allegedly, she did this." Ain't nobody say that then, but it's allegedly now. She got they have whole children that was a product of when they were adolescents, but it's still allegedly. Make that make sense. Like, I just, like, Kel, like, I need you to listen to this show over so you could hear that, like, you just on code to the bone. Like, you don't, and you on code that you stepping on your people, bruh. You
That's it.
stepping on them.
Beloved, 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 right? I've already said already. Sound like there's two cows in the background, you know, right? We don't need two
Hold
cows.
on.
Believe you me. So
Wait, what you talking about?
I
Oh, it's
can hear
echoing? I'm sorry.
I can hear myself, yeah. Right. I've already said already, and many other political scientists have broken it down. It's not the black woman's fault why she's in this situation here. The black man has to take responsibility. I've said this many times, and I'm not the only one. If she has to go out of the race to get resources, etc., that's the black man's fault. If she has to not look after the children correctly, it's the black man's fault. You understand? Because we're not creating, right, a government for her so she can rely on it. You see, the European woman, right, she can afford to do all these things because the government's going to look after her. The Asian woman, the Middle Eastern woman, right? I've already said that already. What it is with me, sister, when you talk about the code, is that because of the way I was raised, right, I understand that we as a people, our emotions towards something overrides the political strategy, and we'll run with that. Do you understand? So we have to be very tactful with how we deal with situation. We condemn it, right? But then let's not take away the movement strategies. For example, right, I want us to get to a level that whenever any one of us does something harmful to our women or men, that we can take care of ourselves without the government. And then whatever happens, if we end up in prison or not, the community looks after the one who had to take out, or those who took out the perpetrators, right? And the ones whose family, whose perpetrator belongs to us. So in other words, both family gets taken care of. We got to get to that level, because as long as you let the non-Africans get involved, right, they control things, they mash up our movements, and then we go back to sleep again. Do you understand? I'm in Africa and I don't like certain things, what I'm seeing, right? It's good things, and there's things where I can say to myself, because non-African people are controlling things, they control the narrative, they control our political strategy. I don't like that. You understand?
But
So,
Kel, what does it mean when a woman can get protection from a non-African?
Let me quickly get a say.
Okay.
Not to be called a pick me or nothing, right? But boy, so what I'm saying is that obviously I agree on both, not agree on both sides. Obviously, as a woman, I hear that in it. Yeah, the man has to be condemned, this, that, and the other, and it has to be said it was fuck shit. But on the other side, also, I think that we also need to learn, and it's horrible You see what I'm saying to you? But it's real in terms of like what you would call, I don't know, political propaganda, whatever, right? Because what you don't want to do is throw away. I don't say throw away everything in it, but let me try and you see,
throw away the baby with the bathwater
kind of thing. You get me? So what we need is to learn discernment, yeah, and be able to separate the man from the message. And we especially have to do that because these things will always face us, innit? You get me? There's gonna be ones where it's true and it's gonna be ones where it's false, you see it? But they're always gonna try to bring down the leaders or whatever you want to call them via one thing or another. Yeah, and history has shown us that. So all I'm saying is now, what we also need to be able to do is just learn discernment. You get me? Pick out the message. You get me? And if the message is good, you get me? And if it works in practicality, then you work with the message and you go through. I do agree with that. You know what I mean? Even if man's got to then languish in jail for however many years for whatever fuck shit he's done, if he's come with something that, I'm saying if, innit, you know what I mean? In theory, that can be used and practiced to the benefit of a one-on-one, then you take that. You don't dash it. I don't think you should just dash it away because now he's a monster. You get me? I do believe that. But I think that also just comes down to discernment, innit? You know what I mean? And being able to maybe take away the emotional from the this and the that. But this is you know what I mean? We live in a political and propaganda world, innit? Like England voted, what's his name? Churchill, the best man in the world. You know what I mean? And it could be argued he's responsible for all heap of fuck shit. You get me? We've got but I mean, these may not be good examples, but I'm just using them in terms of the propaganda and the waters that we have to kind of navigate. You know what I mean? We got 1 point however many billion of this and that. You see it saying this and that, knowing, well, not all of them, but does that mean even when you put certain things in their face about their leader, then remember, Kia, I'm not saying that's good.
Let me ask you this: was their leader harmful to their own people? Because I think I'm talking about. I'm sure. What did Churchill do to his own people?
I'm sure he was. I'm sure.
Well, so what I'm saying is that if it's something that you don't know about it, right? I'm talking about things that we do know about someone who harmed our own people, not someone who harmed another group of people. So, like, how is a person who's harmful? I'm comfortable with I'm going to always be unsynchronized in this area. I'm not joining on board. I'm throwing out the baby, the bathwater, the towel that to wrap the baby around with, the brush that you brush the baby hair. So all of that shit is infected. I'm disinfecting it, and I'm going to start over.
But then it could be argued then we leave ourselves in a precarious situation whereby, because it could be argued that none of them and them have got very bad skeletons. If you want to get really deep.
But there are some that don't. So let's just highlight those. There's lots of other great people outside of some daggone Elijah Muhammad with child brides.
Yeah, I'm just saying at this point, it's not even about the highlighting for me. You get me? It's just about, like I said, in it, using political discernment. You see what I'm saying to you? Bun out the man, yes.
I'm saying, if we don't talk about it, then if we don't talk about the person, then we don't talk about them. I'm saying that. Imagine going on your Facebook and seeing, oh, it's the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's birthday. Why the fuck I care about Elijah Muhammad's birthday? That's what I'm saying. They're literally making this like this person as a hero, right? But I don't see nobody do what's my brother name? You just called his name Sister Kushti. Khalid Muhammad. I don't know Khalid Muhammad's birthday. You know what I'm saying? He not accused of touching no little girls. You know what I'm saying, with a Pink Panther doll. They not acknowledging Khalid Muhammad's birthday, but somebody who had teenage wives pregnant by them, they are. That's what I'm trying to say is that this is the imagery we want for our community. This is the optics that Black people elevate and celebrate degeneracy. Elevate and celebrate, because we already got World Star Hip Hop. We already got World Star Hip Hop that we celebrate degeneracy, right? So now when we talk about who are the leaders, right? The leaders, who who do black people say are their leaders? Not who we as white people say, but who do black people say are their leaders? Who do they uphold? Oh, that one got married at 6, had a baby at 6 or 9 or whatever. This one here at 13. This one here, got Pink Panther doll. This one here. But all of the other people, right, who done went out of space and got this degree and wrote this, the Nobel Peace Prize. We're not talking about them. We upholding these. That's all I'm saying is that the conscious, the pro-black, pan-African community, that ain't looking good. That's all I'm trying to say is like, yeah, we do need to throw the baby out with the bathwater and get fresh water. What's wrong with that?
No, do you know what, Mel? Yeah, do you know, I'm trying to think of someone except for a part of Elijah Muhammad, because to be honest with you, you got me when you said, okay, there's plenty of other people who's done exactly what Elijah has done and is not so problematic. So to me, that makes especially if we're thinking about it politically, sciencely, yeah, that makes absolute sense to have somebody who doesn't have that checkered history, who's done just as much or just the same or more, and highlight them as a leader. Because the quote that comes to mind when you're saying is, they choose our leaders for us. Like, why don't we know about the people that went on science, but they're happily to spread the algorithm on these leaders that have such a checkered past, such a disgraceful, some of them past. Yeah, so I do hear you on that. You do have a strong point on that. But when I was thinking, okay, is there a leader that has done something really significant that in their past I could actually dash the baby with the baby water? And I think for the ones that I held up high, I don't have that problem. So, you know what I mean? I think you have a point there, you know, when we're discussing our leaders and things like that. Like, for example, if I was going to talk about the achievements of the NOI, I would talk about the NOI. This is how NOI collectively present black men when public facing, the discipline, I wouldn't now make reverence to certain individuals. Do you know what I mean?
Facts, Kushti. That's what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah. You got.
Because if we want to talk about the organization taking people off the streets and all that stuff and starting businesses, and but when you accredit it to the person, that's where it's like.
Sorry, Nan, go ahead. All I was gonna say on that, just to add on what she was saying, is it kind of gets deeper, because these same men that ain't doing nothing but want to talk about their leading black people, talk for black people, they'll be the same one to use some of these people's discrepancies, or off-code behavior as justification why they do it. Oh, you could be pro-black and date white. Look at Bob Marley. Do you know what I mean? They use it. So we need to literally, if we're really talking about doing it smart, we need to put these people in these positions that have the least amount of ammo you can chuck at us, because they'll know nothing about our leaders unless when we start saluting them and loving them. As soon as we start loving them, all of their shadows, skeletons out of the closet starts happening. And you're a bag of man who do this rubbish and quote other people's justification for they do it. We see it all the time with people dating out. So, do you know what I mean? Next thing you know, you have another person say, well, Elijah Muhammad did it. It was good enough for Elijah Muhammad. So, you know what I mean? I think in certain elements, you're absolutely, like in all elements, you're absolutely right, because the ones that I really do respect, they don't have that kind of past where I have to chuck them out with it. So you're right. There's enough people that have done so well that we don't have to stick with the likes of them if their past is too checkered. Like, you got a good point there on that part. I think that's part where I do
said, Kushti, sis. I have to keep quiet. Yeah, you were on a roll there. Big up yourself.
Thank you, sis. Yeah. I appreciate these kind of conversations where we have these real talks, though, you know, and proper delve in, because these ain't easy conversations to have. So I proper respect these.
Yeah, and I would also think too. I feel like when the offense one involves children, exploitation of children, I feel like it's different than like Jesse Jackson cheating on his wife or something like that. You know, like I'm just saying, like I'm not saying that Jesse infidelity.
Did he do that?
Yeah, Jesse Jackson had like a whole baby on the side or something, I think.
No, sorry, I'm thinking about. You're talking about the leader. I was thinking about the baseball player.
Yeah, I'm talking about the civil rights leader dude.
Oh, okay.
I think that's different, right? What two consenting adults are doing, and I just feel like it's a bad look for like the NOI and the way that they handle that whole child bride situation. That's no different than what happens in thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of black homes where, a child is being exploited and abused and taken advantage of, and all of the adults remain silent. And I'm just saying, like, that is a huge problem. And if we can't talk about that, if we cannot draw the similarity and publicly say this and openly say this, how then more kids that's going to happen. And I'm a therapist, so trust me, they talking to me about it. You know what I'm saying? It's happening. What happened to those girls is happening now because nothing is changed because we got this code. Well, you don't tell nobody what go on in our house. Don't tell nobody what's going on in our
No,
house.
the difference is I got to interrupt. Sorry, sis. The difference.
Oh, let me go on mute because
okay, yeah, I was gonna say I just had to add to what you're saying. The difference is it's happening then and it's happening now. The only difference is now we've got social media, so it's all been on display, which is even more disgraceful. Now it's on display. It's really highlighting how bad the actual conscious community is because now everything goes online. Everything. So when I'm hearing from Brother Kel that we need to learn to keep things in-house, well, that's impossible because everything's outhouse. White people are sitting down viewing this on a daily basis. People around the world is viewing this, brother. That code thing ain't gonna work, bro. With knowing how to conduct, it's too much. Now you can make money off it. Now it's become a
No, but Lady D, it does work. It does work in some instances, right?
Go on.
But I'm sorry, if there's a crime that is egregious, like you have to be able to suspend said code because that means code over everyone else's health and well-being. That's madness to me. Madness, especially when it involves young women, children.
Brother,
Nah,
you've
Dread,
got
come on,
sisters
man.
right now. You've got sisters right now that are all pregnant by the one same, I don't know, higher self chief of whatever, all pregnant for this one guy, all on social media beefing up and down on who's going to in the wife and who's no longer a wife and who's the chiefess and it's disgusting. And no one's calling. Where's the conscious community? Why is no one calling this rubbish out?
To be fair,
women are out here declaring that they're pregnant with knowledge and pregnant with it's crazy. The madness literally is out on display. There is no hiding it behind closed doors.
Lady D, have you heard of the cult of personality? Yeah,
what is that?
It's because basically what the cult of personality is basically when the person who's saying or doing certain things is so loved or adored or worshipped that it doesn't matter what they do, it's okay. It's that type of thing. And I'm telling you, I see it here on YouTube, I see it online, I see it on CH, and I'm just like, what the fuck has happened to us as a species? So we're prepared to turn off our moral compass because you like the guy saying the fuckery. Madness. I'm sorry, no. I'm just no. But like I said, this is the problem. If you stick your head above the parapet, like Malcolm X did, you end up dead. So you got decisions to make.
I just like to point out that Ultra Funky is a Sagittarius, and notice he sounds just like Melanated Goddess. I'm just pointing out there that the two Sagittarius, we like fire for that. That's it. Done.
And how is it even controversial to say that, Melanated? How is it controversial to say something like, yes, remain on code, but not in the face of gratuitous, heinous crimes, specifically against children? Come on! What the fuck?
You see, to me though, like that is on code. Like if you're within the black community and you do something to black kids, you should be out of the fold, and that is about being on code. To me, that ain't breaking no code. That makes exact sense. Do you understand? So this is
Yeah,
what I'm
but
trying to do.
Kushti, I agree, but that's not what's happening. We're being told, like maybe like hold it down. Don't say nothing because the person who's doing the crime, they're really popular and they've done some really good things in the past. Oh, please, Kushti, go back in the kitchen and make me a sandwich, please. No, and this is to me the reason why I'll never attach myself to any label, because the minute you do, you're stuck, and your identity's wrapped in this whole fucking movement. And then when shit hits the fan or you need to adjust your position, you're being guilted in a way where you're not allowed to do it. And I'm just saying, no, it's fuckery, and I'm saying no to fuckery.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I literally thought something happened to my my headset. You know, before Ultra went, I was gonna say that what came up on my Facebook thingy majiggy was that this woman, she recorded herself. She was, I don't think she went live, but she recorded herself basically saying that I'm at church and I'm getting ready to confront the man that molested me, which was the pastor of the church, y'all. Did y'all hear me?
Yeah, it's just wild. It's just, and this is what I'm saying. It's the whole cloak and dagger, and this is what I'm trying to explain to the brothers. If they were, we need to hear. It needs to be vocal. It's the wall of silence is not the one in this time. This is not the right way of going forward on this. You know, you need to at least speak up and condemn these kind of things, because you start getting a king to like stuff like what's happening in the church and things, you know, and you can't respect it, man. You can, like I said, if you're not going to talk about the elephant in the room, I'm just going to be like, well, some of it must be true. There's no smoke without fire. This is why I say, like, just come up and say it how it is for real. If you're supposed to be about preaching and teaching people, tell them the truth and all of the truth. Like, don't tell me something's great and then a bunch of haters going to let me know what a terrible person that is. Do you think I could go back into that same settings now with faith or understanding or believing that everything that you're going to say is the truth? No.
Mm-hmm. I don't think so. She didn't show the whole thing, but she didn't make like a big scene. But I wonder how many people still went to the church, right? With the mentality of, I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So yeah, he molested her when she was little, but he my pastor now. I am not one of those people. I'm so sorry, y'all. I am not one of those people. Like,
okay, but
I know what.
When it comes to that though, is there a level? Is it like, is it everything? Like if they've done in our past, if all the leaders have been done a step out of wrong, you're dashing them out, or is there levels?
No, like if that was my pastor and my pastor said in my past life I was a drug dealer, yeah, I'd be like, all right, pastor, you stop selling drugs. It's just like, to me, because you're a whole different human being if you violate children. Like, that's just crazy. Like, I am not like going to have a spiritual leader who was violating innocent children. Like, that's just not, to me, how spirituality works. I don't know. Like, they should probably be next to me in the pews, right, getting help from someone else, but they should not be the leader. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, because like, you know, I do believe that there is a cut-off point. So when you're messing about children, things like that, then yeah, let's try and find another example. We must have
a different example.
Yeah.
I think like
but I think before the kid, like there's certain things like what Nine was saying and what I was saying earlier on, that I can say, okay, this individual had achieved this and they did these things, and you know, looking back, you know, look in the future.
Like, how would you feel if you found out that Angela Davis was a prostitute at some point in her life, like when she was 13 years old.
That wouldn't make me go against her.
It wouldn't make me go against her either.
Yeah.
If I found out Elijah Muhammad was a prostitute.
You chuckle a bit,
Yeah.
but yeah, it was.
Yeah, I mean,
I hear you. Yeah, and that's what I think we're all agreeing on. Then, do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I think you've just given it like some real definition and clarity, which is needed. And I think these are the real conversations that I think people who are on code should be having, because these are the realest conversations to have. Because I don't think that they've got a clarity on what is on code and not. And because you don't have it, these people can just hide in the midst of it. You know?
Yeah, and it just was, Christy, it was so crazy to see how quickly they dismissed it. They changed the subject, they minimized it. It was like thinking that a black man did something to children. It was so uncomfortable. They just couldn't address it. And I'm just like, I'm curious to where is that inner fight, like the anger of hearing a child was, it's just absent. And I'm hoping that we start to see a change in that I
think it's because it's him. Are you talking about Elijah?
No, wait.
Oh.
So you saying you think what's because it's him? Because it's Elijah that is being.
Yeah, like on the initial conversation, I do think it's because it wasn't he like the fault, like when you're, because I think what they do is they attach him to everything NOI. So when you're attaching him, it's like you literally have to chuck everything away, right? Because so many of the up and coming people pay homage to him. He created this, he created that. So when I was listening to you, I was like, and when you were saying that, literally, they're squirming. So these men don't condone paedophilia, right? They don't like it. They don't want it attached. But when you, like you said, when you highlighted it to these men, yeah, they're squirming. So they know it ain't right. So they're trying to look for other excuses, whatever, because they can't let go. Because if they let go of Elijah Muhammad, then what are you doing respecting NOI? And this is why we need to be able to separate things.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And talk facts.
But they were very okay. So like, for instance, yeah, I guess it is because it's him. Now that I'm thinking about it, because when African Bambaataa, the allegations against him came out, Sarnetta held a press conference on the street. It was on some street trial.
And what happened? Did it pass?
No, he's alive.
No,
he never.
What's the people saying though? Were they defending?
No, they condemned African Bambaataa because his victims. Have you heard of Hassan Campbell?
I've heard of that name. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very vocal. The YouTuber, and he like, this is what I'm trying to say about these people who are victimized. Their lives are forever changed. Like, Hassan is a damaged man. The way he talk about what happened to him is it can be vulgar, almost like he disassociates, like he's not talking about himself, like he's talking about another person. And he says very, very odd things, like a man who has done the sexual acts with a man. So he like crosses over that line and be like, I don't want to repeat like something that he said something like he's damaged. I'm fumbling over my words, but like once he told his story, everyone believed him. So I guess it's because it's Elijah that it's the pushback.
And because the fact of, like, we know how the community feel about black boys getting molested or a black man getting raped. Like, there's a certain kind of disgust there, isn't there? Whereas the other is young women, so.
Right. And they can use the word marriage and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
To make it seem nicer. But yeah, so African Bambaataa was only violating young boys.
We definitely, I think definitely we need to sort out the people that we use as examples. Definitely, I agree with you on that. But I definitely think that we need to look at it with factual lens when we're talking about people from the past. Like, until we catch up with getting new leaders, if we're going to talk about certain people with compromising situations, we need to just highlight it all out. Like, Eminem it. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to say it before the haters do. Just get it all out, man.
Yeah, why we
But
not?
this is a tough cookie though, sisters. But I'm listening to the two of you talk here. But when we think of like what Mel was saying, when we find out, was it Mel? When we look at a lot of the leaders or the so-called self-push, the leaders that have been pushed to get, I guess, for as the mouth piece for the black community. A lot of them have some really shady past, you know. We don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But that's what I'm saying. Like, they choose our leaders for us. We need to start choosing our own leaders. Like, we need to do better with that. You know, I think that the end, and they've already didn't COINTELPRO FBI already said that. Like, after the assassination of all of the leaders at that time, they said you'll never get a black messiah again. And every leader we've had since then is been like complex. It's been problematic. Look when they show transgender. Exactly. And every single fringe thing that they want to do, what do? They put a black person in front of it. If it's trans, is a trans man in there screaming his head off. If it's something else, there's a black person pushing for that. If it's this, there's a black person pushing for that. We're in everything. They're like, all right, you want leaders? We'll give you leaders in every single messed up thing that we can give you. Do you understand? Like, we need to stop. Except when you come on my screen and I ain't got nothing to do with you, I don't follow nothing, and you're constantly coming up in my algorithm stuff, you are getting pushed onto me. Do you understand that there's something not right here? It's like the guy with the 7 kids with the 6 kids with the 4 baby mothers, whatever.
7 kids, 7 baby mothers.
All right, thank you, sis, yeah. That just come out of nowhere.
I couldn't even watch it. I could not even ingest such dysfunction, and I was so disappointed in Kalam. Kalam, if I knew his last name, I would call his whole name. If I knew his last name, I'd be like, Kalam, but whatever. Disappointed. And the first thing came to my mind was, I hope he is not on some sorrow nonsense, because I will unsubscribe to your ass too.
Literally.
Yes.
Something about these leaders or these people that represent black people that they're pushing onto us is wild. These people come from nowhere and they're there for ages. They infiltrate us. Everyone's talking about them, and then they duck out.
But look at how they switch up.
What would you say, sister? This is why the code of conduct of custodians is more safer than having one leader.
Yeah, we definitely need custodians. We need to be able to pick the people that we choose as our leaders and not accept the people that they give us. We need to have some sort of criterion template in order to classify yourself as a leader. Do you understand? If you're going to talk to me and my black family and tell me to move in line, then you have to be doing it yourself. Do you understand? Like, there has to be guidelines in order to do that. Because if you really are for the cause and you really down for us, we will be with that person like no other race could be. You won't have to eat, we won't snitch on you or hide you. What? Has anyone yet found Tupac's mum? Anyone yet?
Oh, I know she's somewhere deep in Mexico somewhere.
I know, I think she's in Cuba. But what you call it?
If you do forget that kind of privilege, you better fix up. And don't let me come and remind you to respect your own woman. That should not even be said. Do you understand? Because when we treat you good, we treat you like no other.
So we've got a lot of work. All I can say is I just think for us, I kind of would melt in the sense of we need a whole purge. That's what I think needs to be going on. Because what I'm seeing today in 2023, this ain't it. We need a purge, yeah. We need to clean up. I think you need some in-house cleaning needs to be done first and foremost. Then some new implements need to be put into place. Yeah, cars. A lot of these sickos, there's a lot of mad people. There's a lot of and there's such a thing, you know, we need to take into too much knowledge ain't good, brethren. There's some people that take this knowledge thing to a whole. They're spiraling out and they're making us look bad because when they see these people online, they associate us decent, pro-black, whatever Pan-African, whatever label they want to fling up under our backside. They think we're all whacked like that, yeah. So some of this madness is gone too far. We need a whole purge of the community. We need to clean it up. The ones that ain't for us, we need to cast them aside and put them under one label as I don't know. we don't know. Right now we're working with IC9s, but I don't know what other label we can give them until IC3 comes back true with another code of conduct. Yeah. But yeah, we need to label them and abandon shit with them, because we understand they're more harmful to our community and our future generations to come than they are a benefit. Even if we try to get them back in line, they actually can bring back a whole load of madness back into the community, so we might as well just purge them out. We need to get rid of the coons. Yeah, we're straight up and down. There ain't no if, but, or maybe, nothing. We're not even going to water down the word. We're going to call it what it is. They are coons, and we need to purge ourselves of those ones too. We also need to rid out the infiltrators. We need to clean up the younger generation and get them some form of... First of all, they need identity, because they're just clearly lost. A lot of them just need identity. We need to start at the core of the problem. They have lost who the hell they are, and they're out here screaming, I don't know, whatever the hell they are. Some of them are not even trying to label themselves as male and female. Oh, it's just a madness. Like, we got a whole lot of cleaning up to do, people. Because right now they're just tying us all up under one big brush, and yeah, those Negroes over there, and that's what it is. I don't know. Oh, so it's my video to Rotted. Are we not getting to that next? Because I want to hear Curl and Terry. They probably disappeared now. Oh, God.
I'm still here.
Oh, they're here. Obviously, the conversation's going.
Yeah, the internet. It's been all right.
I can't mute. My phone's overheated. I'm going to have to hold on, I can't mute.
Do you want me to... Okay. All right, well, let me... Divine's lined this up. Obviously, this is, I believe it's Cynthia G, so I'm sure many of you would know of her. So I'm sure Divine will come back. And
Not me, I love the black men.
We love Uno. All right, let's hear what Cynthia's got to say at this point. Divine's got it for a reason. So let's have a listen, and I'm sure we can have a discussion afterwards. Big up, Cynthia.
Talking about, oh, I'm the prize now. Because you were only taking them for their legs back then, or they black skin, or just showing up and existing, being black. Ain't providing nothing else, but they black. You can say she was a kid, but like I said, grown black women, if you ask them why do they need to be, why do they need black men, they go say, oh, because I need to make a black kid. Same thing. Superficial, dumb, having to do with vanity. This is what your vanity is costing you. Her liking his calves and his legs, that is vanity. How many L's are y'all gonna keep taking over vanity? Wanting to just have black children, that's vanity.
Aaron Lyle is the father of Florinda's baby.
So let me quickly ask the question, because she just said wanting to have black children is vanity. Does the panel agree with that statement?
I understand what you mean by
as
that.
a black woman, I do agree with that, because I want to replicate myself in my rightful African state. I want to see my reflection in my youth. So yes, I would say that's vanity. Yes, I don't want to water it down. I want to keep it 100% African.
There's a lot of reasons why I have black children, and I'd only want black children, and vanity is one of them. Yeah, I can admit to it. I won't say it's the only reason, but yeah, I love black skin. I love how it looks. You know what I mean? I'm vain when it comes to mine and ours. So yeah, she's, that's not my only thing.
I wanted to say, I think that the type of vanity is she does highlight how women, how we fetishize, how our blackness is fetishized. So when she says the man goes with his preference, they will say, well, that's what I'm thinking about vanity. So she's saying that people want to have a black child because they want the looks that if you go outside your race, they want the look of that mixed look. That's making a choice, a vain choice, doing that for vanity. I'm agreeing, yes.
But I think what Cynthia's trying to say is, what is it that a black man can offer you? You tell me. And she goes, the only thing that she gets back from black women is, I want my babies to look like me. I want a black child.
So she's like,
no,
vanity.
but I'm just asking the question though, yeah, because I think even I'm even questioning wanting to replicate yourself and calling it vanity. I'm even questioning that diagnosis.
Okay. I
You see what
mean,
I'm saying?
I'm not
Because when
offended by it.
they say that I am you and you are me, what do they mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. So why
vanity though, right, sis? That is vanity. If I can look at you, Hanifa, if I can look at you and I can see a reflection of myself in that, okay, we might not say the word vanity, but I want to see myself in my sister, innit? I can look at
but
Kushki
that's not vanity to what? In fact, let's get a definition of vanity. Because remember, you know, word, sound, and power, you know. You see what I'm saying to you? Hold on. So let's find out what vanity means, because
what I'm getting from her is that it has to be more than symbolically how we look. It has to be like you know, security. And
exactly.
That's what I'm getting from her, and that's why I said I get where she's coming from. I get it. You know what I mean?
I hear that. Hold on, vanity. Look at that blur. Not. Hold on a second. Vanity is the excessive belief in one's own abilities or attractiveness to others. Prior to the 14th century, it did not have such narcissistic undertones and merely meant futility. Okay. Yeah, because I hear you still. All right, let me not even question the thing. But I don't wanting to replicate myself is not vanity to me, personally.
He is 18 and lives in Central Newark. He dropped out of high school when he was 16. He has never held a steady job. Spend most of my time listening to the radio. Now I don't go to school, I don't do nothing. Just like this.
Most of the time, this bandit listens to music. He don't work, he don't go to school, and he don't want to. And quite frankly, there ain't no reason why he should, because all she wanted like is his calves or his black skin anyway. Why would he get a job if you ain't looking for him to have money? Why would he go to school if you don't care if he's smart? You just want him to be black and attractive. And you'll have his baby just because he got some nice legs or some black skin. You'll have his baby. But there's no motivation on him to do better, though. He doesn't have any reason to do better because you're going to take him anyway.
If you want to have a baby, I don't. You just not really. It's just not. You know, she was popular family. I just. Were your friends impressed? You know, everybody was telling me, you know, that
show level, come make me do the show level. Wally for shoulders, boy.
Kind of pretty. And I was like, you know, make me feel good. Do many of them have babies?
The people I train are not flutterers or punters. The people I give my systems and skills to are serious and determined.
That's what I'm saying. Daughter finds. Making babies.
Look, just dumb as a bag of rocks. But sat up there and said, oh, that's all they do. When he's talking about other black men his age, that's all they do is sit up and make babies. He's sitting there acting like he doesn't know that he impregnated a woman. He's going to say, oh, it just happened. No, it didn't just happen. But how many grown adult black men in 2023 are saying, well, she got pregnant. She shouldn't have gotten pregnant. Well, she didn't get pregnant. You impregnated her. But all they'll sit there and tell you is she got pregnant. I don't know how it happened. He'd sit there and say he don't know how it happened. You didn't know you was laid up in the bed with her? What are black men teaching other black men? Mushmouthery, recklessness, irresponsibility. This is their culture. This is what you think you go save your son from.
What do you think to that comment, Kale? I don't know if Terry's there, but she's just made a statement where she said that. Yeah, you obviously heard what.
The thing is, go on, beloved. Go on, sis. Go on.
No, I was just asking, what do you think to that statement that she just made? Do you agree with that statement? Because that's quite a bold statement she's making in terms of what man them are teaching the youngers.
But you can't disagree with what she's saying politically. This is what I was saying before, sis. I don't want to go completely back. We got to have that ability, codifying without being emotional and coming off cold. She's exactly correct what she's saying.
Okay.
Exactly. You know, we got to be honest.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
No problem. If all men were like you, give thanks.
You think you about to save your son from this? That you just go raise him better? He ain't gonna get sucked into it. Again, black women's vanity over here. Multiple generations just showing them and telling them he is gonna get sucked into him. Most of it. And here goes black women. No, I'm vain. I'm arrogant. I'm gonna raise him better. No, he's black. No, save the innocent children because he's not gonna grow up and be a grown man. No.
Sorry to pause it, right? But I had to pause it
Quick
there.
question, sis. Do you think you do that quickly? Do you think you do that as growing a black man? That's what I'm asking.
Well, that's why I paused it, right? Because it kind of goes back to when I said, when Akinga went into his little, you see it, testimony, and I said, fucking hell, I'm about to cry. Yeah? So I paused it because now, I don't know if Kushti's there. Are you there, Bab? All right, she's not there. Because, yeah, I'm pausing it there because...
Yeah.
So did you hear that last little bit there, Kush?
Not really, but I gathered that she was just saying that what black women will be the ones to say, no, it's not my son. Is that what she's saying?
And all of that, right? And that's why even before...
And I mean that she had talked about, yeah, it's not going to be my son. Yes.
No, exactly. And that's why I was asking the question even before, where does the change happen, right? Where does the potential change happen? You get me? Because obviously, let's just say that your theory or the stats that you had heard or whatever, push 85% or whatever, just if we were to go with that mad stat, you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
Even if we have to break down all the women in there, you get me?
Yeah.
You're right?
Yeah.
So what the point I'm trying to make is that clearly something somewhere along their journey,
it's messing up.
You get me? It gets political, whereby as a mother, you can't help. No matter how much love.
But we know what it is. You know what the answer is. We all know what the answer is. We just don't want to say it because we're doing this whole code of conduct thing.
Speak the man. Speak it.
Fatherless families, single parent households. We know what's the cause of them.
No.
She's gonna go in. She's going to break it down. Remember, I've seen this video. You know, she's going to break it down. I'm telling you what it is.
Yeah, but then how does that explain those that do not come from a fatherless family? That's
her point, because they had no father in there.
No,
they're just doing what the generation. Do you not hear what she just said? This is generational.
Yeah, but
their
I'm
fathers
saying
weren't there. So even though the fathers weren't there teaching them bad habits, the fact that the absent father isn't there, they have no representation.
And even the ones that do have their fathers, at this point, it's so many that don't. There's still, those are students who do have those young people who do have their fathers. They're still impacted by the values of the ones who don't.
Yeah. Okay.
But the thing is this, right?
Wait, one second.
Yeah, so what are we actually saying then, family? Are we saying
one second. So Mel, I just heard you say something, and I know you're in a particular field. So you're saying that regardless, even with those that come from the two parent, you're saying that the wave of the one parent is so strong that it has an effect on them anyway, whereby they make similar
decisions. It have an effect to the point where those are their friends. They could be, the likelihood of someone breaking into your home, robbing a child, or doing whatever. Like, they're interacting with young people who may not have their dads.
let me break it down for you as well. Let me help Melanated here because she's on the roll right here. So there's another aspect that you're going to have to look into. I don't think Cynthia says it in this. I can't remember. But there's another aspect I thought of after I watched this the first time. Yeah. And I said to myself, you know what, she's got a point. Because when we sit about, even if we don't actually sit down there and say, oh, we're supporting single black women, we literally are doing it without realizing it, because the message that the young black men send to younger black men is it's okay to go out here and impregnate or you have be a gallus, be a this. We literally, our whole culture promotes this behavior. So whether they have a father in the house or not, they know the message that they're getting from outside in society is to be promiscuous, is to be a bad man, is to have be a gala road, is to have 10, 20, 30 baby mother. It's something that's embedded in us. So yes, sis, single families we do encourage this without we realizing it or not. We will hear our artists then come up on stage, talk about how much girl them got time. We see all, for instance, let's just talk of recent guys that got now. Like, I don't know,
Nick Cannon,
Dapper. No, I'm talking Caribbean, ourselves now. I'm not even going to go to America. Forget America. Yeah, I'm going to stick in our own culture, and I'm going to say we have man up there that will have his wife up there on stage and we wind up with big and promoting beer tongue and gala mana this and mana that and mana shatara dead. We promote this within our culture every single day, whether we look in bashment, whether we look in calypso, when we talk about juki top tear down stage and all them we do this, and whether we know it or not, we're doing it. We literally promote for black men to be the way that they are. Think about it.
I hear you, but let's go back to the original point though, when Naya stopped it to and you was going to answer the same question as well about, okay, the black woman talking about it ain't going to be her son. Listening to all of those statistics and everything else, you kind of, I'm still that woman that knows that ain't going to be my son, because I know that the influence of the home has a strong hold. Like, how you've been brought up and raised, it's hard to shift. It's hard to get off you, even if it's abuse. You see people who've been abused from youth and they're still carrying the demons. And that's the same way with how you're raised in certain things. Why you wash a certain way, you do your certain thing, you cook your food. There's certain things, if it's installed to you right as a youth, you can't shift it. So yeah, it's like when I go to school and when I was younger, there might be a bunch of white girls that can cuss out their mother. I don't care how long I've been around them white girls. I know I could never even break. Just by thinking about saying that to my mother, I already got a slap. Do you understand? So
yeah, but the youths of today don't have that now. So the youths of today are pushed to encourage to call the flipping social status on their parents.
This is what I'm saying, but that's no difference from when I was growing up. Yeah, so that example of disrespecting your mother was still out there. Do you understand? It's what I know that I can bring into my yard or not. Do you understand? There was girl getting pregnant, tattoos, smoking at 10, all of this thing. I know I don't have the same life as you. I can't get rid of it. I can't get away with it.
We swapped roles. We have actually swapped the role.
Exactly. People literally, that's what I'm saying, they're tans. They forgot culture. This is what I mean. People have just adopted the culture that they're in now. Because you can't do it. And because that's in me, let mine try. They already know Wagwan. And that's anywhere. I'll tell him in school, playground, whatever. If he really forgot himself, I'll give him one look and it's back in line. And that's going to be the same when my little one has her kid. Some things are ingrained. And that's what I hold on to. Because the amount of stuff that I was exposed to, yeah, but I knew better. That's the same way I expect my son. I don't care what you're around. I'm talking about you. I don't care what you heard. I'm talking about you. So that's why I hold that kind of faith.
Our biggest danger is the playground.
If your kids are playing with some kids that you don't share values with their parents.
Listen, that's what I hold on to, innit? I'm not saying that it's going to always work, but I know for the ones who have gotten away with it, I know certain man, them were around bad man, but they kind of knew what to do and when to stop. They were those certain men that were okay to walk away. Do you understand? And they still got ratings when they come back to their boys. You know, some man, they fall gullible to peer pressure, and certain man didn't, and still come back to that same crew as a man and respected. So that's the kind of man I'm raising. And I hear what Cynthia's saying. I agree with Cynthia's saying, but I'll be that one. I hear what she's saying, you know. I'm not even putting it against her, but because I'm in that situation right now, what is the alternative, lady? What is the alternative, family? To just give up? To know that my
it's not
son's
even
going
a
to be
case of us giving up, sis. I don't think I'm not trying to say that. I don't think that black women are at all giving up.
No,
I
I'm not
think
saying you're saying that.
society is got more of a hold on our children than we actually want to acknowledge and recognize. That's what I think.
No,
I think our teachings and our way of life instills a lot in our children. Yes, but you see, once they go for that front door, it's a wrap. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I hear you.
Where the code of conduct comes in, Lady D. You know what I mean? The code of conduct must come in. Without that, you know, as what Neely Fuller Jr. says, when you're around black people, you have to have a plan. You have to have a code of conduct. We can't be around each other without principles. Unfortunately, even if you're married, you have to have because the way we've been taught, as you know already, we want to go against the best interests of ourselves. So we need something that will tell us, okay, I feel like to go against this situation, but the code is telling me if I do that, there's repercussion. It affects everyone else. You see, it keeps us in line. I live by codes of conduct with the best of my ability in that. We've all got our codes of conduct, but the community code of conduct, that's important. So when our kids go outside now and they're with other African descendants and they're doing certain things, they'll be like, oh, if we're going to do that, but that's going to affect the whole race. They stick to the code of conduct. You know what I mean? This is unsynchronized. This is, you understand what I'm saying in that? But that's not there. The white people, they got their code of conduct. Oh, if you do any robbing, blame it on the black kids. Just act vulnerable. It's not your fault. The police look like you anyway, so they'll believe you. That's code of conduct. The Asians or the rest of them. You understand? So we do need that code of conduct, man.
But the issue that you're gonna find is that because we're in a society that is multicultural, the influences are going to come along. This is why most of the majority of young ones do not see color.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. You put it better for me, Terry. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Brother Riggs, regardless if you're in a multicultural society, right? This is what I was saying about nationalism, what Garvey said. You still have your agenda first. Teach your kids, right? This is going to be very extreme. The way I was taught, right? My brothers and that, it was very straightforward. You understand? Be polite, right? But these people are not your friends. Always have one foot in all the time.
I hear you.
I'm saying that, right? That has to be drummed in.
But I hear you on that aspect. But like, for instance, my godson,
I agree.
My godson is 6, right? They're teaching him body parts. Now the question was that, you know, when they try to teach the birds and the bees, that's fair enough. But what the 6-year-old is known to do now, he can go to YouTube and he doesn't have to type in these long words. He will just say, go to YouTube and speak to the phone and say, how do children get born? And what will come up on YouTube?
Yeah, but then that's what I'm saying, bro. You got to keep up with the times. And Sam, like, you use the structure of the old school, so you implement the structure of the old school. But like my son, he's got YouTube Kids, and under the settings, there's only so much things that he can watch. Do you understand? So it's catching up the good with the times, you utilizing that the things that we've got for now. But I don't know, all of this kind of thing, you can't shift me yet, because I remember the amount of stuff like what this is a sign that we've gone through the last 10 years, yeah, and my mind ain't shifted, or kids ain't shifted that are like close to me or in my family. And that's because no matter what's going on outside, once you get into these closed doors, it remains the same. And like these kids that grow up in like these, what is it, Catholic, when you have to go and give, when you announce your sins to a pope or whatever, these people are riddled with guilt until they're adults. Because like that whole thing about, you know, hell is really enforced in the Catholic thing. If you do one thing bad and you don't go to confess, that's it, confessions. Those ones are riddled continuously with guilt. Why? Because of the indoctrination that they were given at kids, as kids, about hell and hellfire if you do one thing wrong. And these adults, and some of them not even Catholics, but they still hold that. So what I'm saying is, okay, you might not step 100% on code. You might slip off. You know what I mean? You might, as a boy at Pitney, you know, go and delve there for a little, you know, 1, 2, what, not, what, cool. But then you'll never stay there. Do you know what I mean? You might go off, I'm going to do my thing, have a spontaneous teenage thing, whatever. But when it comes to fundamentals and what your actual goals are and what you believe is to be true and what you want to see it, that has been given to you since birth. So you might go there to go and play, but best believe the one you're giving back to, taking home to mummy, oh, he knows and I know who that's going to be. So I believe in it because they've been doing this since I was a kid.
Sis, I hear and I love the positive vibrations, but the fact of the matter is, I'm the perfect example of it. That's not always the case. Our children are getting caught up out here. They're dying. They're not even living to see 20 years old, sis. So please be careful when you're saying, never. Because I was that person. Never. And look what happened. Just be careful.
No, I hear you, sis.
Lady D, isn't the community, as I said to you already, the community, which is based on a code of conduct, right? They're supposed to come forward and go, you know what? Okay, this is going on at home or this is happening. We're going to help as well. This is what we're trying to push. We're trying to push this community code of conduct. When we were younger in the 80s, etc., you know what I mean? You walk down the street, there's an elder, code of conduct. The elder knows your dad and your mum. You don't say hello, they're going to report it back. You see the code of conduct. So if we enforce
gone, brother. Those days are long gone.
Yeah,
These youths are on to the next level.
Those are definitely cool, but then are you having an elder in that children's playground in school? You have to actually see what's going on in that playground. When you're having a child that's in a sixth form with a child that's in a year one in the same playground, what conversations are they having?
Yeah, but brother, they're gonna have that. They're gonna have that, brother. We know this. When I was at school, I'm coming from Pan-African back. When I used to go to school and that, the things that I used to hear, but I understood, hold on, I can't bring this in the house. And if I do act upon what they're saying, it's making me not really Pan-Africanized as what my parents made it clear. So, the child will go back to the parents and say, you know what, I was doing this today. Or subconsciously, they will show you certain things. And it's for the parents to reset their mind again, back on the principles. That's how it works.
I'm not taking away from you, but then remember, the child has its own mind, and if it swarms to something that he sees his past doing, there's the possibility he may follow, regardless of what teaching you give. You have to be very careful.
Right, and not only the fathers either. Sometimes it's the uncles that could be very influential, or cousins, or just the man that they call a road, their gang that they call family. It could be any little thing. Like there's so many aspects to it.
You've got to do the best that you can, but it's not stopping you from this world of society that we're based in. And the long we're in this country, we have to accept some of these stuff that are going to influence. We can only keep on educating our children as much as possible, but it's not going to stop that child from doing what they want to do.
You can't, brother. You cannot stop things that are not in our control, but you can remind to keep the control there. For example, Umawale, which is known as Malcolm X, right? Both of his parents were part of the Garvey movement. You understand, right? But he still led a lifestyle. He used to do a lot of unsynchronized things. You understand? But then when it came to identifying certain callings, he understood that, but I was raised on it. I remember this back in the days. You understand? You cannot control what our kids do. My kids are old now, but I understand that when they were, like a certain age, when they're going outside, I'm just going to go shop. I'm going to go to that friend's house. I can't inspect all the time. Oh, is that what you're around? Is that what you listen to? All I can do is when I come back home, go over the principles again. This is what you are. This is what you need to do. Strategize, politicize. Do you understand what I'm saying? That homework every single time when they go out, and it's benefited. I don't know what they've done outside the house, but I respect that they are formulating to the principles as much as possible, and I'm happy with that.
No, as I said, I get what you're saying, and I'm strong about it. But these Gen Zs today, it's a different ball game. They've got
mad ball game.
They've got access to information that you wouldn't even think of them having. When you're hearing some of the things that are coming out of 6 and 7 year olds, you're thinking, hold on here. When I was 6, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just thinking of climbing a tree. But these kids are telling you about, they'll tell you about Marcus Garvey, and then they'll tell you about the negative things about Marcus Garvey. So, as I said, it's a big mountain that we have to climb, and we have to continue doing what we have to do. But just to understand that there is certain aspects that might influence them that you have no control over.
I agree. I totally agree.
You know what I mean? It's the society that we're based ourselves in, and the more multicultural it gets, the more information that comes along, the more they're seeing it. You know, like even when you get,
and that brings in the whole nature versus nurture argument.
Yep.
Because it's a real thing, man. Because like, and that's why I stopped it. Obviously, I'm gonna go back to play the video, right? But even as a person that's been in education, yeah, I understood many years ago, yeah, that there's so many external factors going on, yeah, that are actually raising our children, innit? You see what I'm saying to you? Apart from the mother and father. You get me? It's a very depressing reality. Do not get me wrong. You see what I'm saying to you? And I even acknowledged this before I had my own child. You see what I'm saying to you? So now, boom, I come into having my own youth now. You get me? Hey, you see what I'm saying to you? So, you see, yeah, it's a struggle, man. But that's why the first thing we have to do here is dance a yard before we dance abroad, right? So what does that mean? That means those of us that have children, make sure that our children are straight first, innit? Before you can even think about the community, I swear to God, make sure your youth is straight. You get me? We go micro and then we go macro. Because I believe, sir, enough people out here talking certain talk about A, B, and C, yeah, whereby enough fit them all in a circle, it not guss up. You get me? So if we all just try to build up our internal yards, which part we're there, we'd even be in a better position in that regard. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm saying I think we need to come back down to the foundation of what some of us may be doing as parents, and that's what children are actually picking up. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, and then obviously that kind of goes into sort of different realms again. You know what I mean? But you have a dancer, you have before we dance abroad. You know what I mean? Because bam, just like we're saying, all right, then this you is up here and he's talking whatever shit he's talking, yeah. But at the same time, he needs a girl to bounce on. Yeah. So that we need to also start talking about, well, why is it the girl that must be easy to bounce on? Why is it a muppet like that looks homeless can get a girl to bounce on? You see what I'm saying to you? Because we have to start talking about the.
And I think that's a bit of our problem as Black women, sis, to touch a bit about the Black women's part of it now. I think because is it me as Lady D cut out ended right now?
Hello?
Our loyalty to Black men is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. When they show us time and time again, they don't have that very same loyalty for us. Also, the fact that we want them to accept us and we're begging for their acceptance, meanwhile they're begging for other people's acceptance. That also works against us. The fact that we keep repeating generational patterns, and rather than looking back and rectifying the problems, we're repeating the same cycle. Like we're not learning time and time again, generation after generation. We're not learning. We're still repeating because, oh, the grandmothers or the ancestors did it this way. So we're kind of indoctrinated into that kind of cycle. I don't know how to explain it. Let Cynthia kind of say what she's saying, and then I'll come back with my proper thoughts together. Yeah.
All right, let me make the thing run a little bit more. Let's see what this prick's saying.
Oh, I can do it. I can fix them. Ain't fixed nothing yet. The only thing you can fix is yourself. The only thing that Black women have caused to progress is Black women. You cannot change them. You can circumvent their culture. You're not going to raise them better. Stop being vain. Because if you could raise them better, you would have been doing it. You wouldn't have this generational cycle stemming from the time you stepped off the plantation to all the way to 2023, if you could just do it better. You can't change them, and that's why you ain't changed them. The only thing you changed is your status. That's the only thing you changed. Black women have changed themselves. You went from being the world's teen mothers to the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs. That's what you changed. You ain't changed nothing about these bandits, though. You can keep thinking you gonna change them, but you're not. She said, oh, he had good cows. I just want to have his baby. He said the baby was an accident. I don't even know how it happened. You ain't never been on the same page as these bandits. She wasn't on the same page as him. Were they on the same page? No. She was looking at him saying, oh, look at, he's cute. I want his baby. He ain't motivated. He don't know how it happened. Baby was an accident. The other bandit said his baby ain't even his responsibility. Y'all ain't even on the same mental wavelength, and you are bringing lives into existence, and you're not even on nowhere near the same page. And then Black women want to sit up and say, well, we can just raise them better. Well, no, all the time, culture doesn't have every single sociological piece of data says cultural influence outweighs parental influence. You're never going to see anything but here obeying Black women. No, look at me, almighty smart Black woman. I can circumvent Black male culture. If that was the case, then wouldn't you have done it a long time ago? You can't circumvent Black male culture because you can't control Black men. You don't control what they value. You don't control what they think. You don't control what they do, obviously, or else we would be in a different community. Can we drop the vanity? You're not going to change bandits. Your son is going to get sucked into this 9 times out of 10. All of y'all can't be special.
Darren told us that in this neighborhood, it's easy to get involved with girls.
My girl said not all of them could be special.
Darren has been arrested 5 times for stealing, suspicion of homicide, and for possession of a deadly weapon.
What's that, Kush?
So it's the way she says, you all in this fantasy. Not all of y'all pick these as special. Like, you know, like when, you know, Black women, we love our children. My baby, he's special. You know, like, he's going to be different. Like, yeah, she was going into what Lady D is saying. And I hear what everyone's saying about, and what she's saying about external influence. But can we just also acknowledge then? Can we just all acknowledge that there are some who go through the cracks? There are some great men who have come out great.
Of course, yes, 100%. That's how we know those men. We don't have to talk about them because their men are out here publicly, and we can see them. They're good representation. I think we're focusing on the bad ones because we need to call it out. That's basically what's going on. Yeah.
Maybe it's because it's talking about sons, isn't it? And I'm a typical Black mother, do you know what I mean? Like lioness and things. So I hear you. And if we're going on that, guys, no problem. I'm with the program. It's all right. But it is gonna be a sensitive topic, right? Especially for us. We love our kids, we love our boys, we love our females. So our daughters. So I don't know. I just want to add that I know how it's stacked up against us. I don't want to sound like delusional, but you know, the ones that went through the cracks, I'm sure they went through the cracks. Those ones who did get through the cracks, they had a fundamental upbringing as well. Do you understand? Like, it's not, you need to have it regardless. I think having it is a better option than not. So installing it is a better option than just, you know, boy, it don't matter anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, because you could have those ones which will slip through the guide. And probably the reason why they slipped was probably the only thing that helped them get through those cracks was because of the foundation that they had as a youth. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I hold on to. But I'm not dismissing anything that Cynthia says. But boy, like I've said that before, she is the manslayer. When that woman comes out, she don't come out with foolishness. That's what I'm saying. Whereas the manosphere does. That's why she's always going to win. Because what she's saying is not a lie. It's an uncomfortable truth. And because she goes on for the women, like when she's talking, she ain't talking to the brothers right now. She's directly talking to the women and saying, give me an example of when you've seen different. Look like she is talking to the women, you know? So I don't know. I think this should be like, last thing I'll say before I shut up is like, for the brothers, like this is kind of what the sisters were saying about talking to the point. This is how Cynthia, she don't know that airs or graces. She's going to lay it down. And if you're like in other organizations and people ain't talking the truth, you're going to go to someone who's talking what you're seeing and what you're feeling in reality. And giving up to someone like that, well, you've already lost the game. Do you know what I mean? But I hear you. And thanks for, like, you know what I mean, getting me back on track and ting. I'm going to come out of my feelings. I'm going to see it for what it is on this thing. So thanks for that. I've done my little ting. Do you know what I mean? I've done my little ting. You can press play, or unless anyone wants anything to say, but you can press 9. Play 9.
Look, 18 and already been arrested 5 times. One of them is suspicion of homicide. How long they been terrorizing your communities and black women think she about to circumvent this? She just gonna raise her son to where he ain't getting sucked up into a cycle that most of these black male sons been getting sucked up into for a long time. She just gonna change it. No, not my son. No, I'm still gonna go have me a black son. 18 been arrested 5 times.
So I guess what I want to just quickly ask is it sensible for us to be using, because obviously she's talking about America, etc., etc., etc. So is it wise for us to be using her standards for over here?
Of course. Have you not heard about the UK drill scene? Have you not heard about the underground flipping drillers? Have you not seen what goes on in your local high street? What are you doing?
Oh, wait, are you saying that the standard of men are...
We are literally a mirror image of America on a smaller scale. What are we doing here?
What was you going to ask, Melanated?
I was going to ask, like, so the pool of men that's out there in the UK, they're all like family men, and you know, offering for to get a woman's hand in marriage, and they are not getting incarcerated and not having that not happening over there. Because let me know, because I'm looking to relocate. You feel me? And it sounded like,
don't come here, yo. Try skip past the UK and go straight to the Caribbean. Don't come here. I beg you, don't come here.
She making it seem like, yo.
Nah,
that's a global thing though, because it happens in the Caribbean, and it happened. You understand? That's why I said we gotta be, because we're being truthful now, right?
100%. But at least with the Caribbean, the growing up of the rearing of children is a complete different thing. Is once they get into the, I guess the part where they feel like they're big man, when they get to that, they're 16, 15-year-old, there's another problem start. But right here in the UK, you've got flipping 8 and 9-year-olds trapping. Let's just be honest here. You ain't gonna find that in the Caribbean. You're not finding that.
Man. It's a global thing, and this is why Pan-Africanism is needed. It's not just, you know what I mean? And I hear where you're coming from, but we got to be truthful, man. We have to be.
Well, Pan-Africans gotta be more vocal about men raising their children, their daughters and their sons. You know, they just gotta call that shit out, man. But I think that most of them are in their children's lives. You see what I'm saying? So I guess they feel like the representation is there, but no, we need it to be a step further. Like, we need dudes to be like, you know, vocalizing, being on road is off code. You're a detriment. We need to stop calling them roadman and call them degenerate. You know what I'm saying? And making it totally like opposite. And instead, you know, when what ends up happening is a person talking like me, I end up being said that I'm off code. Like when I don't say, oh, free blah blah blah, you know, whoever, Harry Hoover, or these whatever people that these people uphold as positive people who are incarcerated. I'm off code. Yeah, I'm off code because I don't want them to be free. right? I'm off code. Meanwhile, like, you know, actually being with your child, we don't really make that the standard.
The thing is this, right? So, for example, when I was growing up, those who know about Birmingham, like, there was a place called the Muhammad Ali Center, and all our dads, those who were in the Pan-Africanist movement and not, or the Rasta movement, they all used to be there. You know, that was the center. Do you understand? But the problem is that sometimes the parents, right, they lack of giving the push for the kids to, like, you know, be around the Pan-Africanists, be around this. Sometimes they kind of drop out. And I noticed with some of my friends and even some cousins, unfortunately, it's like they decided to leave that and then do other things, which is why I was saying to Sister Naifa that you cannot just raise your kids. You have to always raise the others as well, because it shows your kids that you're not just drilling to them or talking down to them or advising them. It's a community thing, and that's how we were taught. You know what I mean? Because when you raise your kids on Pan-Africanism, for example, and they're not around other kids, they go out and the non-Pan-Africanist mindset children start looking at them funny, or your kids look at them funny. Then we got tribalism again. So it has to be.
Raquel, you're not being totally honest here, because I know for a fact, I've definitely been on panels with me, and you've heard unsynchronized brothers, or I don't even know, I can't call them that because their man is Arab in my eyes. But anyway, you're going to say I'm off code for that. But unsynchronized Arabs, I'm going to call them, yeah.
Okay.
Like M-Stacks, I'm going to call up the dotted boy name, will come on panels and glorify trapping. Glorify making money, and here he's beating gal, and now he's this galling can get that. You see him pull out bags and all. You've seen this. This is black male culture. This is the culture Cynthia's talking about, bro. When I say literally, without us knowing it, or whether we know it or not, it is glorified, and this is what black men teach other black men. So they're black when they want to be, but when he's ready, he'll quick tell us he's an Arab and ban us Africans and all them thing there. I ain't trying to unify with no Negro like that. F that. He's an Arab and I cast him out. Period. You're going to tell me now I'm off code for that.
No, but sis, have I ever said that before, beloved? What I said was, right, is that, you see, we need to categorize black people into two groups, synchronize and unsynchronized, and generalize all non-African people. Yes, M-Stacks is very unsynchronized. We've had battles with him. Do you understand? Right? But what I was referring to, beloved, is that if we as a community was raising each other's kids at the same time, right? Like what used to happen at the Muhammad Ali Center and 104, etc., and it will kind of lessen them to kind of flee away. Because not only are you reminding the kids, the parents can get involved as well. As I said to you, sometimes the parents, right? What I've noticed in our community and that is that, I can't be bothered with this Pan-Africanist, man. Rastafari, I can't be bothered, right? But when you do that, right, there's no defense mechanism, for you to keep your kids on code. So automatically you're going to go into a different system, white supremacy, make your own little thing up of how you think a culture is supposed to be, and then you start unsynchronizing your children. You understand? So we do need to raise each other's kids at the same time as a community.
You know, how come
I just need
to since you
1 second, Mel. So I'm listening to you, Brother Kel, yeah, and again, God is good, you know, yeah, or the ancestors on top of that, because as you can see, the title of this show was something Tyrese get me comes and testifies, you see, and the tune that he's got out is something like, what more could I do? You get me? What more can I do? Or yeah, why always me type of thing. And I guess really the direct question that I'm coming to ask you is, what more as women can we do, Bab?
I've said this before. It's not so much what you women can do, it's what we need to do, because I've been
let's be very clear though, right?
Yeah. Right.
Let's be very clear, because like I said in it, right now, you know, I'm on my celebrating our black men vibrations. You see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
And we are very much open to, you know what I mean? The cries of our mandem. You see what I'm saying to you? So I've just heard what you said. I'm like, all right, then cool. So now I'm just asking, in terms of practical ways, right? What more can we do as mothers, as women in the community? Because remember all the things that we're doing already in the bedroom. You know what I mean? If we're gonna keep it 100, you know, so well, there's a certain sector of woman walk, man walk, and everything in between walk. You get me? Carl, imagine if the women down tool, what would happen to the community, bro? You know,
we
like
know that the black
goes
woman,
on strike and all these people go on strike. Just imagine if the woman them said, "Blow, we're going on strike for 1 week." Talk to me.
Yeah, of course, it's gonna be combustion. We know this, right? And that's what I was saying is that I've said this to many guys before, right? Is that women, right, reflect what you show them, right? So you cannot expect too much for the women to do more than what they're already doing. You understand? That's not their role. There's only so much they can do in their circumstance, and we appreciate what they're doing. We really do, because as what you just said there, if there was a strike, it's going to be hectic. What I'm saying is that the black man, right, and code of conduct, he needs to do a lot more. Do you understand? Like making treaty ties on the African continent and the rest of the black people around the world. You know what I mean? Unifying economics, sorting out a code of conduct.
Sorry to cut you, Bab. So we know what man them should be doing. Obviously, the more thinking what the question is, why are they not? Especially as like you come out and say there's blueprints to follow. You get me? There's past blueprints, and there's present blueprints. So the more pertinent question I believe is, why is it that the man them don't wish to follow? You get me? Because remember, man is the neck. You get me? So wherever you go, we're going, innit? So right now, wherever we are in our journey, with that, we're following you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So where we're dead brethren and where we are God.
We, unfortunately, and I know the men are going to get very angry with this, right? We do not believe we can defeat white supremacy. We have become mentally defeated, and we use certain tactics to get out of that, to try and get our victory. As what you were saying a couple weeks ago, I believe, we believe that our member, which is between our legs, is going to get us power, and it damages us even when we do that. So this is why we're trying to sort out, beloved sister Naifa, is a code of conduct, so we can train the dopamines of the black man, that when he wants that validation, is to secure the black woman with the economics by certain blueprints, right? When he does that collectively and goes into the neighborhoods, as I said before, a black betterment neighborhood watch, where we pay black men who are equipped with fighting stars, etc., to protect the community, and also go against the youth who unfortunately do not want to synchronize. They've given up. We're gonna have to take back the community and the neighborhoods back. When we do that, then we can tackle white supremacy. Then the black woman, she's gonna see the value.
So let me ask you a question, Brother Kel. Why do you need to defeat it?
Because the European, right, it doesn't believe in sharing power with Africans. It's something, when you read the book The Destruction of the Black Civilization by William Chancellor, every time you go past the pages, you can see, I will never share power with you Africans. The Asians don't believe in that, and neither does the Arabs as well. So because of that mindset that they need to control everything, the black man is going to have to take that power away from them. It's not going to be easy because they don't want to give it. Right.
Sorry to cut you, but I find that really interesting because I find that really, really interesting actually. Because you see, so wait, are the Asians trying to fight supremacy?
They are part of it due to the coalition.
The coalition.
they're happy with it the way it is.
Oh,
Because
Because
of why? They're the buffer class, right? It doesn't really
yeah,
affect them.
they're happy
Right.
with it. Yeah, they
right.
all are, unfortunately. Yeah.
Because what I'm saying is that I hear you, yeah, but I've got to be real in it. I think if it's a thing that you're gonna try to defeat it, it's futile. You can't defeat it. You get me? What we've got to do is try out, put our best foot forward to work within it. Like, who the fuck are we to try to defeat it with what?
Unfortunately, sis.
That's you know what
Yeah.
that is? That's black man's ego, brethren. That's foolishness, man. Respectfully, that's just foolishness.
It's gonna seem strange, right? But as I said, we have to look at things politically, right? In order to protect the black family, sister, properly, right? You have to destroy white supremacy. It has to go.
Oh well, then we're fucked.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, right? Because the moment we build up, and we can defeat it, by the way, as well.
No,
we can
how?
defeat.
Tell me how.
We can defeat white supremacy, right?
How?
I'm going to tell you how. I'm going to tell you that afterwards,
Go on,
right?
babe.
But what I'm saying is, right, is that because of, if we build up economics, and we need to anyway, and that, right? And we get ourselves sorted out economically without some form of an army, the non-Africans, right, will tear that down. Do you understand? They will tear it down. So with economics comes security. We have to have a military army, all of us connecting over a code of conduct, that whenever they want to sanction other African countries or in the Caribbean, will back that and go against that. Do you understand? There will have to be bloodshed, unfortunately, but all wars have ended up that way. But unless you destroy white supremacy completely, right, then we won't get no justice and equality, because they don't believe in it. They are spiritually deficient and they lack humanity morals, right? So we have to destroy it.
Listen, brother, listen, yeah.
Yeah.
I hear the sentiment, yeah. And I think maybe this is where, I don't know if this is where men and women differ, well, whatever, right? But realistically, we know that white supremacy cannot be defeated. Not by us, anyway. Not by the black man. No fucking way.
Hell no.
Like, this is, like, you're making me hot, bro. You're making me hot. Because if there's men out here thinking that they can defeat fucking white supremacy, that's why I'm saying we're fucked.
Delusional.
You said that the progress of the black household, I can't even shout to blood cleat, is dependent upon us defeating white supremacy. Then we're fucked, bro.
I know.
We might as well plan our funeral from now, bro. Forget holidays. Just plan your funeral, because it's not happening. And you know what it is, yeah? And this is the difference between black men, like men and women in it, because you know my thing in it. Yeah, my thing is black men fuck supremacy, white supremacy, and racism. You get me? We actually fight it. You see what I'm saying to you? And like, how are black men trying to fight white supremacy? How?
Nines, you're being very unsynchronized right now.
No, but how? I just got.
No, she's right though. It's true. I don't disagree with that.
They fight their way through white supremacy by sleeping with it and hopefully trying to think they can get some form of acceptance from it. That's how they defeat white supremacy.
And we already established that as well, Lady D.
And Kingo Gold gave a perfect testimony.
Yes, he did.
Right.
Now I understand what you guys were saying earlier. Just this second, it clicked because it's relevant, right? That's how they're defeating white supremacy, by having children with it, and by also turning into a woman. I think we have to acknowledge that Black men are becoming trans women at a high rate. At least in the States they are.
No, it's true.
Wow.
But at the same time, Sister Naifa said, right, live within it. That's what she said, right? But many of our relatives have exceeded non-African people in businesses in their institution, and you see what happens. You see what I'm saying in that? So live within it. It's still going to subjugate us. This is why.
Of course it is, though, bro. Of course it is.
Right.
Of course it is. However, And this is what I'm trying to say the difference, because we've had similar sort of conversations with Born Rich. You get me? And he gives his analogy about the prison and all of this bollocks.
She said all the bollocks.
But what I'm saying is this, yeah, like the stage is set in it, yeah. The stage is set, and for me, it's like everyone can see the stage is set, and everyone is trying to work to their strengths in it, within the stage in it, within the movie in it, yeah. Everyone's trying to gain their little power basis in it. You see what I'm saying to you? Whereas I believe that the man them are still crying out about whatever. I don't even know at this point. You get me?
Everything's white supremacy. Explain white supremacy.
Everything else is happening, because listen, yeah, when India can fucking launch satellites and do whatever they're doing, yeah, when their people then were eating dal and whatever just so much years ago, I don't really want to hear it, you know. I'll be real. And what I'm saying is, yeah, and I'm gonna ask you another question. And sorry if you can hear who I'm gonna, right, because I've been here and there, and I know you have been here and there yourself, Brother Kel, right? And I gotta be real, yeah. You see, with these them your boy, them at Uno, these bare chattings I'm hearing, bro.
Right.
You see, my dad, yeah, could build a house top to bottom, brethren, and that was not his job. You get me? Them man, they had function. Like, can I ask a question? How many men do you think can change a plug?
They had life skills, man.
I was saying nowadays. I'm not from that generation, but I would say that it's gonna be limited. That we're not.
Now, how many of them same youth there could find an anus and tear it open? And do the most, and then come and rap about it.
Well, this is
a meme, yeah.
People.
I swear, there was a meme, yeah.
Right.
And I'm sure, like, it applied. It says it's to the West, but secretly, I'm sure they were digging us out. You get me? But they were basically showing, like, I think it was like TikTok in China or something, where the youth them are learning mathematical, you know what I mean, phenomenons, you know?
Right.
And then there's a meme of us in the West. You get me? Of the same children. Do you see what I'm saying to you? So, exactly.
Right. But sister, we got to understand we're a people that have accomplished many things, right?
I'm not denying that, bro. Listen, I am not denying that, but I think what we have to be, and that's another thing I really can't take with the man them still, I'm not gonna lie. We can't live in the past, bro. You know what I'm saying to you? I don't even want to hear about Mansa Musa.
No, sis. We can live in the past. Here's the problem with the past is that no. We're gonna do that. We're never gonna downplay our ancestors and what.
No, not in that respect, sis.
But no. Hold on. Let me finish. But what I'm saying is this: the man them do this, innit? The man then pick and choose from historics what they want to do, innit? So they will big up they will anything big making blackness look good, you'll see them bigging it up. Yeah, it was black people that did it first, Africans. You hear them, you can go to any panel and listen to them right now. They're doing it right now. But in the same breath, they will turn around and tell me and you said button Marcus Garvey, fire upon him. So try not follow behind them why they because them why are joke.
But the thing Lady D is right, and this is what I'm saying is that having the information to use it as a tool to do grassworks is important, right? And I understand it because it's so far-fetched, because we're very hopeless people due to the situation that we haven't used the code of conduct. Whether you like it or not, Sister Naifa, the white man, the brown man, the red man, and the yellow man is not going to save black people. They can't afford to do it. You understand? This is why we have to be upside down.
Hold on, what did you just say? Scott, what did you just say?
They're not going to save us. They're not going to save us. The white man, the yellow man.
This is the difference. This is the difference.
Right.
We now look for them to save us, you know. So I don't even know why we're having a save us conversation. And this is what I'm trying to say, bro. In 2023, with our history and our knowledge and this and that, I don't understand how man them I'm talking about being saved.
Can I ask Kel a question? Kel,
Go on, sis.
do you think who do you think black women go to for saving? Who do
We
you
know
think
where the
black women? Who do you think black women are looking for to save them?
who do you think they're looking to save them?
There's two.
Um,
There's two people to save the black women. That I think so, but I just want to know who do you think? It could be 3 or 4 or 1. Like who? What do you think?
Who do you think black women look to save us?
Jesus.
okay.
Allow it.
I will
Shut
say,
up,
right,
Terry.
that at the back of their mind, they are yearning for the black man to get the power back. However, because collective not done properly, they're more turning to themselves to do it. That's my perspective on it.
Okay.
So the black women only
I
has
would.
a turn to. Is that what you're saying?
Say again, sis.
So the black woman, to answer Mel's question, are you saying that the black woman only has the black woman to turn to?
Facts. Fire and facts.
As it, unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
So.
yeah.
So. Wow. Okay. So, who do you think the black man is looking to save them?
The white man, of course, they're gods.
Why y'all not letting Kel answer? Oh my gosh! Let Kel answer.
Unfortunately, right, looking at it from a political analysis and looking at the actions and etc. Unfortunately, the black man is more looking for the black woman to save him. Unfortunately.
Not true.
And the black, I think that there's some truth to that. I think there's some truth to that.
Why isn't it not true, beloved?
Because the black man has shown and displayed who they believe is their savior and their God, and the only person that can help them, that's the white man. The same man they beg for acceptance for, the same men they want to have the same rights as, the same men that they champion all of their organizations. Right now they're on the whole manosphere thing that they learned from their best. They're white men teachers. They're white men, black men show us this on a daily basis. Daily. Anything that works on the white man, the black man's got to jump along and try and do a thing too. He's always trying to compete with his superior, knowing full well he never can compete. He doesn't compare. He can't compete, not economically, not in power, not in nothing. So then that's what he takes out his abuse that he gets from the white counterparts. He takes it out on us black women. That's what it's just, the cycle continues. It's been happening. It's going to continue to happen, bro. It is what it is.
It's just when you're competing with someone, it doesn't necessarily mean you want them to save you. That's the thing, right?
No.
Who do they
I
cry
guess
to? All right, when you hear the brothers, even now, if you listen to like even our brothers and sisters across the pond right now, and you listen to them talking about their ADOS and all that, who do you think they're crying to? The government, right?
The white man. They want reparations from the white man.
Who's running the government? The white man. They're superior. They're God. Everything about black men screams, "I need help from the white man." It is what it is, bro.
Yeah, but then because of the situation, because remember, Sister Melanin Goddess asked me a question, right? By the action, we yearn for the black woman to do everything for us. That's why I was saying politically, unfortunately, that is the reality of it. You understand?
But I think what she's bringing out is you yearn for the black woman to do everything for us by way of the white man. So black men are very comfortable with black women, with their women, like going to their women and having their women get resources from the white man.
Yeah, because the white man is the ruler. The white man shows his power.
They don't feel no kind of shame.
Highlights that they cannot control their families. They cannot lead their own women. They cannot lead their own nation. So the white man has to step in and do the job for them. That's how the welfare came in. That's how social services got involved in our Pitney Them's life. Everything that white man has infiltrated us on is because the black Negro has allowed him to do so. It is what it is. I'm not going to dress it up. I'm tired of making it look good. I'm tired of it.
But I haven't negated. Yeah, but I haven't negated anything. That's what I was saying is we have to get our power back. Notice that I haven't, disapproved, because remember we've been truthful on a political analysis. Do you understand? But it's not going to take away the fact, sisters, that the black man, right, He's gonna have to have a code of conduct to get the power
Shut
back.
your hold on,
After
sorry,
the white
brother.
man.
Shut your mouth, born and EIE.
It's-
If you want some of this work too, you can hop on the panel and get it. I can smoke all of you out one by one.
Okay.
I'm
Right.
on my Harriet Tubman shit tonight. Come on,
Right.
let's go.
Click the link.
Right.
But why do we have to get our power back?
Because, brother, this is the only way we can have justice and equality. You know what I mean? The Honorable Marcus Garvey said, a race without authority is a race without respect. We need that power, brother. We need it. And if I need to define the word power, I'll explain it. Having the ability, brother, to control the resources, right? And to dictate how we need to live our life and protecting our women, our children. That's what I'm referring to with power, authority. That when people want to get involved, we have the authority and the sovereign to defend and ward them off. That's what I'm referring to.
Why can't we do our own thing?
On what? Sorry, brother.
And
On
why
what?
can't we just do our own thing? Why do we have to validate or trying to get power from the people that don't want to give it?
No, bro, I'm not talking about getting power. I'm talking about taking it off them, brother. Taking it off
Why
them.
do we have to take it off them?
Because Europeans and Asians and Middle Easterns don't believe in sharing power and equal with us. They demonstrate they don't believe in that, brother. So if they don't
what
believe
we're
in
doing
that,
is we're looking for validation.
brother, it's not about validation, no, brother. It's about
I think it's
securing
about
black
respect,
life.
you know, T,
I'm not
more than
talking about
validation.
no.
But Kel, quickly,
Go on.
right? The
Go on.
nations that you've just spoken of, right?
Right.
Have they tried to take power, or have they tried to create their own way first? Because I can hear what you're saying. So even if we use, because I know you mentioned the Chinese here, so even let's use them as a case study, because that's actually something that we can do in our lifetime, right? Yeah.
Right.
So they're coming from a thing where they said, bam, one pitney. You get me? In line with what you talk about in terms of codes and all the rest of it, right? You get what I'm trying to say to you? So I'm hearing all the nations you're speaking about in terms of comparisons or whatever, but even if I was to use the sort of blueprint that you speak about, it could be argued that they've all used a blueprint first to get somewhere. You get me? And they're not trying to overthrow or, you get me, take out the white man, whatever. They're just trying to get somewhere. You see what I'm saying to you? And I think this is obviously where the problem that we have. That's why it was quite illuminating to me what you said, although I had certain vibrations, but what you said just made the jigsaws all click, because man's out here believing that they can overthrow the team. You can't. So we are wasting a lot of time and energy and this and that. If man them are out here thinking they can overthrow it, what man are supposed to be doing is plotting in it, like everyone else is doing. And then what the other people are finding that when they build a plot, they build another plot, then they amass some sort of power.
Yeah, but sister,
just like
you
the
gotta
Arab
understand,
man
right?
has done, just like the Asian
what I'm
man has
saying.
done. Every other man has done
And
it, but the Negro
okay,
man.
the reason
It's
why
a
your
shame.
falls apart again, right? Even if we're gonna, because remember, theory is one thing, we've got to take it into practice. You get me? So let us take Africa itself right now. Yeah. Yo, Code, allow me in. Oh, yeah. Come and see you. You got into capitals now, you know. Allow me in. Yeah.
And they call me a white supremacist. No, a white, what's it, a feminist? A white feminist.
I'm saying, look what you promised.
Allow me in a virgin.
Now this is very problematic, because now this is what I was saying. It's like we can't do it, so we're finished. And I'm not disrespecting the brother.
Wait. Forget. Because remember, that's your Birmingham brethren in it. So you lot are under the same cloud, yeah? But
not really.
What I'm saying is, right, though, this theory of trying to defeat it, I think it's nonsense, isn't it?
Right.
So say if you was my man, yeah, or say if all the man then was mine, like personally, you get me? I'm that big bitch out here that can have all of you, right? I'm not gonna be saying to you, yo, man, them go and defeat the thing, you know. I'm gonna be saying, yo, man, them go and plot. Go out and plot, because you're not going to defeat it. And if defeating it means, I don't even want to get horrible, but if defeating it means being in the bookies, I'm being really extreme now, you get me? But if defeating it means being in the bookies, breeding up enough gal, not having a business, not having a yard, not having a core, it's not gonna work, bro. And definitely if it means about a man coming online and fucking preaching about what happened 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago. Like I said, if the man them that talk about Jesus almost years ago could do something today, we'd be all right, you know.
Wow.
We would be all right, you know. How we can spend so much time talking about 3,000 years ago is amazing to me. It's amazing.
Because it's a healthy distraction for them. Sis, you got to understand, it's a healthy distraction for them to focus on stupid things like religion and whose prophet is the best and who has the right word, for them to actually pull their fucking self up by their bootstraps, kick down some blood clot doors, take power off their women and their families and run like fucking men. That's too much hard work. What are you doing up here? You know that's too much hard work for them. They're not looking to do that when they can have the easy life. Why would they do that? Come on,
I'm with what Code wrote. That's why I've been so quiet, because I think we're having conversations that are level 10 and people are still on key stage 1. Do you understand? Like, it definitely has to start at the families. If we can't even get the families together, then I don't know who these men will be fighting on behalf of, because I don't know who they're lying next to at night, and that will be their priority as well as their kids. Like, even when you sort of going back and forth on power, I don't even know what you meant by power, because power seems like it's so much different things to us. I don't think it's a universal thing.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. In the Caribbean.
Hold on. Right? I'll just say that the conversations that black men should be leading on is about family, unfortunately. It is still level base. We are not in no level to be talking about taking over when certain man will still attack a black woman for promoting black love. Until you can get in order all of the man them that are just infiltrating and doing foolishness on us, no one's going to listen to about getting power. You can't talk to black sisters about gaining power and doing power, and then they're looking to their left and look at the foolishness that's going on. And this is what I mean. It's when man starts talking about polyamory or whatever. You can't get it to work with one gal and you're promoting 15 women. Like, I beg, I think, again, like, man them need to just hit ground. I don't know, they're in the sky. What are you talking about? We can't even get the fundamentals. So while you're sitting there talking to the black woman who's in it, going through it, and it's all about, we'll overcome power. She's got bills. She's got a kid that what, 85, the statistics against her pitneys, this, that, the other. And you're talking about overthrow power? Like, do you understand? So, I mean, I don't know. That's just the way I'm coming from. This is why I don't have these kind of conversations like that much anymore. And I can see when certain women push back on man telling them about getting extra words or power and stuff like that. You need to like, what I'm hearing is sisters asking, like, where's the demonstration? Where's the evidence? Tangible. Give me examples. They're not getting any. Like, I think we all agree with it will work together. Like, that theory we agree with, but we're not seeing it. You can't eat off a theory. You can't.
It just sounds like conscious community fluff. That's what it sounds like. Conscious community fluff. We're going to defeat white supremacy. We just want to be like nice, stable families. Can we get there? Nice, stable families, safe communities, no crime,
So one second, economic. So how do man then believe they're gonna defeat white supremacy?
Oh my God!
Well, here's
nine.
We
according to
understand.
IC3, there's a plan and there's a blueprint, and it's still getting worked on.
Let's not bring
IC3 it's still getting it's still getting worked on, so we can't really answer that question right now.
No. Forget that. Forget IC3. Yeah, I can work with Brother Kel. You get me? So
yeah.
I'm listening. What's the arsenal?
I've said it before, yes, we have to work on the black family, but then we have to be realistically about the outcome is that when we do build economics, as what you are saying, the more we get further up,
No,
The
no, no,
non-Africans
no,
are
Kel,
going
no,
to
no,
take
no,
down.
no, no, no. Let's go back.
Right. Go on.
How are man them going to defeat white supremacy?
They're going to defeat it with a code of conduct, a coalition on the African continent with the Africans on there and the Africans in the Caribbean.
Yeah, but
And
how?
we
What does it
formulate.
look like in
I've just
practice?
told you, sister, a code of conduct, sister. So a treaty that we're going to have the best interests of ourselves. So when there's a sanction going on, because we don't want to conform to what non-African people say in regards to what they want us to do, then we can back it. You understand? When Haiti was going through its problems, right? Non-African people, all of them united together to subjugate Haiti. So if there's
Can
other
you
African
give me an
countries,
example of someone or a nation that has defeated white supremacy? So we got a blueprint.
that's what I'm saying. It hasn't been done yet.
So we're going to be the first.
The goal has to be
With
that.
the state of men of today in 2023,
That's
you're
all
not
I'm
having a
saying. The
friggin'
goal,
laugh.
the goal is, but Lady D, we have to be honest though, right? If you think that the white man is going to allow us to be a family, right, when he controls the Ministry of Justice and all these institutions that dictate our reality and that, we got another thing. We're going to have to take that away from him.
Wait, how does he
Understand?
stop us from being families? You don't. The white man don't take us to no abortion clinic. The white man don't.
Oh my God!
The white man. I'm sorry, but the white man don't take us to the abortion clinics. The white man don't make you leave.
You get me?
Leave your.
I know certain people hate me. Can't be.
The white man don't make the black man leave.
I want to discuss this. Hold on, Mel. My apologies, sis. Board, I beg you jump on, because you know I want to fucking discuss this statement here. Yeah. So grab a drink and jump on, Regin. It's Mother's Day.
Wait, hold on. So let me just clarify something with the sisters. Yeah. So what Cal is saying, yeah. So okay, to me, there is a world where black people can make it, right?
Ooh, born saucy. Woo, born.
Wait,
yo, have your husband on your divine. Tell him I've got a plate. We need to talk.
I never.
Then born.
I've never impregnated. Black women don't impregnate nobody born rich.
1 second, sis. 1 second. Your statement right there, born rich, proves the point. So if the white man's not the ones that are putting us into these predicaments to go and have to seek these kind of solutions, who's at fault, Negro? Talk to us.
You see, born some that you see them kind of statements only bring in.
See the reason why women like who. I'm about to say something mean. I'm sorry.
I can't.
This is
what who gives birth to these black men? Is this the fruits of our labor? Born rich. We're done out here.
That's what I'm saying. So who's supposed to defeat white supremacy? Men like Born Rich that blame women for what they put in our women's body? This is crazy. Men, this is freaking ridiculous. Black men who don't hold accountability for their. How can you say I am leading this community if you don't lead where your sperm go? What the ras? If you don't have discipline with your own body,
sister,
you can't. You're not raising You're not protecting your wife, right? You're not making her a wife. You're not protecting your daughters because your daughters is out here getting pregnant. Your daughters is having abortions. And guess what? They don't have men in their household. So they having to make these choices. So if women are making bad fucking choices, it's because the men have abandoned us. That's it.
We're not disagreeing with that, but we cannot forget.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Born Rich. And he is disagreeing with it. He is.
Yeah.
You can't speak for other black men who are pointing the fingers at women. What they are not doing.
Sis, highlight that comment. I'm gonna address it quickly. Highlight Code's comment. He said, "You sisters are giving. We're giving birth to the born riches, and that's the reason."
Oh
why,
my
brother,
God! No, not
now,
Code.
hold on,
Code
sis.
didn't say that.
That's the reason, brother, why we're gonna follow behind the honourable sister Cynthia G, and we're gonna stop birthing you, motherfuckers. Yeah, because this is the fruits of our labour. This is why we're gonna stop having you. You're no longer in existence. Without us, you don't exist.
But that's not even true. We're not birthing born riches. Born riches are manifesting because their fathers aren't there. That's what it is. And I know Born Rich is going to say his father was in his life, but he know damn well all his friends, his cousins and them, their fathers wasn't there. So cut it out.
I think we have to synchronize the conversation. All I was saying is that the white supremacy have put certain things in place and using mind control tactics because of our dopamines that makes us feel hopeless to go and get an abortion, etc. And we're dismissing that. What I'm saying is no different than what any other black leader said before. You understand? You have to take things away in order to have justice and equality. They don't believe in that. So when you're talking about we have to build up the family, which I agree with, and then we're going to build economics, right? And then sooner or later we're going to say this, well, you know what? I want to get further in the economics. The non-Africans are not going to allow that. You understand? So how do you deal with that? You have to have a military army to protect black life. So when you do go against what they say, you can go rival with them. This is why Cuba, right, hasn't been taken over, because Russia's backing Cuba. Do you understand? But imagine if Africans on the continent and the diaspora work together, right? There's more of us. Non-African people wouldn't even dare go there. But because we're so disorganized and we can't see the dream and hope that we're going to have to work together to destroy white supremacy, we're all having this dialogue. Well, I'm
question. You said we were going to have a treaty. You can't have a treaty with Africa, but so what country? Where's the starting point? I know that it could spread and all that kind of stuff. I know think big and endless possibilities. But where's the starting? Where's the starting place? Any thoughts on that?
Just that we are all connecting with our brothers and sisters, families on the continent, in the Americas, in the Caribbean, in the UK, etc. We're already doing it. What we need to do now is while we're talking to one another, we're saying is, so
So what are some of the countries? What are some of the countries that you're doing? Because you didn't answer me, brother. You didn't answer me.
But I did answer you though. You told me where the starting point is, and I told you we already started already.
I said, where are some of the countries? I literally asked. That was the question. You're answering something else.
Sister, I've told you the countries is the African continent, those in America, those in the Caribbean, and we're already conversating. But what we do need to do is conversate more on what makes your land economical. What can I contribute to build up so we can do it together, and then we can go. That's what we're not doing. All we're doing is not talking about this channel. Is that we go on channels, we're talking one another, laughing, chilling, ha ha ha, but we're not discussing what is economical. What can I bring to England that I can make in the Caribbean marketable so everyone can feed off it, and vice versa in the African continent? We're not doing that all the time. We're just talking different things. Do you understand? Then when we're doing that, right, and we build up security and we understand the political understanding up there, then we can say, you know what, military base now. We know that Nigeria, etc., all these countries that have military base to protect. So we have a code of conduct and show that we are willing to work together. And then when we have problems with the non-African people, we're already in the process to defend African life.
But I don't think, bro, I still won't agree to that. And I'll tell you why. Because it's like 3 weeks ago, we was on Born Rich's show, yeah? And we was having this kind of same conversation. And I remember Brother Robbie brought up the subject of Nigeria or whatever. Is it Nigeria? No, Ghana being the manufacturer of the guns and the stuff like that, the ammunition. But my question then, and my question still remains, and I still haven't got an answer for, was if Africa's making the ammunition, yeah, it's coming from the motherland, why are we not benefiting off the ammunition? Why are we not strapped up? Why are we not ready to bust out and ready to roll? Remember, if the white man decides they want to declare a race war, we're done out here. It's peak for us. Considering we're the people that are providing them with the things that they need for their military systems. We don't have one. We don't have one, bro. So we're done out here. There is no defeating this white supremacy thing. If we can be the manufacturers, the makers of these things, but we don't benefit off it, we don't have a military ourselves, we're not strongly based, we don't have no power, we're done out here. Come on, man. Like, let's keep it all the way 100.
I don't disagree with what you're saying in regards to, right? We don't control these things. And this is the point, Lady D. If we had the code of conduct to sacrifice for the best interest of our people, right, then you'll see change, because you just said it comes from the African continent. Do you understand? But if we're having treaties and coalition and understand one another and do things underneath secretly, okay, this way it comes from, okay, blah blah blah, and this and that. Oh, we're gonna extrapolate gold from here and etc. And that. Oh, okay, you need like a £10,000. All right, cool. I know. If we're doing these things right and understanding, controlling the resources secretly, which is why I don't like talking about certain things, right? Then you'll see the change. You understand? That's the whole. We already got things. It's just that we need to unite together to focus on that. Some of us, unfortunately, will have to die. Do you understand? I know it sounds horrific and etc. But if we're looking for the next generation and that, right, and our kids, we want them to be able to, if not carry on the struggle, if we ain't done it already, but we want them to keep going. We don't want them to have hope and say, you can't defeat white supremacy. And so that's one thing I rate about some of the elders in the past. They never used to raise the children. You can't go against the system. They used to raise them to go against the system. Go in institution, learn education, right? And go and build up Africa and the Caribbean. Go against the system. I rate that particular mindset. You understand? Because that's the only way you're going to get your salvation and liberation. All due respect, yeah.
Well done, Cal. I think it's a great demonstration of answering the sisters giving you shots, and you know, you could have easily took it back to, you know, like a comment that said that black women raises born riches, but you kept it on the questions that the sisters were shutting at you, and you know, you're doing well so far, bro. You're doing well.
The thing is that I said this before, right? I do not, when I see my people, right, I don't have that competitive or want to dominate, even if it means they're going against me and that, because I understand the mindset. Do you understand? Right? So I don't want to dominate the black woman. I'm not interested in that. I want to be equal with her, right, in order for us to survive. So that's why I have that mindset. Now I could easily say things that aren't synchronized, and the sisters, the custodian sun sisters, right, they help me to synchronize, and I appreciate that. And that's on live channel. But what I'm saying is that we don't need to attack each other when we're having these type of heated conversation. The brothers in there shouldn't be attacking the sisters, and the sisters shouldn't be attacking the brother. We're just dialoguing, and then when we finish the politics, we get back hugging. You know what I mean? Oh, how you doing? Yeah, blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? But this is what I was saying before, Sister Kushti. We have to separate personal and political. Can we have these conversations, which is very heated, right, and still be friends afterwards? This is what we need to work on. If we can't do that, then how are we going to get the power back?
No, I hear you. That's definitely Nine's one of Nine's saying on here. Do you know what I mean? We came in a family. We don't have to disagree, but we leave as family. So yeah, I was just giving you like a little bit of, you know what I mean, pat on the back.
Yeah, big up, brother Cal. And I'm here for the honest discussions. I don't want it to be where we have to like kind of, you know, censor what we're saying or not talk on behalf of the wider public. And when I'm hearing sisters coming on, for instance, like Cynthia's panels and that, I'm going to come back here, Kel, just be warned, and I'm going to repeat what they say, and I'm going to see what answers do you lot have. Like, if these are talking points, these are subjects that are affecting black women, I think as a black woman, I need to be able to let black man know, say, either you lot pattern up or we gone, you know, and without us, the black community's down out here. You know what I mean? So,
I've heard that several times from Sister Kushti, and that's what they should expect to hear from a lot more black sisters. It's just until something changes, it's gonna. I mean, the days of like, you know, that good black woman that got runned over, disrespected, and not appreciated, she's gone. Do you know what I mean? Like, to have her, you have to earn her now. That's what it's coming to. And maybe, as what Riggs said, it's coming to a full 360, because that's what it was initially. You know, any person that buck up on a young cisgen and think he can have her, he has to prove himself. And and we've equally said on here that, you know, the sisters not raising the bar or the levels are not helping the situation either. So we
That's why when Sister Naive, I think, was it 2 weeks ago, she was saying something to do with would you kind of be with a man for certain resources, etc., right? And although it was a joke, but I do believe the black woman, unless the black man is showing you that he's trying to do revolutionary things and that you need to be with black men that have money. I'll be honest with you. You understand? I'm being straight up. You have to be with black men who, if not, are showing the steps of a business or have money and that. You cannot afford to be with black men, unfortunately, right, who do not want to be in that mindset, because when you be with them, and remember you're females, you're going to follow the man eventually. You're going to get slapped down, the unsynchronized black man, sorry. And then we're going to have this generation of not progressing. So I do believe you do need to, if the community can help out, to pick certain men. Okay, you got that business. Okay, bam, generational wealth. Okay, you got that as well. You're in the process, this, that. Okay, we're cool with that. You know, but you can't marry any black man. You have to marry the synchronized one and with the best mindset. If you can't get the one with the best mindset, then you have to just go for the one that's got the money. And then you, who is synchronized.
Have we still got them in production, though, Tells the question? Are they still being produced?
Well, I'm just saying, as like, because we're talking about options, aren't we? Solutions, right? Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I was mute. Sorry.
We're just talking about solutions, aren't we? You know what I mean? And I'm all for solutions, but you cannot sell yourself short, because there is like a culture of, well, the black woman's going to do this and do that, and we can get whatever we need. And then, do you understand? So you're going to have to be a bit more stricter, Yes, the synchronized man who's got the business, you know what I mean? Yeah, go for him. If you can't get the synchronized black man, then get one that's is on the verge, but he's got money, because at least you're synchronized, you know what I mean? And that he's going to admire everything about you, and then you can use his resources better than what he's doing. And then when he realizes, right, because you're synchronized, then you can build up the family that way. But until that, I can't see any other way until we get our collective power back.
Yeah, I just want to make a disclaimer. I know Code is down for the sisters. He always is. I was just taking a shot at you back.
The husband there, Lady D.
Son, brother born, big up, boy. Big up, brother, big up, man. Big up.
What's up, yeah? Happy Mother's Day to the sisters, man.
Fire and love and
big up, brother, man. Good
and
to see you,
all
bro.
them there.
Shout out to the feminists.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very
How's
much.
it still,
Shout
John?
out to the misogynist.
Yeah, shout out to the feminists out there. The
Chief
feminists.
misogynist right there.
Feminists,
red pill.
Shout out to the white man's baby. Shout out to the new white man's baby. Big up yourself, Born. Representing the white man today, are you? Come on, let's go.
No, I'm just fighting. I'm fighting white supremacy one day at a time.
No, you're not. You're fighting.
You ain't fighting it. You ain't.
Let's get the word in.
All right, that's right. Show it. Show it.
Every day I wake up. Every day I wake up, man.
Oh my goodness. You wear the same shirt every day?
Every day I wake up, I'm fighting. Every day I wake up, I'm fighting white supremacy. I'm trying to figure out how can I replace
That's right.
white supremacy with
Can I correct you?
That's
Stop
right,
saying that.
every day.
Stop saying that. Can I correct you? You are not fighting white supremacy, my good brother. You are fighting for white supremacy. Let's get the word in right first.
Break it down. Break that down. Explain.
You do it every day without realizing it.
You got to tell me. You got to give me an example, Lady D.
Born, you're out here with the biggest noise, making the most like black women this, black women need to get back to help, black men need to lead. You are a walking advertisement for white supremacy. Would you hush your mouth and take that t-shirt off?
No.
Believe me, you are.
That's not true. I'm actually trying to get. I'm saying what y'all are saying. We need the family unit. We need the family unit in order to fight white supremacy. But I can't have my sisters saying, you guys are never going to do it. That's a defeatist mindset. So for my sisters, or for me to listen to y'all sisters on this panel say, you're never going to defeat white supremacy. Just get a comfortable jail cell inside the prison and die. I don't understand that talk. I don't understand when you speak like that, because I come from a place where all we do is fight white supremacy. You have numerous of people in America who's fought in white supremacy. Have we succeeded? No. But you know what we do? We keep fighting. We are resilient people. It hurts my heart to hear my Caribbean sisters on here speaking like they're giving up. And we know the Caribbeans are known fighters, just like Americans, just like Africans. We are known fighters against white supremacy. It hurts my heart.
We ain't giving up on nothing. We ain't giving. Hold on, Paul.
Listen, Sean.
We're not giving up on.
I'm not with that. I don't.
No, listen. I'm
never
correcting. No one said we're giving up the fight for white supremacy. We're saying we're giving up and relying on you Negroes to help us fight for supremacy. There's a difference. Like, get the wording right, man. Stop this.
Well, my thing is, why not help us? Why? Instead of sitting here telling us all the reasons why we can't defeat it, why not give us some? Why not help us and say, hey guys, this is what we can do, right? We need allies to defeat anything, to defeat any type of system. We're going to need allies. What better ally to have as a black man than a black woman? We don't have.
Now you sound like you. So when I asked Kel, right? I asked Kel, who do you think will say that what black women are looking to save us?
To save them, yeah.
Right? And then I asked Kel, who do you think black men are? And he said, honestly speaking, black men are looking for black women to save them. And you literally just said, why don't we help us? What?
Hold on. But listen, guys.
I think that it's.
My God.
But Mel, it's a difference between help and saving. I don't need you to save me. I need you to help me get on board,
bruh.
Or get out the way. Yeah,
bruh. No, I want to listen.
Gaslighting. This is all kind of gaslighting.
I want to get out the way, and I want to watch you do it. I'm fucking tired as a black woman. Yeah. Nah, bruh. I don't want to help you. That's like you telling me, why don't you pump the gas? Why don't you take the trash out? Why don't you what? We tired, bruh.
Let me tell you
what you think. What you think we doing when y'all in jail?
We've been doing this for
400 years. We tired. We tired. Nah, I don't want to help. I want to see you do it. Do it.
You want to get out the way?
I'm out the way, bro. I'm on the sidelines. I'm out the way.
Listen, if you want to sit back and watch us do it, look, do that for me. You see that? You see my picture?
I ain't gonna do shit. No. I'm a cheerleader. I'm in position. You be the player on the field. I'm a cheerleader. You don't tell me to be quiet, boo. No, I'm cheering. Go black man, go. There you go. Go black man, go. That's your help. That's all you're gonna get. Go black man, go. Woohoo!
I'm gonna say this, Mel. That sounds kind of hypocritical. If you say you want to sit back and watch us defeat white supremacy, then I'm just gonna need you to sit back and be quiet, raise the babies, and chill. That's it.
Listen to this bullshit. But what black women you Negroes from the beginning of creation? Doing it? Like we ain't been doing that. We've been doing our job, your job, and every fucking body else's job. Where have you been?
But I don't understand. He's saying just be quiet, but I'm trying to figure out what black women are doing to hinder you from doing your job.
Well, I can start saying pretty much, let's say I heard Lady D say this. Listening to people like Cynthia G and people like that with that type of mindset, that's not going to help us. It's not because
I know hinder. How does it hinder?
Because now you're going to take our family business, go to the internet and blurt out and blast and put all our family business on blast. And you don't even know it, but subconsciously you're telling the enemy our next moves. That's the next logical step. First is going to be go get on the internet and bash the men, and then naturally that's going to turn into now you're bashing the men so much.
Yeah, but let's not go into what's naturally going to evolve into. What are they currently doing to hinder the black men to fight white supremacy? Listening to Cynthia, that's what they're doing.
Not being supportive.
Support. Listen. You don't need support. Like if you go to the gym, you don't need a spotter. We just saying lift the weight, bro. Lift it. Just lift it. You don't need me to spot you. Lift the weight, bro.
It says. Did you hear what he said to us? Did you actually take in why I'm laughing? He said we are not being supportive. Not only have we been supportive, sis, we've been carrying them, rearing them, backing them, excusing their disgusting, bad, delinquent fucking behavior, allowing them to leave us as single fucking mothers out here in these streets and generations for generations for generations, allowing them to make us be the fucking everyone's beating stick. The black woman's the fucking worst treated person on the fucking planet. But yet we need to be supportive of them. Where the fuck are they though? Where are they and what are they doing that we need to be?
When I used to work at the jail, you know how many women be standing online just to put money on somebody's books? They boys wasn't there. Because you got to come up there depending on the count or whatever and put it in there like you feed the dollar bills in there. Women is getting searched up. The kids going through metal detectors to bring them so they can see their kids. Don't tell me you don't get no support. Don't tell me no. I'm saying I don't want to hear what more support you need.
No, that's what we
because I'm telling you, it would never be me. I'm not stepping in no jail. I'm not. I definitely wouldn't have been bringing my child. You want to see your child? You ain't want to see them that bad because you was doing the fuck shit. But see, when I say stuff like that, that's off code. No, he off code.
Well,
you see
you bugging.
The problem here is accountability, and this is the problem. Black men would rather sit up on a panel like they did to us 2 weeks ago on Born Rich's show and told us straight, and that's what our face is, that we are the bottom of society. We are the reason why the black community is the way it is. This is what the brothers told us, Okay, cool. But then they will turn around and say that how we need to support them. All we've done is to support them. We've allowed them to go outside our fucking race, have fucking children, biracial kids at that, bring them back into our community and have us raise them and then try to make us deem them as fucking black. They want to talk about we're not supportive. They've been forever, for the last fucking 400-500 years, they've been sitting down there breeding up the people them, bringing all these fucking mad, watering down our whole thing, bringing pure confusion into our world, and then talking about they're trying to defeat white supremacy. Meanwhile, they're fucking breeding up white supremacy and creating even more white supremacy. And then they want to come talk about this. Man, get out of our face. We will just kick you lot down, Come out of our faces. We ain't got time for your nonsense. We ain't.
That's not in large numbers, Lady D. Well, maybe in the UK it is, but in America, we're not breeding up white women like that. That's not in large numbers. Stop that. Stop that. What we're trying to do is trying to build the family dynamic. It's not helpful if we get a panel full of 6-7 black women and all we hear is the black man ain't doing this, he ain't doing that, he ain't doing that. That shit sounds like feminism, which y'all learned from the white women.
Listen, I don't care what it sounds like as long as there's some action. I don't even really care at this point, right? Because singing it, doing a little dance, a ballerina dance, nothing is whatever make y'all move. I'm willing to say it. If it's Jesus, if it's Allah, if it's Olodumare, somebody, I don't know, bruh. Like I'm really like for real. Like, cause you the way you sounding as a black man, y'all, we need y'all help. We need y'all support. It's young men making music right now. Young men are making music videos with guns and shit. And you talking about it's the black woman is the problem. Are you kidding me?
Let me ask Spawn a question quickly, please, because Lady D said a lot of stuff because I didn't hear all of that part. So I just want to ask Spawn directly. And no bannering, no jokes aside, do you really believe that we are where we are because of the black woman?
No,
can't believe that.
No, not at all.
To be fair, he didn't say it though, sis, because it was Shifa. To be fair, but it just happened to be on Born show.
I was gonna say because
I am saying allies, man. Right? In order to defeat the system of white supremacy, you're going to need allies. If you think about all of the world armies and military systems, they always get allies, right? America is allies with Great Britain and so on and so on, right? So we're going to need allies. First and foremost, our allies have to come within. So we got to get, as black men, right? If we're going to go to war, our first and most important ally is going to be the black woman. But it's counterproductive if the black woman is just gonna say, well, we ain't fucking with them niggas because they're never going to defeat white supremacy. We may as well just live and be oppressed under the system of white supremacy because these black men ain't never going to get it right. Like, that's counterproductive if we're going to do that. So the first ally we need is the black women. And we don't need black women to say, well, I'm at the point now where I just want to sit back and watch y'all do it. Nothing gets accomplished. What would you ever take that? What would you ever use that in your real life? If you was trying to get a new job, you would never say, I'm just going to sit back and watch it happen. No, not that. You have to be proactive. Just like black men have to be proactive in defeating the system of white supremacy, black women have to be proactive too. It's going to take a group effort. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you can't get with that, I don't know what else to say.
Okay, but the likes of Cynthia and stuff like that basically came from the likes of the manosphere and people expecting black women and saying black women are no good. So if we know that we need the black woman, why aren't these good black men who want to fight supremacy saying, look, we can't be affording disrespecting our black women like this?
I agree. I agree with both of this. Cynthia G and let's just say Kevin Samuels, right? Both of them have good points, right? Both of them have said some shit that's thought-provoking. But both of their ideologies as a whole, to me personally, is counterproductive. You know what I'm saying? I've heard both of them say some wild shit. I've heard Cynthia G say, hey, let's just stop having babies with these men. And it's like, no, that's one thing that we're always going to do. We've always reproduced. We're going to reproduce. I've heard Kevin Samuels say the same thing. Stop reproducing with these women. And it's like, no, we can't do it. To me, that's counterproductive. Like, we have to reproduce because we're going to need the black family. The black family.
So when we have the brothers, when you have your fellow
first.
brothers born that come onto your show, yeah, and you hear them sitting there blaming the whole black issue on black women, they everything, woe it's me, oh I'm a baby, help me, but white black women. But in the meantime, while I'm begging you to help me, I'm sleeping with a whole white woman over here that I'm gonna call my child black, and I'm there. You hear it? It's on your show. What do you? What are you black men saying to these things? Come on.
But I've spoken to these black men and told them I disagree. Right? I told them first and foremost, like I don't do interracial relations. That's me personally. That's my personal thing, and I've had that conversation with the brothers who do it. They've told me the pros. I've told them why I think it's a negative thing, and you know we agree to disagree. But those are still my black brothers. Just like you sisters. I listen to you sisters say, listen, this is what the black man is not doing. And I've listened to 17 hours of you ladies saying that shit. And I'll leave that conversation and say, man, they got some good points. Yeah, I mean, both got some good points. It ain't what I would do personally, but
yeah, don't go like that though, innit? Because when you hear a brother saying stuff like that, you got subtle with them. You might laugh like, you know, I don't know, and then they might start laughing. It's always a joke. It's not like a hard stance of no, you know what I mean? Firebun that, stop that right there, pause, and all that good stuff that you lot be talking when you're like, do you know what I mean? But it's
well said, Kushby. Well said.
I like that, Cushy. But then you have to understand some of the brothers that I'm talking to online, I already know that they're not interested in fighting or replacing the system of white supremacy. So then it does become a joke thing. It does. Like if I'm going to have a serious conversation about defeating or replacing white supremacy, and I got certain brothers on the panel, I know that conversation it can't be anything more than just a joke with certain brothers. So yeah, we're just gonna laugh it off because I know first and foremost when I say we need to defeat white supremacy, a person looking at their wife or fiance or mate and say, "Oh shit, hold on, boy, I can't defeat that system. I'm fully involved, entrenched in the system. I sleep with the system every night." So I know those brothers aren't really gonna go as hard as I want to go with it. So you say, you know what, though, these are our brothers. Let's just deal with them on the way that we deal with them. You know what I mean? I got certain brothers,
but that's not actually dealing with the problem. What you lot are doing, what I hear as a black woman listening to you talking now, I'm hearing you just sweep it under the table. Okay, that's how their brothers are. We accept them for how they are. Let's keep it going anyway. You're not actually dealing with the problem. I think
that's the best thing I should do, Lady D. I always say people who not willing to roll, just get out the way, or we just move on without them. I was saying that about you, Lady D. If you're gonna sit here and say black women should stop breeding with black men, I'm gonna say, okay, that's how Lady D feels. Let's push Lady D over there to the side, make sure she stays out of our way, and let's keep trying to replace this system of white supremacy. Like I don't have a lot of time to focus on the people who disagree with it, right? It's kind of like when I make my reparations argument. I'm at the point now where I don't want to argue with people over I don't think you're ever going to get it, or I don't think you're ever going to replace the system of white supremacy. I'm past that, Lady D. I'm
No,
40.
but you're not past it, because
I'm
the big
almost 40.
difference is Lady D, Akushdia, and I need for a melanated. We can easily come up here and say the same things. The difference is we are not living it. We do not physically practice it. We are not implementing it. Whereas the brothers you're keying and okay, that's them. They are literally doing this. It's literally taking effect. Big difference. Think about it.
I hear you, Lady D. I can't entertain the people. If we're gonna say on code, right? You got to be on code. I can't entertain the people who's not on code. I've been doing that for 15 years, man. It's time to start moving on, especially when we're speaking about code business. When we're speaking about code business, you know who's on code and who's on not. We gotta move with the ones that's on code. I can't keep moving with the people who just, if I say, look, man, this is the mission. The mission is to defeat the system of white supremacy. Yes, it's cool to have questions, but if you're gonna ask me a million questions about that, then it's like, man, we just gotta move. I gotta move with the brothers I've already spoken with. So yeah, man. I'm trying to read some of these comments, man. But that's what it is, man.
Listen, behave yourself, code with them nonsense talk there. White man is not a hard thing to get, you know. Trust and believe they fall in our laps every single day. They pour towards us. The reason, let me tell you something, code, hold on, sis. The difference is, this is what we were talking about earlier. The loyalty thing, or how Cynthia will put it, this vanity thing, thinking that we need to reproduce and keep creating ourselves and laying down and being loyal to these black men. That's what's failing us. Notice what we say and how we actually operate is two different things. Whereas what I'm highlighting now is how the brothers speak is literally how they live. Big difference. Big, massive difference. And that's why Nanith is asking us the question, is us being are we creating these problems? Are we the reason for it? We're questioning ourselves. We don't even care about what the brothers doing anymore because we already don't know. They're sellouts, they're coons, and they're bojangling, butt dancing clowns. It literally is what it is. We're gonna call a spade and know what it is. So if we know this, our question to ourselves is right now, do we continue with this loyalty, or do we say, you know what, F it, part ways, and let's just jump on the wave with all the other sisters are going on? Because right now they're all divesting and we're the only clowns out here still being loyal to these Negroes who ain't loyal to us. Come on now. Think about it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what more support. Like, you know, you bring it, you bring up the dating out situation, then it's, oh, that's in small numbers. It is a demonstration of support, because we're saying, even though, you know, you're not where you are supposed to be, black man, even though you're not dominating in any area, and I'm sorry, I forgot sports and entertainment, because, you know, like, that's the things that black people, and I'm saying people because the men and the women, they love to brag about sports and entertainment, but we're not dominating in any of the sectors that really matter, right? That involve building a nation, or maintaining a nation. We're not dominating in any of that, and we're still choosing y'all. We're still we wouldn't even be getting, clearly we're making a choice. If we're aborting your babies, we're getting pregnant by you guys, right? And you want more support. Like, you know, I just don't even.
You're choosing us because you're not going to get the love, the affection, the connection from anybody else. So let's
Kingo Gold literally said that today, a black man, right, or mixed race man said today that the black women that he sees, they seem, what did he say? Happy and relaxed or something like that. They seem happier.
More
and
content in their relationship with their wife.
Content. Yeah. When a white woman goes with a black man. So don't, you can't fearmonger us to be with y'all. Trust and believe. You can't. Because then, if anything,
I'm not. Nobody's
so
trying
don't say that we can't get love and affection from nobody else. We definitely can. We can't. So we're choosing not to out of loyalty. That's what it is, not fear because we won't find it from somewhere else. We can the same way that y'all finding love in Dominican Republic, we could find love too. Don't miss me with that. That's not happening.
Mel, fly away, sister. Spread your wings and fly. I'm
not even. What part of loyalty? No. You're making an argument that I didn't say.
Trying to paint.
You're painting a picture. I did not say that.
Listen to her. Go on, sis.
I said I said I don't know what more support you want. Is that saying fly away? What I did say is that despite all of those things I listed, we're choosing y'all, and you telling me to fly away. That means you're not even listening to nothing I'm saying.
If you want to be loyal,
I don't need your permission, bro. We have been loyal since day one, and that's really disrespectful for you to tell a black woman if you want to go. Well, that's a slap in the face.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't want to sit here and I don't want you to throw up that hey, I can go and we don't have to be loyal and we can go to this and find love. Bye.
It's the truth. You should recognize it. You should recognize it. It's the truth. You should recognize it. See, the truth is hurting you right now. That's what I'm realizing. Because it's the truth. We could go and we choosing not to. And when you hear that, you should say, you know what, we appreciate y'all staying with us. Because we not where we supposed to be. That's not what you're saying. What you're saying is, well, let go then. Because you're too much in your feelings.
Because it's that rather than fight with us, they're trying to compete with us. It is what it is. History shows us this. The black man ain't loyal to us that we look. How many times I've got to say this today? They literally show it and demonstrate it every time they open their mouths. Listen to Bourne right now. Literally, he's telling you what it is. And we're still here as black women refusing to accept this is what it is. This is the mentality of black men. But yet they will tell us that we're fighting, that we're in bed with white supremacy. No, Negro, you lot are. Listen to yourself. You are literally white supremacy. You are the white supremacy we're trying to fight. Literally, Bourne. Literally.
What I'm saying is in this fight is, I keep saying this, we need allies. The most important ally is the black woman. But if the black woman is saying, hey, we are tired, we've given up, then listen, you know what? I love you so much. Go be with whoever's going to make you happy if you're giving up on us.
Okay, but if you're saying that about, this is what I'm saying, what it's dangerous when we're talking about black women and black men. We can talk about unsynchronized, but we're talking about collective. Because if you're saying, okay, that's what all black women are saying to you, and you're saying, okay, black women go away, then how are you going to beat white supremacy if that's your aim? And you're saying the only thing you need is an ally, and you're telling them to go away.
If I'm honest, I don't think black women are really going to go away in large numbers like that.
Okay, thank you for your honesty.
Yeah,
because nothing for play.
Yeah, history shows us that we
black women
we only have each other. You see what I'm saying? Now, in small numbers, we may go to, like she said, to the Dominicans and have babies with those women, or go to the white community and have babies. But man, the numbers say it. We are still marrying and reproducing inside of our own race in large numbers. So
you know what's so dangerous about that? Because you know what black women hear when you say that, because there's a viral clip that goes around that Cynthia always plays at the beginning of her videos, right? The 9 showed, where it's a black man, he's on a podcast and he's talking to another black woman directly in her eyes, and he's saying the reason why black men ain't not going to man up, the reason why black men don't have to do anything is because we know that you're not going anywhere.
And so that's what Bourne's saying to us without saying it, sis.
No, I'm not saying it like that.
You are Bourne. Listen to what
you definitely, that's what I heard.
I'm gonna say this. Saying it. Listen to yourself. Play yourself back.
Dudes that go to jail.
Let me say.
You think the dudes that go to jail come out and say, "Damn, ain't nobody gonna want me," because No, they know that black women is right there waiting, because we gotta keep it real. The street code, I gotta be there for him. Yeah, nobody's not like, dude, you got a whole record. Like, what are you supposed to do together? Like, no, you're not on standard. Like, they're black community women. We have a standard. You broke the code. No, so there is no incentive for them to stop criminal behavior, because it's not impacting their access to women. And you just confirmed it.
Yeah, but criminal behavior stops, like, you're gonna go to jail, so it's gonna stop your access to freedom. Like nobody.
I
Like
literally said as soon as he comes home. That was the example that I gave. I don't know if you heard that part, but
yeah,
it's
but you still,
like,
but he still, it does limit because now he's not there for his family. Like when he comes home, yes, he's gonna have a black woman waiting. You know why?
why should she be waiting?
Yes.
We listen because we have a share. She don't have to wait, but you know
That's
the reason
not what
she
I
does
asked you.
wait?
Did she have to wait?
Let me tell you why she does. She don't have to wait, but why she do
Right.
wait? She does
Uh-huh.
wait because we have a shared experience.
Cause
Nobody else is going to
she don't
understand
love herself. Cause she don't have no standards.
Oh
Come on,
my
I'm gonna say,
God.
and I'm a woman, and I'm keeping it real, Born. What does that man? What he got to offer her?
This also, you brothers need to talk the truth to these sisters. Tell
Yes.
the truth. It's because you admire her loyalty. Out of all women, she's the only one who is stuck by you. So you are talking in the wrong language to black women. Talking about, oh, she'll always be there and acting like she's trash. She's there not because she has no other option. It's because of the divineness of this woman. She goes through continuous bullshit in and outside of the community and she still stands by you. Now, if I'm still doing that and then I hear Matt Man talking about us like, well, they're always going to be there. You've got it messed up. I'm not there because I have no option. It has been very easy for black women to flip. If you look at the statistics, most other races do date out. Black women don't. This ain't a default thing. This is a power thing. And if you keep speaking to women like they're trash and that's why, and not acknowledging the power, they are not going to continue to do it. And why should they? Like even when I believe you when you say you didn't mean it like that, bro, but the rhetoric that comes out of these brothers' mouth, that's exactly what you were saying. You know, it's the way you're coming across. Like, don't think that black women are there because they have no other option or their default of reasoning, or they don't understand when they're getting treated bad and they keep staying there like idiots. There has to be something in depth. There's some sort of love there that words can't even, I can't even get the words for, that keeps a woman there when they're over. Because remember, black women are leading in the higher, they're getting all of the qualification, they've got the degree, so they're not dumb. So what keeps them there? And for me, you know, I would watch way how I talk to someone who has my back like that and have the capability, because it ain't for foolishness. So this whole rhetoric, oh, they're just there, they're the least this, that it don't add up, bro. They're there because of love. And what I'm saying is, when black men keep doing that rhetoric, they're not going to be around, because it's like you're not learning.
Listen, man, black families has always been around. We both realize can I tell you what keeps us both there? What keeps men and women, black men and black
men
women
are
so
not
loyal
currently
to
there.
each
The
other?
statistics shows that they date out more than anyone else. They're not currently there, my bro.
Who's dating out more than everybody else?
The black man is not with the black woman. The black man dates out of his race more than any other race, my bro. You're talking about the reason why the black man and black woman are there for family.
How do we know that?
Woman has been there for family.
Numbers on biracial children and how they're growing, Born. That right there should give you the answer.
How do we know that though? I don't.
Biracial children. So the data on.
Hold on. How do you quantify that without showing me some numbers, right? Because I'm gonna tell you this: in my personal experience, I don't see biracial children. So
you think she's lying? You think she's just lying to make a point? I'm asking you. You think it's a possibility?
These biracial children. Point me in a direction where you're seeing this large numbers of biracial children, because I don't see it.
1 second, Born. Sis, I've got to say this to you quickly. The reason why he doesn't see the numbers in black, because remember, in Born's eyes, from they've got one drop of black, they're black.
No, that's not true. I'm not even saying it like that, Lady D.
Your own mouth 2 weeks ago. Shush your mouth.
No, Lady D, but a biracial child is a one black parent, one non-black parent. I understand that.
Yeah, you see them as black. You would talk.
But if I see them on the street, then they're biracial. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I see them with my eyes, not what I identify them as. I know a biracial person when I see them, and they have one black parent and one non-black parent. So that don't even make sense, Lady D. What you're saying? I'm saying I don't see these people.
Your words.
I don't see these families with a black man and a non-black woman, and they're walking down the street with their 3 yellow looking kids. I don't see that in my personal life. So if you guys have some numbers on that, show me where black men are dating outside their race more than any other race.
So Born, let me just quickly jump in. Let me just quickly jump in. So Born, I'm hearing what you're saying, Bab. And obviously I also appreciate that you live in a part of America or whatever South that's still quite populated with you get me?
Yeah.
So I'll take that into consideration as well in terms of your environment, right? But obviously, you know that we're in London, Birmingham, everywhere, and you know you've been with us for like 5 years now, so you've had exposure to what's going on over here, right? Okay. Yeah. So even if we go a little bit more deeper here, you go on certain panels, yeah, with black men, yeah. Now, of those, so let's say you go onto a particular panel that you get me. You go over on Jedi's panels okay. Yeah. In your estimation, how many of the mandem that you speak to are with black women?
And from who said it, for the people who said it, I know 1, 2, 3.
Born, and listen, born.
3.
Let's not be cute as well, yeah, because you know there's certain man that's on certain things that don't necessarily come and profess it, yeah. But exactly. As a man, you know in it. So let's not do that bullshit, bro. So what
I know is 3, like 9. I'll say 3. 3 of the brothers I know for sure.
7 on top of my head. I can already count all, and he talks with them on a daily basis. Stop it.
But that's you. So you guys know those brothers. I only know 3.
Right.
Hey, and who
I don't think 3 is a big number. 3 is not a big number out of the.
Okay. Let's not count numbers. Is the majority more dating within or more dating without Born?
Dating within.
Born or on the show that Nine just mentioned. That's what you're gonna say.
Yes, I would say dating within.
All right, let's forget that.
No, that's not true.
Let's stop the nonsense. Let's stop the nonsense.
I can see. Go on camera now, Born. Put on your camera, Born.
Wait, sis, stop the nonsense now, yeah, Born. Big
Born. Put on your camera if you
Put on your camera. Yeah, we want to see you, Born.
1 second. Born. Forget going on other panels now, yeah, because I want to take this conversation seriously. Forget about the other panels. How many do you know on your own damn panel that you know for a fact don't have fucking black women or have children outside of the race? Be honest. I think out big. Stop it now.
2.
Stop it.
I say 2. It's 2, right? 2 on my panel.
Is there more that date within or more that date without Born?
It's more that date within on my panel. I can say that for sure.
Okay, so basically, Born, within the UK, the stats add up to what I'm saying. It's a fact. And many of us can go out and it's not, I understand and I agree with Nine. That's what I was going to say as well. I agree with Nine that that might not be the case for you, right? Because even when I say certain things to Mel, she's shocked. But in the UK, that is fact. It is very likely to meet a few mixed race people around and majority are with black dads. That is definitely the fact. So let's just leave it there. Like in the UK, that is the fact. The statistics add up to the fact. We know it's the fact. In our real lives, it's the fact. It's the fact.
So y'all saying it's a shortage of black men for y'all to date in the UK? Like, is the number that crazy?
I'm saying that the majority of black men. Yeah, I think the majority.
You willing to say majority?
I'm saying, yeah. Statistics has been given out recently, yeah, that I'm embarrassed to say.
The trajectory is not good, Born. Let me put it like that.
So Born, listen, right now what they told me is that
there's going to be more. We are currently more mixed race than we are black in this country. Currently.
Oh, so and can I speak real quick because I looked up the stats for mixed race in Tennessee. So can I read that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can y'all hear me? So the population reported as white alone was the 3rd largest increase, growing by almost 100,000 people. So
Wow.
white people, shout out to them for having some babies. Okay. Most racial and ethnic groups in Tennessee grew in size since 2010, but the largest growth was among people who reported themselves as being Hispanic and Latino ethnicity, and people identifying being of 2 or more races. Combined, these 2 groups accounted for 65% of the state's 564,735 persons increase over the past decade. And then it goes on to say, okay, so, and then it gives so the actual numbers of the growth from 2010 to 2020, Hispanic and Latinos, it's 189,128. people identifying with 2 or more races is 180,000. I'm sure everybody ain't walking around looking black.
180,000. How many are black? How many is going?
Okay, so it grew, but the black population grew 34,000. So the mixed race population is 180,000, and
That's
the
not just
black.
black and white though. You know that. You know
That's
that.
still. We're not talking about white. We're talking about dating out. Come on.
But that's not black though. But that's dating out. Even that's like white and Mexican, white and Asian.
Right? Did you hear? Did you hear when Mel literally said they identify as 3 different groups? Did you hear that part?
It said 2
they could be
or
black,
more races.
Hispanic,
Are you
2 or more races.
Yeah.
It says 2 or more races. So a white person and a Mexican person. If somebody says I'm white and Latino, that's now you're a mixed race. You go in that 180 some thousand or whatever number she said. Mel said. You see what I'm saying? That's not specific to black. That could be an Asian and a white. I'm white and Asian in Tennessee, and it's a lot of Latinos here in Tennessee, y'all. And I see more white Latino in Tennessee than I see black Latino in Tennessee. If I'm honest, I'm just going by what I see.
I don't think you're accepting the fact that the numbers are not reflecting what you claim you're seeing in Tennessee. The numbers are showing how these people identify.
What it is showing, though, Born, is that black people are actually on the decline. I hear 33,000, but all the others.
Yeah, I know that did sound. I know I didn't expect that either.
Yeah,
I did not expect that.
Yeah,
that might be that Cynthia G. That might be Cynthia G. When you say don't stop having babies with these niggas.
Well, you know what?
It might
You laugh about that, but white people turn around saying that they've got a low birth rate, but then you've got somewhere in the South Trump heavy, and look how the white people shut up 100 and something. Their one was quite high. So influence is key. And this is what I'm saying. The way black men are openly able for years with no one stopping them, no other black man saying stop it. The way the black man has been openly being able to blash black women, these have influences, these have impacts. Like, where did you expect it to go? Like, I don't understand the surprise. This is what gets me about black men. You openly saw man calling them monkeys, men, hyenas, this, that, and like, I've seen the most disgusting thing from my own brothers. Yeah, and then we got to this point and there's shock. Come on now. Honestly, I think there's that whole superwoman thing. They believed it more than us, you know. Trust me. $33,000 in the South. That's scary.
Yeah, that is. But I think people are opting out of having babies, period, though. But that is scary. That's scary. I thought we was having babies. That's how I always said. If one thing black people gonna do, we're gonna have babies.
I don't think we're doing that anymore. I think the women, I said, finally enough is enough. I think the women, especially the women in the Americas, because they're the ones that are running they're moving this movement. They really are. So this is why you should be worried more than us, because it's hitting your country first. And these women are saying, F you Negroes, you ain't done shit for us. You ain't never done shit for us, and you ain't gonna change. You're being the same black man to Becky that you were to us, and now you're taking your passports and running to Thailand and the DR and all these places here looking for submissive women, not knowing that you're getting jacked, robbed, you hit a lick, and then you're gonna come back with your tail between the legs, begging it from the Negro woman. And guess what we're gonna tell you? Shops locked. We've divested, and we will go on with our Polish man. Bye. See you later.
And it's gonna sound horrible, but I always say bye. We're still going to find fuck it. Let me not say it because y'all gonna twist it if I say that. But listen, man, bye. If you're giving up on black men, I can say this. I understand it. I respect it. Bye.
Yeah, but okay, let me ask you, why is that your first response? Like, knowing what we've been talking to you about, and you've been quite honest with most of the stuff that you've been saying to me, yeah? And so you're hearing what I'm saying. And hold on, I want to address Code as well. Stop it, Code, yeah? Because Cynthia was pro-black. She has said why she has changed, yeah? So this whole thing about this has been going before. Black women never, ever in the history have been dissing their men publicly, like the way black men have. So you stop it, bro. Come on. But Born, yeah, why is that your go-to? Like, we
I
can
guess because I'm exhausted.
hold on, bro. Like,
I'm
we
sorry.
can acknowledge how loyal the black woman's been, yeah, and we can also acknowledge, because you can acknowledge that just because it's a different black man, it's not you, yeah. So you can acknowledge that unsynchronized black men have been disrespecting black women unchecked, yeah. So now we've come to the point where the emotional fairer sex, yeah, is tired. That should be logical as well, right? All of this kind of makes sense up to this point. So when the black man's seen it, because now she's probably been emotional about it, again, logical, fairer sex, why is the man's instant thing is bye? Why isn't it, okay, time to man up, time to assume my position, time to be the man? Do you understand? Time to grind, time to lay a foundation for my woman. Why is it instantly
I'll say this, right? Because I didn't grow up in that. I think my that's why it's my natural response. I don't understand this talk. I don't understand this talk of black women. Maybe we should just move along and try something else and go to another race because we've always failed. This black man ain't doing shit. I'm not cut from that cloth. I never heard my grandmother speak like that. I never heard my mother speak like this. So naturally, my defense mechanism goes up when I hear people speak like this. I watch.
What did they see? But what did they see from their men? You can't, like, you know what I'm saying? Was their men making drill music and shooting each other?
I'll give you
was they tattooing on their face and stuff?
I'll give you that.
Was they flooding in the jails? Was they abandoning their children, or were they being men? And even if they weren't making a whole lot, those women saw hardworking men, and they loved and they supported and they adored those men and encouraged them. Come on now. What we're saying is, it's like, if you look at children, boys and girls, not growing up with their parents, with both of their parents in the household, less money in the household, dependent on the government for sustenance, for food stamps. Most kids know about food stamps. Oh, what day the food stamps come in and stuff like that. That's because they dad not there. Come on.
And the joke
like,
is, those people who come from good families is not, they never just created men, they created daughters. So as you've had a good example, why would you think that we're gonna settle down? Do you understand? The same way you're saying that you didn't have that examples, and those daughters didn't have those examples. So what makes you think I'm gonna settle for it now?
I put in the back chat, I feel like, you made a when she said, why is that the first thing that you say? And you said, because I'm exhausted. Well, that's why I said I'm sitting on the sidelines. Because I'm physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausted from the support. And I guess apparently you so accustomed to having unconditional support, you told me that's not right. I'm not able as a black woman to say I'm tired. But you as a black man can say, I just said anything out of my mouth because I'm exhausted. See how that don't make no sense.
No, you can sit back and be tired. Just get out the way. If you're gonna get out the way, get out the way.
But you just heard what I said, and this is the response to what I just said. You were being a hypocrite. You had an issue with me being exhausted, and then you turned around and said you was exhausted. Do you now have sympathy and understand when a black woman says she exhausted, or you still gonna just say, get out the way, bye, go to the white man, bye? You just gonna stay on that?
Yes. If your response
Bye, Felicia.
If your response,
I'm gonna change my avatar to me kissing my white boo. Watch.
And that's gonna be
Oh,
your
get
problem.
German or a Russian.
You go in the box.
I'm getting a German or a
Then you
Russian.
go in the bin.
Well, I probably would. I'm lying. Y'all know he ain't gonna be. Y'all already know. But I am abandoning the Black American man. Well, absolutely. I know. I know you understand. I'm a tether anyway, right? So it don't matter.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
You feel me? I'm real. That was my real family. That was my real. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
listen. I appreciate the blue passport. Appreciate the blue passport and the privilege. I'm gonna make you proud and use it well.
There you go.
Let's acknowledge.
Yeah, we all divested by the end of this conversation.
No. Wait. Let's acknowledge.
No, I'm not divesting from black men, but Black American dudes with this attitude, I can't. I can't with the, oh, I need help, I need support, I need you to breastfeed me, fam. I need you because the white supremacy is beating me down. That's not sexy, yo. Don't women want no like nah. And
No
I
woman want no what? A fighter? A fighter who's just asking
I don't
for.
see. Listen, if we saw a fight, we wouldn't be saying it. If we saw a fight, we wouldn't be saying the stuff we saying now. If we saw a fight,
version of Elron. That's what we want. Where are
That's
the
crazy.
big bros?
Even
Where
when a
are
man
they?
goes
Where
to
are the
war.
black Elrons? Where are the black George? Where are they? Show me where they are.
Where the black what?
Where the war at?
Wait. There's plenty of good black men and black women constructive. Yeah, let's say that, and they're in relationships currently now. This is why I'm saying that we can't just put the narrative that it's just this. This is a universal issue within our let's just acknowledge. Take 2 seconds to acknowledge. Great black men out there, great black women out there, great family. Can we just have a second for that, family?
Well, it don't sound like it. Listening to this channel.
Where are the good ones? Because the Dusties.
No, they do exist. They do exist.
Okay.
I will say that the ones that exist,
yeah,
I think because they're good men, right?
Yeah.
They would acknowledge that they're not impactful, that they're not actually, that the community is in shambles. They wouldn't say we out here fighting. They would say we need to fight. Those good men understand that they got stuff to do. They don't pretend like we're really doing something. That's not.
Let me tell you this, man. It's not pretending to fight, man. Listen, if you know that one of the things we're going to need is we're going to need the ability to do for ourselves. We're going to need economic empowerment. What can I do as a black man? I can go out there, start a business, and employ black people inside my community. Now, if that's not a small way of fighting, I don't know any other else way to fight. All I'm doing is people give me these ways to fight. I can't go pick up a fucking AK-47 and go to war, guys. So now people say, hey, we need economic empowerment. Okay, cool. Let me go start a business. Man, well, we got to stop begging the white man for a job. You know what? You're right. Let me create some jobs for some of these brothers. Man, we got to get these brothers off the street and get them out of crime. But I'm just saying, though, if we're not using little shit like this as a way to fight, I don't know what y'all think fighting is. Me and Kel is not going to pick up an AK-47 and go to the embassy up the street and shoot it out with these people. Like that's foolish. So we have to take.
But it's like 1 minute we talking about you guys collectively, and then you start talking about yourself personally. And you taking it like so. Listen. When men start talking about abortion, listen. When men start talking about abortion, I don't get all in my feelings. I ain't never had no abortion. Does that mean that black women ain't doing it? Yeah, they are. Like they doing it like crazy, and it's true. And it don't feel good hearing it. But I don't go like you and be like, well, then go ahead and the white girl and bye. I don't do that. What I do is I speak to my sisters. No, what I do is I speak to my sisters and I say, sisters, we need to value motherhood. We need to think a bit more carefully before we choose to procreate with these men because they're not doing the thinking. We got to do it. That's what I do. I don't sit there and no, I'm saying, and if I'm having a conversation with men and men are talking about the things that we do, what I do is I take accountability for it. And I say, yeah, that's fucked up. We need to stop doing it. And what I'm saying is that we don't hear that, oh, we tired. We need y'all support. We would be doing further if we had your support, the white man, and you know the white man. And you believe that? The white man wrote it. That's what we hear from y'all.
You see what I find funny though, sis? I've got to say this, sisters, yeah, quickly before we move on, yeah. I've got to say, like, the black men that, and I keep saying this to my sisters, this is why I don't need Cushy to keep coming in every 2 seconds reminding us that there's good black men. We know this is.
Cushy will continue to do it with Cushy's own mouth.
Wait, let me finish my sentence before you respond. My thing is this, yeah, the good black men, notice that they're quiet. You won't hear a Riggs. You won't hear a Kel. You won't hear it, EIE. It's these dusties that be trying to cover up like they're doing something for the black women and they're doing something for the black. They got the most, boom, bitch. They got a lot to say. They got bullshit. They talk out the side of their neck. They twist their words on one panel to the next. They 1 minute they're joking the thing out. Next minute they're clowning the thing out. Next minute they're talking about they want to be with that fucking ugly fucking white bitch that we had up over there that they were all flooding to on our panel. These man them are confused. So the fact that we're even wasting time on them is a joke because they're the same ones that hold up white supremacy like a bitch. They're the same ones. Notice the ones that don't have to do that just keep quiet and just don't say nothing. They won't even entertain it because they know that they're not the Negroes we're talking about. They are not those Negroes. They are kings. They do what they got to do.
I hear you. So I'm going to keep saying it. And I think for that exact reason, because like you said that they're not talking, but then you'll say that they're not reacting because they know that they're going to do what they're going to do. And for the black men that's in my life, well, the black men that's in my life and the black men who have been in my life, they're not necessarily out like with a big old like fan with a rifle, like doing the thing. Do you know what I mean? They're not, yeah, but they're doing right within like what Nine says. It starts at home, yeah. When it comes to leadership now, I have a different view on it, yeah. So that's why when I spoke, yeah, I tried to be very clear when I was talking to Cal in regards to the leadership. Need to be talking out if you're going to be talking about leading me and mines. Yeah,
but sis, that's the point. They don't even talk about the leading thing. It's people like
said,
what I'm highlighting.
But what I'm saying, let me finish because I'll let you finish. Let me finish because you're gonna let me finish. Yeah. So for me, I'm gonna keep highlighting it because sometimes I think I don't like, and this is me personally, I don't like the gender and gender thing because I don't think that is of us. Yeah, and I think people. This is why I like to ask Born questions when he's open to being honest. Yeah. So Born, you've always said, yeah, that you're going to be with a black woman and you're about fighting supremacy and you're for the black family. Yeah. Is that what you've said, or am I wrong? Is that what you stand on? Is he there? Born. Okay, he's gone. So I'm going to assume that he said yes, yeah, because I've heard him say that before. So to me, the people like Born, I'm very interested in, right? Because to me, you'll have certain men that are with black women, like for example, you'll have an EIE, yeah? He's with a black missing. You never even hear him really diss black women, like ever. Yeah, he's not really on that fold. He doesn't delve on it. He don't really go there, yeah? To me, that's just kind of like what I'm used to. But you have someone like Born who deep down, he says that he wants black family. He wants black woman, but you hear how he goes back and forth with Mel. Like he talks on behalf of the ones that don't want it, the unsynchronized ones. And I'm just wondering, like what Nine always says, if he sees why she says that they're getting groomed. Because you're talking about you want to get somewhere, you're saying you want the woman's support, but then when I'm asking you why do you go down to the default of goodbye, you're not really giving me an answer. It's like this whole groomed and confusion thing, because this is a man who says he wants it. Born's not necessarily the type of man that we're talking about who diss black women, say they don't want black women, they want to go and da. Born says that he wants all of that, but then Born will be the same one talking all up their rhetoric. So yeah.
One word for you, Born. I've got nothing more to say other than Jada Francis, case closed.
Well, this is. I mean, I don't know. Like, I can't be on both sides when Lady D.
That's like Tourette's or something. Why you just gotta blurt out silly shit like that? Come on, Lady D.
Yeah, but okay, so now you're at the mic. You see, Lady D knows exactly what she's doing. Yeah, so look at you.
No, I didn't want to.
Wait, who's Jada? What's Jada? I don't get it.
Perfect example of the black woman's power.
Can somebody tell me what Jada Francis is? What's that? Who's that? What's that?
Born?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the hell Lady D was talking about.
She's
like all of a sudden he doesn't know. It's all good, Born, man. Big up yourself, man.
Who is she?
She's a white.
He sounds like he's blushing. That's what he sounds like. He's blushing.
Nah, Lady D
he declared his love. That's what I'm saying. Lady D just done his dance anyways, because now it's just giving me, it's taking me back to when you was declaring your love for this white woman who's a racist. She's actually with a national white political party male that's against black people, and man was declaring his love one time on the live. You know
what you mean?
Like,
I just said she was attractive. I can find. It don't mean that I'm gonna sleep with her.
Wow,
this is what I'm saying to you.
Man, one of those, yo. You one of those.
Mel, I grew up in
America. Oh man.
I grew up with white women on my TV. I can look at a white woman and say that's an
I grew up on
attractive white
Jesus
woman.
on my TV. That don't mean I
You know
rock
what,
with
Lady
Jesus and
D?
be what the
I
hell?
get it, Lady D. Yeah, like you just gave yourself the rope. Did
This
you
is
even
what
hear
I'm
what I just said,
saying,
Paul?
sis. And if you go on Bourne's panel, let me give you a perfect example. If you go, remember I remember that conversation like it was yesterday. That conversation actually came off the back of his cousin. Was it his cousin? Yeah, his cousin being on the panel. Yeah, talking about what we were talking about the same thing, mixed relationships and stuff like that, and mixed race kids. And his cousin was saying, yeah, he'll sleep with anything. He'll fuck anything. His cousin said blatantly, clear as day on camera. Then here comes Bourne now. Yeah, Jada Francis. Yeah, I'll take a piece of that. It doesn't mean I'm gonna wife her. It doesn't mean I'm gonna
Born!
yeah, that was Bourne. So I tell you can't listen to them whining because they go from panel to panel switching up there. Right? Don't listen to none of them dusties. Don't listen to them. Done them. Cuss them out.
Bourne, you're problematic, man. Like for real, you're problematic, my bro. You need to, you're problematic, bro. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how you're gonna get this good woman talking the mess you talk.
I don't think I'm problematic, man. I just, you know, if I see something attractive, then that's attractive. It don't mean I'm gonna pursue it or anything. It was just you caught me saying, okay, that white woman is attractive. What can I say? I said it. That's it. I said it, but it don't mean like I said.
He's racist. She'd
To
have
be
you
honest,
up.
Bourne, because I've got a slight 5 minutes now. I think you said a little bit more than that. I think even Divine's being nice to you even now, because I'm sure you said a hell of a lot more than that. Because you remember, you was under your whatever you was under. You get me? So you, oh my God, is that Hawaii?
Where?
Oh shit.
Yeah. But go ahead now, y'all. I'm listening, man. I gotta run to the store, but I'm listening, y'all.
Big up, sis.
Big
up, sis.
Yeah, big up yourself, Hawaii. Come on. What are you going to get from the store, Bourne? Surprise us.
Hopefully it's Durex for Jada.
No.
Yo, she said don't listen to these dusties. Everybody on Cynthia G lingo because
1 second,
we had enough of y'all shit.
Bourne, how I asked Brother Kel, and I'm gonna ask you now, right? How are you going to defeat supremacy?
He gonna sleep his way through it. He gonna bust a nut through it.
No, Divine, wait, because you know, right now we're celebrating our mandem. So how do you propose to break through white supremacy, Bourne?
I have to tell you offline though, if I'm honest. I know that's gonna sound like a cop out, but what I won't do is we're not going to discuss strategies online. That's something me and Brother Kel and a few of the other brothers said that we won't do, especially not on a YouTube platform. It's just not the proper.
I get that. I understand that. I get that. Because I didn't know that was the plan, to be honest.
Well, I always say replace the system, right? We can understand we're in a system of white supremacy and it's unjust. So I always say we are fighting to replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice. That's the way I like to word it. Some people say eradicate it. Some people say defeat it. I never stop the brothers for using the words they want to use, but I use the phrase of replace it.
What does that look like in practice, Brother Bourne?
You said, what is it? It just
you say he can't tell you that.
It looks like that I won't be racial profiled and get a traffic stop, because of the color of my skin. Or I could be shot in the back. Say it again?
Wait. Hold on a second, Mel. 1 second. Because remember now, Bourne, let me try and put it in really ghetto terms, yeah? And God forgive me, yeah? But you fucked me, we've all come, and now it's the morning after, yeah? So I've got a clear head, okay? So we go again. How are you going to beat white supremacy?
Yeah, I said we're not gonna discuss that online.
Okay, why do you want to try and beat it?
You said why?
Yeah.
Because the system has historically and it currently shows us that my people are oppressed. We're at the bottom of the social economic ladder and the other social ladder anyway when it comes to all the people in the world.
So let me ask you a quick question and I'm going to go because I know my sister Mel wants to speak. Okay, sorry, Mel. Is it more feasible to beat white supremacy or to build within the system?
I think you have to build within the system to replace it. To replace it. Yes. I'm not saying stop what you're doing, because we still have to live, and just living every day you're going to be in the system, right? And that's when I don't like when people say, hey, all you do is complain about white supremacy, because it's like, no, I don't sit here and spend all my days twiddling my thumbs complaining. No, I still have to get out and work within the system in order to defeat it or replace it or whatever word. So yes, it's more.
So what do you teach?
Let me say this now. Let me say this now, real quick. I don't know if
sorry.
it's more feasible, but I would say this: while you're in the system, always have the fighting mentality, right? And I always use the prison analogy, right? If the system of white supremacy is a prison, I'm going to have a comfortable cell inside my prison. Fuck that. I'm not going to have a bullshit cell. I'm in prison. I'm here. I'm going to have a comfortable cell. But I'm also going to be building with the brothers who are talking about, hey, we need to break up. We need to break out of this prison. I'm going to always entertain and build with those brothers.
What does breaking out look? Because I'm a ride or die bitch, yeah? So what does breaking out look like?
What does it look like? Good question. What does it look like? I won't say what it's going to take to get there, because that's multifaceted. But breaking out of it, it looks like justice. It looks like justice, man. It looks like you don't have to worry about being at the bottom of the socio-economic ladder. That's what it looks like. Where you're not the one that's always at the bottom. Where they say, hey, you guys are fucking, what it looks like is you're not 13% of the population and commit over 70% of the violent crimes and that type of talk. And when people say that's what your legacy is, breaking out looks like that.
That doesn't sound like fighting white supremacy, but
right? And is there another society after the breakout?
You dance abroad, Bridget.
Yeah, is there another society after you break out, or is it just breaking out of this society?
No, it's replacing it. It's going to look like
what? Can you explain it? Like, break it down so we can understand.
You're gonna listen. Replacing the system you're gonna replace it with the new system. So if we're not gonna have the system of white supremacy, then we're gonna have a brand new system, the system of justice.
Oh my God, humanitarian.
That's what we're gonna have. It's not humanitarian. That's the system that we want. Or we can keep living in this system. Like, to me, it sounds like y'all are saying, you know what, boy, man, where do you have it better at? It's nothing better than this. And I'm like, bullshit. It is something better than this. It was a brother just killed 4 weeks ago, running from the cops.
No, sorry,
he shouldn't get murdered because he ran.
All right, let me not detour, because I don't know where I want to see where the Lady D9's going with this, with your back and forth. So go ahead, because
y'all gotta go.
I had a question. I had a question about the.
I want to know, Kushki, like, if this is a system that they're claiming to want to break out of, what are they replacing it with? Like, what does it look like?
Don't I got what? Okay. I hate my phone's connection on the StreamYard now.
All right, fair enough. Go shop and come back. I'll take it's Mothering Sunday, so I'll take the ladies will share a bottle of wine, born, okay?
All right, got you.
You might as well make it.
What about for the other ladies? What European product would y'all like for me to bring y'all?
You're taking the piss. You know what, get out of here.
Well, it's gonna have to be European. I mean, we ain't got no black products.
I know. Yeah. So, and if the white guy works at this store, I'll put a good word in for you, man.
Oh no. But if he's African or Jamaican or something, you know, send him my way, bruh.
I wanted to ask for.
Sorry, Kushki. Nines. After Kushki's finished with her question, yeah, can we play a little bit more of the Cynthia so Bourne can listen to it? So when he comes back, we've got a few questions like off the back of it. But let Kushki go first, though. Sorry, Kush.
No problem, Divine.
I think he's gone. Is he already gone shop? Yeah, he's gone shop.
Oh, I see him still. He not there?
He probably listening. He'll listen, but he can't.
Nah, he's on his computer, innit? That's his computer.
Okay. He's probably gone out the door.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll play a little bit more of that thing, sis.
No, I ain't gonna lie, man. She hurting my feelings though. Like, she's, you know what I'm saying? I got a boy child. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is,
No,
it's
so there's a
really,
reason why I'm saying play a bit more, because I want her to break down. We haven't got to the generational part yet. She's only like, there's a reason why I'm saying it. Like, sit 9, hit that.
yo,
Play.
Christy, why you laughing?
It's because my girl said
We say, Mel, she's
getting
hurting your
this part.
feelings.
Yeah,
You
she
lot
hurting my feelings.
did it, and
No,
then
but
you
listen,
got
yeah.
part.
Fun and joke aside, and I know this isn't the best day to theme, Bobby, but you know I go really, right? But like I keep expressing myself, right, in that a lot of these coons are coming from our pussy, all right? We can't take that away, yeah? We're talking about the fully black coons, yeah? They're coming from us. Seen? So we have to acknowledge as women that something happens somewhere within the environment, the system, insert as you will. You understand what I'm saying to you? Whereby, yeah, they turn against their nature, as it were. Now, I've given examples before, yeah, where I've spoken to, I think it was even Divine or whatever, where I know of a family, a Rasta family. You understand me? Rasta. Yeah, 5-boy picnic. And 3 of them gone. You see what I'm saying to you? So I'm saying that to say that we you know, and I suppose that's where maybe this whole vanity thing comes in terms of my girl's reference, yeah.
You mean like gone like they've been with white women, or gone like?
Right.
Oh, I thought that they passed away or something.
No. Come on, Mel. 5 years you're there with us, but yeah, them gone over there. You get me? Them gone over there. So you see what I'm saying to you? And I'm saying the way in which they came up is the same way we are big up fool, and you get me? And they were surrounded by all type of article vibrations, even more so than myself, because like I said, they were stuck. Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make, right, is that I think we also have to acknowledge that there's something that happens, or potentially that happens, when they're outside of our jurisdiction. And again, I'll go back to Okingo's gold testimony, right? Because it was a bad man testimony, really and truly, you know. You get me? Because he spoke about things that are outside the realm of a mother, outside our realm. You get me? When them gone out, that's up. Because, so for one, yeah, can we at least accept Kushti? Can we at least accept that a love of a mother and a love of a female is two different things? Can we accept that?
A love from a mother and a love from a female. He said, yes.
Yeah, and they're two different dimensions of love, right?
Right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Two different dimensions.
Uh-huh.
You get me?
Yeah.
So I'm saying now, because then it could be argued, then it becomes, like I said before, that argument or that fight of nurture versus nature. And obviously that fight happens, isn't it? Because even if you think about some of the men that have done that, they do express that, you get me, all right, they had a fight to do it, right? Yeah. So it's not even like they're not going through barriers to do such a thing, yeah. Do you know what I mean? But for whatever reason, they're willing to jump through those barriers, take what potential shame and disgrace, whatever you want to call it, if there is any, and still go over there. So at that point now, the question has to be, how strong is the nurture versus the nature? That's a hard-hitting question, but it's real, man.
No, I hear you, Nine. I do understand where you're coming from, but even with the example that you said, if 3 of them went, 2 of them stuck around, right?
But that's still not good odds, sis.
It's not good odds, sis, but from the beginning of the time when we've stepped foot in the belly of the beast, the statistics has been against us. There's never been a time when we've had great odds or great grounds to do our workings. Never. It's never been a comfortable setting. Now the odds are getting tight, yeah. I agree with you. Yeah.
He's saying
oxygen, I'm telling you now, my bloodline will remain royal.
Come on.
No doubt.
We're not having it.
No.
We say we're locking them in the yard, bro. Where you going?
Listen, I told you I'm doing my thing. You know what I mean? Like, you could be in a thing now and you think you've got choice, but you don't know the mum's picked all 10 of them. have your pick. You understand? I've already got my ways and scenes how I want to do it. Do you know what I mean? I understand the statistics are tight, but when has there ever been a time when it hasn't been?
Well, I can answer that. When they weren't allowed, when it was illegal, when they can get lynched.
You said it, but that Cynthia G couldn't have come up with a better reply.
What do you mean?
Like, that's the facts. Right, I can't say nothing to that. The only time in the Western world that we've had absolute is when they weren't allowed.
Oh, yeah, anyway, nice to see you, Hawaii, man. Get me. I hope you're good all the way over there in North America and that. But big up your young cold. Take a glucking glass of water, son. Fat, you know. But I'm gonna play a little bit more of the video, right?
I've been waiting. Hello.
All right, Divine, all right. But I found it very interesting still. Like, yeah, man, some of the commentary that I've heard today has been very, 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 very illuminating. Whether it be good or bad, hold on a second, but definitely illuminating. But yeah, even the word pathology. Martin.
Lady D, before she pressed play, yeah, I heard that she had a baby, but I'm clearly thinking now that the baby was a girl child.
Do you think still,
you know Cynthia G?
She had a baby?
Yeah, not recently, but I remember there was some sort of scandal.
Okay.
Oh, no, not recently, but I know there was some scandal a few years back where she had a baby with a black man. So everyone's saying, like, look at the hypocrisy, and then it just kind of faded away, whatever. But I'm pretty sure she has a child, but I'm pretty sure because the whole abort boy babies is recent. It's only recent thing I've heard her saying this. So do you think she'd still do this rhetoric if she had a baby boy? To me, I think
I don't know. I don't know if it's black, that she's just disappointed of all that work she's put into, trying to keep the Black Power thing going, and seeing the lack of support is what's caused her. Something is behind it though, but whatever it is, it's deep stemming, it's deep rooted, and until black men address it, we're gonna keep seeing this happening. That's how I see it. Yeah.
I think that she's the most authentic because she's not lying, and when you know where she's come from, she's just a prime example. So, yeah, I agree with you. Sorry, Nan, you can press play.
Boy, something give them man then strength, boy. Watch them now. Watch them now. Watch them now.
Point out already, yeah. This is from this is like the 80s.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, and they're talking about the 50s and the 60s and all that before that. So literally, this can give us evidence of what it really was like back in those days. So these men keep jumping up on the panel. Yeah, they're going to tell us for ourselves.
Do you think that's changed? No. Has the felonious behavior changed? No. Has the lack of motivation to do something changed? No. Have the sexual irresponsibility changed? No. Still sitting up here saying they kids ain't their responsibility. Still sitting up here saying they don't know how a woman got pregnant. Same thing. 5 times this bandit had been arrested. Terrorizing their own community. He was arrested, one of them, for a weapons charge because he's trying to protect himself from other black men.
You were arrested for carrying a dangerous weapon. What was it? One of these big machetes? Machete? No, knives and big knives. You just carried around with you? I used to bring it to school with me. That's hard to conceal that, isn't it?
Hey guys, if you're a trader who's inconsistent, not making money right now, or you're someone who wants to get into trading but you don't have a strategy, you need to listen to this. So this is my live trading account right now. I'm in a $5,100 profit. Okay, I'm going to refresh this so you know what.
Design like this blue coat, like a blue goose. Poke the hole in the pocket of it, and I just put it right in.
Hey guys, if you're a trader who's inconsistent, not making money right now, or you're someone who wants to get into trading but you don't have a strategy, you need to listen to this. So this is my live trading account right now. I'm in a $5,100 profit. Okay, I'm going to refresh this so you know it's completely real. $5,140.
Isn't that dangerous? That's the way stuff is going. You know, like that's the way people was acting towards me. So I felt like I needed a weapon. Because, you know, it just seemed like, you know, it's like, boy, really like Vietnam. Have you asked?
He said the communities were like Vietnam. Do you think the pregnant Black teenagers were making the communities like Vietnam? Or do you think it was generation after generation of these felonious-minded bandits? That Black women are somehow still protecting their sons from being sucked into, only not protecting them though. Being delusional, your communities is still as dangerous as Vietnam. Because these bandits been terrorizing your community for a long time. They even have to protect themselves from other Black men. They ain't even safe around their peers. They're not safe around their male peers, but they want to tell you to choose better though. And they can't even choose good Black men to hang around with, but they want you to choose a better Black man to get pregnant by. Why weren't Black men vetting the Black men that they were around so that they didn't have to go to school with machetes? Why not just vet them better, Black men? Why do you need to run around with an illegal gun? Why don't you just vet Black men better? Why don't you vet the communities you in better? You should know when you're around a felonious-minded bandit, and you should just not be around them. Why don't you choose better, Black men? Why do you need to protect yourself from other Black men if there's so many of them who are good? Because Black men will sit there and tell you in a minute, oh, ain't no Black men. That's only the minority. So you running around here getting weapons charges because it's the minority of her? You scared of the minority? You taking legal L's and ended up in prison for weapons that you shouldn't have because of the minority of bandits and the whole rest of the community. The overwhelming majority of them is good. But you telling Black women to choose better though.
They're to help you with the baby? No, because I see he can't even help his son. He can't. It's silly to say that, but he can't. He wasn't prepared to be a father? No. I'm still fixing. Were you ready to be a mother? Well, but now.
How long have Black women known that Black men can't even take care of themselves? Do you think they just found out in 1986, or do you think they've been knowing since that man was on a plantation that he couldn't even help himself? Before she was even impregnated by this bandit, she knew this man didn't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, but she sure didn't know he was Black, and she knew he had legs that she liked. That's it. No expectations, standards, and boundaries to be seen anywhere. They just didn't exist, clearly. And then somebody want to tell me that standards, expectations, and boundaries have always been promoted amongst Black women. You don't get women sitting up here in 1986 talking about she got pregnant by this dude because of his legs, and then tell me that standards, expectations, and boundaries were promoted to Black women. When? During what era? I would love to know the era. Because for this to be the case in 1986, you got to already have multiple generations of it. Somehow, somebody told Black women that the only standard the only expectation you need to have is him being Black. Ain't nobody told Black women about no standards, expectations, and damn sure not no boundaries. Boundaries from who? For what? To prevent who from doing what? Because in this Black male worshiping culture, it says you don't have no boundaries for no Black man. You can have them for every other man. And those boundaries means you better not look at another race of man. But when it comes to this Black man, oh no, don't have no boundaries with him. No, you better struggle. You better earn him. You better, just make sure he'll marry you. Well, at least just get the ring. Telling somebody to go chase a ring from a bandit who can't even afford it ain't no standards. And I don't know who told y'all it is. The bandit can't even afford the ring or the wedding, and you running out thinking because you want to get married, you got standards.
All right, taking a quick pause. I don't know if Demai's got anything to say regarding what's being said, or just let it run. Obviously,
no, let it run. Let it run, because I wanted to get to the generation. She hit it on it already, but she doesn't know she's going to stumble upon it. So this is why I want you to play it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's not a standard. That's called desperation. That's called, I need to be validated. My mama told me, because her mama told her and her mama told her, that what I need to do is chase a ring from a bandit who couldn't even, despite the fact that I know damn well they can't even take care of themselves. But let me go get a ring from him. He can't afford it. And now if they won't ask you, you will get on your knees and ask them. That's how desperate you are for it. Chasing marriage is not standards, expectations, and boundaries. I don't know who told y'all that, but it is not. And that's why most married Black women going through it in a relationship, period. Sharing a husband. Just anyway, let me move on, because I ain't about to drag marriage again. Let me just go. So I ain't got to drag married people again. Not that I am. I just have to take steps.
Dorinda relies on welfare to support Shaquana, but it's her mother, Gloria Henderson, who gets the check for the whole family. Gloria, 34, has never been married. She was a teenager when Clorinda was born, just as her own mother, Clorinda's grandmother, had been when Gloria was born.
Pause.
Listen to what he said.
Pause.
I want y'all to listen to what this man said. When he tells you,
Nanifa. Jesus. Yeah. Pause that. Go back again and listen to what she just stumbled on compared to what she just said. Go back a couple seconds. Listen to what the man just said. She was a single mother and had Lorinda.
So I ain't got to drag married people again.
Not that I am. I just have to take steps. Dorinda relies on welfare to support Shaquana, but it's her mother, Gloria Henderson, who gets the check for the whole family. Gloria, 34, has never been married. She was a teenager when Clorinda was born, just as her own mother, Clorinda's grandmother, had been when Gloria was born.
Pause.
Listen to what he said.
Pause.
I want y'all to listen to what this man said.
Pause.
When he tells you generation after generation after generation, the women been going through the same thing. But y'all said that these men were family men. But you said y'all were married and things were better. So how did you get 3 generations before 1986 of the same thing? Married single mothers, single Black mothers taking care of their children. You couldn't have 3 generations of it, and then all of a sudden, what happened? What happened?
9, are you there? Pause it.
How did you get 3 past generations of single mothers? Her mother, she's that way. Her mama was that way. Her grandmama was that way. Listen to how he tells you. Not that I am.
Dorinda relies on welfare to support Shaquana, but it's her mother, Gloria Henderson, who gets the check for the whole family. Gloria, 34, has never been married. She was a teenager when Clorinda was born, just as her own mother, Clorinda's grandmother, had been when Gloria was born.
Every single trader that's taken the FTMO challenge using my mechanical
Right,
trading
9,
rules
pause it right there a
has passed.
second.
Yes, every single one. My client Antonio
Oh, the
here
box
passed
had
last
you there.
week.
What happened to this
My
girl?
client Edward here passed. My client Tanzin here also passed twice. My client
Jesus, Lord God, how long we out? Beg for the pause. Sis, did you catch that?
Calm down, Bab. Sorry, go on.
Do you know how long I've been taking you to pause? Like the last flipping 5 minutes.
No, it's not been 5 minutes.
Girl, it's been
You
time.
want me to rewind it again?
No,
Bab?
no. I just want you to pause it.
No,
Did you catch what it said? What the man said?
Regarding-
Lorinda was 34 at the time. Remember, she had her child.
Lorinda.
Yeah, she had her child as a teenager, just like her mother had her as a teenager, a single black. So it's generations. It never just happened in the 80s like they like to project to us. Oh, it's because of the welfare, and the welfare took us. They've never been in the home to be taken out of the home. This is the problem. Come on. Let's hear the facts, the real facts from the people.
I don't know if anyone wants to contest that. Bourne seems to have disappeared.
Yeah, I don't think that that's actually true for Black Americans. To be fair to the history here, like immediately after slavery, when they set up their own communities, Black women weren't single mothers. Black women weren't single mothers, like, you know, like in the 1920s.
What records do you have to prove this, sis? What American records do you
there's
have?
no, like, directly after slavery, there was no public assistance. There was none of that.
Exactly.
And
So
Black women Black women weren't sharecroppers alone. Like they
you're
had.
not listening.
What I'm saying is,
You're not listening to the question. Listen to my actual question. We
I
know
am.
there was no welfare, that never came into the 70s. Okay, cool. What I'm asking you is, what records do you have to prove that they weren't single mothers? What records do you have of marriages for those times from the plantations out? What records do you have to prove what you're saying?
I can tell.
Hold on, I need to finish off the thing before you answer. Or have you just been told that over the time and you've just grown to believe that? Have you got anything to prove it?
I've seen Black people's on Ancestry.com. You can pull the marriage records for their great grandparents. Black people, yeah. I've seen medical. You can get their driver's license, like any sort of records, vital records, death certificates. It'll say spouse, or like people was married. They changed, and they could see where the last names changed and everything. Mr. Johnson, Miss Johnson.
Yeah, we understand that, sis. We understand marriages were taking place. What are the numbers? I'm gonna try again.
Okay, you don't have to listen. I'm maybe I can lower my volume, but you don't need to keep repeating the same question. What I'm saying is that
the question, though,
that's because your question is like, what's the where the slavery ship votes. So that's literally what you're saying. Like, because I literally just said right after slavery. So you think in 1890 you want a marriage certificate from 1890 that as soon as they got free, Black people was going into courthouses in order to because I can ask you the same question: is where are the numbers of single mothers in 1890, 1920, 1940? Tell me. You show me the records. Besides this one lady right here. But let me finish once I'm done, you can respond. You can't respond while I'm speaking. So I'm saying, outside of this one woman, no, I didn't say this what I'm about to say. So you just hold on tight to the chair because it's going to knock you off your seat. Outside of this one woman saying her mom and her grandma were single mothers, right? Where are the numbers? How many single mothers then? I'm gonna throw the question back to you since you weren't satisfied with my answer, right? And I will say, well, once I finish, I'm saying that and I'm repeating myself because you keep interrupting. You can't ignore that fact. That is what's happening right now. So in order for me to stay on my point of my train of thought,
can you get to the point? Hurry up.
I'm not looking at my. Yo, you being mad rude for no reason because you don't got the microphone? Like, I can go on mute if you just want to talk, hear yourself, or we having a conversation. Why the energy change like that? For what?
Because I'm trying to answer you, telling me to.
But it's a back and forth.
Then you're telling me I'm interrupting. Which one is it? Do you want me to answer?
But Lady Divine, I don't carry on like this when you are long-winded. No, lady. Well, now we're talking about this. Now we're talking about this because I don't go on like this when you're long-winded. So it's very rude. Like, you just want to dominate. For what? For what? We having a conversation. Just relax.
You're gonna keep focusing on me. Get to the point, sis.
I'm talking about what the fuck I want to talk about. You see how shit just escalate? You see how she just escalate? Because nah, yo, don't be carrying me like that. And I'm trying to tell you to calm it down, and you're gonna keep being disrespectful.
And you're still addressing me
Hold
other
on,
than
family.
answering the
Hold on.
question.
I'm gonna
Answer
keep
the
fucking
question.
disrespecting you then.
Hold on,
The fuck?
family. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Is this something that you sort of really want to continue on with in regards to getting to the resolution?
I just want to answer, sis, and she keeps addressing me. Just get to the answer.
Okay.
I ain't answering shit. Keep it going. Keep it moving. What you're not gonna do is disrespect me and think I'm gonna answer you. I'm not gonna. You're not gonna disrespect me, and I'm gonna answer you. I'm not your fucking child, okay? When you got some respect, then you can address me. No, you could kick fucking rocks. That's what you can do. You could kick fucking rocks. That's what you can do.
Kick the rocks
Hold
after
on,
I've
family.
answered you too.
Hold
So
on,
I'm gonna just
family.
answer you directly without addressing you because I can do that. Yeah, it's
Don't
easy
answer
to
shit.
do that. It's easy to do that. So I'm going to answer you. Okay, so we can go to the question is about how can we prove the births? Okay, so we can prove the births by going to the birth records. I asked you a simple question: is can you prove that the marriages were there, or is this something you've been told rather than addressing me?
There are marriage certificates. I just said that. I answered that the first time. There are marriage certificates. I said people can have not only said my grandparents were married, they've visibly seen them. But that answer not good enough for you because I have to share my screen. My parents wasn't born here, so I can't go into ancestry.com and show you. So what that was a cockamamie question. But I did answer it, but it
So
wasn't
what
to
I'm gonna
your
say is
satisfaction.
this. What I'm going to say is this then to respond to her is this. Okay, so like I said earlier, before she got thing, I said earlier, we can prove that when I say marriages did not happen, but were they happening in high numbers, and can she prove that marriages were outgrowing single parenthood back then? And that's all I'm asking her for, and I can't get that out of her.
Where is people saying that black women have been single and never married all this time? That's like saying
No
black
one
people
said
and never
that.
own. Exactly. So
No
meaning
one
there was
said
a
that.
shift.
I'm going by
Okay, you're interrupting. I'm saying there was
trying
a
to
shift.
correct
They
you.
were married and then there was a shift. It was never from they got off of the plantation. I've heard you say that they've always been single. That is not true. There was a shift.
Right.
That's the
So,
reason why they can point it out.
She's not listening.
One second. Right. So what we have here is that obviously this lady G's made a point, and there's contention. Yeah.
No, it wasn't Lady G. It was the young lady in the video. The young lady in the video.
No. Yeah, I'm talking about Cynthia G, innit? I said G.
But what I'm trying to say is she didn't make the point. It was the person being interviewed, the young lady who got pregnant.
No, that said
Yeah,
that.
it was a girl.
It's
She
because
said
she hasn't
that.
heard the rest yet, sis, is what I'm trying to tell Melanie. That's what I'm trying to correct her. She hasn't heard the rest. So let her, that's what I'm saying. Let her say what she's saying, and then we'll play the rest.
Henderson, who gets the check for the
and going through the same thing. But y'all said that these men were family men. But you said y'all were married and things were better. So how did you get 3 generations before 1986 of the same thing? Married single mothers, single black mothers taking care of their children. You couldn't have 3 generations of it, and then all of a sudden, what happened? What happened? How did you get 3 past generations of single mothers? Her mother, she's that way. Her mama was that way. Her grandmama was that way. Listen to how he tells you. Now that I'm in